Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. In the little Florida town of Sebring, a guy who had just seen a nightmare come to life said these heartbreaking words. He was on the verge of becoming the sixth victim, and he just avoided the mayhem and carnage that would eventually be remembered as one of the most horrifying crimes this community had ever witnessed. Later, the police would characterize the crime as unimaginable and devastating, not just due to the extreme violence but also to the perverse motivations that led to it. How did it all turn out then? What may have motivated someone to carry out such heinous acts of violence? After compiling the official papers and witness testimony, we will go deeply into the specifics of how and why this tragedy occurred, and above all, pay tribute to the 5 lovely souls that were lost forever. Let's start by traveling back in time to a peaceful Wednesday in late January, the 23rd to be precise. In 2019, Sebring, Florida was simply going about its daily business as usual. People were returning to work, adjusting to the new year, and going about their daily lives as usual. Nothing seemed unusual, least of all at SunTrust Bank, where 4 staff members were going about their daily business as usual, processing transactions, helping clients, and surviving another weekday in their sleepy little town. This isn't the type of place where everyone is thinking about crime. Only roughly 10,000 individuals call this small, tight-knit hamlet in Highlands County home. It's the type of area where people feel comfortable running errands or getting coffee without giving it a second thought, and neighbors still wave at one another. In a city like this, the idea of a violent crime occurring in broad daylight was something you would only hear about in the news. But because of one man, nobody could have predicted that Sebring would make national news on this particular day. That man was 21-year-old Zephan, who had a dark side that no one had completely anticipated. At approximately 12:30 p.m., Zephan entered the bank. He wasn't there to perform any standard banking or inquire about his balance. He had only one goal in mind, though, as he was wearing a ballistic vest underneath his hoodie. He abruptly drew a revolver and pointed it at a bank teller, telling her and the other employees to huddle behind the wall. Customers and staff were forced to comply, in this type of circumstance, which put Zephan in command. Everyone was then trapped inside after he instructed the teller to lock the doors. Zephan instructed the 5 women, 1 customer, and the bank staff to lie on their faces on the floor with their heads facing the wall. There were icy, well-thought-out directives without any justification or obvious motivation. Then, in a terrifying moment, Zephan fired 9 shots in 5 minutes, shooting all 5 women in cold blood. Particularly in a little town like Sebring, where such brutality was unheard of, it was startling and brutal. What followed, however, was even more terrifying. Zephan stayed put. He made no attempt to hide or run away. Instead, he took a risk. He made a 911 call at precisely 12:36 p.m. As he talked to the dispatcher, he informed the operator that he had just shot 5 people. As if things couldn't get any worse, he then returned to the victims' bodies and fired 2 more shots at them. Even while he was still on the phone, he put the gun to his own head and threatened to commit himself. Even though this sounds terrifying, it is also unsettling that Zephan was so composed as he made his confession. To make matters worse, it is extremely unnerving that he fired again while on the phone, still speaking so calmly. It seems as though he was utterly cold without any fear or regret. The man you see in the video in the introduction, Victor Sparks, had just arrived at the bank with his wife, Deanna, at approximately 12:35 p.m., while the call was still in progress. As Victor got closer to the bank's north side doors, he saw that they were closed. They had intended to make a deposit, just a routine errand. He looked through the front glass doors, but he couldn't see anything because it was dark inside, so he assumed the doors were just jammed. They were still locked when he tried again. The sight of a row of 4 or 5 individuals lying face down on the floor with a figure walking behind them stopped him cold when he looked through the glass doors for the second time. Victor quickly realized that something was seriously off. He started to head back to his car right away, but as he did, he heard 2 huge bangs, the distinct sound of gunfire. He reported what he had seen to the police right away, but the harm had already been done. Deborah Cook, a 54-year-old employee, Marisol Lopez, a 55-year-old employee, Jessica Montague, a 31-year-old employee, Cynthia Watson, a 65-year-old client, and Anna Pinion Williams, a 37-year-old employee, were later identified as the victims of this heinous murder. Families were waiting for all 5 of them to get home that day. Their plans were plans that would never materialize. The fact that none of these women knew Zephan Xaver or had ever interacted with him before makes the situation even more tragic. As startling as it may seem, only one person survived: bank employee Benjamin Wazakowski. It all happened suddenly. During his lunch break, Benjamin, a teller at SunTrust Bank, stopped into Checkers for a quick bite to eat. He went back to the bank and welcomed Larry Smith, a frequent customer, before making his way to the break room, which is located at the rear of the building. He began eating his meal and using his phone to watch some YouTube videos. However, things changed when he heard 2 huge explosions, approximately half an hour later. Benjamin believed they may be fireworks at first, but then he realized they were shots. He took a quick look at the security monitor, but nothing caught his attention because the screen was switching between cameras and the incident wasn't visible at the time. He was still looking at the monitor when he heard more gunfire. Benjamin realized then that something was seriously amiss. With no way to get in touch with anyone, he hurried out of the building by the back entrance, leaving his phone behind. He dashed to the closest residence through a wooded area behind the SunTrust Bank. He made it to the second house on Tubbs Road, where the residents phoned the police for him. After the first one he arrived at didn't help. There was actually one additional 911 call in addition to the one made by Victor Sparks, aside from the employee's call. However, the call with Zephan had already concluded when that call came in. The SWAT squad hurried to the area as soon as Zephan's call ended, ready for a possible standoff, but the crisis negotiator was still on the line with Zephan in a delicate and tense situation. She spent an hour trying desperately to calm him down. Her steady, soothing voice miraculously made its way to him. She was able to persuade Zephan to down the gun by being patient. They had been conversing for over 40 minutes at this point. She kept talking to him and calming him down until the SWAT squad showed up and managed to arrest him. That was the end of the horrifying experience. People couldn't stop talking about the crime because the story had already spread like wildfire by this point. Everyone was wondering why a young man would attempt to rob a bank or do something so drastic without any clear justification. Were the victims people he knew? Was there a fight or personal animosity that caused this? However, the answer is actually no. There is no proof that Zephan knew the victims, even though he did withdraw $600.00 from the bank 4 days before to the shooting. Zephan even stated in a contact with the crisis negotiator that he was treated kindly by the bank clerk, proving that he wasn't there to commit a crime and that his actions had no ulterior intent. He had a difficult past and was only a young man. The only question that remains is whether this might have been avoided. Zephan, who was born on April 2, 1997, informed police that he was originally from Plymouth, Indiana, but that he had only been in Sebring for a year or less. He explained that he was the kid of divorced parents, which he felt had influenced him in ways he was unable to properly articulate. Furthermore, he was never good in school. Despite attending schools in Bremen and Plymouth, Indiana, he was never able to complete his education. His behavioral and mental health issues prevented him from completing high school. Police say Zephan hurt himself when he climbed onto his father's roof when he was about 15 years old. His struggle with darkness had begun years earlier, but that was his first visit to a mental health facility. He acknowledged to investigators that he had been hearing voices, not just whispers but full-fledged orders, urging him to harm and murder since he was 11 years old, and that this was not the first time he had followed their instructions. Zephan once attacked a student in high school without any provocation. He spent only a week in a mental health facility after the attack. It seems that he kept the voices a secret from the doctors. After his discharge, life continued on until that fateful day. Many people have speculated that Zephan's breakup with his fiancée at the time is what led to this entire incident. Before he killed everyone, he apparently texted her, according to rumors. Later, Alexandra Gerlach, one of his ex-girlfriends, was contacted by the police to be questioned. Both of them had been admitted to the same hospital twice for depression, Gerlach revealed, and the two had first met at the mental hospital when Zephan was first admitted. Gerlach acknowledged that Zephan had suicidal ideas even at that time. Even after their second visit to the mental health facility, Gerlach revealed that Zephan kept saying things about hurting himself. She claimed that she forced him to swear not to commit suicide. However, Zephan's perspective appeared to change after that. "If I can't kill myself, then I want to kill others," he once remarked, and he turned into a furious individual. Gerlach claimed she didn't know the source of all that rage. Zephan would confide in her that he had murderous dreams, including one in which he injured his classmates. He even brought it up to a counselor at his high school, which led to his expulsion. Gerlach stated that this might have occurred in 2014 or 2015, but she was unable to recall if anything comparable occurred at school again after that. Additionally, Gerlach noted that Zephan enlisted in the military in 2016, but was released soon after. Zephan had told her he had joined because he believed he could kill people and get away with it, she remembered. She added that Zephan's threat to kill another member of his squad led to his expulsion from the service. After that, he joined the Florida Department of Corrections as a trainee correctional officer at the Avon Park Correctional Institution. But on January 9, 2019, a few weeks prior to the terrible murder, he resigned from this role. Gerlach said that once Zephan was released from the military, she had very little touch with him. But Gerlach said she was private messaging Zephan on Instagram a week after the incident, and he gave her a picture of a new weapon he had bought. When Gerlach questioned him about why he purchased the gun, Zephan only said, "Because I just wanted one." Gerlach acknowledged that she was unable to recall many details regarding the weapon when questioned about it. She claimed that was the final conversation she had with Zephan. When speaking with the police, the individual himself didn't mince words. Zephan was uncannily helpful, almost as though he wanted to explain everything. He acknowledged that on the day of the killing something seemed different, even though he had only bought the handgun 2 days prior. Not only were there voices in his head, but they were louder than ever, demanding, overwhelming, and unavoidable. He was all alone at home at the time because his mother was gone in Illinois for a week-long work training. However, Zephan did get in touch with one of his former girlfriends, Imani Davis, not Gerlach. Later, Davis testified about their past, having known Zephan from a long-distance, primarily online connection. She disclosed that their relationship had been characterized by somber, gloomy chats since they first met while she was still in high school. Together, they had discussed trying to injure themselves, delving deeply into themes of death and hopelessness. They would talk about these bothersome subjects on the phone for hours or even days at a time. However, their relationship ended in May 2018 and they ceased communicating completely. That is, until the day of the shooting on January 23, 2019. Suddenly, Zephan sent her a message. His initial expression was one of exceptional happiness, almost excitement, which was very out of character for him. Then, when Zephan was still in his car in the bank parking lot at precisely 12:14 in the afternoon, Davis got a message that chilled her to the bone. The message read, "The fun part, the cliché clincher, is that I'm not going out alone. I've always wanted to kill somebody, so I'm taking a few folks out with me. Watch for me on the news when I try it out and see how it goes. Florida Sebring." Davis was appalled. "There's something wrong with you," she said right away. "Really?" She didn't stop there, though. Recognizing the gravity of the issue, since she was in gym class at the time, she showed her gym teacher the messages right away. The situation swiftly worsened from there. Law enforcement in her area and Sebring were notified, and the principal and psychiatrist of the school became involved. However, it was already too late. Zephan reportedly smiled as he walked into the bank and walked up to the teller before abruptly brandishing the revolver at her. Another witness even asserted that, in the parking lot, he and Zephan had met eyes right before the shooting. "In your own words, what can you tell me you include them?" Zephan was charged with 5 first-degree murder charges. He entered a guilty plea to all counts in March 2023. By a vote of 9-3 in June 2024, the jury recommended the death penalty, which the prosecution had pressed for. Zephan received a death sentence on December 16, 2024. Judge Angela Cowden emphasized how his acts were intentional and had a significant effect on the community and the families of the victims. By a vote of 9-3, the jury concludes that Zephan and Alan Xaver ought to receive the death penalty. The state attorney's office lobbied for this decision, with assistance from the families of Anna Pena Williams, Deborah Cook, Marisol Lopez, Jessica Montague, and Cynthia Watson. Their family were forever scarred by the loss of these 5 lives. For instance, the daughter of Marisol Lopez expressed the profound gap that was left in her life. As he entered the bank, Lopez was actually the first to encounter Zephan's gun. She was known for always making everyone around her feel better, even in the face of devastating events. The family and everyone who knew Marisol, a mother of 2 small children, will always miss her. Then there was 38-year-old mother of 7, Anna Pignon Williams. Anna liked her job at the bank and was just as committed as Marisol. She was a strong and resilient person because of her commitment to her job and her kids. Her family was devastated by her unexpected death, and the people of Sebring shared their sorrow. In addition to being a devoted mother to 5 children and a wife to her husband, Germaine, Jessica Montague, 31, was employed as a teller at SunTrust Bank. Only a few days prior to the photo shoot, Jessica had been preparing to celebrate her wedding anniversary. There are no adequate words to describe the loss of the couple's 3-year-old child's mother. According to a friend, Jessica was a vibrant woman who was always able to make a space more cheerful. Her sudden passing undoubtedly devastated her family and left a hole that would never be filled. Another victim was Deborah Cook, a California native who was 54 years old. Since 1984, she has been wed to her spouse, Michael. Deborah was well known for her friendliness and dedication over her many years of employment at the bank. A granddaughter, a grandson, a daughter-in-law, and 2 sons survive her and continue her legacy. Her family recalls her as a kind, encouraging woman with a big heart. Last but not least was Cynthia Watson, a 65-year-old bank customer on that particular day. Only a few weeks prior to the incident, Cynthia had tied the knot with her longtime companion, Tony Watson. Before getting married on January 3, 2019, they had been dating for 5 years. They currently reside in Venus, Florida, with their pets, which include goats, chickens, and 2 Shih Tzus. Friends knew Cynthia as a fervent animal lover. On the surface, Zephan appeared to be a completely normal person, which is why we said that this tragedy really took everyone by surprise. There was nothing about him that suggested he was capable of such cruelty. He was regarded as a polite young man with a career and what seemed to be a love of life in the Sebring neighborhood. He was known for having a routine and blending in without causing any suspicion. In an interview, one of his neighbors even went so far as to say that Zephan appeared incapable of carrying out such a heinous deed. Zephan is currently 27 years old. Zephan is still being held on death row at Florida State Prison. Having said that, do you believe that this entire tragedy might have been avoided? Or taking into account Zephan's psychological state, do you think it was inevitable that it would happen eventually? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. When a son's problematic history returned to haunt his parents in the most terrible way in 2004, the idyllic lives of a family in sunny Miami was upended. This is the murder case of the Sutton family. The lives of John and Susan Sutton were idyllic. In the late 1970s, the couple received their second child, Melissa, and adopted their first, Christopher Sutton. The close-knit family of 4 occupied a lavish home in Coral Gables, Florida. 7 years later, life and ambitions abound in this posh area close to Miami. John was a well-respected lawyer. He was well known for his legal expertise and for winning the majority of the well-known cases he oversaw. He has had a state law practice license since 1972. John had an unrivaled charisma. Susan Sutton was his devoted manager and wife. Susan worked as the surgical intensive care unit's head nurse. She served as his pillar of support both at work and at home. The Sutton family loved community living and education. From a young age, both parents disciplined their children. There were difficulties, just like in any seemingly ideal household. Melissa remained composed and compliant. She cherished her house and took every precaution to keep it safe. She fulfilled every desire of a parent, but her brother was not like that. Christopher seems to have repented of his role as the Sutton family's black sheep. Unbeknownst to them, his parents thought he had moved on from his turbulent background. Beyond his new character's darker motives, he planned evil. Later, these plans would fall apart. On August 24, 2004, John and Susan Sutton threw a party at their house on Orduna Drive, which is off of Granada Boulevard. The Devil's Den was the previous name for this region. John's firm, Sutton Law Group, won 3 high-value cases, and Susan had just turned 57. John's legal partner, Teddy Montoto, his fiancée, Juliet Driscoll, and their son, Christopher, stopped by for the event. Following the party, John and Susan returned to their separate bedrooms. Christopher and Juliet went to the movie theater, and Teddy went home exhausted from the evening's activities. The couple did not share a bedroom despite being married. The loud snores that John was known for were too much for Susan to put up with. She put up with it for years before deciding to stop. They said their goodbyes and went to bed, but this night would forever alter their lives. In a shocking turn of events, at around 10:30 p.m. a shooter broke into their home. As he entered the house, this guy parked his automobile along Coral Gables tree-lined streets. To fit the occasion, he wore black. As he entered through the rear sliding door, the dog hardly gave a bark. It was simple because he knew the door was never locked. The intruder was armed with a Glock pistol that was 9mm. His goal was to murder Susan and John Sutton. Shots rang out as they arrived to Susan's chamber. Susan was in the master bedroom talking on the phone when he fired 6 shots at her. The attacker entered John's room without warning and shot him in the face and stomach. John called 911 despite his head injuries, groaning in agony as he asked for an ambulance. The assailant from Sutton, meantime, disappeared into the darkness. Police rushed into the neighborhood from all sides a few moments later. While confirming Susan's death, medical professionals drove the near-death attorney to a nearby trauma treatment facility. John found himself in a pool of his own blood by this point. Medics believed he would die because of the amount of blood he lost. Police realized something was wrong as they attempted to make sense of the incident. First, there was no damage to John's wallet containing cash or to Susan's jewels. The individual was on a mission. He was unwilling to tamper with it once more. That evening, one of the visitors showed up at the site in a miraculous manner. Teddy got to the crime scene just in time. He told the police that he hurried to Susan's residence after hearing gunfire while he was speaking with her on the phone. Why was he talking to her on the phone at that moment? Was Teddy interested in the couple's deaths? He was named the first suspect by the police as a result of these inquiries. The day following the shooting, interrogations started. Teddy was a marksman in addition to working at John's legal company. He had gone shooting earlier that day and was a competitive shooter. There were eyebrows raised by this revelation. Detective Cordero sent Teddy's gun to be tested in an attempt to piece everything together. She had a list of questions for the suspect while this was going on. She believed he was concealing something about his covert liaison with Susan. Why else was he talking to her on the phone that evening? Teddy admitted to having an affair with Susan after failing a polygraph test, but he had no reason to harm her or her spouse. Teddy was exonerated of the crime by the police since his gun did not match the murder weapon. He wasn't in the Suttons' house when the shooting occurred, according to detectives. Who would want to kill the Suttons? As a prosperous attorney, John had many adversaries. Death threats came to him from time to time, but he usually brushed them off. Every name was examined by the police as they went through the records, but they all had alibis. But they still had to examine one more person. Days prior to the incident, a lady had broken into John's firm. She threatened to ruin a lawyer who apparently had enemies because she was upset over a settlement issue. There was a woman early on who had threatened to blow up his office. That would be a quintessential illustration of a reason for murder. Although the woman may have been able to escape through the river that night with the use of her boat, authorities were unable to connect her to the crime. The yacht never left the marina where it was docked, according to surveillance footage. If not her, then who was it? The police had to start over. They discovered Christopher's records while looking at minor things. At first glance, he appeared to be a distraught son, but as investigators learned more about his previous life, his past started to come to light. As a teenager, Christopher got into a lot of trouble. He had conduct-defiant disorder, which made him challenging to parent because it caused frequent defiance and a lack of impulse control. He attended several different schools. This teenager never understood his parents' best interests, and when they dropped him off at a new school, he would slip out the back door and into the street. He didn't want to learn and skipped classes. He and a few other students broke into a teacher's home while he was in high school and spray-painted it. Later, he was sued and arrested. Christopher was cruel. Despite his parents' disapproval, he wanted to get body piercings, draw tattoos, and use narcotics. If he didn't get his way, he became quite irate and damaged stuff. He had a rifle years ago when he was 16. He gestured to Melissa and Susan. After threatening to shoot, he decided against it. He was a tough pill to swallow, but they would later find out that the firearm was unloaded. Christopher hated his parents so much that he intended to murder them in order to get the fortune. Susan discovered a message while tidying his room one day. In light of this, he declared his intention to murder his parents. He made a joke when she questioned him about it. Susan took it seriously. She was afraid for her daughter, her husband, and herself. She realized she needed to move quickly. Although they considered obtaining a restraining order against him, this was insufficient. They desired that he leave the residence. Sending a stubborn youngster to Paradise Cove, a strict boarding school in Samoa, is by all means the best way to get rid of him. Christopher was sent to this odd city as part of a program designed to help troublesome boys change their conduct. His parents thought that this was the solution to his issues. When Christopher arrived, he was just 17. As someone who was accustomed to disobeying the rules, punishments were harsh, and every rule mattered in Paradise Cove. Christopher was in the isolation box for hours. Sometimes criminals were hauled to the mountains, where they were hogtied and abandoned in the open air after being bound with rope. People in Paradise Cove were cruelly imprisoned and dehumanized. Christopher delivered his parents a video message after a year in Paradise Cove. The teenager was resolved to go at that point. On his 18th birthday, he vowed to vacate the property, but his father obtained a court order allowing him to remain there for an additional year. Christopher was upset. His connection with his parents soured when he left Paradise Cove, and he detested them for doing it to him. Investigators believed Christopher had some knowledge of the deadly shooting after putting these pieces together. Did he do this to get revenge on his parents for his stay in Paradise Cove? The case was slowly winding down. The interrogation of Christopher was simple. He and Juliet went to the movie theater on the night of the shooting. He presented the tickets to detectives and surveillance footage showed him departing before midnight. However, Detective Cordero noticed something while they were watching. On his way out, Christopher was glued to his cell phone. According to phone records, he made 331 calls to the same number. He spent months on the phone with his childhood friend and smoking companion Garrett Kopp, weeks prior to the shooting. Following the horrifying events of August 22, 2004, Garrett Kopp was taken into custody by the police on suspicion of killing Susan Sutton and attempting to kill John Sutton. Less than 24 hours after the shooting, Garrett was taken into custody for an unrelated incident. He was arrested after he used a gun to attack someone in another area of Miami. The gun used in the assault was requested by detectives from Garrett's arresting officer, who complied and allowed them to test it. It coincided with the gun used in the Sutton shooting, which was shocking. Immediately, Garrett, the police officer, was asked to be questioned. The 6-hour interrogation was stressful. At first, Garrett didn't say much, but as detectives pressed him, he did. Did he come up with this plan, or did two people work together on it? He intended to shoot the pair inside the house. Christopher threatened to kill Garrett and his son if he told anybody about it, and in return he would receive $100,000, 0 cents from the $500, 0 cents in insurance money. Garrett described Christopher's desperation to have his parents put to death. He guided his movements that evening and even acquired him the gun used in the operation. Christopher told the attacker about his parents' room while purposefully leaving the sliding door on the back patio unlocked. Christopher had everything planned, so it was simple to enter the family home. When he fired 6 shots, Susan was under her blanket. Although Garrett was taken into custody, the police continued to concentrate on Christopher. They looked to someone who knew him, determined to make a connection. It turned out to be Juliet, his girlfriend. She was asked to be questioned by the officers. She had nothing to hide, as evidenced by her confidence. Juliet claimed to be unaware of the crime, even though she was in a relationship with him and was unaware of his scheme. She insisted on her innocence during the 13-hour interrogation. She wouldn't harm John and Susan since she loved them as much as her parents did. Susan taught her practical skills like makeup and housekeeping, while John provided her with a position at his legal firm and financial assistance. To persuade them, Juliet broke down in tears, but the officers remained unconvinced. If she didn't tell the truth, They threatened to have her arrested. Juliet realized she needed to save herself at this point. She disclosed the deep-seated animosity her lover harbored toward his parents because they had sent him to Samoa, where he felt he would have fared better had he not gone. For what they had done to him, he wanted them to pay. Even if it took 10 years, he was prepared to strike back. His life in Samoa was previously known to the officers. They just needed proof. John, meantime, awoke in critical condition, after suffering a severe injury that rendered him blind. Melissa claimed that when she first saw her father, he was very different. His survival is a miracle. Following his medical stay, John moved in with Christopher. His son attempted to take control of his bank account during those brief days. Hearing that his son planned the shooting astounded him. Early that morning, detectives called him and asked him to keep everyone out of the house until they arrived. Christopher's desire to exact revenge on his parents was understandable. Officers arrived and informed him of the situation. He provided the police with information to solve his wife's murder, despite his health issues. Christopher was on the run for over 2 weeks when word spread about his warrant. Finally, he was taken into custody, put on trial, and given a sentence. Chris Sutton's identity becomes more apparent as the trial goes on. To demonstrate the defendant's enduring rage and bitterness, the prosecution will call a series of witnesses to testify. And preoccupation with vengeance resulted from anger and hatred. On July 7, 2010, the eagerly anticipated trial got underway. John Sutton sat far apart from his son as the proceedings got underway. The jury was informed by prosecutor Kathleen Hogue that Christopher had hired a hitman to kill his parents. When the defendant received his insurance money, the intention was to shoot his parents and get reimbursed. They described his life's actual circumstances in detail. Christopher was a narcotics dealer. He was dependent on his parents for survival after returning from Samoa without a means of support. Garrett gave his version of events on the platform. He described how he entered the house that evening, shot both parents, and left without anyone noticing. For months, he and Christopher had plotted the crime. He received $50.00 from his friend to purchase black clothing for the crime at Walmart. He acknowledged once more that Christopher had recruited him to perform the job effectively. According to Christopher's defense, Garrett was lying. In exchange for a 30-year plea agreement, the police allegedly coerced Garrett into testifying, according to defense attorney Bruce Fleischer. He said that the hitman was coerced into making a false confession by the prospect of an electric chair. Prosecutors maintained their position on the facts, but Christopher informed the jury that his friend intended to avoid the death penalty at all costs, even if it meant making a fake confession. Christopher attempted to carry out similar scheme previously. They asked convicted killer Jose Peon to testify and explain his position. In 1999, Peon got to know Christopher. Christopher asked Peon if he knew of any hitmen who would kill his parents because he was desperate to get revenge on them at the time. Chris reaffirmed that his parents had life insurance and were worth $500,000, 0 cents, but Peon assumed he was kidding. The Peon pulled out of the juicy deal. Christopher responded to this claim by accusing Peon of lying. By presenting the jury with a text message that Christopher sent to his girlfriend Juliet, prosecutors further supported their case. As if in a dream, it said, "We'll be better off after they're gone." Christopher let his head fall and started crying. He feared he was being set up by the police. Juliet would never say that about him, he thought. Unfortunately, she was the next to testify, so he was mistaken. Juliet described her boyfriend's opinion of his mother to the jurors. He detested her for not giving him what he deserved and labeled her a bitch at the first sign of offense. Whether they had to pay for taking those years out of his life, she remembered how upset he was about his time in Samoa and how the trauma never left him. Christopher's lawyer refuted the allegations, saying he thinks she was also given the death penalty threat. Juliet concluded by stating that she was unaware that he would attempt to murder his parents. All of it, she thought, was bluff. John was certain that his son was responsible for the shooting by this point. This was the final time he would nail him on the stand. John explained how his son, who was unemployed, had an unquenchable need for money to support his way of life. Christopher wanted to be in charge of John's money after he was released. Unaware that he was protecting himself from his murderous son, he saw something was wrong and withheld some information from him. John couldn't believe it, but he was convinced of his son's behavior. At the hearing, he declared to the public that he no longer loved his son. Even though he formally separated from Christopher, he is now recognized as Melissa's father. Christopher had to convince the jurors that he was innocent despite the evidence against him. He had been waiting for this time. Christopher accused Garrett of breaking into his house to obtain marijuana and referred to his childhood friend as an obsessive drug fiend. He turned down Garrett's request for medicines earlier that day, but his pal was aware of where he kept the medicines. Garrett visited the house frequently, which is why he knew it so well. According to Christopher's testimony, the drugs were concealed in his former bedroom's closet. Susan had been living in the same room prior to the shooting. When Garrett broke into his house that night, he said, the marijuana was worth $7,000. The sight of Susan in the room startled him. Even worse, she was conscious and knew who he was. He shot her out of fear. He fled the scene after shooting John out of the same fear. Christopher maintained that he had no justification for killing his parents and that he was innocent. The agony in Samoa had actually healed him. He informed the jurors that Paradise Cove wasn't horrible after all, because he benefited so much from it, which was a startling turn of events. He sobbed when questioned about the abuse that took place there. His response demonstrated that he had not recovered from his experiences there, despite his earlier assertions to the contrary. Prosecutor Kathleen concluded her final remarks by characterizing Christopher as an entitled, indolent, and greedy guy. She asked the jury to consider the evidence and take appropriate action. Christopher Patrick Sutton was convicted of first-degree murder and attempted first-degree murder following a day and a half of deliberations. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. Garrett, however, entered a guilty plea to second-degree murder and received a 30-year prison sentence. Mitchell Kopp, his father, felt let down by his son. Because of a foolish choice, he will be incarcerated for almost half of his life. Following Christopher's incarceration, John went back to his legal practice to focus on his vision restoration. At the Shepard's Eye Research Institute in Massachusetts, he thought about optic nerve regeneration. While he waits for a long-term solution, he has now placed a gadget around the back of his eye. Thanks to an assistant, he continues to practice law. John wins his cases just as in the past because he memorizes his briefs. According to reports, he has a partner who loves him without conditions. For what Christopher did to his family, John has yet to forgive him. He is currently in his 70s and still practices law. With every day that goes by, his life takes shape. What actions might have been taken to improve Christopher's character? Was there a way to prevent this tragedy? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. 11 years old, 9-year-old Kiana Davis, Kiara Phillips, age 7, Carrie Ellie McDonald, age 5. When this two-story duplex caught fire due to arson, Kiani Welch perished. Known as Indiana's Garden Spot, the sleepy community in Carroll County was always tranquil until November 21, 2016, when 4 little sisters lost their lives in a devastating fire. What caused the fire to start? Was it set on purpose? Or was it an accident? We'll learn the specifics of this tragic situation today. Galen Rose was thrilled to have begun a new, higher-paying job. She aspired to provide the greatest life possible for her girls. At the ages of 11, 9, 7, and 5, her existence revolved around her daughters, Kiana Davis, Kiara Phillips, Carrie L. McDonald, and Kiani Welch. The girls were brimming with enthusiasm. For her daughters, Galen envisioned a life of limitless chances, but she passed up many of them. She didn't want her daughters to grow up as dull as she had. When she was just 12, her father, Tracy Rose, was imprisoned for narcotics offenses. Even still, this was insufficient because she didn't have him until 2011 when he returned to her life. Tracy relocated to Flora and encouraged Galen to accompany him because he loved her and his grandchildren so much. Despite her initial reluctance, she had missed her father terribly. She thought about his offer for weeks before she and the daughters followed her father to Flora. For her and her young daughters, Flora represented a new beginning. Before finding a large apartment, Galen spent 8 months living with her father and the girls. The monthly rent for the 2-story duplex was $500.00. For her and the girls, this was a welcome change. The street was surrounded with trees, and the duplex had a front porch, and they quickly adapted. Outside, the girls would frequently play together. They made new friends in the area and were amiable to everyone. Since they didn't have a dog of their own, they played with the neighbors. In addition, the 4 sisters enjoyed dancing, playing sports, and spending time with their families. They were cheerleaders for the Lafayette Diamonds. The Saturday before the fire, they had just participated in a cheering competition, and Kiana had a basketball game on Sunday. Kiana devoted numerous hours each week to basketball since she liked the game. Like Galen, Tracy thought she would be a basketball star. He accompanied her to games and applauded from the stands. Galen was incredibly proud of her daughters. She put in a lot of overtime at a gas station in order to make ends meet. Galen was as serene and upbeat as her girls. She spoke courteously to clients and had a smile on her face behind the desk. Because she encouraged them, particularly during Tuesday cheer sessions, the girls occasionally referred to her as their coach. Her favorite part of the week was seeing them perform. Rose went to the grocery shop with her girls on the afternoon of November 21, 2016. The girls chose their favorite snacks, so it was one of those thrilling outings. It was already evening when they arrived at their house. Around 10 o'clock at night, Rose put them to bed after preparing dinner. As they curled up under their blankets, the girls echoed, "Good night." Rose said that she was thankful for her small family. The weary mother of 4 made her way to her room. After a few minutes, there was complete quiet and everyone was sound asleep. Nobody could have predicted the next course of events. Tracy was getting ready to leave town the Friday before the fire. When he went to see his grandkids, he requested them to assist him with packing. The girls who called him Papa didn't want him to go, so they asked him to stay with them for a while. It was unusual that they asked him to cancel his trip, but he didn't make much of it, so he left anyway. A few hours later, he woke up to a call from Galen, who said that his granddaughters were dead. How did it happen? Galen was sound asleep when she heard screams coming from her daughter's bedroom, and she jumped out of bed as soon as she heard them. The flames were spreading quickly as the screams continued from their bedroom upstairs, and she tried to reach them, but the extreme heat prevented her from doing so. She was unable to speak or breathe, and the flames pushed her back from the staircase. At that point, she realized that she was saving them and that alone was not an option, so she fled the house to get assistance from neighbors. When the first 911 call came in at 3:30 a.m., neighbors gathered around the house to help the 4 girls while their injured mother watched helplessly. The screams became softer as time went on, and when the Carroll County Sheriff's deputy Drew Yoder, he too suffered from severe smoke inhalation. Later, Galen was airlifted to Eskenazi's burn center, where she was burned all over and had smoke in her throat. When Yoder arrived, he asked Galen where the children were, and she pointed to their room upstairs. The girls shared a bedroom on the 2nd floor, and Yoder immediately called the county to send medics. Coughing, he attempted to climb a narrow, smoke-filled stairway, but the climb was difficult and impossible. Galen desperately steered Yoder from outside, telling him to keep climbing until he reached the girls' bedroom, but the smoke overpowered him. A few seconds later, he left the building, moaning and breathing heavily, and he hurried to the Flora Fire Department, which was on its way. Deputy Yoder and Officer Dissinger, wearing air packs, prepared to crawl on their hands and knees to the front door as the fire department edged closer. Unfortunately, the flames came towards the cops from the back of the house. Firefighters arrived to rescue the officers and 3 of the girls, and CPR was started on the girls right away in the hopes that they would be saved. Yoder yelled at them to get the fire equipment moving. While firefighters fought the fire inside the house and the medical team attempted to save the lives of the girls outside, the 4th girl was taken out of the house, and while the fire raged through the house, all 4 sisters died at the scene, with Yoder and Dissinger being airlifted to the hospital after suffering injuries. The speed at which the flames spread throughout the building shocked the neighbors, and Flora, a town barely larger than a square mile, was plunged into a state of grief, suspicion, and fear, as everyone wondered if the fire was started on purpose. The investigation began right away after rumors circulated throughout the town, and after determining that the fire originated in the kitchen, the Indiana State Fire Marshal changed the cause of the fire to arson 2 months later, after finding accelerants all over the house. Investigators refused to discuss the type of accelerants they found, and days later, the state police issued a contradicting report, which raised more questions. Further investigation revealed that accelerants were only found in one part of the house, indicating that the fire started in one location. The Indiana Fire Marshal's fire investigator assigned to the Floor House fire resigned, adding insult to injury. Investigator Dennis Randall did not provide an explanation for his resignation, but this move was suspicious. The private investigator's email to state police confirmed the concerns of many, saying in part that the press release statement regarding accelerants being found in multiple locations is absolutely not based on any evidence discovered at the scene during the investigation, and the investigator, Dennis Randall, was not performing a proper origin and cause investigation based on the current procedures of NFPA 921, 2016 edition, to express that opinion. Josh Ayers, Randall's boss prior to his resignation, was also Galen's landlord and president of the Flourtown Council. The resignation is bad news for Galen and her family, who think it will hinder the investigation and leave many questions unanswered. For example, could Randy's resignation hurt the chances of locking someone up for arson? It would be hard for a new investigator to take on the case with the same zeal. Will the small-town politics impede justice? The answer is not yet known, but if Galen's suspicions are correct, it would be another devastating blow to the case. It's been over 8 years since the incident, and there's no justice. They're focused on finding the arsonist. Doug Carter maintains that the fire was intentionally started and that someone who knew the family committed it. Carter also disclosed that detectives have traveled to Ohio, Kentucky, Illinois, and California for investigation. There is no justice, which leaves much to be desired, considering that the Delphi murders received more attention. Remember how Abby Williams and Libby German were killed on February 13, 2017? The police swung into action and arrested the suspect. Since then, Richard Allen has been arrested and sentenced to 130 years in prison. The arson case, ironically, is still unsolved. Police claim it is unfair to compare the two cases, saying that while they have over 80 tips regarding the homicide, they have very little information about the arson case. Is that the case, or are they concealing something? When reporters asked to speak with Deputy Yoder, the officer who was hospitalized following the fire, Carroll County Sheriff Toby Leesonby refused. Additionally, Leesonby declined to speak with Flora Fire Chief Todd Trent. When reporters contacted the lead investigator, he declined to comment. However, State Police Superintendent Doe Carter made a mysterious statement regarding the Flora investigation, saying, "There are a couple of pieces that we need, and those that know what those pieces are know what I mean, so I'll leave it at that." Why are the police keeping quiet? Is there something they're not telling the public while Flora residents wait for the police? It is unclear what her alleged drug use has to do with the investigation, but Galen's involvement in the fire is at the top of the list of rumors that have been circulating around town. Did the girl's mother intentionally set the house on fire? Here are the startling facts. On July 19, 2019, the Indiana State Police wrote to Galen Rose, stating that they wanted to talk about the fire and, as if that wasn't enough, that they offered her immunity over her alleged illegal drug activity. She maintains her innocence, and investigators have not named her as a suspect despite the fact that the letter was written 5 years ago. The police later expressed frustration over her lack of availability to speak to investigators, stating that she spoke to them 3 weeks after the fire with nothing concrete to further the case. When journalists attempted to clarify the offer for immunity, the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office declined to comment. They would not speak to anyone until after the investigation. Investigators also have another reason to suspect Galen. Documents filed as part of the investigation showed that on August 6, 2016, a policy was written for the house the girls lived in, with liability coverage of $392,882.00 and effective September 15 of that year. The documents included a home appraisal dated September 10, which was valued at $45.00. Policies are sometimes written based on a verbal conversation with the property owner, and the timing of the policy and the fire raises serious red flags. Was this a case of insurance fraud? Was the policy created to cash in like a lottery ticket? As the rumors persisted, Galen added a twist to the case. On August 25, 2022, She filed a federal lawsuit against her landlord Josh Ayers, his business partner Troy Helderman, and their company Birch Tree Holdings. Faith Alvarez, Galen's lawyer, told the court that there were no working smoke detectors outside each bedroom when she rented the apartment, despite Indiana law requiring them to be installed. She expressed urgent concerns to her landlord about the missing smoke detectors and the malfunctioning electrical outlets, but he did nothing to address the issue. According to the complaint, firefighters discovered one smoke detector without batteries. According to the lawsuit, Birch Tree Holdings and two landlords were to blame for the absence of functional fire detectors. To solve the mystery, Galen hired former ATF fire investigator Mike Vergon, who worked as a certified investigator for more than 15 years before launching his own firm. Before publishing his report, Vergon visited the house 3 times in 6 months and found one smoke detector without a battery. Determined to find the truth, Vergon combed through fire debris in the backyard but was unable to find any more smoke detectors, paid close attention to the kitchen, connecting the back porch, and then inspected the kitchen appliances. The most important information in the fire investigation came from a witness, Adam Ayers, a neighbor and one of the first responders on the morning of the fire, who was there minutes before the police arrived. Ayers told Vergon that he attempted to reach the stairway to the bedroom where the 4 girls slept, but smoke drove him back. His conclusions were unambiguous. The fire was not caused by an electrical malfunction. However, he detailed a 2-inch wide flame path from the back porch to the kitchen before he left the house. Only Ayers saw the ribbon of fire, and he assisted Vergon in concluding that it was a set fire, though Vergon acknowledged that the fire's purpose was not to harm the children. Following a series of back and forths, on September 6, 2023, both parties came to a settlement, which Josh Ayers' lawyer Jonathan Bond confirmed was reached, though the specifics are confidential. Both parties also agreed to demolish the building at 103 East Columbia Street. Flora residents gathered for a prayer vigil at the church across the street from the home the day after the fire, and after prayers, dozens of people dropped roses at the fire's side. Their cheer squad was also present, and they brought stuffed animals, balloons, and posters to honor the sisters. Allie Sheets, the cheerleading coach, accompanied her students to the vigil, recalling that the girls never stopped smiling and that she couldn't recall a moment when they weren't happy. All 4 of the girls were always helpful, joyful, and respectful. Jen Brobst, a librarian at Carroll Elementary, where the girls went to school, described the incident as surreal and said she still can't believe they're gone. She said the library became a counseling center days after they died. Liz Brobst, Kiana's friend and a Girl Scout, said she remembers Kiana for her positive attitude and happy spirit. Flora. Neighbors and residents also shared in their grief. For example, Fox, their next-door neighbor, experienced breathing difficulties following the fire. Her brother became ill, and her husband had to cancel work. The 27-year-old woman, who lived a few steps away from the house, witnessed smoke leaving the house and heard the girls and their mothers scream uncontrollably, which was the most heartbreaking thing she had ever heard. That night, Fox and her husband hurried out of their apartment, initially perplexed but later realizing it was smoke. Cassandra Hammond, whose business is across the street from the fire outbreak, was also impacted by the incident. It remains a sad reminder of what the girls went through that night, and Cassandra hopes the police find out the truth and that the girls will get justice. Then, all of a sudden, flames engulfed the house, leaving the couple helpless. Her brother thought about running into the house to help, but he gave way to emergency personnel. Eve Gibson, another Flora resident, buried her face in her hands and sobbed uncontrollably. Speaking about the investigation, she said that the town was wondering who might have started the fire and that a family member might have done it. The Flora community fears that the killer is among them. What if he targets another Floratown home? The welcoming community has a bench with the names and ages of the 6 girls engraved on it, and each year they get together to place flowers on the porch in remembrance. Galen claims she has been robbed, and she still calls on the public to help get justice for her babies. Authorities made a heartfelt plea to the community, asking them to provide vital information that could lead to the prosecution of suspects. We need people talking to people and people listening to other people and then reporting it appropriately. Police are offering a reward of up to $5,000, 0 cents, for information that leads to an arrest, and citizens can contribute to the reward fund by sending a check to the Indiana Department of Homeland Security making sure the memo line reads, "Flora Fire Reward." Galen Rose has since moved to California to recover, but that doesn't mean the girls are forgotten. Do you think the girls were involved in an accident or were arson victims? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. For Libby and Abigail, having a close friend meant having someone to rely on, and that remained true until their untimely deaths. One of Delphi's most terrifying mysteries over the years began when Libby and Abigail disappeared without a trace, only hours after she uploaded this picture to the internet. There have been unsettling rumors that the girls were sacrifices in a sinister cult, which detectives have surprisingly not completely ruled out. But did that actually occur, or did the murderer simply manage to remain undetected? Believe me, when we unearth every disturbing aspect of what transpired with these two best friends, this case will have you wondering about everything. We think the sketch you will see soon is of the individual who killed these two young girls, because of the fresh information and intelligence that have come to light over time. Everyone was on edge during a news conference in 2019. The unidentified murderer received a terrifying message from Doug Carter of the Indiana State Police, who stated that they were probably lurking in plain sight and assimilating into the town that had been rocked by one of its most horrific incidents. Now, we must go back 2 years to Monday, February 13, 2017, in order to comprehend the seriousness of his warning. As best friends, 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German, also called Libby, did everything together. They were thrilled to get a rare Monday off from school when they arrived to Libby's house that Sunday evening. Abby brought a box of art tools, and the two spent the evening throwing a softball around in the backyard and working on projects in Libby's room. Their creative zeal transformed into a desire for adventure by Monday afternoon. The girls decided to go to a nearby nature area next to the Manon High Bridge, a popular Delphi hangout. By 1:30 in the afternoon, they were dropped off close to the bridge after they persuaded Kelsey, Libby's older sister, to drive them there. The region was now a blend of serene charm and untamed beauty, with forested paths leading to the imposing Manon High Bridge. Despite being long abandoned, this historic railway bridge from 1891 continued to draw residents who came to take in the scenery, take pictures, and take in the tranquil mood. For two closest friends, it was the ideal place to explore, have fun, and create memories. However, what had begun that day as an enjoyable trip would quickly become a nightmare and a catastrophe that rocked Delphi to its foundations. Libby posted a picture of Abby cautiously traversing the ancient, weathered wooden planks of the Manon High Bridge on Snapchat at approximately 2:07 in the afternoon. Later that day, when Libby's father came to pick up the two best friends, the girls were nowhere to be seen, and that picture would prove to be their final known glimpse. Confusion initially, followed by increasing panic when their phones went unanswered. When Libby's father called their names and looked around, the only sound he heard was the silence of the forest. Asking if she had heard from the girls or if he was in the wrong place, he made contact with Kelsey. He wasn't, and neither had she. Fear set in. By dusk, the police were summoned, and what began as a family search swiftly expanded into a large communal effort. Locals joined in, calling for Abby and Libby as search teams searched the woods and trails around the bridge. There was no success in tracking down the females' cell phones. The residents said that as everyone in the neighborhood banded together to look for Abby and Libby, the night was filled with flashlights flickering in the woods like stars. Their relatives weren't believing it, while other individuals believed the girls might have simply gone out or were having a good time. The search was canceled just before midnight as the hours went by, and the police assured everyone that there was no proof the girls were in imminent danger and that the search would resume early the next day, February 14. Everyone continued to beg for a miracle and cling to optimism. Then, however, a startling revelation was made. Abby and Libby were located by one of the search team members, but it wasn't good. Less than a mile from where they had been dumped off the previous day, the bodies of the slain girls were found. Although the authorities were now concentrating on identifying the culprit, the identity of the murderer remained a secret for months, in spite of the numerous tips that came in. This tiny village of only 3,000 residents was completely upended. The community as a whole was shocked by the unthinkable notion that 2 young girls had been killed in broad daylight. Libby's own phone was one of the most important pieces of evidence. When Abby crossed the bridge, police found that Libby had been photographing her. She also recorded a man's voice and image as he walked along them in that video. Bridge Guy was the moniker given to the individual in the video. Authorities suspect this man of killing them. The officials posted still images from the video, not the entire thing but enough to potentially jog someone's memory, in an attempt to garner public assistance. Additionally, they drew a sketch of a man they saw on the route that day based on witness accounts. According to the description, the bridge guy was a white male with reddish-brown hair who was between 5'6" and 5'10" and weighed between 180 and 220 pounds. A man wearing blue pants, a blue jacket, and a hoodie was depicted in the hazy images. 2 illustrations that were based on eyewitness descriptions were also made public by the police. A younger man was depicted in one sketch and an elderly man in the other. The authorities published a clip of the man's voice heard saying, "Down the hill," in the tape that Libby had taken in an attempt to forward the case because no arrests had been made in spite of all of this. The purpose of this fresh evidence was to pique public curiosity and ideally lead to in an effort to keep the focus on identifying the culprit. The police at the time described the footage as originating from potential criminal behavior. Investigators also disclosed that they thought the murderer was either a resident of Del Fauci or knew the community well. Everyone was on edge since the killer knew the region, whether they worked there or had some other connection. They hoped that someone would identify the voice, the face, or the facts and assist solve the case completely. More than 2 years after Libby and Abby were discovered dead, in April 2019, law authorities held another high-profile press conference. SPS Superintendent Doug Carter directly appealed to the murderer during this conference, saying, "I know you're hiding in plain sight. I think you have a little conscience left," he continued, "and I can tell you that what they're going through now is not what you left them in those woods." Many persons had been connected to the case as possible suspects by this time, and the police had received numerous tips. Ron Logan was one of the names that surfaced first, but others matched the 2 sketches that the police had made public. He was an older man who lived in Delphi, Indiana, and his residence there had more to do with his involvement in the case than his age. Logan's farm was less than a mile away from the bodies of Libby and Abby, who were discovered a short stroll from the Monon High Bridge where the girls were last seen. That kind of closeness made Logan a highly desirable individual in a tiny community like Delphi. Logan had spent more than half a century living on a peaceful country road close to the path that led to the Monon High Bridge. It looked like the last place anything terrible like this could occur, because it was a quiet place where families frequently strolled. But after the girls' bodies were found, the environment became much darker and more ominous. Logan, meanwhile, did not exactly assist himself. He gave the cops a reasonably good alibi when the girls vanished, that he had been at an aquarium out of town. But then things started to go sideways. Logan was found to have asked a family member to tell a falsehood about where he was that day. That was a big warning sign. Why would he strive to hide his whereabouts if he had nothing to conceal? A month after the killings in March 2017, the FBI intervened, further complicating matters. Ronald Logan's home, garage, pickup truck, computers, and cell phones were all allowed to be searched by the FBI. The FBI agent explicitly stated that there was probable cause to believe in the warrant request. Evidence of Eve Logan's involvement in the killings was discovered on his property. The spy even described in full their suspicions about Logan's involvement. Before we get started, though, the request provided some previously unreleased information regarding the crime site. The FBI first verified that a piece of clothing was missing from one of the victims. Investigators discovered fibers and unidentifiable hairs at the crime scene, but no indications of a struggle or brawl were present. The bodies also seemed to have been staged and transported, even though just a few seconds of the notorious video had been made public. Until then, the agent verified that it was 43 seconds long by referring to it on Libby's phone. There were no obvious signs of a scuffle in the video, which showed the guy trailing the girls around the Monon High Bridge. Additional suspicious information was uncovered by the search warrant for Logan's property, which was situated directly adjacent to the scene of the girls' deaths. According to the FBI agent, Logan had instructed a family member to fabricate an alibi for the afternoon the girls vanished. Additionally, mobile tower data revealed that Logan's phone was in the vicinity of the girls' disappearance and, later that evening, close to the location where the remains were subsequently found. Additionally, Logan's former girlfriends came out with unsettling information regarding his actions. According to both, Logan had physically abused them. One lady said that Logan had threatened to kill her and that no one would ever locate her body. Additionally, the agent stated that the victims had lost a significant amount of blood, and it was highly likely that the murderer would have come into contact with blood on their person or clothing. The remains appeared to have been staged and transferred deliberately, and 2 items of clothing belonging to one of the females were missing. The agent conjectured that the murderer may have done something to commemorate the crime scene, such as taking a memento. Investigators searched Logan's property in the hopes of discovering something that would connect him to the killings. However, Logan persisted in claiming that he had been purchasing tropical fish in LA Fauci, which was 20 miles away, and that he hadn't returned home until 6:30 p.m. However, when authorities investigated his alibi, they discovered that his cousin, who was purportedly with him, had not supported his account. Actually, they were unable to verify any of Logan's alibi information. Nothing tangible was discovered to link Logan to the killings, even after a thorough search of his property was conducted as part of the investigation. He had a history of legal issues, including a prior DUI conviction, and he was prohibited from driving while on probation. Investigators thought it was the reason he had requested his relative to tell a falsehood on his behalf. Ironically, Logan was eventually arrested for probation violations, which had nothing to do with the Delphi killings. While he was in detention, investigators had the opportunity to inspect his property once more, but once more they were unable to find any concrete evidence connecting him to the crime. Logan's death from COVID-19 in 2020 marked the formal end of suspicions about him, although it didn't seem like it had ended yet. This time, another interesting individual was discovered. Keegan Anthony Klein is the man in question. Klein had a troubling history of online catfishing and was 30 years old at the time. Anthony Schatz was the username of one of his accounts. The narrative goes deeper, but police think that Anthony Schatz's Instagram account was used to ask underage girls for graphic photos. In fact, on the day of the killings, Klein was speaking with Libby German. Furthermore, he allegedly informed another girl that he was meant to meet Libby on that particular day. The uncanny coincidence that the last person to talk to Libby was an internet predator was difficult to overlook. Was it a stroke of luck? Or did Klein have some connection to the murderer? Was there any chance that he was somehow connected to the crime? His Peru, Indiana house was promptly searched by police. Even though Klein was never officially charged with the killings, the evidence they discovered in his house was sufficient to warrant significant charges. He was arrested on suspicion of child exploitation and possession of child pornography after detectives found explicit photographs of minors during the search. Christopher Cecil, an Indiana State Police officer, testified that Klein persuaded girls between the ages of 12 and 18 to email him pornographic images or videos by adopting false identities. 11 victims were identified by investigators, but they thought that even more had not. In a 2022 jailhouse interview, Klein came forward and acknowledged attempting to get obscene photos from young girls. However, he stated that he was really lonely and didn't really know why he did it, and that he never planned to meet any of them in person. Klein was given a 40-year prison term with 3 years suspended after entering a guilty plea to the charges. Even while his term served as a reminder of how serious his actions were, Abby and Libby's case remained unresolved. 5 years after the horrifying killings in 2022, many people worried that justice would never be served. The case appeared to have stalled for years. The neighborhood was becoming more and more irritated, and investigators were making little headway. Then, on October 26 of that year, everything changed when it was revealed that Richard Allen, 50, had been arrested and charged with Abby and Libby's murders. Richard Allen was not an unfamiliar or aloof person. He was a well-known figure in Delphi, a tiny town. He was married, had a daughter, and worked at the neighborhood CVS pharmacy. He had even produced tribute images for the families of the victims, which was shocking. How could someone with such a strong sense of community be able to commit such a horrible crime? Maybe, just maybe, what Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter had said 3 years prior had been frighteningly true. It was unthinkable. The murderer is right in front of you. Once seemingly unsolvable, the case was now taking an unexpected turn. Nobody had predicted how difficult it would be to solve this case. They were unable to find the murderer, despite nearly 6 years of ceaseless research, more than 70,000 tips, innumerable sketches of possible candidates, and even the well-known blurry footage from Libby's phone. The question of how investigators had overlooked Allen for so long arose as they eventually closed in on him. What caused this puzzle piece to take so long to fit together? It turns out that Richard Allen, a longtime Delphi resident, had put himself on the trail the day of the killings by dressing exactly like the bridge guy that witnesses had described. The reports of other witnesses who said they saw someone who looked like Richard on the route that day were even more terrifying. Investigators found an unused bullet at the crime scene that matched a gun owned by Richard Allen after one witness even claimed to have seen a man strolling down the street covered in bloodied and filthy clothing. He was directly linked to the crime by this important piece of evidence. Although Richard was arrested quickly, his defense team promptly issued a statement attempting to correct the public perception of their client and the current inquiry. I'll immediately quote a few of the defense's main points from their statement. In his entire life, 50-year-old Richard has never been arrested or charged with a crime. He is innocent, and he doesn't understand why he's been accused of these crimes. After Libby German and Abby Williams vanished, Rick called the police and willingly talked about being on the trail that day instead of the authorities contacting him. Rick wanted to help wherever he could, just like many others in Delphi. As he usually did, he called the police to inform them that he had gone on the route that day. If Rick hadn't come forward, they most likely wouldn't have even known he was on the trail. In order to provide information on his trip to the trail, Rick offered to meet with a conservation officer outside the neighborhood supermarket that day. Rick told the authorities that he did remember seeing 3 younger girls on the route that day in an attempt to help with the inquiry. His interactions with the girls were fleeting and unimportant. Rick thinks the conservation officer wrote notes on the video, but he cannot remember if his conversation with the officer was captured on it. The statement went on to say that after Rick gave him this information, he returned to his work at the neighborhood CVS and didn't hear from the police for over 5 years. Notepad was there when Rick spoke to him. In October 2022, around the time of a contentious sheriff's election, he received his next communication from police enforcement. Some found the timing a little strange. In addition, the defense team cited the fact that Richard had not moved or altered his appearance in the 5 years since he willingly spoke to the police, nor had he disposed of his clothes, pistols, or car. He instead went about his daily business, which the defense claimed was the conduct of an innocent man. But when disturbing information were uncovered in additional documents months later, things took even another unforeseen turn. According to the documents, Richard was accused of confessing to the killings more than once. According to reports, he made these admissions on the phone with his own mother, as well as his wife, Kathy. According to reports, Kathy would abruptly disconnect the call in each of these situations. Following these admissions, Richard's mental state quickly worsened. He stopped eating and sleeping, lost weight, and even damaged his tablet, his only means of communication with the outside world. He started acting out and doing strange things like eating his lawyer's legal documents. The case became even more sinister after this discovery. The defense said that these admissions were untrustworthy because they were made while Richard was in protective confinement, which caused severe mental strain. The judge denied the defense's request to transfer Richard to a different jail, citing the fact that he was being treated better than other prisoners in the same facility. However, the story thickened once again when the defense submitted an odd 136-page letter that blamed a group of people who practiced Odinism, a pagan Norse religion, rather than Richard Allen. According to the defense, these people were behind the killings. Throughout the memoranda, the defense cited a 2017 statement by an FBI agent that Abby and Libby's bodies seemed to have been staged and manipulated. The crime scene was mostly unknown before this. Only text messages purportedly sent by Abby's Uncle David had gone viral online, and no autopsy results had been made public. Details about the girls' bodies were disclosed in these texts. They were discovered touching but unbound close to one another. Libby was naked, with sticks and leaves covering the upper half of her body, while Abby was dressed. They had reportedly had their throats slit. The defense's assertion that Odinism rune-like symbols had been discovered at the crime scene was the most startling aspect of this recent development. By claiming that these symbols were left by members of this Odinist cult, they attempted to deflect attention from Richard and allude to a much more sinister and intricate story. The finding of Libby's body at the base of a tree was one of the most remarkable aspects. Her right arm was at her side, while her left arm was outstretched above her head, touching the tree. One enormous branch extended from her head to her legs, and many more were arranged above her in a purposeful design. The absence of blood near Libby's neck and tree, according to the defense, indicates that she might have been slain somewhere else before being transported. The body of Abby was discovered a few feet away, completely clothed, but wearing Libby's sweatshirt and jeans. The defense suggested that the suspected criminals had previously slain Abby and then made amends. Except for the area around her neck, there was not much blood on her clothing, despite her deadly neck wounds, suggesting that she made an effort to keep her body clean. The branches were arranged in an asterisk pattern on top of Abby, who was standing with her right knee bent under her left. Additionally, the defense pointed out that one of the branches looked to have been chopped precisely, indicating premeditation. Smaller sticks, like horns or antlers, were positioned over Abby's hair above her head. An additional disturbing feature was a red F-shaped smear on a neighboring tree that was identified as Libby's blood. According to the defense, this symbol was similar to the Norse rune and symbols which represent Odin. Additionally, they identified the Norse god of hail with the symbol Hagalaz that was discovered on Abby's body. According to the defense's theory, these runes implied a ceremonial purpose for the murders. The defense contested the prosecution's timetable, which implied that the killings had place in a brief period of time, arguing that it was not possible for a single person, especially one as diminutive as Richard Allen, to have carried out the killings by themselves. They questioned if the bullet found buried between the girls was located right away after the bodies were found, or if it was discovered days later, and how it was linked to a gun that belonged to Allen. The defense cited the link between Abby and Odinism, and contended that the murders took longer than one individual could complete in such a short period of time. The father of Abby's purported lover, B.H., had connections to Odinism and shared images on social media that mirrored the symbols discovered at the scene of the crime. Before information about the crime site was made public, the defense alleged that B.H. had mentioned it. The unsettling meme that B uploaded was also part of the theory. H, days after the killings, making jokes about keeping quiet and assisting with the body disposal. The defense said he acknowledged to being engaged in the killings and brought up another possible suspect. In addition, the defense claimed that a number of law enforcement personnel who were part of the inquiry secretly supported the Odinism idea but were silenced in order to concentrate on Allen. The defense contended that Allen's declining mental state while incarcerated might have resulted in forced confessions. They said he had been coerced into admitting by threats from Odinists serving as guards. They also claimed that, in order to get a search warrant for Allen's house, the lead investigator concealed important evidence. The destruction of evidence was brought up as another important concern. 70 days' worth of witness interviews, which could have been vital in the early phases of the inquiry, were allegedly destroyed, according to the defense. The defense became even more frustrated as they attempted to refute the prosecution's argument. The prosecution presented evidence to counter the defense's Odinism theory at a 3-day hearing in 2024. Although the expert was unable to identify the blood source, the prosecution put in a blood spatter expert who testified that the blood on the tree was a transfer stain rather than painted. Additionally, the defense contended that Allen's confessions, more than 60 in all, were forced and ought not to be allowed in court. They contended that Allen's rigorous treatment at a high-security facility had deteriorated his mental health, resulting in stress-induced psychosis. Numerous witnesses attested to Allen's worsening health, as well as his strange conduct and final admission of guilt for the killings. Additionally, according to testimony from a DNA specialist, Alan's DNA was not found at the crime scene, and none of the objects discovered at his house contained any traces of Libby or Abby's DNA. The .40 caliber bullet discovered close to the girls' deaths was the only significant piece of evidence that prosecutors focused on, even though his confession appeared to be a significant step toward resolving the case. The defense was not buying into the prosecution's expert's allegation that it matched Alan's gun, pointing out that insufficient pictures of the cartridge had been obtained, and even speculating that the bullet might have originated from a police officer's firearm. Many questioned the validity of this piece of evidence in light of that. Additionally, the prosecution put a lot of effort into connecting Alan to the terrifying bridge man. State Police Master Trooper Brian Harshman, who examined more than 700 of Alan's jail conversations, said that he believed the voice on the video and audio recordings that Libby made on her phone just before the girls were killed sounded like Alan. Despite the boldness of the declaration, several people were still skeptical. Then, on November 11, 2024, the time came. Only 1 month later, on December 20, 2024, Alan was found guilty on all counts. Judge Gall gave him a 130-year prison term, of which 65 years had to be served for the killings of the girls. In order to begin his sentence, he was consequently taken right away to the Westville prison. The problem is that there is still a significant division, even though some people were relieved to see justice done. Many people are wondering why it took 5 years for Alan to be linked to the case. The voices, the movies, and those doodles were there. Why, then, didn't someone look into Alan earlier? Furthermore, suspicions were heightened by the fact that his arrest occurred right before a sheriff's election. Was there more to the story, or was it all a coincidence? Serious discussions have been triggered by this. What are your thoughts? Was Alan the murderer, or do you believe Logan, the initial suspect, may have been involved? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The serene picture of Medicine Hat, Alberta was broken by the horrific story of the Richardson family murders. A 12-year-old girl named Jasmine Richardson was at the heart of this horrifying crime when she got involved in an illicit connection with Jeremy Stinky, a 23-year-old man with a dark fascination and a difficult past. This is the tale of how manipulation can spiral out of hand and how a rebellion can go horribly wrong. Tragically, lives are cut short. It serves as a sobering reminder of how quickly human nature's darker aspects can surface and how seemingly normal lives can conceal unimaginable suffering. They came up with a strategy together that will kill a whole family and leave the neighborhood in shock and grief. Why would a teenage girl and her much older lover carry out such a horrible act? In this sad instance, how can love, or what they thought was love, be so twisted as to devastate? We'll look at what preceded the killings, what happened after, and the unanswered questions that many who recall the Richardson family still have. Kids rode bikes, neighbors waved to one another, and weekend events included home barbecues and block parties in Medicine Hat, Alberta. Up until 2006, when a crime so heinous that it rocked the country and altered everything, it was the type of place where nothing ever appeared to go wrong. The Richardson family appeared to be the quintessential Medicine Hat, Alberta suburban family. In their town, the Richardson family was regarded as a close-knit and loving family. Mark Richardson was employed by the oil and gas sector. He worked in a challenging field, using his diligence to complete his work and provide a comfortable life for his family. He was just as committed to his work as he was to his loved ones. Deborah Richardson, his wife, was a stay-at-home mother. She was well liked by her friends and neighbors because of her friendly and welcoming demeanor. She made sure all of her 2 children's needs were met and volunteered at their school, showing a strong commitment to their lives. Different dynamics were introduced into the home by the couple's 2 children. At 8 years old, Jacob is the youngest, and what a genuine, vivacious, and carefree youngster he was. He enjoys playing with his pals. He enjoys sketching and spends hours watching his favorite cartoons. His innocence and newfound enthusiasm fill the Richardson family's house with laughter and happiness. Jacob is the kind of youngster that can make any space happier. Jasmine, The family's 12-year-old daughter was in a different period of life and attempting to deal with the challenges of puberty. She was figuring out who she was and pursuing independence, just like a lot of preteens. Jasmine was always intelligent and curious, but as she grew more drawn to the goth scene, her alterations were becoming more noticeable. Mark and Deborah started to worry about her dark clothes, alternative music, and edgy online forums, as she was slowly growing more reclusive and aggressive, pushing boundaries with her parents. They initially wrote it off as a phase, the typical manifestation of some adolescent rebellion. But Jasmine's increasingly abrasive demeanor and mood swings since then had led them to believe that something more than simple acting out was occurring. The Richardsons were and would remain a tight family, with Mark and Deborah making a concerted effort to give their kids a secure and caring environment, despite their concerns about Jasmine's behavioral changes. They believed that understanding and patience would finally help Jasmine turn her life around. To close the distance that appeared to be growing between their daughter and others, they established boundaries while attempting to promote candid conversation. The Richardson family appeared to be the epitome of suburban tranquility and the ideal family. Along with the typical highs and lows of family life, their home was a place of warmth and joy. However, tensions were subtly increasing beneath the surface. Jasmine's rebellion and independence led to arguments with her parents and a rift that would eventually have disastrous results. The innocence of what was about to happen was only enhanced by Jacob's joyful presence. The Richardson tragedy was rendered even more heartbreaking by his lighthearted nature and strong relationship with his family, as the narrative of this seemingly normal family would later come to light. A society was taken aback by fashion that no one could imagine, and the country was left in disbelief at a reality that scarcely looked plausible. When Jasmine Richardson met Jeremy Stinky, a 23-year-old guy who shared her interest in the goth subculture, her life took a dark turn. Mutual friends and online discussion boards centered around their common interests had brought the two together. Their bond quickly became intense, driven by a shared desire for illegal thrill-seeking and a fascination with life's darkest aspects. Jeremy's theatrical persona was what most appealed to Jasmine. His thick black eyeliner, black clothing, and bizarre claim that he was a 300-year-old werewolf made him incredibly enigmatic and, thus, captivating. Jeremy had a difficult past filled with constant bullying and neglect. His defiant persona, which exalted darkness and disregarded social conventions, was molded by his early encounters. In sharp contrast to her regimented suburban upbringing, he was intriguing and enigmatic to Jasmine. Despite the fact that Jeremy was far older than Jasmine and showed her a number of warning signs, their connection immediately became very heated. Soon, Jeremy would be more than simply a romantic interest. He became a confidant and rebellious ally. He listened to her complain about her parents and how they were misinterpreted, which fueled her growing sense of alienation from them and justified her displeasure with them. The more days went by, the more he controlled her. Mark and Deborah Richardson were appalled to learn that their daughter was seeing Jeremy. They were determined to safeguard their daughter, and while the age difference was unsettling in and of itself, they were even more alarmed by Jeremy's eerie demeanor and his control over Jasmine. They imposed stringent regulations, prohibited her from meeting Jeremy, and kept a close eye on everything she did. By taking these actions, Mark and Deborah intended to break the poisonous relationship and put Jasmine back on a healthier course. However, this just served to further distance them from their daughter. Jasmine's parents were portrayed as individuals who would hinder her journey to happiness, rather than discourage her during her adolescent rebellion. She became even closer to him as a result of their limitations, and the two began to adopt a risky mindset that saw Mark and Deborah as the ones who were trying to stop their freedom and love. As they fueled one another's animosity toward Jasmine's family, Jeremy's hold on her gradually deteriorated. Their shared obsession with gothic themes and defiance of social norms became a perverted excuse for their mounting disdain. They entered something even darker and more dangerous because they dreamed of a life unencumbered by all the restrictions imposed by Jasmine's house. An adolescent rebellion took a drastically different and more sinister course. Jasmine and Jeremy's awkward partnership was transformed into the very fuel for the fire that will startle the entire neighborhood and leave a scar on everyone who knows and interacts with the Richardsons. Because Jasmine's parents forbade it, the young couple had to communicate in secret. Their relationship was tumultuous, a kind of collective revolt that grew stronger in the darkness. They stayed in touch with one another without her parents knowing, thanks to instant internet chats, text messages, and emails. These covert conversations served as a breeding ground for Mark and Deborah Richardson's resentments and sinister dreams, which ultimately developed into a terrifying conspiracy. The combination of Jasmine's interest in rebelling and Jeremy's penchant for dramatic and dark language was the perfect combination to make things worse. By implying that her parents weren't resisting him because of an unfounded fear of losing their love, he gave her justification for being angry with them. The digital trail they left behind is a terrifying journey into collective delusions, where they started talking of eradicating those who stood in their path. As their discussions developed into actual murderous plots, what had started out as teenage venting quickly took a dark turn. One email discussion in particular sticks out as really unsettling. Jasmine is said to have written, "I have this plan. I kill them at the beginning, and I live with you at the end. Calm." "The ice," she said. Her tone made it clear that she was in a certain frame of mind. Instead of attempting to talk her out of it, Jeremy flung open his arms and embraced the notion that he was a willing collaborator who would do everything to be with her. His statements were a combination of intent and fantasy, as he boasted about his abilities to prepare and carry out murder. Through feeding on each other's darker thoughts, this shared delusion had developed and flourished with every exchange. Over the course of their lives, their fantasies evolved and grew stronger with each new experience. They soon became so large that their idea appeared to be very much a reality. Timing and the steps the females would take to carry out their gloomy intentions were discussed after methods. Jeremy remained loyal to himself, incorporating his love of violence and gothic motifs into his identity. In a terrifying prelude to the terrible events involving this couple, he armed himself with a knife. The idea of killing Jasmine's family had been thoroughly planned out, and the pair had convinced themselves that it would finally release them from power. It was scheduled for April 20th, 2006. That day would be the start of their lives together, in their warped imaginations. They planned to murder the Richardson family that night, which would release Jasmine from the things she believed were controlling her and allow her to live freely with Jeremy. The extent to which they had descended into their shared fantasy is brought into stark relief by the finality and resolve of their preparation. The terrible nature of their objectives became increasingly apparent as the day drew near. Something unthinkably dark had emerged from a relationship that had appeared to be based on the normal anxiety of a youngster yearning for freedom. April 22 would be the end of the Richardson family's typical suburban life, but it would also mean the loss of everything they had created together. A terrible tragedy, brought on by toxic and illusory love. The evening of April 22, 2006 was unusually quiet at the Richardson home. Mark and Deborah Richardson were inside getting settled for a normal evening, unaware of the horror that would shortly overtake them. Before long, their once joyful family home, filled with laughter and the typical noises of daily life, would turn into a butchery outdoors. When the horror started, 12-year-old Jasmine Richardson was waiting for Jeremy Stinky, who was armed and determined to carry out a horrifying plan that had been secretly plotted outside the house. With his firearm ready and his goal clearly visible, Jeremy entered the house. Deborah, the family matriarch, was the first person he interacted with. She used all of her strength to fight back after comprehending the threat that was in front of her. Her maternal instinct demanded that she take every precaution to protect her family. Although the struggle was desperate, Jeremy's assault was vicious and unrelenting. Deborah bravely struggled, but she was no match for his savagery. Mark was awakened by the ruckus and hurried to assist his wife. When he discovered her being attacked, he attempted to stop it, but Jeremy's onslaught was equally vicious. Even with all of his power and resolve, Mark was unable to withstand the intensity of the attack, and was also defeated by Jeremy's unrelenting brutality. The Richardson family was plunged into disarray and grief after both parents passed away in such a horrifying way. Frightened and confused, 8-year-old Jacob hid in his bed throughout the confusion, holding on to everything he could find to soothe him. The small youngster may have been unable to comprehend the noises of violence and perhaps assumed that he would be saved by keeping quiet, but there was absolutely no mercy from Jeremy. In an act so senseless and vicious that it brought out the night's depravity, he sought down Jacob and killed the small kid. According to witnesses and subsequent investigators, Jasmine either actively helped Jeremy kill Jacob or, at the absolute least, made it possible for him to do so. The breadth of her involvement made an already unthinkable atrocity much more horrifying. The Richardson residence was a scene of unspeakable destruction by the time the bloodshed had ceased. Blood covered the walls and floors, and the house fell into an odd hush and stillness. In just a few hours, the home that had once been a place of love and warmth was turned into a terrifying place. Even seasoned investigators were taken aback by the crime's extreme savagery. Jasmine and Jeremy were shaken by the killings and fled, leaving behind the broken remains of a family in their wake. Along with any pretense of routine and communal safety, 3 lives were snatched from people who had every right to live them. The Richardson family went from being a representation of suburban stability to becoming the focus of disaster and a warning to everyone who knew them. With so many unanswered concerns and a general sense of loss creeping in, it was to be a threshold, a night of darkness that marked the end of the world. The following morning, a youngster arrived to the Richardson residence to play with his closest friend, Jacob, upsetting the tranquility of this peaceful suburban community. When he rang the front doorbell and no one responded, his curiosity overcame him and he looked through a window, where he saw the bloodied bodies of Mark and Deborah Richardson lying still. This sight would haunt him for the rest of his life. For anyone, much less a child, the sight was horrifying and unreal. He ran away in terror to rouse his parents, who called the police right away. When authorities arrived at the Richardson residence, they discovered an unimaginable amount of bloodshed. The floor and walls were covered in blood. The horrific violence that had occurred that evening was depicted in the graphic images. The bodies of Mark and Deborah were discovered in the living room when the cops proceeded into the house, and Jacob, an 8-year-old kid, was discovered dead on the floor of his bedroom. Even seasoned officers were stunned by the crime's severity. At first, there were concerns of kidnapping. Because 12-year-old Jasmine was absent, the killer may have abducted her, according to the police, making her another victim of that horrible act. As authorities rushed to piece together what had transpired, an Amber Alert was contemplated. However, when they searched the area for proof, their suspicions started to change. A far more sinister and unsettling picture was painted by the discovery of Jasmine's belongings, which included unsettling messages she had exchanged with an older man named Jeremy Stinky. As the investigators dug deeper, they discovered more emails, social media posts, and text messages between Jasmine and Jeremy that hinted at their evil scheme. They had talked about their shared murderous desires and their scheme to murder everybody who stood in their way. The fact that Jasmine was an active co-conspirator and not a victim became even more clear. Jasmine and Jeremy, meantime, had traveled a few miles to a town to hide from the police after leaving the crime scene. They took refuge in a friend's house, where the friend was unaware of the murders. Later, locals said that the pair was continuing their lives as if nothing had occurred. They were captured on camera, kissing, holding hands, and laughing. Their reckless behavior was a terrifying example of their disinterest in the horrors they had perpetrated. Their lack of regret was the most disturbing. The distorted dynamic between these two was further highlighted by this fact. Their covert efforts were short-lived. Police found them within 24 hours, using evidence from the crime site and witness accounts. Their heartless scheme came to a startling halt when the pair was taken into custody. In the view of the community, the fact that Jasmine was implicated gave a further dimension to an already tragic and unexplained event. The narrative of the Richardson murders, whose terrifying evidence demonstrated how quickly innocence may turn to evil, never ceased to captivate and horrify people. As one of the most unsettling criminal cases in recent decades, the trial that followed the horrific killings of Jasmine's family members garnered worldwide attention. It sparked a series of discussions about the nature of juvenile involvement in violent crimes and the adult's role in influencing children. The Youth Criminal Justice Act was used to try Jasmine, who was just 12 years old when the crimes occurred. Due to her age, she is entitled to specific safeguards under this statute. Nevertheless, she was tried in a court of law for her actions, just like any other adult. Due to his age of 23, Jeremy was also tried as an adult and was subject to the full force of the law. The trial's prosecutors presented a terrifying account of the twisted bond between Jasmine and Jeremy, presenting a picture of a young child who was more than merely a willing accomplice in the vicious plot and preparation that led to the horrific killing. The prosecution explained how Jeremy had coldly controlled Jasmine and used that power to persuade her to assist in the killings of her own family members. The killings had been graphic in their details, they said, and prosecutors maintained that this was a case of deliberate murder rather than some random act of violence. Even if little Jasmine was fully aware of the gravity of her actions and shared equal culpability for them. The defense side, on the other hand, made an effort to highlight Jasmine's vulnerability at the age of 12 and contended that an older, more seasoned person like Jeremy could easily sway her. According to their claims, Jasmine was brainwashed and coerced into carrying out the killings. As a result, she was unable to fully comprehend the seriousness of her actions or what she was doing. According to the defense, Jeremy was a cunning person who had taken advantage of Jasmine's emotional immaturity and gullibility to gain her trust and carry out his own nefarious schemes. They asked the court to consider her age and the very probable possibility that she had been misled and was unable to make her own decisions. The evidence against both defendants grew throughout the trial. Witness accounts, forensic data, and a thorough examination of the couple's relationship revealed a pattern of Jeremy's dominance and manipulation. The jury was not persuaded that Jasmine's involvement in the killings involved more than merely being influenced by someone else, notwithstanding the defense of brainwashing. There was no question that she was criminally culpable for the killings because she had actively participated in their planning, execution, and aftermath. The court finally rendered its decision, finding Jasmine guilty on 3 counts of first-degree murder. Her crimes were far too serious to be given a light punishment, even though her young had to be taken into account while determining her sentence. As a result, she received the harshest punishment imaginable for a minor, 10 years in a juvenile detention center, which included 4 years in a mental health facility and 4 years of conditional supervision. Jeremy, meanwhile, received the harshest punishment imaginable, 3 consecutive life sentences with no possibility of release for 25 years. In many respects, the punishment reflected the horrible nature of the crimes, but it also highlighted how crucial Jeremy was to the whole situation, entangling the other 2 through his deceitful tactics. In order to preserve her privacy and assist her in acclimating to life outside the facility, Jasmine was granted total anonymity upon her release in 2016. According to reports, she has begun over under a different identity, away from the scrutiny of the public that had followed her case for years. Her release signaled the conclusion of a legal journey that had garnered national attention and sparked intense discussion. To many, her case represents redemption and rehabilitation, and appealed to the potential for reform by young offenders under the right conditions. Supporters note out that she served her entire term, spent time in a mental health facility, and successfully fulfilled all conditional supervision conditions. For them, she serves as an example of how the legal system can grant second chances, particularly to young people who may have been persuaded or otherwise influenced to conduct horrible crimes. However, some would disagree. They believe that granting Jasmine a new name and another opportunity to live a regular life does not enough make up for the seriousness of her crimes. They question whether the family whose members' lives she brutally ended ever received justice. Her anonymity felt like a shield from responsibility, and detractors believed it created a negative precedent and diminished the gravity of her actions. It supports a more thorough discussion about the inequity of youth rehabilitative opportunities. In the debate over the morality and practicality of sentencing adolescents for violent crimes, her case is frequently used as an example to illustrate how to find a balance between protecting vulnerable criminals on the one hand and providing justice for the victims on the other. Jeremy may be the subject of this story, but he is still behind bars, serving the majority of his sentence, 3 life sentences, with no possibility of release for 25 years. One significant difference between Jeremy's case and Jasmine's is that Jeremy has always been the aggressor in these terrible incidents because his identity has never been hidden. COVID has frequently been explained by his involvement in the crime, a relationship that appears to degenerate into an unexplainable downward spiral. Jeremy's impact on Jasmine, his history, and his motivations have all been the focus of media scrutiny and psychological research. His narrative will always serve as a reminder to provide an example of the worst that may occur, when dysfunctional dynamics and unchecked manipulation are allowed to lead to unimaginable acts of brutality. For many, Jeremy represents the negative aspects of relationships, where respect and trust are replaced by control and manipulation. Some people believe that his continued confinement protects him from hurting other people. However, his situation does raise issues about how much more could have been done to aid with mental health interventions, and what society's obligations are in attempting to stop these kinds of acts before they become tragic. In summary, the Jasmine and Jerry case remained relevant and functioned as social study on the issues of justice, criminality, and human behavior. Their case went on to highlight the intricacy of criminal justice, particularly for young people, and how startling it was to be reminded of the long-lasting effects of unhealthy relationships and violence. The killings of the Richardson family serve as a chilling reminder of how swiftly and unpredictably a seemingly normal life may devolve into unimaginably horrific catastrophe. This is a very unsettling case, exposes us to difficult problems and highlights the negative aspects of human relationships, love, and manipulation. Thin Veneer highlights how poisonous, dangerous relationships may have disastrous outcomes, even in families that seem secure and caring at first glance. Even now, people all around the world are still affected by the case of Jasmine Richardson and Jeremy Stanke, which rocked Medicine Hat, Alberta to its core. However, the particularly horrific nature of the killings and the young youth of those responsible were what truly made this case unique. Jasmine was just 12 years old at the time, and few incidents in Canadian real crime history have affected people so profoundly. It touched with extremely challenging issues of responsibility, rehabilitation, and justice, while also exposing young people's susceptibilities to manipulation. The killings are more than just a depressing chapter in Medicine Hat's history. They serve as a spectral reminder of how brittle trust can be and how disastrous the fallout can be when it is betrayed. Years later, the story continues to elicit fury that extends well beyond the town's boundaries, captivating and unsettled everyone who hears about it. The killings of the Richardson family bring to light the intricacies of human nature and the profound effects that violence has on people, families, and society. The killings of the Richardson family serve as a prime example of the myriad complexities of human nature and the extent to which violence may affect individuals, families, and society. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A violent crime shocked Los Angeles on October 29, 1990. In a garbage can, the mutilated body of William Newton, a 25-year-old gay adult video performer, was found. Authorities tried their hardest, but they were unable to solve the murder case. However, a few years later, a group of amateur investigators set out on a mission to find justice by being persistent and resolute. The murderer, who had been hiding in plain sight the entire time, was finally exposed by these detectives. What caused the ruthless disfigurement of Newton's body, and who exactly killed him? Today, we'll examine a cold case that dates back 33 years and was resolved in 2023 because to a podcast, so let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. The city of Los Angeles, a thriving metropolis in Southern California, will be the subject of today's case. It is well known for its star-studded walkways, famed Hollywood sign, and gorgeous beaches. With its internationally recognized museums, theaters, and music venues, Los Angeles is also a center for the arts and entertainment sector. This vibrant city offers something for everyone, from mouth-watering cuisine to booming fashion and technological sectors. On July 26, 1965, William Newton was born in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Richard Harriman was his dad. Oliver Michelle, Newton's half-sister, was born 6 months after Newton was born, and his parents were not wed. The two siblings couldn't be separated. Newton developed a love for art as a child and often used his leisure time to write creatively. His imagination went wild, and his poetry reflected his soul. He loved to read and dreamed of the day when he could tell the world his own stories. Newton was a young man of great intelligence. Richard once spoke about his son to the media. The majority of Newton's early years were spent in the city where he was born. He He went to elementary and middle school there. Following his graduation from middle school, he and his mother, whose name is unknown, moved to Ladysmith, a city in Wisconsin. Newton found the surroundings change all too abrupt, but he gradually grew accustomed to it. But before his mother started discussing moving again, Newton was only able to finish his first year of high school in the new city. They relocated to the city of Oklahoma this time. This occurred in 1980. Newton quickly became weary of the seemingly never-ending cycle of traveling from one location to another and wished for greater stability. He then packed his things and went down to visit his father, Richard, one day. At the age of 16, he had already decided to live with his father. He was sure he would put his arms around him. That proved not to be the case, though. Instead of the kind greeting he had expected, he received a startling reception when he arrived at Richard's house in Eau Claire. Richard slammed the door shut in his face and refused to let him in after being instructed to leave. Newton was left devastated and defeated by the cold treatment, which was a sharp contrast to what he had anticipated. However, something within of him changed at that precise moment. He bravely decided to go out on his own, accepting his independence. Newton would travel the United States over the following 3 years. He resided in Oklahoma, among other places, where he met Terry Elliott, with whom he began a romantic relationship. Newton also found that he was passionate about makeup and beauty. Therefore, he made the decision to pursue this as a career by training to be a professional beautician. In just a few months, he obtained his beautician license after learning everything there is to know about skincare, makeup, and the newest trends in beauty. He started a new life in Los Angeles after relocating there in 1984. He didn't have to wait long for job prospects to present themselves, despite the difficulties that came with establishing a new life in a new city. Equipped with his extensive knowledge and experience, he attracted the attention of a music video production firm right away. They soon employed him as a choreographer and beautician. Additionally, Newton started working at the Hollywood Spa, a gay bathhouse. He met a man named David Ray at the spa one fateful night, and he immediately warmed up to him. David had been in town to serve as a judge for a homosexual magazine's beauty pageant. Their encounter marked the beginning of Newton's unexpected and novel voyage. Gay adult flicks were David's specialty as an adult filmmaker. After recognizing Newton's talent, David mentored him, exposing him to the business and helping him get parts in a number of his films. Eventually, the economic relationship between Newton and David developed into a love one. The two decided to start their own adult film firm, London Ray Productions. After forming a partnership in 1987, Newton joined the organization and brought his experience as a makeup artist, stage designer, and film producer to the table. In addition to acting in a number of films under the names Billy London and Billy Porter, he produced pictures under the pseudonym Bill E. London. Their flat was frequently used for movie shoots, and Newton would redecorate the rooms to give the impression that they were in different places. Newton and David started living life in the fast lane as their money started to come in. When they weren't working on a film, they would spend their evenings using drugs and going out to clubs. They settled into this way of life, which they would maintain for many years. The couple's relationship soured in 1990, and they started living apart. Newton made the decision to temporarily relocate to Las Vegas, where his sister Michelle was living at the time, since he thought that he had had enough of Los Angeles and that he needed a change of scenery. He had had enough of Los Angeles. Michelle, Newton's sister, remembers that Newton simply needed a mental health vacation. In addition to providing him with something novel and thrilling, Las Vegas would also provide him the opportunity to see his mother, who at the time intended to move to the area. Now that everything was in place, Newton started to count down the days until his trip to Las Vegas. But destiny had a different idea. Newton went to Rage nightclub, a well-known club in Los Angeles, on the evening of October 28, 1990. He walked over to his favorite spot in the club and sat down to watch the people having a good time around him. Newton soon began to feel the beat and joined in on the fun. He lost himself in the thrill of the evening after taking a few drinks and letting loose. The hours passed quickly, and before long, he knew it was time to return home. As he stood up to go, it was immediately apparent to anyone who happened to catch sight of him that he was drunk. He found his way to the exit and walked out of the building. No one would ever see him alive again after that. Unaware of a murder that would frighten many, the majority of Los Angeles citizens went about their everyday lives as the week started on a Monday morning. The same morning, A homeless individual looked through dumpsters in an alley just behind Santa Monica Boulevard in search of food or trash. He received the shock of his life when he opened a specific dumpster. A human head was sitting in the center of the rubbish, staring back at him. The homeless man could see a pair of feet that had been haphazardly put next to the head, but the remainder of the body was nowhere to be seen. In terror, the man closed the dumpster since it was just too much for him to process. He promptly sounded an alarm, warning others of the disgusting discovery, and police officers soon arrived on the scene in their cars. Newton was quickly identified as the individual whose head had been severed and found in the bin. One of the first cops to reach the site on the day of the murder was retired Detective Wendy Burnt, who was deeply disturbed by the murder's savagery. "It was just so heinous in my mind that something like this could happen," Wendy stated. Newton had methamphetamine, a detective drug, in his system prior to his death, according to the results of his autopsy. Additionally, there was proof that he had been strangled before, to being decapitated. Detectives started looking into what had happened to Newton and how he got into this condition right away. Wendy was in charge of the team of investigators assigned to the case, and she made sure to give it her all. "It was a murder that I felt was my responsibility to solve, so I put everything into this case," Wendy stated. Detectives investigated every tip that came in over the months following the murder, but none of them turned up any useful information. Newton's killer and the location of the rest of his body were unknown. The investigation finally went cold since detectives had nothing concrete to work with for a long period. 15 years after the murder in 2005, the Los Angeles Police Department said that they were working on a reinvestigation of the case. However, nothing significant came of the examination and the case was closed. The case then returned to the press at the end of 2006. The following year, the Los Angeles Police Department had neglected his son's murder case and could have done much more to try to solve it, according to a reporter named Mickey Ski, who said that Newton's father had contacted him this time. In response to this charge, the LAPD issued a statement informing the public that they were still working on the case and were making every effort to find a solution. Richard, however, never saw justice for the murder of his son. On May 3, 2011, he died at home at the age of 65. Authors Christopher Rice and Eric Shaw Quinn, who were best friends, became fascinated with Newton's murder around 2022. After reading an article about the case from an adult entertainment journalist, Christopher had become aware of it, and it had stuck in his head ever since. In addition, Christopher and Eric co-host The Dinner Party Show, a podcast they started in 2012. As it occurred, Christopher chose to bring up his interest in Newton's murder during one of the podcast episodes, expressing how intrigued he was by the fact that there had never been an arrest and no leads in the case had been made public. He ended by requesting useful information about the case from the audience. In their subsequent podcast episode, which aired 2 months later, Christopher and Eric discussed some of the new information they had discovered since their previous discussion of Newton's death. Christopher claims that he was contacted by an unnamed man who claimed to have crucial information regarding the murder case. The man told Christopher that the night before Newton was discovered dead in a garbage, he had seen him at Rage nightclub. He asserted, however, that Newton had not left the club by himself, but had instead been with a man who bore a striking resemblance to notorious serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer. Christopher learned that Dahmer was a serial killer who killed 17 men and boys in the Milwaukee region between the late 1970s and the early 1990s, when he conducted a background investigation on him. However, Dahmer was apprehended by the authorities in 1991, a year after Newton's horrific murder, and was given 15 consecutive life terms. Without a doubt, Dahmer's profile matched that of a person who might have killed Newton. But since Dahmer was already deceased, there was no way to verify this. In November 1994, a fellow prisoner attacked him and beat him to death. Christopher maintained his optimism that someone with more information would come forward, after outlining in the podcast what he had learned about Newton's murder and its potential link to Dahmer. Detective John Lamberti of the Los Angeles Police Department started to get interested in this case about the same time, in 2012. He was astounded by the amount of effort his predecessors had put into solving the murder after reviewing all the documents they had on the subject. Detective Lamberti told reporters, "They looked into this case like crazy." Lamberti also started to examine every aspect of the case more carefully, taking into account all of the earlier research that had been done on it. He looked up Newton's name on Google as one of his first actions. He found the episode of Christopher and Eric's podcast in the search result, where they discussed Newton's murder and made assumptions about Dahmer's involvement. Detective Lamberti became interested in the case after clicking on it and hearing what the two individuals had to say. Sometime after this, he contacted Eric and Christopher to arrange a meeting. The three men discussed what they knew about the case in detail and exchanged information during this encounter. An alliance was established right away, and their shared objective was to find a permanent solution to the matter. In the midst of all of this, documentary filmmaker Rachel Mason had also become fixated on the case and was working on her own covert investigation. It was by chance that she had discovered Newton's murder. She was working on a documentary about Circus of Books, an adult bookshop and gay adult materials store back in 2017. She visited Mike Szymanski, a local writer and activist, in search of reliable material for the documentary. Mike had consented to let her browse through his old collection of pictures from West Hollywood. During the search, he and Rachel were looking through one of his notebooks when a fragile newspaper story from 1990 dropped out and drew Rachel's attention. The article discussed Newton's murder and how the police were unable to identify the perpetrator. Mike happily gave Rachel all the information he knew about the enigmatic murder when she asked him right away what it was all about. The story she heard captivated her. She didn't give it much thought, though. She then proceeded to work on the Circus of Books movie, and as soon as it was over, she began looking for a new project to work on. During this time, she remembered the account of Newton's murder that she had heard from Mike. She gradually became enthralled with it and couldn't get it off her mind. She looked more closely as a result, and she started looking into the matter. Rachel was resolved to learn as much as she possibly could. In order to do this, she decided to approach the public for any advice or insights they might have. That's when she got a reply from Sherman Oaks resident Clark Williams, a gay, stay-at-home father. Like Newton, Williams was raised in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Because of this, he thought he could help Rachel complete the details of Newton's life. Rachel was excited about the new development, since he had a unique viewpoint on what it was like to grow up in Eau Claire. She pondered whether she had at last found someone who could help her unravel the riddle surrounding Newton's childhood. She eagerly set up a meeting with Williams to find out and hear his thoughts. She learned at the discussion that it was while perusing a Facebook page that Williams first learned about Newton's murder. When he happened onto a specific post concerning the 1990 murder, he was instantly drawn to it. He was startled by how much his upbringing resembled Newton's as he read the specifics. He was unable to stop thinking about the case after that and made the decision to act alone. Something was propelling me, moving me to just get involved in whatever capacity that I could, Williams stated. What I really wanted to do was to help tell Billy's story because I think he reflected the lives of so many young gay men and teenagers who came up in that time. He continued. He developed a greater interest in the murder once he got to know Rachel and told her everything he knew. Detective Lamberti eventually learned that Rachel and Williams were also interested in the investigation, and he quickly included them. Williams used every spare moment to try to solve the case as closely as possible. Soon later, he found out about Rick Pashy, a local amateur detective who had spent a significant amount of his time and effort trying to solve the murder of Newton after it had already happened. During the first inquiry, Rick had also collaborated closely with Wendy, a retired investigator. Williams was disappointed to learn that there was no way to contact Rick because he was long dead, but because, to his extensive and persistent research, he was able to learn some other crucial information about Rick, including the fact that he was a gay adult film producer going by the name Richard Lawrence, in addition to owning and operating a skate store in West Hollywood. Given that Rick and Newton had been employed in the same field at the same time, Williams knew he needed to identify the connection between them. Williams started carefully going over Rick's movie credits to find the identities of the actors, producers, and editors. He wanted to find everyone who might still be alive so they could tell their story. The films he prioritized had been made in the immediate aftermath of Newton's murder. He was particularly interested in one movie. The Devil and Danny Webster, as it was called, had debuted Billy Houston, a young, talented actor. Williams took a particular interest in Billy right on and started learning everything he could about him. Upon more investigation, he learned that Billy's true identity was Darrell Lynn Madden and that he was incarcerated for the life term for the killings of two men. Williams learned that Darrow confessed to the authorities about his crimes after being apprehended, claiming that he and another man named Bradley Qualls were responsible for the initial offense. On the day of the event, Bradley and Darrow had gone out with a dark plan to kidnap a gay guy in order to introduce Bradley into a white supremacist gang called Chaos Squad Skinheads. They eagerly waited for an unfortunate person to walk by. Unfortunately, a man by the name of Stephen Domer fell into their carefully set trap. Bradley and Darrow both enticed their victim to a remote location, bound him in their own car, and then took him on a ride. The poor man begged, but in the end, he was strangled to death with a coat hanger. The two men then disposed of the body in a nearby creek after realizing they had killed him. In a surprising turn of events, Darrow later shot Bradley, his accomplice, for an unspecified reason before running away. However, he was caught by the authorities after being unable to hide for very long. All of this had taken place in Oklahoma City. When Williams learned all of this, he continued. As he continued, he soon learned that Darrow had been interviewed for a book called American Honor Killings. Williams decided to try to obtain the book since he felt it had more potentially significant material. After what seemed like an eternity of waiting, he finally received the book that he had ordered online. He started reading right away, and as he turned the pages, he was astounded by what he saw. In the book, Darrow not only discussed killing Stephen, but he also discussed another murder that occurred in Los Angeles. He did not, however, elaborate on that specific occurrence. Williams was both astonished and thrilled by the startling discovery. He was aware that he was right. Darrow had admitted to killing someone in Los Angeles, the same city where Newton had been murdered. Williams was convinced that Newton was the person Darrow had mentioned, but just to be sure, he made the decision to contact Detective Lamberti and tell him all he had learned. Lamberti didn't waste any time in getting to work. He checked Darrow's background. He was shocked to learn that Newton's body had been recovered on Santa Monica Boulevard, which was also the location of the gay adult movie production firm Darrow had worked for. The detective went to see Darrow in order to question him, because he realized it was all too coincidental. Therefore, Detective Lamberti and Detective Tamara Maez went to Oklahoma on January 4th, where Darrow was incarcerated for his offenses. They were shocked to learn that Darrow had changed her name to Daryl Lynn and was now an Orthodox Jew and a proud transsexual lady. There was a flurry of excitement in the air as Lamberti and Maez sat opposite Daryl Lynn, who sat with a poised assurance, prepared to respond to whatever queries the two investigators might have. They questioned Daryl Lynn about Newton's murder during their meeting, and to their surprise, Daryl knew right away who they were referring to. According to Daryl Lynn, he and two of his friends had spotted Newton strolling down the street the day of his murder. They thought Newton would be an easy target for a robbery because he had looked drunk. Things took a turn for the worse after he was kidnapped. It had concluded with Newton being strangled to death, Daryl Lynn admitted. When Daryl Lynn finished his story, Detective Lamberti and his colleague were in complete disbelief. Their ears were almost unbelievable. They then inquired as to how and why Newton's body had been disfigured, to which Daryl Lynn denied any involvement. Newton's body was left with his two pals after they killed him, Daryl Lynn informed them. Daryl Lynn will not provide the names of the two accomplices when questioned about their identities. In the days that followed, Detective Lamberti went to the office of LA County District Attorney George Gascon and made a compelling case against Daryl. To their dismay, however, Gascon's office declared that they would not be charging him since the evidence was insufficient. However, Lamberti and the other team members who had been working on the case non-stop were ecstatic that it had been solved at last. In addition, Michelle was appreciative of the investigators' commitment to the investigation and the sense of closure they provided her with by resolving it. For more than 30 years, the brutal murder of Newton rocked the metropolis of Los Angeles. There is a sense of justice served when one considers that his killer has finally been found and is in prison. The location of the remainder of his body, however, remains a mystery and might potentially haunt the community for years to come. What do you suppose happened to the rest of Newton's body, and who do you think disfigured it? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Torturing a child while her parents looked on helplessly is an act of pure cruelty that is beyond description. Killing a whole family is a terrible thing in and of itself. In 1996, this became the main motivation for the whole Pope County Sheriff's Office in Arkansas. Without a doubt, what began as an unimaginable, heinous act would soon reveal an even more sinister network of secrets connected to one horrifying entity: white supremacy. This is one of the most brutal and unsettling incidents we've ever discussed on the channel, and it raises a crucial question. How can such a perverse thinking lead to such callous violence? Let's now examine the victims, the Mueller family, in greater detail before attempting to respond to that question. To begin with, the Muellers were not your typical family. A large portion of their world was characterized by their passion for firearms. William Mueller, the father, was more than just an avid collector. He was a certified gun dealer and a federal firearms licensee. His life was centered around guns, selling, purchasing, and even using them. Yet he was also a self-employed electrician. He was married to Nancy, and the two of them reared their only kid, Sarah, who is 8 years old. She was the center of their universe, and they loved her dearly. Sarah was homeschooled by William and Nancy in the small, close-knit community of Tilly, Arkansas. Gun shows were a common weekend pastime that only strengthened their bond as a family. Therefore, it should come as no surprise that their house was crammed with guns, ammo, and a sizable cash reserve. It was the ideal location for a theft, because of all that precious loot that was just sitting there. And that is precisely what happened in 1995. Unbelievably, a family acquaintance named Kirby Kehoe broke into the Mueller residence. He took money and firearms. The Mueller family, however, didn't let this setback deter them. The heist didn't halt their love of guns or their business. Now, remember this robbery, as it will be important to the subsequent inquiry. Let's go ahead to January 1996. The Mueller family was out of the house, most likely enjoying some time together, but they had no idea that two creatures were lurking in the shadows, preparing to attack them as soon as they entered. These two men confronted the Muellers as soon as they stepped inside. Don't be deceived by the fact that they were dressed like FBI agents. These were not genuine men. They were fakes. They immediately tied the family to chairs, and when 52-year-old William Mueller refused to comply, the situation took a horrifying turn. The family was split up by the intruders, who then started torturing them. While questioning, they exerted every effort to get the Muellers to speak, but when the parents refused to cooperate, they focused on 8-year-old Sarah. It gets to this point, it's really cool. One of the men shocked Sarah with an electric cattle prod to get her to talk as she was being questioned about the family's wealth and where they stored their cash and jewels. Even while it wouldn't be enough to kill someone, the anguish is unbearable, particularly for a little child like Sarah. They discovered guns, ammo, and $50,000, 0 cents, in cash, when the young girl provided them with the information they were looking for. You could assume that they would simply take what they came for and go. However, things didn't work out that way. The nightmare has just begun. After that, stun guns were used to overpower the Muellers and render them unconscious. As if relishing the lengthy, painful procedure, the intruders took their sweet time with this. However, it didn't end there. The worst was to come. The two men covered their heads with tight plastic bags and smothered them. Imagine the pain of being powerless to stop your entire family from being tortured. In those last minutes, the Muellers had to face the fact. If you believed that the Mueller was discovered dead immediately following that terrible night, then you're mistaken. You'd be mistaken, though. In actuality, it took 2 weeks for anyone to discover that something was seriously off. Earlene Branch, Nancy Mueller's mother, hadn't heard from her daughter in a long time. Nancy was quite different from that. Particularly when they attended those gun shows, she would always call after their travels. Earlene contacted the sheriff to express her mounting fear because she couldn't get rid of the uneasy sensation that something terrible had happened. Even though the Muellers lived in a neighboring county, Sheriff Jay Winters knew them and promised to assist. Yet when he spoke with neighbors, they seemed unconcerned. Most assumed the Muellers hadn't bothered to check in because they had simply left, perhaps for a short vacation or a respite from everything. Everyone seemed to believe that everything was okay and that they were simply giving themselves some space. The matter then took a horrifying turn on February 11, a full month later. The Mueller's Jeep was discovered by a farmer who was going about his daily business. Far from its proper location, it lay buried and deserted on the highway side. The investigation resumed after this discovery. Nancy Mueller's pocketbook was still in the Jeep, with her ID and wallet, but the trailer was deserted, and there was no evidence of the family. The Mueller's disappearance grew increasingly unnerving as the days stretched into weeks and the weeks into months. There were no leads or hints, only the ominous silence of their absence. 5 months later, the case took a turn when an elderly couple chose to go fishing in a bayou close to Russellville for the day. The woman caught her fishing line on something while she was waiting for a hit, and when she attempted to untangle it, she soon discovered that she had hooked a boot that still contained a man's leg bone. She ended the call in horror and hurried to get assistance. Sheriff Winters launched a second search after this, assembling teams to search the bayou using divers and metal hooks. They had retrieved pieces of a body by the end of the day. The head was covered with duct tape, and the torso was supported by a boulder. Investigators realized this was no typical crime as soon as they spotted the body. It appeared to be a determined, cold, and purposeful execution. It was a little female's body. When they looked at the size and the clothing, they discovered that it didn't match the body of a 6-year-old girl who had been reported missing from a nearby county the previous year. They began to question whether this was Sarah Miller at that point. 2 more fragmentary bodies were found the following day. Their heads were wrapped in plastic bags that were firmly fastened with duct tape, and their torsos were all weighed down with boulders. The scene was eerie. The identities of the bodies were verified by the authorities using clothes, DNA, and dental data. William Mueller, his wife Nancy, and their daughter Sarah, age 8, were present. An investigation into a vicious triple killing swiftly evolved from what had begun as a missing persons case. According to the coroner's examination, the remains had most likely been in the water since January 11, the last time anyone had seen them. There was more to the tale, though. The tiny dots of blue paint adhered to the tape were discovered by investigators. The FBI lab in Washington, D.C., received the paint samples for testing, and it was determined that the paint type matched those of General Motors automobiles. Investigators pieced together that 2 people had to be engaged with this new lead. One followed in the Mueller's Jeep, and the other drove the blue car carrying the bodies, before the corpses were thrown into the river. The plastic bags had probably already killed the Muellers. Before long, the focus of the investigation returned to the Muellers' possessions. Relatives had stolen the majority of the family's goods since they had disappeared, but some had been left behind and were kept in their landlord's garage. A serial-numbered Colt .45 pistol case was among the items discovered, but there was no gun. A family photo with some pals was also discovered. After entering the gun's serial number into the National Crime Information Center database, the team discovered that the firearm belonged to Travis Brake, a man who had been arrested for carrying a concealed weapon in Seattle, Washington, months prior. He identified the 2 persons he purchased the handgun from and acknowledged that he had purchased it at a gun expo. He was drawn to one of the men. Brake pointed to one of the individuals in the photograph that investigators displayed after discovering it among the Muellers' possessions. As you may recall, Kirby Kehoe was no stranger to trouble. He was the same man who had robbed the Muellers a year earlier. He was deeply active in the white nationalist movement and has a lengthy criminal past involving firearms. But before they could make an arrest, the investigators still needed strong proof. Investigators in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, had a break almost a year after the murder of the Muellers, when a trooper noticed a blue Chevy Suburban parked in a handicapped space inside with odd bumper stickers. They discovered Sean Haynes and his expectant girlfriend dozing off. The trooper found that one of the firearms Haynes had in the car, a stolen AR-15 rifle, had belonged to the Muellers after running the serial numbers on both of them. After being detained and interrogated, Haynes acknowledged exchanging the weapon for another gun at a motel in Washington. The eldest son, Kirby Kehoe, the merchant Chevy Kehoe, and the detectives had 2 suspicions 6 months prior. Let's take a moment to learn more about the Kehoe family's history before delving further into the case. I promise you that learning their tale will help you understand why they did The Muellers were very different from the Keyhoes. 26-year-old Chevy Kehoe was raised in a home where white supremacy was more than simply a topic of conversation. It was how they lived. Chevy wasn't your typical young man in danger. Everything was molded by his father's influence, which led the family in a hostile and sinister direction. The Kehoes fled sunny Florida for the peaceful hills of Madison County, North Carolina. When Chevy was still a baby, in the middle of the 1980s, the Kehoes relocated once more, this time to Washington's Stevens County. At first glance, Chevy appeared to be a bright youngster with promise. Although he excelled academically in Colville Junior High School, his parents chose to homeschool him in 1988 for personal reasons. Instead of creating a healthy learning environment, they built a bubble of radical ideas in an attempt to give more concentrated attention. He was forced into a life of crime at an early age, learning how to elude the police and committing robbery and theft. The Keyhole House was a haven for suspicion and hatred, as you may guess. Their specialty was anti-government sentiment, which Chevy absorbed wholeheartedly. He was more than a young child with lofty goals. His fantasies were hazardous, aggressive, and motivated by white supremacist ideology. Chevy's only objective as a young man was to topple the U.S. government and establish his own white supremacist utopia, which he named the Aryan People's Republic. For Chevy, this was more than a phase. His family served as the cornerstone of his perilous philosophy, and this warped image was everything. This influence was evident in 1995 when Chevy participated in a brutal kidnapping and robbery in June. Malcolm and Jill Friedman, a Jewish couple who ran a store where Chevy had previously worked, were the target of him and a partner. They held the Friedman at gunpoint. However, this was not a haphazard crime. Chevy targeted them explicitly due to their ethnicity. Given all that was happening, this act was a glaring example of the violence and hatred he had been taught to accept. Kirby Kehoe and his son Chevy Kehoe had been on the police radar for years, which was not surprising. If Chevy was involved in a variety of crimes, you can only imagine the trouble his father, Kirby, had been up to. The worst part is that, in spite of the lengthy criminal background, neither of them could be located. They appeared to disappear into thin air, and no one was able to find them. That is, until a blue Chevy Suburban was stopped by an Ohio State policeman on February 15, 1977. The vehicle appeared odd as it passed by, was swerving and was moving far too slowly. The passenger nodded to the trooper, but the driver didn't even look at him. The officer ignored it until he noticed that even after they had passed him, the passenger continued to stare at him in the rearview mirror. The officer's instincts began to take over at that point. The license plate had expired when they ran it. Furthermore, neither of their driver's licenses were currently valid. The driver cooperated with the trooper's request to exit the car, but he cautioned the officer not to touch him. Then things changed. The motorist abruptly ran back to the automobile when one of the deputies called for a tow truck to confiscate it. He was being pursued by the officers, but they attempted to restrain him. After the man in the passenger seat produced a revolver and began shooting at the officers, there was enough confusion for Chevy to get back into the Suburban and flee. Kukui requested that the driver exit the vehicle. The man informed the officer that a friend had let him use the truck. A pat-down search was then denied. As the cop tries to search the man for clubs, knives, and other weapons, pay attention. It seems that he desired trouble. Another few minutes passed. The man then tried to flee by running back to his car. After then, the passenger started shooting at the officers. The drivers escaped while the passenger rushed into the bushes. As it happens, Chevy Kehoe and his brother Cheney Kehoe were the two guys involved in that heated confrontation. Cheney, in the passenger seat, ran into the woods when Chevy pulled off in the Suburban. As one might assume, the police searched for him all day but were unable to apprehend him. Now, Cheney shared Chevy's strong white supremacist views and was not hesitant to use violence to further his convictions. Chevy was involved in another shooting later that day, this time at an electrical supply company's parking lot. During the confusion, he engaged in gunfire with two Wilmington police officers, Sergeant Robert Bob Martin and Officer Richard Rick Wood. Frank Marsden, 56, was struck in the shoulder by an innocent bystander. Both the troopers and the sergeant's dash cameras recorded the shootout, which swiftly gained widespread attention. After appearing on Fox's World's Scariest Police Shootouts in 1997, The video went viral and appeared on other shows such as Most Shocking and World's Most Amazing Videos. The Kehoe brothers, meanwhile, were evading capture by secretly driving an RV across many states with their families. Police had to up their efforts because investigators were afraid they would do anything to get out. At Lake Hill Campground, they posted pictures of the brothers in the hopes that someone might recognize them or the car. It was 2 days too late for investigators to learn that the Kehoes had set up camp there in an RV. The RV was already on its way. Weeks passed, and reports of the RV continued to come in from all over the nation, constantly one step ahead of the law. They had been seen in locations such as West Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Texas, and Montana. The stolen van containing Chevy's signature gas receipt was discovered in Indianapolis, but Cheney was nowhere to be seen. The Keystone RV was discovered deserted on a lonely Wyoming road a few days later. Upon investigating, the authorities found a box full of bomb-making materials, a troubling cache of firearms, ammo, and phony FBI jackets and U.S. Marshals badges. When the ATF bomb team arrived to conduct an inspection, they discovered no operational devices. But the components demonstrated that the key holders were getting ready for something much more serious. The brothers' increasing aggressiveness and their potential future moves greatly alarmed the authorities. It seems that the Kehoes were constantly one step ahead as the search went on. On June 16, 1997, however, Cheney Kehoe, Chevy's brother, was tipped off to authorities that he was prepared to give himself in. Authorities discovered that Cheney and his brother had sought safety on a secluded ranch in southern Utah following the shootouts in Ohio, after Cheney disclosed where they had been hiding for the previous few months. In return for their assistance on the farm, the owners had offered them accommodation and board. But when Cheney's rage erupted and his paranoia increased, things swiftly took a turn for the worst. In order to instill his white supremacist beliefs in his younger brothers, Chevy even discussed killing his wife, Karina, who was of Native American descent, and planning to kill his own parents, Kirby and Gloria. Chevy's suspicions then turned against his own brother on June 12. Chevy feared for his life and his family's safety during a violent argument. He made the decision to run. Their long-running relationship came to an end when he drove over 1,000 miles back to Washington State in the middle of the night with his loved ones, Chevy. The arrest of Kehoe on June 17, 1997, is not the most significant event. The most significant and intriguing information Cheney provided to law police was that Chevy admitted to helping to kill the Millers with another unidentified man. The father of the Kehoe brothers, Kirby Kehoe, was also arrested at about the same time in June 1997. As you might guess, the father's arrest didn't exactly match the story that everyone was hoping for. He and Cheney Kehoe had nothing to do with the murder of the Miller family. However, Gloria Kehoe Chevy's mother came out to police officials and unleashed a bombshell just as things appeared to be falling apart. Gloria disclosed that Chevy, her son, had told her the horrific details of the murder of the Muller family. She continued by saying that the killings weren't an isolated incident. They had a year's worth of plans. The scheme dates all the way back to February 1995, when the initial robbery of the Muller family reportedly started it all. When William Mueller, the patriarch of the Mueller family, confronted Kirby Kehoe because he believed he was implicated in the crime, Gloria said the series of events began. William Mueller apparently treated Kirby with extreme disdain during this altercation, which upset Chevy. Indeed, that appeared to be the moment that triggered a mental switch in Chevy. He believed that William's disdain was sufficient justification for him to loot and murder the Muellers. However, it went beyond a simple resentment of rudeness. Law enforcement claims that Chevy had more than one reason for doing this. Chevy's intrigue was further stoked when he learned that William Mueller was in possession of some serious weapons, pricey firearms, high-end equipment, and ammo. Gloria continued after that. She identified Daniel Lewis Lee as the second man implicated in the killings. Chevy had seen Lee before. Chevy knew him from their time spent in white supremacist organizations. Chevy and Lee shared a common ideology and were both fervently committed to the notion of establishing a country exclusively for white people. To keep themselves and Kirby from being linked to the crime, they had intended to rob the Millers, murder them, and hide their tracks. Gloria continued by explaining that the Mueller family had departed for a weapons exhibition on January 11, 1996. Chevy and Lee pretended to be police officers and headed to the Mueller residence when they were away. Chevy and Lee surprised the Muellers and tied them up when they returned. However, one aspect of the strategy didn't work out as planned. Gloria claims that Lee was apprehensive, particularly regarding the murder of Sarah Mueller, the daughter of the Mueller family. Chevy apparently took matters into his own hands and killed Sarah himself, since Lee simply couldn't bring himself to do it. In March 1999, Daniel Lewis Lee and Chevy Kehoe were put on trial for the triple homicide. Gloria Kehoe and Cheney both testified against them, revealing all the specifics of what had transpired. A conviction came at the end of the trial. Daniel Lewis Lee received a death sentence, and Chevy Kehoe received a life term. It seems that Daniel Lewis Lee also had a very difficult childhood, characterized from an early age by violence and instability. Lee had a lot of obstacles to overcome. He frequently ended up in mental health centers due to his struggles with seizures and other neurological conditions. His stay at these institutions was brief, though, since he was sent out because of his aggressive conduct, his incapacity to manage his emotions, and his increasing violent tendencies, which only appeared to worsen with age, added to his difficulties. Lee's aggressive proclivities had already shown themselves in a terrifying way by the time he was 17 years old. He was complicit in the vicious robbery murder of Joseph Wavra in a series of violent acts. It was the third murder. Amazingly, though, Lee was able to escape being charged with murder. Rather, he was simply handed a suspended sentence for the robbery, which felt like a less severe punishment considering the seriousness of the offense. Sadly, Lee's violent tendencies were not significantly reduced by this indulgence. It just seemed to give him more confidence, letting his need for violence grow unbridled. It was not long before Lee and Chevy Kehoe met. When the two first met in 1995, they were drawn to each other by their perverse desire to create a white nationalist stronghold and their mutual loathing of the government. Lee now made an effort to improve his reputation in court by saying he had a decent side and that he was capable of changing. His request for pity sounded more like a movie redemption story than real life, even if his past was filled with terrible crimes. It felt a little absurd. The court rejected it. Nobody thought Lee could actually change his history because it was too awful. He was ultimately put to death by lethal injection in 2020. In 1996, he was found guilty of killing 3 members of a family in Arkansas. One of them was an 8-year-old girl. However, Lee denied doing it to witnesses this morning. Overnight, the High Court decided 5-4 to overturn the decisions of the lower courts, with conservative justices making up the majority. When it came to lethal injection, those courts had been worried about what they referred to as an unconstitutional risk of agony. Daniel Lewis Lee, who had a less direct role, was sentenced to death, but Chevy Kehoe, who was the mastermind behind the heinous killings of the Mueller family, escaped the death penalty. Nothing about this seemed to make sense. How could his co-conspirator receive a worse punishment than the man who orchestrated and executed the entire scheme? The fact that Chevy was complicit in the Oklahoma City bombing, another major crime, just made matters more bizarre. Cheney, Chevy's brother, said Chevy was aware of the bombing before it occurred, after Chevy was taken into custody. Months prior to the bombing, Chevy was reportedly spotted in a Spokane motel with Timothy McVeigh, the bomber. The motel's manager even said that Chevy had been anticipating the blast with excitement when the news broke, and had even alluded to a major event on April 19. However, the FBI's investigation revealed no evidence that McVeigh had ever visited Spokane or that Chevy was directly involved in the attack. Although Chevy denied everything, the mystery was only heightened by the rumors. Even though it was evident that Chevy had connections to violent extremist organizations, he was given a lighter sentence than Lee. In the end, their father, Kirby Kehoe, was sentenced to 44 months after entering a guilty plea to federal racketeering charges, while Cheney Kehoe was given a 24-year term for attempted murder and possession of weapons because of his involvement in an Ohio gunfight. Cheney was later released from jail in 2008 after his sentence was lowered to 11 years, but his legal issues didn't stop there. He and Kirby were taken into custody by federal authorities in Arizona on October 14, 2013, following an ATF raid that turned up a sizable marijuana-growing enterprise and a firearms cache at an off-grid compound. 17 firearms, about 17,000 rounds of ammunition, 15 pounds of marijuana, and several sets of body armor were confiscated by the authorities. In 2014, Cheney and Kirby both entered guilty pleas to felonies including the possession of firearms and ammunition. Kirby was given a 10-year sentence, and Cheney was given a 41-month prison term. September 2016 saw Cheney's release, while January 2022 saw Kirby's. The majority of Cheney's time was spent at the U.S. penitentiary. Under the Federal Bureau of Prisons record number 213,100,009, Florence A. Dex was incarcerated in Colorado. By 2022, he had been sent to a variety of different prisons, including United States Penitentiary Florence High and United States Penitentiary McCreary in Kentucky. One can only hope that Chevy Kehoe is suffering more there than his victims were while he was detained at the U.S. Penitentiary Terre Haute. However, how do you feel about all of this? Given their anti-government views, do you think justice was done, or that the law was too lenient toward them? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We're delving into yet another horrifying situation today. You can't truly know what goes on in someone's house behind closed doors. Even the closest friends or family members might be clueless at times. Behind the scenes, what appears to be a picture-perfect family may be concealing a fatal threat. Many times, people are too afraid to talk about their problems, for fear of upsetting or burdening their loved ones. It's more comfortable to deal with difficulties alone rather than to include other people in your suffering. However, what occurs if domestic violence is the problem? What if the partner already instills fear and submission in their significant other because they feel untouchable? Victims in such circumstances frequently experience a fear of physical abuse that is on par with their fear of their partner abandoning them. When Yulia Fireman, a well-known young businessman, killed his wife in January 2013 and attempted to make it appear as though she had committed suicide, the whole city of Samara was startled. When it was discovered that the offender received no punishment at all for his crime, the issue sparked popular indignation. Alexander Fairman was convicted guilty of killing his child's mother. However, the investigation's conclusions inexplicably changed, and the incident was attributed to a brief episode of insanity. 11 years later, Yulia's family continues to strive for justice and the punishment of her perpetrator. Alexander and Yulia, a tale of love. On August 21, 1986, Yulia Sergeyevna Fairman née Naumova was born in Samara in the Russian Middle Volga area. She was raised in a modest working-class household. Her mother, Ludmila Naumova, was engaged in the food service sector, while her father, Sergey Naumova, was a driver. Despite Yulia's difficult upbringing, her parents made every effort to make sure she never went without. They were committed to providing her with the greatest education they could afford and a decent upbringing. Yulia began attending Samara's public school, number 67, in 1993 and received her diploma in 2003. She continued her education in management at Samara State Academy's Faculty of Economics and Management. After receiving her degree in 2007, she quickly found employment at VIP Auto, a significant local auto dealership. This is where she first met Alexander, a young man, and their romance started. Samara was also the birthplace of Alexander Mikhailovich Fairman. He came from a wealthy family in 1985. His father, Mikhail Fairman, made a fortune in farming throughout the 1990s, raising cattle, owning factories that made dairy products distributed all over the country, and operating beekeeping operations to sell honey and other bee products. He rose to become one of the city's most prominent and wealthy individuals. However, the creation of LLC Teplizhny, one of the most prosperous agricultural businesses in the Samara area and the entire Volga economic zone, was his greatest achievement. Alexander met Yulia while working for a short time at the VIP car dealership after graduating from college. He started courting the young, attractive woman as soon as he saw her. Regretfully, Yulia reacted to his attention, and they began a fast-paced romance that initially seemed like a fantasy. After dating for around a year and a half, Alexander formally proposed in 2009. Friends and family claim that Alexander planned a romantic surprise for Yulia. He brought her to the window, paid her an unexpected visit, and signaled his buddies who were waiting outside when he proposed. They let go of a balloon with a tiny box holding a stunning engagement ring inside. After catching the balloon and putting the ring on her finger, he proposed to her. Yulia was so happy that she couldn't contain her tears and said yes. Shortly after their engagement in late 2009, they were married. Alexander's parents threw a magnificent celebration for their adored son, spending a lot of money. With a big guest list, a huge Hummer limousine, the most renowned banquet space in the city, a stylish master of ceremonies, and a spectacular fireworks show to round off the evening, they planned an enormous celebration. Yulia looked like a fairy tale and was beaming with happiness, as her bridesmaids remembered. To outsiders, the princess's wedded life appeared idyllic and content. They were living pleasantly and worry-free in their well-furnished flat on Stavropol Scale Street. At that point, Alexander had begun working for LLC Teplichny, his father's business, where he assumed the position of executive director. The couple began considering starting a family shortly after the wedding. However, Yulia was unable to conceive for more than a year. According to Alexander's family, the first noticeable rifts in their marriage appeared during this period, but both of them thought that the birth of a child would save their union and fortify their relationship. When the pregnancy test eventually showed those two eagerly anticipated lines. It was evident from the happy pictures Yulia posted on social media that they were looking forward to the birth of their kid. Yulia gave birth to a boy on September 6, 2011, and they called him Pavel. A few days later, Yulia announced on social media that the baby had been delivered, weighing 9 pounds 6 ounces and measuring 23.6 inches in length. She also thanked everyone for their well wishes. The countless pictures of Yulia and young Pavel show how much she loved every second of her maternity leave. Her life appeared to be perfect from the outside. A devoted husband, a healthy child, a comfortable home, stable finances, and a solid family. Many of her acquaintances were envious of her, but everything fell apart in a flash, and the horrifying late-night call made the idea of a perfect family disappear like smoke. The quiet at the Naumova home was broken early on January 4 by a phone call. Ludmila Naumova answered the phone half drowsy, not quite understanding what was being said. On the other end was Alexander, her son-in-law, who icily informed her that Yulia had passed away. The earth seemed to have vanished beneath her feet. Unbelievably, she began to scream and cry, thinking it must be some cruel, pointless prank, which prompted her shocked husband to hurry in. Everything felt like a nightmare after that. When the first automobile passed, Ludmila Naumova and her husband hurried outside, pulled on some clothing, and begged the driver to take them to their daughter's apartment. An ambulance was already parked close to one of the entrances when they reached the building on Stavropol Sky Street, which was about 15 minutes away. Ludmila, barely conscious of herself, rushed to the paramedics, but they simply shrugged, expressing their sympathy and informing her that there was nothing further they could do. Elena Fairman, Yulia's mother-in-law, was outside with their 1.5-year-old grandson Pasha. Ludmila rushed to her, desperate for answers, but all she could infer from Elena's statements was that Yulia was no longer there. When the mob finally reached the apartment, they were met with a terrifying sight. Inside, the floor near the bathroom had light bloodstains, and their daughter's lifeless body lay on the floor near the entrance. Her face was covered in blood and her hair was matted and twisted. Her mother was too shy to come close. She had to be taken into another room as she began to lose consciousness. After Ludmila Naumova had calmed down, Alexander, her son-in-law, rushed up and shoved a phone in her face, demanding that she look into what her daughter had done. He persisted until she took the phone, even though she was having trouble understanding everything around her. She struggled to concentrate as she read this message, which contained an odd farewell note. According to reports, Yulia admitted to cheating on her spouse 6 months prior and claimed she was unable to forgive herself. She said that if her actions damaged her family and the life of their child, she didn't know how she could continue. According to Alexander, Yulia had committed suicide, making the murder scene initially strange. He claimed that she had been so overcome by remorse over her supposed affair that she was unable to handle it any longer. He claimed that she had behaved oddly that night, and they quarreled before Yulia entered the restroom. She had been in there for too long, he realized after a while. He knocked on her door and she didn't answer, so he opened it to see her hanging from the doorknob with a hairdryer cord around her neck. He says he tried CPR on her and summoned emergency services and his parents when he realized he was powerless to save her, to assist with the youngster. Alexander didn't phone his mother-in-law to let her know what had happened until paramedics confirmed Yulia was gone. He spent the entire time in the flat, conversing with the law officers and medical staff who came to the site. But Alexander did not act like a widower in mourning. He appeared uncomfortably composed, but he became obviously agitated when Ludmila Naumova showed in. He didn't feel sorry for her. Indeed, he appeared determined to exacerbate her suffering. The condition of Yulia's body, however, was what really drew the investigators' attention. Not Alexander's strange behavior. On her neck, forensic specialists found 2 ligature marks. One was quite noticeable, as if she had been strangled. The second mark showed after she had passed away, although it was faint and at a different angle, suggesting hanging. Her body also had a lot of other wounds that were healing in different phases, but more on that later. Another oddity is that Alexander called his parents and a hospital worker relative first, rather than the emergency services, after finding his wife's dead. Their arrival at the scene preceded that of the paramedics. What was wrong with the message of farewell? After losing her daughter, Ludmila Naumova was in a state of shock and was hardly able to process anything when her son-in-law first gave her the message on her daughter's phone. She had reasonable suspicions from the beginning that her daughter had not authored that note. First of all, Yulia had never texted her mother before, understanding that she didn't read texts at all because of her terrible vision. Secondly, Yulia never spoke to her mother in the manner described in the parting message. Third, Ludmila had no doubts whatsoever that her daughter would never abandon her kid. He was the center of her existence. Furthermore, scientists concluded that Yulia's heart had already stopped beating when the message was transmitted. Alexander clarified this by saying that he may have mistakenly sent his wife's last message to her mother while attempting to contact for medical assistance, and that Yulia may have typed the message and left it in drafts. Yulia's phone also showed a conversation she had with a close friend, in which she disclosed marital issues and her husband's aggressive actions. She didn't elaborate, but it was obvious that she was terrified of Alexander. In one of her final letters, Yulia stated that she couldn't bear to die and that she would remain strong for her kid. After analyzing Yulia's body and the murder scene, the original theory was that police had determined that this was a poorly orchestrated crime rather than a suicide. Alexander was the main suspect right away. He was arrested and placed in a correctional facility, pending the completion of the investigation. Initially, Alexander persisted in his belief that his wife had committed suicide. He accused her of adultery, saying that her need was fueled by regret and guilt. But it was evident from the forensic report that Yulia had been brutally murdered. The preliminary theory states that the pair got into a furious dispute over a pointless issue on the evening of January 3. Alexander attempted to disguise his wife's death as a suicide after beating and strangling her during the dispute. He was formally charged with the offense on January 18. The investigation went on and his prison period was prolonged. Alexander later acknowledged that he and his wife had a heated argument that evening during which he punched her and grabbed a nearby hairdryer, but he said he couldn't recall what transpired next. Only when he noticed Yulia's motionless body, the hairdryer cord around her neck, and blood on the floor, did he realize what had happened. At that point, Alexander said, his sole worry was that their 1.5-year-old son, Pavel, wouldn't wake up and discover what had occurred. Alexander began wiping the bloodstains off the floor once they were able to put their son to sleep. Then, to make it appear as though his wife had committed herself, he carried her body to the bathroom and hung it from the hairdryer cord on the doorknob. He maintained that he had some kind of memory blackout and was unable to recall how he accomplished all of this. According to the results of the initial psychological and mental assessment, Alexander was completely sane at the time of the crime and knew exactly what he was doing. Things at the funeral, however, started to drastically change in the months that followed. Yulia's body was taken home from the morgue on January 5 in order to get ready for her funeral. After a custody dispute, on the same day, Alexander's parents visited the Naumov flat and begged for as much forgiveness as possible for both themselves and their son. They then departed, and neither they nor any other member of the Fairman family showed up for the funeral or memorial service. The following day, January 6, The funeral was held. Not a single member of the Fairman family attended the more than 100 guests who gathered to honor the young woman who was taken too soon. Ludmila Naumova started the process of requesting custody of her grandchild a few days after she had begun to accept her loss. She went to the appropriate authorities, who told her what paperwork she needed to collect. She saw physicians, psychologists, and other specialists for weeks, but when all the paperwork was prepared, Ludmila was abruptly turned down. Due to their affluence and ability to give him a more comfortable living, the child welfare authorities chose to leave little Pasha with his paternal grandparents. Ludmila and her husband were only permitted to take their grandson on weekends, which they did as frequently as they could. The small boy now resided in a spacious suburban villa in the Volsky area. Who, then, was actually unfaithful? As previously mentioned, Yulia's husband, the murderer, wrote and sent the farewell message discovered on her phone after she had passed away. There was no question about it, even if Alexander denied it over and over again. He only invented a fictitious lover to present the tragedy as the result of an unfaithful, guilty wife's regret. He made the text up as he went along and typed it. Yulia had no affairs and couldn't have had any, according to the results of a comprehensive inquiry and witness testimonies. She was totally focused on her son once he was born, spending every moment with him and hardly leaving him. In the hopes that things would improve in the future, she was even prepared to put up with her violent husband's abuse in order to keep the family together. Alexander wasn't so innocent for the sake of little Pash. He didn't even bother to conceal the fact that he had been having an affair. He was frequently spotted with a young woman who lived close by, and it was obvious that their relationship went beyond simple friendliness or neighborliness. Elena, Julia's cousin, claims that she saw Alexander and this woman cuddling in his car just before the catastrophe. But she just told her mother about it, and she subsequently had confirmation from her. After arguing with his wife on New Year's Eve, Alexander went out to celebrate with friends and Yulia, the same woman. She confided in her best friend, whom she could always rely on, rather than telling her parents about it to avoid upsetting them. Everything was altered by the new assessment. In May 2013, a second psychological evaluation came to the unexpected conclusion that Alexander was temporarily insane at the time of the crime against his wife. Because of this, the murder charge, which was previously punishable by up to 15 years in prison, was immediately reduced to 3 years by being categorized as a crime committed in a condition of temporary insanity. Alexander had gone to considerable pains to stage his wife's death as a suicide after killing her, which is not the usual behavior of someone in a temporary state of insanity, but for some reason, no one seemed to care. In order to conceal the evidence of the beating, he cleaned the floor. He even emailed Yulia's mother a phony farewell message posing as her regarding the lawyer's actions and the custody dispute. By the end of May, Alexander was freed on a travel restriction order, which basically allowed him to move around and carry on with his life as he awaited trial. Alexander's attorney had sought to modify the terms of his client's detention almost away. Devastated by this ruling, Yulia's parents filed an appeal with the prosecutor's office, requesting a third psychological assessment. This time, experts from Moscow's Serbsky State Research Center for Social and Forensic Psychiatry were consulted, and the results took roughly 3 months to obtain. The psychiatrist did, however, only confirm that the accused had acted while temporarily insane. Regarding the initial assessment, which said that Alexander had been fully aware of the crime and had purposefully attempted to conceal it, it was argued that the experts had merely misunderstood the accused's conduct and actions. Alexander, meanwhile, kept changing what he was saying. That evening, he was in a state that sounded like the definition of temporary insanity from a textbook. The trial starts. On January 22, 2014, the Kirovsky District Court in Samara hosted the initial hearing in the Fairmont case. Alexander claims that the issues in their relationship started when they moved in together before the wedding. He asserted that Yulia had high standards and an entitlement complex, expecting nothing less than the best. He claimed that he and his parents responded to her desires, which included the lavish wedding, the pricey limousine, and all the extravagance. According to Alexander, Yulia and he tried in vain for more than a year to conceive after the wedding, which strained their relationship and even led to Yulia discussing divorce. Nothing changed after the birth of their son, Pavel. According to the defendant, his wife only cared about his paycheck and was totally preoccupied with the baby. Alexander's parents supported his allegations by calling their daughter-in-law materialistic and avaricious. Alexander spoke of an oppressive environment at home that was constantly getting worse, claiming that his wife, who he had once adored, had become aloof and that he had no one with whom to discuss it. The young businessman claimed that on that particular night, he and his wife got into a heated argument once more, during which she raised the subject of divorce once more. He said she became irate and threatened to kidnap their son and keep him from seeing the boy. Alexander said that he then blacked out after feeling his tongue dry out and his ears begin to ring. Yulia was already dead when he regained consciousness. He did not provide an explanation for his decision to stage her death as a suicide, but he acknowledged that he brought her body to the bathroom and cleaned the blood off the floor to prevent frightening their son. Additionally, the defendant insisted that he had never hit his wife, blaming the multiple wounds and bruises on her body on rough play with their child. Alexander and the lawyer his rich father had hired had obviously done their homework. According to the defense lawyer, his client committed the crime while suffering from a cumulative state of temporary insanity. This indicated that he had been subjected to long-term psychological stress as a result of Yulia's alleged insults, humiliations, and oppressions. To put it another way, they were effectively holding the victim responsible for her own terrible destiny. The prosecutor first requested an intentional manslaughter penalty of 8 years, but Alexander's maximum punishment was reduced to 3 years in a correctional colony, a slap on the wrist for a killer, after the seasoned defense lawyer swiftly succeeded in having the charge dropped back to a crime committed in a condition of temporary insanity. Several strange things happened during the trial. First, the first panel's forensic psychologist, who had determined that the defendant was completely sane and had acted with intent, abruptly disappeared and never showed up in court again. Then, as if they had never been mentioned or were somehow considered unimportant, any reference to the victim's cuts and bruises appeared to vanish. At each hearing, however, the victim was gradually presented in an unfavorable light. Alexander Mikhailovich Fairman received a sentence of only 2.5 years of probation after being found guilty of a crime committed while temporarily insane on August 8, 2014. That is to say, he was not imprisoned. His only penalty upon returning home was to pay Yulia's parents 1 million rubles in moral damages and to be required to check in with the Federal Penal Service on a regular basis. The court considered Alexander's alleged remorse, including the fact that he had apologized to his in-laws and that he had a young boy to maintain, even though the prosecution had initially asked for 3 times that sum. But right once the Naumovas declared that they would appeal the punishment, even going so far as to appeal it to the Supreme Court. However, their appeals were denied, and they were unable to contest the decision at the cassation instance of the Samara Regional Court. The sentence didn't change. Ludmila Naumova noted that animal abuse has a more severe penalty under the Russian Criminal Code, which includes actual jail time. The distraught mother is still holding out hope for justice, since she couldn't see why her daughter's life was worth even less than a stray dog's. The incident occurred more than 11 years ago, but the lawsuit has not moved forward. There was never any, according to Galina Kislyakova, Fairman's attorney. There is proof that the crime was planned, so the court's decision is upheld. She believes the victim's mother's grievances are unfounded, solely sentimental, and devoid of any legal merit. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The devil doesn't force you to do it, so the saying goes. He simply draws attention to how simple it is to go too far. And in the early hours of August 15, 1967, that is precisely what took place. On that day, 9 innocent lives were lost forever in one of Canada's most horrifying, terrible, and senseless mass killings. Desperate to stay out of a psychiatric hospital, Victor Hoffman was a disturbed young man. Mental health services were very different in the 1960s than they are now. It was frequently vilified, misunderstood, and underfunded. Victor promised himself that he would never go back to that location again, and boy did he, but in a way that is so terrifying that it stays with you long after you've heard the story. Let's take a moment to reflect on Victor's early years and the circumstances that initially sent him to that mental institution before delving into the sinister core of it all. Victor, who was born in 1946, came from what appeared to be a normal, hard-working family in the Canadian town of Leask. His parents, Robert and Stella Hoffman, were pious Lutherans. The Hoffmans were well known for their commitment to farming, their religious beliefs, and their observance of Sundays. They were the type of family that many would characterize as typical and devout. The Hoffman family had 7 children, Victor being the 5th. He wasn't particularly different from his siblings when he was a boy. According to his parents, he was a conscientious, hard-working child who achieved all of the typical developmental milestones. He had a natural talent for hunting and was a reliable worker on the family farm. He spent a lot of time on his hunting abilities and enjoyed firearms. There was one characteristic that distinguished Victor, though. He was a recluse. He failed in school and had no friends, mostly due to his inability to focus. Still, at the time, his parents didn't give it any thought. Victor was merely a peaceful, self-sufficient child to them. Victor, however, eventually admitted to psychiatrists that his difficulties started at the age of 6. He had never seen the demon before. He gave a detailed description of the figure, describing it as a big, black, 6-foot creature with a lengthy tail. From that point on, he felt as though he was being pursued by both God and Satan. Victor's mental struggle was unrelenting. He frequently heard odd tapping noises that got louder and faster as he woke up in the middle of the night. These experiences had become more sinister by the time he aged 10. Victor started experiencing violent emotions and daily thoughts of killing. Victor kept his troubling thoughts to himself, concealing them from his parents and siblings, even though he had fantasies about hurting his family and even complete strangers. He turned his violent impulses against animals as a coping mechanism. He compared his feelings of relief and even joy from killing animals to the hunter's delight following a successful kill. The devil. But he never abandoned Victor. He heard a voice reaching out to him one morning as he was eating breakfast. He said that after following the voice outside, he had once more seen Satan, but in a far more hideous shape this time. A 6'6" guy with a pig's face and a weight of over 300 pounds. In return for Victor's soul, the devil offered him riches and influence. Victor acknowledged that he had knelt down in the hopes of becoming at least half as wealthy, despite his claims that he didn't want to make a deal. However, nothing came of it. These run-ins with the devil now only made his already precarious mental state worse. In addition, he said that he could feel the cold, severed hands touching him and that he could see them floating in his room. Victor began to get frequent visitation from the devil, who would persistently approach him and demand his soul. However, the devil would always come. Victor was not going to back down. Victor reportedly started seeing angels shortly after these encounters began. These angels were less common than the devil. Victor claimed that they were clothed tastefully, resembled human women, and were primarily concerned with guiding him away from the devil's clutches. Victor thought they were divine messengers come to keep him safe and on the straight and narrow. Victor said he once got a word from God. He was given a remarkable duty by the angels and God himself to apprehend and eliminate the devil. They assured him that they would take him to heaven. Victor was absorbed by this message. Although it just made his conduct more unpredictable, it provided him a sense of purpose. Victor did everything he could to catch the devil because he was determined to complete this sacred assignment. His initial plans used nets, but they failed. Exasperated, he devised a fresh scheme. On May 27, 1966, he'd shoot the demon down. Stella, Victor's mother, discovered him shooting his weapon into the air when they were in their backyard. He had shot 3 rounds by the time she arrived. Stella, naturally frightened and confused, insisted on knowing what he was doing. His response was straightforward yet disturbing. The devil was shot by me. Stella pleaded with him to stop, and she was able to get him to return inside the house. After grudgingly setting down the rifle, Victor snatched up the family vehicle and drove away. Stella and the rest of the family hurried to conceal all of the firearms in the house while he was out. Victor promised that no one would be harmed when he returned and asked for the firearms back. but his family angrily refused. He departed once more but returned soon after, requesting to talk to their pastor. After the pastor showed there, the two had a private discussion. When they went outside to wrap up their conversation, Stella, who couldn't hear much of what was being said, heard Victor say something that really shocked her. "I want to kill my mother." That was it. Robert and Stella felt that they could not wait any longer. They arranged for Victor to be admitted to Saskatchewan Hospital the following day. Located in North Battleford, Saskatchewan, Canada, Saskatchewan Hospital was a sizable mental health facility in 1967. Mental health services were less developed back then than they are today. In hospitals like Saskatchewan, patients were frequently kept in isolation and provided with subpar care, making them more resemble institutions. Helping folks recover or get better wasn't the main goal. Patients were essentially managed. There was little focus on identifying or treating the underlying causes of their diseases. Instead, the primary focus of treatment was on using medication to manage symptoms. Now, the attending physician formally diagnosed Victor with schizophrenia during his initial psychiatric evaluation. There was no question about how serious his health was. Victor had to be admitted to the hospital. To his surprise, he didn't object. Perhaps thinking that it was the best course of action for everyone, including himself, he willingly committed himself. The documents show that he was dealing with more than just a severe mental ailment. Stress was also manifesting in his physique. He was frequently observed talking to himself, laughing at nothing, and being profoundly confused about who he was. He even wondered at one point if he was a girl or a boy, which further confused his thoughts. Although he cooperated with the doctors during his examinations, he came across as distant, evasive, and uninterested. Because they were unable to comprehend what Victor was going through, it appeared that he felt alienated from his own family. He told his siblings that he had seen the devil, but they dismissed his worries with laughter. Victor thought the devil was punishing him for not selling his soul, but he wasn't simply dreaming. He even believed that he had someone else's brain inside of him at one point. He asserted that Denise, a girl, owned the brain and desired complete control over him. Victor was convinced that all of this was a delusion, despite his physician's explanations to the contrary. He wasn't prepared to give up his convictions because he felt as though he had touched both angels and the devil. However, Victor came to the realization that he would never leave the hospital if he continued to assert that he was seeing the devil. He therefore made an effort to persuade himself that it was all in his imagination. He desired to recover, to live fearlessly, and to get rid of the ongoing worry. Occupational therapy, supportive psychotherapy, tranquilizers, electroconvulsive therapy, and a total of 12 sessions were all part of the treatment plan that the doctors put him on. By the time Victor's treatment was over, the physicians thought he had accepted that all of the demon sightings were only hallucinations. Victor seemed to believe this as well, because his thinking looked clearer than ever, and he no longer dreaded the demon. However, he remained cooperative and content, a little reclusive and preferring to be by themselves. The problem is that Victor's darker tendencies persisted, despite his lack of fear of the devil. He continued to have violent ideas, picturing himself murdering his loved ones and those in his immediate vicinity out of pure desire. His physicians were aware of these urges because he freely discussed them with them. Nevertheless, they remained hopeful that he would recover. They assured his father that additional therapy would help him recover in a year or two. Therefore, on July 26, 1967, the physicians released Victor from the hospital despite being aware of his dangerous tendencies. In the hopes that this would keep him quiet and stop any further risky conduct, they returned him home to his father along with a prescription for tranquilizers. However, things didn't exactly go as planned at home. Even though he was surrounded by the sights and sounds of home, Victor found it difficult to adapt to life on the farm. His thoughts remained confused, and he couldn't get rid of the impression that things had changed since he was admitted to the hospital. Neither did the medicine that was prescribed to him. It actually made matters worse. His work on the farm was hampered by the extreme drowsiness the tranquilizers caused. His back also ached all the time, which made him even more frustrated. Victor had had enough of the drug by August 8. He bemoaned how the tranquilizers made him feel helpless and weak, and he was itching to resume his regular activities. He needed to regain his strength, particularly so that he could assist on the farm. Thus, he made a decision. He stopped taking the medication. He didn't see any significant changes at first, but after a few days, something inside of him changed. Victor woke up with a spooky feeling on August 11. It wasn't the typical feelings he experienced on a terrible day. This was not like the others. He couldn't explain why, but he had a strong feeling that something was going to happen. He only knew that he was afraid of going back to the hospital or going to jail. Victor was most afraid of returning to the hospital. He claimed he would sooner die than suffer the fate of being imprisoned once more, since it terrified him. He believed that the hospital was merely a place where people didn't understand him, since he had been in pain for so long. He felt that being confined in a place where no one could see what was truly happening within his head was worse than the isolation or the therapies. Victor had always felt unusual, and he started to think he was gifted. He referred to it as visions. However, Victor said that these visions were a means of seeing the future and that they were not merely ordinary dreams or daydreams. He thought that these visions had been occurring for as long as he could remember, and they would occur daily. Every time he saw the future, he would feel uneasy because he would contemplate killing someone. It seemed as though this deed would in some way show the devil that he was at last on his side, and that he wasn't scared to take any risks. Victor's day began quite routinely on August 14th. He tried to keep himself occupied and active during the day by working on the tractor, but by 9:30 p.m. he was worn out. He slept out on the couch, but his parents roused him at 11:30 p.m. and urged him to go to his bedroom. He fell back asleep but woke up again at around 3 in the morning because he could not sleep any longer. At that point, he made the decision to go to the garage and try to divert his attention with some work. However, even after working for a while, he was still experiencing restlessness, so he started pacing the garage and allowing his thoughts to wander. At that moment, an odd thing occurred. Victor was standing at the garage entrance when he suddenly had an odd feeling on the side of his head. It seemed more like an unexpected rush of pleasure than agony. He spoke of it as though something had been taken from him after his body had been cut in two. It was more like a sense of release than pain. It seemed as though all of the anxiety and stress he had been suppressing had disappeared, only to be replaced by an even greater desire to murder. This new, overwhelming impulse to kill took over his thinking as the feelings swept through him. Victor made the decision that something had to be done. He loaded up his pump-action repeater rifle, a .22 Browning. All he knew was that he had to do something, even though he wasn't thinking straight. He had a straightforward plan. After an hour or so of driving, he would search for little mice to hunt before returning home to complete his responsibilities. Specifically, he was searching for squirrels that resided in the spruce trees surrounding his farm. However, after what seemed like an eternity of driving, he came across no squirrels or other tiny animals. Something inside Victor kept him continuing, even though he could have seen that as a sign to turn back. He couldn't shake the idea of killing. The want to vent his wrath on someone was too strong for him to resist. He continued to drive, passing one home after another. He didn't see a basic farmhouse until about 6 in the morning, when the sky was beginning to lighten. The emotion inside him grew stronger, but it didn't look any different from the dozens of other residences he had seen along the route. This place seemed to be calling to him. Regretfully, the Peterson family, who resided in Shell Lake, around 40 miles from Victor's home in Lesk, occupied the farmhouse where Victor ended up. In contrast to Victor's turbulent life, there was laughter and joy in the Peterson home. With 10 members altogether, they were a large, close-knit family. James Peterson, a dedicated, modest man who valued community, was the center of the family. James purchased 328 after participating in World War II, acres of land, and started farming cattle and grains together. Life wasn't simple, though, and James's workload increased when his father retired and he took on an extra 72 acres. Large families were usual in Canada at the time, and the Petersons were no exception. From the oldest, Kathy, who was 19, to the youngest, Larry, who was just 1, they had 9 children. Jean, 17, Mary, 13, Dorothy, 11, Pearl, 9, Phyllis, 4, William, 5, and Colin, 2, were the remaining children. Everyone regarded the Peterson children as well-behaved, courteous, and well-liked. The entire family was known for being decent people. Since they were a typical church-going family, nobody really had anything negative to say about them. The only one not residing at home at the time was Kathy. She and her spouse had recently married and relocated to British Columbia. Together, the other Petersons occupied a small, comfortable 4-room farmhouse. Only 2 of those were utilized as bedrooms. With the exception of the infant, who shared a bed with James and Evelyn, all of the children slept in the same room. They managed to make it work despite the crowds. The Petersons were by no means wealthy, yet they never voiced any complaints. They were grateful for their family in particular. James and Evelyn created a household centered around their children since they were completely devoted to them. They wanted the best for their kids and loved them more than anything else. Jean, their eldest daughter, was a budding athlete, and her parents were committed to helping her develop her skills. James made the decision to contact his neighbor Will Drew Lang in order to assist with the cost of a track camp she wanted to attend in Dundurn. On August 15, 1967, the next morning, he required assistance moving 50 bukas of hay to the grain elevator for sale. Interviews from Victor's trial reveal that on the day that he was experiencing the overwhelming desire to kill, he heard voices in his head telling him, "This is it. You must go here and complete the task." To his astonishment, he reportedly recognized the kitchen even though he had never been there or even met the Petersons. He thought he had seen it in a dream previously since it felt so familiar. James Peterson confronted him shortly after he entered, attempting to defend his family by lunging for Victor without knowing who he was or why he was there. James retaliated, but Victor was too quick. In an attempt to protect his loved ones, he shot James 7 times. Victor then returned outdoors to collect his thoughts and reload his revolver. However, while he was standing there, he noticed James's wife Evelyn climbing out of a window while holding their youngest son Larry. He shot Evelyn without hesitation, leaving her where she lay, frozen in place. Victor continued after that. The Peterson children were still in their beds when he returned inside the house. The youngsters had little chance as he shot and killed 6 of them, one by one at close range as they lay helpless: Jean, Mary, Dorothy, Pearl, William, and Colin. Then he went back to where Evelyn's body was lying and killed Larry too. The tiny youngster was too young to live on his own, therefore he subsequently claimed it was a mercy killing. Victor continued to use warped logic after that. He decided there was no reason to leave anyone alive to identify him, because he had already killed James. He therefore started gathering as many used cartridge cases as he could locate, making sure that nothing was left behind that would link him to the incident. Victor returned to his own parents' home after the horrifying incident. He got there at 7:30 in the morning, but rather than being relieved, he was sickened and horrified by what he had just done. He struggled with the reality of his actions for the remainder of the day, feeling a great deal of remorse. Will Drew Lang, meanwhile, was expected to see James when he got at the Peterson farm, but James was not there. Since it was already 9 in the morning, Lang joked to the home and called out for James, figuring he had slept late. However, his light-hearted tone soon changed to one of surprise when he pushed open the door. The dead body of James Peterson was lying on the kitchen floor as he entered. Lang backed away in horror and hurried to his car. To make the call that would alter everything, he drove to the closest phone, which was at least 4 miles away. The quiet morning in Shell Lake was upended, and the lives of the Peterson family and everyone else in the neighborhood would never be the same. The cops did not spend any time in getting to the Peterson farmhouse. Rushing inside, they looked about the house for survivors and hints that would help them figure out what had happened. However, the scene they discovered was unsettling. Everything seemed undisturbed, and there were no indications of a robbery. It appeared that the killings had no apparent reason. They discovered 28 gunshots inside, 27 of which had struck their targets. It was evident that the murders were not arbitrary but rather planned. Strangely, no footwear from the Peterson residence matched the boot prints found on the linoleum floor of the kitchen. In addition, 5 bullet casings were discovered, indicating the employment of a .22 caliber handgun. Then, as they were beginning their inquiry, a strange incident occurred. The silence was broken by a muffled sound. After following the sound to one of the beds, they discovered 4-year-old Phyllis jammed between her sister's bodies and concealed behind the sheets. She was the lone person who survived the horrific slaughter. She first didn't fully comprehend what had transpired, but she was aware of how serious the situation was. She later remembered the officer's tears as he took her out of the house. She realized then that something really horrible had happened. Phyllis's story would haunt everyone who heard it, and her survival was a miracle. For many cops, the Peterson family massacre was one of the most horrific crime scenes they had ever seen. While Kathy, her older sister, was informed of the tragedy and horrified, Phyllis was escorted to her uncle's house nearby. In order to take care of her surviving sister, Kathy returned to Shell Lake. The police searched the fields and high grass around the farm in the hopes of finding something, anything, that could lead them to a lead. Roadblocks were erected, and the killer's hunt spread throughout the region, getting bigger every day. They combed the area for days with 250 personnel and dogs, but they managed to find nothing. Then, on the fourth day, they had a break when a Lyask native, distressed by the tragedy, entered the Shellbrook office of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Detachment. The resident proposed that they investigate a young man who had just been released from a mental health facility. He was his neighbor's son. Red flags were raised right away by the man's known obsession with hunting and firearms. The corporal and his crew didn't hesitate. They hurriedly climbed into their vehicles and headed toward Lesk, the Hoffman family's farm, along the winding, narrow routes. They had a suspicion. They may have found the lead they were searching for. They began by interrogating Victor's parents, paying particular attention to any boots, guns, and, of course, their son. Things began to pile up as the investigation progressed. The Hoffmans discovered a weapon on their land, and while it wasn't the precise model they had anticipated, it was nonetheless important. It was in the hands of the police. To check if it matched the rounds from the Peterson residence, it was sent for ballistics testing. The detectives also found a pair of rubber boots during the search. When the results were in, it was evident that the boots and the rifle matched the evidence discovered at the Peterson residence. These boots were also sent for comparison. Before long, they had sufficient proof to make an arrest. 9 members of the Peterson family were brutally murdered, and Victor Hoffman was charged with their crimes. There was something icy about Victor's attitude when he was arrested. Police described him as an average-built, unmarried male who showed no signs of fear. Actually, he was remarkably composed and gave up without a fight. The case was made even more shocking and horrifying by the fact that he was arrested only 3 hours after the Petersons' funeral. After being brought to the station in North Battleford, Victor remained silent for the first 10 to 15 minutes before sobbing. Even more unsettling was what happened afterward. Victor admitted to all of it. He acknowledged that he killed the Petersons because of the devil. The question about Phyllis, the lone survivor, was possibly the most disturbing aspect of his confession. Victor asserted that Phyllis's angelic visage was the reason he spared her. He claimed that because the others resembled pigs, he didn't respect them. Serious questions concerning Victor's mental health were raised by these terrifying answers. He was therefore brought to a local mental hospital for additional assessment there, rather than being sent to a conventional prison. He was once again diagnosed by doctors with paranoid schizophrenia, a disorder that had obviously not been treated. The court determined that he was nonetheless competent to stand trial in spite of this. Victor was charged with 2 counts of non-capital murder, and his trial started on January 8, 1968. The defense team contended that if Victor hadn't been suffering from an untreated mental disorder, he wouldn't have committed the heinous crime. They remained steadfast in their belief that his illness was a major contributing factor to the catastrophe. The jury returned a verdict following 3.5 hours of deliberation. Victor was ruled not guilty by reason of insanity by the jury, despite the overwhelming evidence against him. Many were taken aback by the ruling and wondered how someone who had admitted to such a heinous act could avoid the full force of the law. However, the jury's verdict was based on Victor's mental state, which many had not anticipated at the time. Victor's mental illness was explained in such a thorough and rational manner by the defense's doctor that the jury was persuaded that Victor was motivated by something that seemed real to him. The jury was convinced that he genuinely thought he was doing what he believed was required, since his paranoia and delusions had been a fundamental factor in what transpired. The judge made sure Victor didn't get off easy, even though he wouldn't be imprisoned for the rest of his life. Victor was committed to a facility for the criminally ill rather than receiving the usual prison term. He looked to be even more hurt by this. He showed no emotion at all after hearing the verdict. He simply sat there staring straight ahead. It seemed as though the truth of his predicament had not yet dawned on him, Victor was sent to an indefinite stay facility in southern Ontario, with his release contingent on governmental policies, before being given supervised access to neighboring communities in December 2001. He spent years hidden away at the institution. However, even this little liberty was short-lived. True freedom would never return to Victor. Victor passed away from cancer while in detention on May 21, 2004, but the consequences of his misdeeds would last for a very long time. The only survivor of the massacre, Phyllis, was raised by Kathy, the sister of one of the murdered. She gave Phyllis a second chance at life after the atrocities she had witnessed by raising her among her own children. After their family farmhouse burned down, Kathy and her husband eventually retired from farming and relocated to a nearby town. But even after all these years, Kathy and Phyllis were still frustrated by what had transpired. Phyllis was a young child when the slaughter took place, and the tragedy continued to haunt her as she grew older. As the sole survivor, she talked about how hard it was to deal with the unwelcome attention. She was viewed differently by others, and the burden of the past was difficult to shake. In 2004, Phyllis talked candidly about her difficulties. The birth of James marked a turning point for Phyllis, who remarked, "It was always hard to adjust, always feeling like I didn't fit in, until I had my son James." In ways she never imagined, it aided in her recovery. Regretfully, Phyllis died of cancer in May 2019. Details of the case were chronicled by Canadian journalist Peter Tadman in his book, The Shell Lake Massacre. According to Peter's multiple interviews with Victor in the book, Victor remained steadfast in his conviction that he felt no remorse for his deeds. He even asserted that the demon who had driven him to kill so many innocent people was still visible to him. The Peterson Massacre, which claimed the lives of 22 innocent people in 2020, is still regarded as one of Canada's most horrifying random massacres. We cannot deny the insanity and decision in Victor's case, although it is undoubtedly difficult to accept. A person's behavior cannot be excused only because they are considered mad. No matter what, no innocent life should ever be lost. But let's face it, if Victor hadn't been discharged from the mental institution in the first place, none of this would have occurred. What do you think then? Is Victor really a psychopath who somehow escaped? Or is there another factor at play here? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Lori Eisenberg called the Idaho authorities in February 2018 with a distressing message. She said she was sailing on Lake Coeur d'Alene with her husband, Larry Eisenberg, when he suddenly fell into the water. But after the body was recovered, a medical examination revealed a different picture, which made authorities believe that a more intricate and nuanced story was involved. Born in 1950, Larry Eisenberg earned a degree in forestry from the College of Idaho. He worked in forest cultivation, maintenance, and harvesting. He started working in the woodworking industry after completing his college education. He spent his entire life striving for success because he enjoyed working hard. In 1974, Larry married his first wife, with whom he had 2 children. But after the kids grew up, the couple got divorced. He soon met Lori Barnes, who was born in 1953. Lori's life used to be extremely impoverished. On occasion, her family even had to stay the night on farms that were deserted. She got married in 1973 at the age of 19, and the couple divorced in 1996, but they had 6 daughters together. She moved out after the divorce and became a single mother to her daughters. Many were drawn to Lori because of her amazing laugh and smile, and she was very good with people. Larry has consistently stated that he loves his wife more than anything else since they were married in 2004. Their neighbors and friends said their 17-year marriage was perfect. In northern Idaho, they led a contented life. Lori was the executive director of the North Idaho Housing Coalition at the time, which remodeled homes for impoverished families to buy or rent. Larry was retired but still involved in a number of community activities, and she was a well-respected member of the community. Lori and Larry decided to take their boat to Lake Coeur d'Alene on February 13, 2018, so they could watch the sunrise from Sunup Bay, a beautiful location. Given that Lake Coeur d'Alene is generally regarded as having serene waters, what happened that day was nearly unthinkable. But soon after they set sail, Lori looked very upset and used Larry's phone to dial 911. She reported her husband's drowning to the authorities. Lori described her desperate search for Larry in the water and her need for immediate help. At 11 a.m., officers reached the closest shoreline and sent a rescue boat to retrieve Lori so that she could receive medical care. Sheriff deputies asked the woman for any information regarding Larry's last known location when they arrived at the scene. Lori claimed she couldn't find her cell phone and didn't call emergency services until 2 hours after Larry went overboard. Additionally, Lori stated that she had to manually start the engine again because the ignition key had broken shortly before the incident. She then disclosed that after searching the neighborhood for Larry, she chose not to drive the boat back to shore out of concern that she would lose the trail. She eventually located Larry's cell phone and dialed 911 after taking out a blanket to stay warm. But after she finished speaking, the cell phone fell out of her grasp and into the lake. The officer observed that the woman's emotion appeared to be very real during this exchange. They all believed it to be an accident. Lori was assisted by medical staff in waiting for an ambulance so she could be monitored further. Officers towed the Eisenbergs' boat to a speedboat nearby so they could inspect it. Detectives noticed blood spatter in multiple locations as soon as they got on the boat, most likely from Lori's nosebleed. Officers discovered a switch and cord on the floor, despite Lori's assertion that the ignition key broke prior to Larry falling into the water. Because the switch and cord would have needed to be connected to the ignition switch in order for the engine to start later, investigators thought this was strange. Furthermore, the ignition key was obviously bent, indicating that there may have been a struggle of some kind. Along with Lori's purse, which included an empty juice bottle, officers also discovered a number of additional keys. These things were all taken as proof. Lori's cell phone was discovered by a deputy sheriff during an examination of the vehicle the Eisenbergs used to tow the boat. Additionally, a vial of allergy medication containing the active ingredient dimenhydrinate and an unidentified liquid spilled in the cup holder. Despite being an over-the-counter antihistamine medication that is frequently used to treat fevers and allergies, it still makes you feel extremely sleepy. Unfortunately, a thorough search was necessary because Lori did not provide precise information regarding their most recent location. As a result, it was determined to use a group of divers equipped with sonar. In an attempt to find Larry, search and rescue helicopters were also involved in the search, but to no avail. Detectives were still unable to locate Larry, so 5 days later, on February 18, they called Lori Eisenberg and asked her to go on the lake with the sonar diving team. Despite her agreement, Lori was unable to name any particular landmarks and offered the searchers little help. The investigator thought this behavior was strange. Lori laughed and joked during the search and occasionally broke down in tears for no apparent reason. However, this was not stressed because everyone grieves in a different way. However, Lori's suspicious behavior at her husband's house, which was 20 minutes southwest of town, prompted 2 calls to the county sheriff later that day. Police became interested after the callers, who were the Eisenbergs' neighbors, claimed that Lori's family members were assisting her in moving her belongings out of the house. On February 21, 2018, a startling discovery was made that completely changed the course of the case. Due to Lori Eisenberg's potential fraudulent activities, the North Idaho Housing Coalition, where she had worked for years, notified police officers that it would no longer be working with her. It turns out that the coalition's accountant found errors in the report and that $500,000 was missing from their budget total. That was the amount that only Lori had. Those who knew Lori Eisenberg were shocked by this news because, according to law enforcement, she was a law-abiding citizen with no prior criminal history. Larry's son made the decision to speak with the investigator at this point. He told him about Lori's peculiar actions and the potential role she played in his father's passing. However, the detective was certain that the woman had nothing to do with Larry's death and saw it as merely his personal grievance. However, in response to Lori's fraud charge, a search warrant was issued for the Eisenbergs' residence the following day. Several pieces of evidence were found during the search, including red stains on the floor outside the house, paper towels that appeared to have dried blood on them, black latex gloves, and a Ziploc bag that contained an unidentified white powder. Lori was immediately briefed on the evidence by the investigating detective. She countered that she was unaware of the brown stains in the backyard and that the blood they discovered on the gloves and towels was her own. The red marks on the concrete were later identified by forensic analysis as paint drips that had stained the boards. Lori was arrested on 40 counts of forgery on February 27th. Since the coalition was partially financed by taxpayers, the nearly $500,000 she was accused of stealing would escalate into a far more serious offense. On the following day, one of Lori's daughters posted her $75,000 bail. About 3 miles from the location where Lori claimed Larry fell overboard, Larry's body was discovered floating face down, close to the shore on March 1, 16 days after the tragic event. An autopsy the following day verified that the body belonged to Larry Eisenberg. That's not all, though. Toxicology tests conducted by the coroner's office showed that Larry's blood contained deadly amounts of the antihistamine dimenhydrinate. Experts concur that despite the extremely low frequency of overdoses, the drug is fast-acting and can be lethal if taken in excess in a short amount of time. Although the autopsy results were not made public by the authorities, Lori had previously claimed that her husband took several pills daily and frequently neglected to take the recommended dosage. Larry also had flu-like symptoms, according to Lori. Larry only ever mentioned being sick once, in a message to his friend. But was Larry the one who sent that message? The expert analyst concluded that the last time the cell phone signal was present close to Lori's son's house was when Larry vanished into the lake, despite the fact that Larry's phone had drowned. Given that Lori said the phone fell into the lake on February 13, this was strange. Detectives concluded that Larry's death was most definitely not an accident. As a result of all of this, Lori did not show up in court for her fraudulent fraud case in late May. A warrant for her arrest was consequently issued, but she never showed up. Investigators kept questioning the Eisenberg family's close associates, and soon the idyllic relationship started to show signs of weakness. Despite their apparent happiness, Larry had been very dissatisfied with Lori's recent spending patterns and the fact that she frequently provided financial support for her kid. Investigators also discovered that Larry was one of 3 men Lori had cheated on her first husband with. Furthermore, it was found that Lori herself had handwritten modifications to Larry's will a month prior to his death. According to the will, Larry's children would receive 80% of the estate, while his own would only receive 20%. Authorities chose to make the autopsy results public and declare the case a premeditated murder since Lori was still at large. It was discovered that he overdosed on the antihistamine Benadryl and died from diphenhydramine toxicity. Diphenhydramine, an antihistamine used to treat allergies, is marketed under the name Benadryl. It is also used as a sleep aid because it makes you drowsy, even at standard dosage levels of 1,0,100 nanograms per milliliter. Diphenhydramine induces drowsiness. Larry's body contained a deadly 7,100 nanograms of diphenhydramine at the time of his death. Larry's doctor was questioned by police to see if they saw any indications of a stroke or other medical irregularities, but the doctors said Larry was in perfect health. Investigators concluded that Lori texted Larry's daughter that morning before poisoning her husband, based on all the evidence they had collected. Subsequently, she added the pills to the man's juice. Larry became ill and went overboard near the coast. They also conjectured that before dialing 911, Lori purposefully steered the boat further away from the location. The entire Eisenberg family was uninsured. What was the motive? That was the only question left. It was probably coming to pass that Lori would inherit their shared house in the event of Larry's death, which she could then sell to raise the money she needed to pay for the money she had stolen. Additionally, according to friends, Larry had no idea what Lori was doing at the Idaho Housing Coalition. 2 months after going missing, Lori finally made an appearance at the sheriff's office by herself in July. Until the fraud case was tried in court, investigators were eager to discuss her alleged murder of her husband. Eisenberg consented to enter a guilty plea to 3 counts of wire fraud and 1 count of federal program theft in November 2018. She also consented to make restitution of about $580,000. Eisenberg was found guilty of embezzling over $500,000 and given a 5-year prison sentence. In addition, Lori's daughters entered guilty pleas to individual conspiracy charges. Each of them received a $50,000 fine and a house arrest sentence. Even though that case was resolved, another one was still pending. Lori was questioned about Larry's death once more right after the sentencing. Detectives questioned her directly about whether or not she had killed her husband during that interrogation. Lori behaved apprehensively throughout this interrogation. Her foot started tapping, which is a sign of tension and anxiety. After that, she was informed of the autopsy's findings. The detectives persisted in pressing her with additional compromising evidence, even though she denied any involvement in her husband's death. She eventually demanded an attorney and refused to answer any more questions. Lori Eisenberg was charged by a grand jury with first-degree murder by poisoning, a capital offense, 2 years after her husband's body was discovered floating in Lake Coeur d'Alene. The COVID-19 pandemic caused her trial to be repeatedly postponed. In order to maintain her innocence and admit that she would probably be found guilty if the case went to trial, Eisenberg entered an Alford plea to a lesser charge of second-degree homicide, after initially being charged with first-degree homicide by use of poison. She entered a guilty plea to the lesser charge of second-degree murder in February 2021. Larry's daughter, Jessica McPherson, said she thought the plea agreement, which spared Eisenberg from acknowledging guilt, was a betrayal of her father's family. "The manner in which I lost my father," Lori Eisenberg, "has left a hole in my soul that I will never be able to fill. And for 3 years, that hole has just continued to get deeper and deeper at the web of lies, deceit, and manipulation that have continued to expand," Jessica McPherson said. Larry's son, Dean Eisenberg, stated, "It is impossible for me and those who are deeply impacted by the loss of such a great man and wonderful father to find closure." In an unforgettable way, he referred to his father as his best friend. "Even those who hated him loved him in a way," he stated. As her stepson talked about the man she confessed to poisoning, Lori Eisenberg wiped her eyes with a tissue. He spoke of a decent, industrious man who cherished his family, especially his wife. "I can only hope she did what she did to save him the embarrassment of finding out what his soulmate had done behind his back," said Dean Eisenberg. Lori's daughter, Amber Barnes, claimed that her mother controlled the household. "Larry dedicated his life to Lori. He loved her, he trusted her, and she killed him," Barnes stated. The pain felt by everyone who lamented Larry's passing was exacerbated by Lori's plea to Alford. "She deserves to be held accountable for her actions and be seen for who she really is," Amber Barnes stated. She saw Lori Eisenberg as a father figure and a great-grandfather who would give her children bear hugs and stroke their hair while telling them he loved them. "Our family lost 2 people that day on the lake. We lost Larry, the grandpa we loved, and we lost Lori, the mother and grandma that we loved, trusted, and thought that we knew. Lori shattered our lives when she took Larry's life. But it didn't stop there," Amber Barnes stated. Before the judge sentenced Lori Eisenberg, she spoke to the court for over 45 minutes. She claimed that she started stealing from the coalition because she was having financial difficulties with her daughters, one of whom she had expelled from her house when she was 15. She claimed that she felt unable to express to her husband her desire to support her daughters financially. She emphasizes that they lacked health and dental insurance. "I saw my precious little grandchildren suffering because their mothers were not able to have a double-income family and not able to provide what they needed," she said. "So what do they do when the kids get sick and have to go to the doctor?" According to her, "I got to the point where I was torn between adhering to the life and Larry's standards of life and being able to do what I thought I had to do. And so I came up with the most stupid, shameful plan ever, and that was to steal money from my employer." Eisenberg killed her husband, according to the prosecution, to avoid the additional humiliation of losing half of her assets in a divorce. Eisenberg, however, told the court that her husband wasn't supposed to consume the poisoned drink that killed him. Eisenberg claimed that she had considered suicide ever since her embezzlement was uncovered. Her words, "I knew my life was over." She claimed that after drinking the drink she had tainted with Benadryl, she intended to drown in Lake Coeur d'Alene, but her husband discovered it while she was asleep on the boat. "I had 2 options, death or life in prison. I never wanted to get away with anything. I know Larry would still be alive if it weren't for me," she replied. According to the judge, he was convinced that Eisenberg's account of what happened in court was accurate, at least the version she had chosen. "Your truth doesn't hold up in the light of all the evidence," he responded. Eisenberg was given a life sentence with 30 years fixed and credit for time served, according to the judge's ruling. Following the delivery of the sentence, Larry Eisenberg's family silently embraced it. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The American summer peaked in mid-July 1980. Law enforcement personnel in Kern and Ventura County, Central California, had to cope with two homicides that happened within days of one another on July 15 and 18, as the rest of the nation struggled with the heat. For decades, the murder mystery remained unresolved, until DNA technology filled in the gaps, giving police the advantage they needed to apprehend a deranged murderer. However, who were the victims, and how did they relate to each other? Today, the connected cases of the Kern County and Ventura County Jane Does transport us back to California in the 1980s. From golden beaches to glitzy cities, California has it all: sun, sand, surf, and mountains. Unquestionably, the West Coast state draws visitors from all around the world throughout the year. California offers something for everyone, whether you want to spend a day mingling with celebrities in sun-kissed Los Angeles as you walk down the Walk of Fame, or spend an afternoon admiring the vibrant environment of Venice Beach. However, despite its allure, California has a troubled past. Today, we examine two of these mysteries. A group of Delano, California maintenance workers headed through the almond orchard on the morning of July 15, 1980, in preparation for another workday. They noticed what seemed like a person sleeping on the ground, curled up in a fetal posture as they got closer to the 13th row of trees. They had to do a more thorough inspection out of curiosity, and what they found shocked them so much that they hurried to call the police right away. The body belonged to a woman who had obviously been murdered. After arriving to the almond plantation, teams of detectives and crime scene professionals started to rope off the property so they could start their investigation. It seems that the woman was either Hispanic or Native American. The absence of blood at the location was noted by investigators almost away, and they soon discovered tire tracks leading to and from the body. A bottle of abandoned Michelob beer was another hint. They speculated that their victim would have been picked up from Ruby's, a pub in Lemoore, which is an hour's drive from the farm. They started their inquiry right once, looking for hints about her identity throughout the farm. While other teams searched the fields, detectives were sent to Ruby's to question employees and customers about the woman's identification or any unusual conduct. By the afternoon, detectives had not located any of her personal items, and those they had questioned were unable to tell them much about the woman. For a post-mortem examination, the body was taken to the county mortuary. A day prior to her discovery, investigators concluded that she had been murdered. Before she was stabbed, she had been attacked. With 9 defensive wounds on her arms and shoulders and 18 stab wounds to her chest, it was excessive. Investigators could see that she put up a strong fight against her assailant. Her essential organs had been perforated, and sharp force trauma was listed as the cause of death. Her fingerprints were collected and sent to the crime lab without any kind of identification. Nevertheless, no records were identified when her prints were run through other databases. In an attempt to identify her, the coroner started looking through the body for hints. There were scars on her abdomen, which the examiner thought might have been from an operation or childbirth, and there was scarring on her buttocks. She had 2 distinctive tattoos. One was a heart with the words, "I love you, Shirley," and Seattle. The other just said, "Mother and I love you." Because of an injury to her upper leg, she also wore a prosthetic left leg. She had lost all of her upper teeth, which appeared to have been extracted medically. Her blood alcohol level was 0.3%, according to the toxicology report, indicating that she had been inebriated. The idea that she might have been picked up from the bar Ruby's was reinforced by this. The examiner's findings were used to create a thorough profile. She was 5 feet and 4 inches tall, weighed 115 pounds, and was thought to be between the ages of 25 and 35. She was Native American and had black hair that was slightly curled. There were indications on her physique that she may have given birth at least once. According to the tattoo, she was born in Seattle, Washington, and Shirley was either her real name or the name of a loved one. She was dressed in a pink top, blue jeans, blue socks, and white shoes when she passed away. Her body was given the placeholder name Kern County Jane Doe and held in the county mortuary until she could be identified. Additionally, investigators produced plaster impressions of the tire tracks discovered close to the victim's body and removed fingerprints from the abandoned beer bottle discovered at the scene. The victim's clothing was also removed by the forensics team, who were able to recover biological material from it. In order to screen for potential DNA that might have been transferred during the attack, they also asked the medical examiner to submit the victim's nail clippings. While the investigation was ongoing, all of these were sent for DNA profiling. However, she was only the initial casualty in what would turn out to be a multi-decade mystery. Authorities were notified of another homicide in nearby Ventura County 3 days after the Kern County Jane Doe was found. On July 18, 1980, the body of another woman was found in the Westlake parking lot of Thousand Oaks High School. Investigators discovered that the woman was either Hispanic or Native American when they got there. She had multiple apparent defense wounds on her arms and had been partially undressed. Since there was not much blood found close to the crime scene, a search revealed that she had been slain somewhere else. A trail of blood from the edge of the tarmac surface to the body's location suggested that she had been dragged from a car and taken to the parking lot. Investigators knew that nearby Kern County had seen a similar attack 3 days earlier. At the time, investigators did not think the two crime sites were connected, despite their obvious parallels. Investigators searched the surrounding area but were unable to find any hints because they could not find any tire tracks or the victim's personal things close to the crime site. When questioned, the school custodian who discovered the body was only able to say that he had discovered her while performing his regular tasks at the school. At the moment, detectives could not help but notice that she was also pregnant. Her remains were forwarded to the county coroner for additional analysis. The woman was killed 12 hours prior to her body being found, according to the medical examiner at the coroner's office. She had died by strangulation after being stabbed 16 times. The victim had also been viciously attacked. She had battled her attacker to the very last, as evidenced by the wounds on her arm. According to the coroner, she was in the 20-30 age group. She weighed between 100 and 115 pounds and was reported to be between 5 feet 1 inch and 5 feet 3 inches tall. Investigators were given a thorough profile by the coroner, which included a description of the woman and identifiable body marks. With some Hispanic, Caucasian, Sub-Saharan, and Asian descent, the victim was predominantly Native American. She had penciled eyebrows because she had chopped off her natural brows, brown eyes, and black hair with bleach blonde tips. She had her ears pierced and had extensive dental work done. She had a number of birthmarks and scars, including a scar on her left knee and 2 scars from vaccinations on her left arm. She was 5 months pregnant with a boy, they were able to ascertain. Before the attack, the infant had seemed to be healthy and had received the right prenatal care. Additionally, an episiotomy scar indicated that she might have previously given birth to at least 1 child. Like the Kern County Jane Doe, she had no criminal history, and a search of national databases yielded no results, despite taking her fingerprints. The victim had been wearing red jeans, a black bra, white underwear, and a white t-shirt. Her fingernail clippings and these were also collected and sent to be tested for foreign DNA that might be used to identify her killer. While detectives awaited the results, DNA was also taken from the fetus to do a paternity test. She was given the fictitious name Ventura County Jane Doe by the county coroner. Authorities in Ventura County and Kern County put in a lot of effort over the course of the following several weeks to identify both women. Officials from Kern County went back to the pub and spoke with other local residents. Additionally, investigators appealed to anyone who might have known Jane Doe through the local media. At that point, a female caller who wished to remain anonymous and claimed to know the woman discovered in the orchard gave them a tip. The caller said that she worked as a server at a bar, went by the name Becky or Rebecca Ochoa, and had tattoos that resembled the victims. But this tip did not lead to anything. According to several witnesses, she had been spotted in and near Lemoore for a few weeks before to her passing. These witnesses stated that the victim had been a farmhand at a nearby apple orchard. This lead did not yield any valuable information either. Investigators eventually started going to nearby tattoo parlors in the hopes that they would identify the victim and recognize the work. Although he did not personally know the work, a Bakersfield tattoo artist gave information to a tattoo parlor in Los Angeles that employed a similar method in their works. He added that there was a sizable Native American population in the region. Detectives headed to Los Angeles to follow this clue. They were back to square one after questioning the artists in the parlor and discovering that their Jane Doe had no connections to the region. Detectives in Ventura County operated under the hypothesis that Jane Doe had been abducted while hitchhiking in the vicinity of Visalia, California's College of the Sequoias. In contrast to the Kern County Jane Doe, no one appeared to remember their victim, so investigators likewise turned to the media to learn more about them. Despite distributing her dental records to many dental labs, no match was found. Without fresh leads, these paths were rapidly becoming less viable. When the paternity tests from the unborn child likewise came up empty, investigators' hopes were crushed once more. A profile that may be connected to pre-existing criminal profiles in the CODIS database was created using the DNA taken from the fetus. The father of the child, however, did not appear to have a criminal record. In the 1980, cSDNA testing was still in its infancy, and detectives had tried every available avenue to identify both women. Despite being buried in county cemeteries, the investigators never forgot the Jane Doe's story and kept trying to re-identify them. It was found that the foreign DNA from both ladies belonged to an unidentified male. However, because they thought the killings were a coincidence, investigators kept the two cases apart. This was put away, and investigators who were tasked with handling the cold cases in both counties would periodically submit DNA results over the course of the following 30 years. A new perspective meant a different method of handling the problem. Since 1980, investigators were certain that the murderer would have committed other crimes. It was plausible that their suspect was now on their systems due to technological improvements. The DNA collected from their Jane Doe was ultimately matched by Kern County officials in 2008. Wilson Chuest, a 51-year-old guy who was already detained in California, has been connected to it. On December 2, 1951, Wilson Claude Chuest Jr. was born in New Orleans, Louisiana. Wilson reportedly had a difficult upbringing because his parents were constantly at war with one another. Wilson's childhood dreams of becoming a priest were shattered when he was expelled from a Catholic school for assaulting a fellow student. Before long, he succumbed to his darker side and started consuming drugs. He enlisted in the army at the age of 18, but was released because he was considered unfit for duty. Wilson made the decision to marry and go to Los Angeles in 1969 after coming home. Wilson's move to crime revealed rifts in the marriage, despite the fact that the pair appeared content and even had a daughter. In October 1977, he committed his first significant offense. A young woman who had been standing on the side of a road in Los Angeles had been offered a lift by him. After she climbed in, he kidnapped her and took her to a faraway place. Wilson then attacked her and tried to kill her by strangulation. When she went unconscious, he figured she was dead. She regained consciousness after he abandoned her body in a ditch and reported him right away to the closest police station. Wilson, unable to avoid the allegations, struck a bargain with the prosecution and was accused of kidnapping in November 1977. Although he was granted parole in June 1980, it was short-lived. 2 months after being freed in August 1980, he robbed someone. He made another attempt to kidnap a woman outside Visalia's College of the Sequoias that same month. He had threatened to use violence against her if she didn't comply, but 2 witnesses, who happened to be passing by at the same moment, stopped his plan. After she told him she was married, he released the woman he had kidnapped and assaulted in September 1980. In the end, he was apprehended, found guilty of all 3 offenses and given a 12-year-to-life term that same year. However, Wilson served 24 years before being granted release in 2004. However, after determining that he exhibited no remorse, the committee changed their mind. However, in 2016, he was eligible for another parole hearing. Investigators were able to connect Wilson's DNA to the DNA profile found on the Kern County Jane Doe while he was still incarcerated, He was not charged right away, though, and no explanation was ever provided. After learning that Wilson was connected to an unsolved murder in Kern County in July 1980, Ventura County officials sent the DNA profile of their cold case suspect to CODIS in 2012 so that it could be compared to any potential matches to inmates already listed on the system. It was a match in January 2013. DNA from their Jane Doe's clothing and fingernails had also connected her to Wilson Shuis. Investigators in both counties were perplexed by it because they had spent years looking into two instances that had striking parallels but were never connected. However, the struggle for justice was far from ended. DNA had not been able to identify both Jane Does, despite having connected Wilson to both killings. One of the lawyers decided not to pursue the cold case with unidentified victims when the case was handed to the Ventura County District Attorney's Office. However, John Barrick, a senior deputy district attorney, was unwilling to give up. Wilson was to be prosecuted for the killings of Jane Does in Ventura County. "I don't have to prove their identity under the laws of murder. All I need to do is demonstrate that they are human," he thought. "I felt it was worth the effort because if we don't, these women, even if we don't know their names, will never receive the justice they deserve, and there's a good chance Wilson will escape, and that is not a person who deserves to be out among law-abiding citizens," Barrick stated. On September 23, 2015, a court order sent Wilson Shuis to Ventura County while he was still in detention. He was charged and arrested on 3 counts of murder while he was being detained at the county jail, the deaths of Jane Does and her unborn child. Wilson initially denied any involvement in the attacks and killings of the 2 ladies. Barrick and a number of prosecutors from Ventura County and Kern County spent the next 3 years trying to make Wilson pay for his crimes by presenting a strong case. He was put on trial on May 14, 2018. In court testimony, 3 of the women who survived his attacks characterized Wilson as a predator. Their accounts were similar in that Wilson had approached them and enticed them into his vehicle. Patrick Scott Bell also came forward as a witness. In 1980, Patrick was a teenager who frequently stayed with Chowis, a family friend. He described to the court how Wilson had admitted to him that he had murdered an unidentified woman and disposed of her remains. He added that one evening, he and his brothers had assisted Wilson in cleaning his car, and that when their mother questioned them, Carolyn Bell had made up the story that Wilson had struck a deer. Carolyn Bell confirmed this confession in court, as well as in a prior 2013 interview. Prosecutors used tangible evidence discovered at the Kern County crime scene following the confessions. Wilson had previously been identified by DNA and fingerprints recovered from the abandoned beer bottle. Additionally, a positive match was found in the DNA taken from the Jane Doe's clothing and fingernails. Andrei Ninjev, Wilson's defense lawyer, made a feeble claim when he claimed that his client and the women had agreed to intimacy. Additionally, he contended that there was no tangible proof of Wilson's presence at the Ventura County crime scene. On May 31, 2018, Wilson was convicted of killing both adult victims following a 2-week trial. The jury returned a guilty verdict with a unanimous vote. They were unable to convict him of the unborn child's murder, though, because the legislation the prosecution cited to support their case had not been amended since 1994. Wilson's age and the dearth of witnesses who could testify on his favor prevented the death sentence from being sought. Wilson was given 2 consecutive life sentences without the chance of release on July 12, 2018. The California Substance Abuse Treatment Facility and State Prison in Corcoran is where he is presently completing his term. Wilson was found guilty and charged with killing both Jane Does, but this did not help detectives get their names back. However, since the 1980s, DNA testing has made significant progress. Steve Rhodes, a cold case investigator in Ventura County, was aware that suspects in cold cases that had been unsolved for decades were being identified using a novel genetic genealogy testing technique. It could undoubtedly assist in identifying the victims. It had placed the Golden State Killer in jail. Both Kern County and Ventura County officials sent their DNA samples for genetic analysis in collaboration with the DNA Doe Project, DDP, an all-volunteer organization that uses genetic genealogy to identify John and Jane Does. To date, one of the victims of serial killer John Wayne Gacy has been positively identified by the DDP. Southern Texas, Central Mexico, Northern New Mexico, Indigenous California, and Guatemala are among those mentioned on their website and Facebook page. Family members have yet to identify her. Investigators were able to identify her unborn child's father in 2021. He is thought to be a Honduran immigrant with connections to the Central American population in Los Angeles' Koreatown neighborhood. Investigators couldn't get in touch with him to find out anything about their Jane Doe. However, they are aggressively looking for any leads and are encouraging family members to come forward and provide their DNA. Finding anything useful for the Kern County Jane Doe was a little more challenging because the DNA recovered had deteriorated over time. In May 2019, she started her inquiry. The victim was Indigenous, according to the DDP, and her parents were probably from Meskwakis, Alberta, Canada. The issue was that very few Native Americans had given genealogical websites their DNA profiles. To aid in the case's resolution, a request was posted on the DDP Facebook page for anyone of Indigenous heritage to submit their DNA. Violet Sousa, who had spent decades looking for her missing aunt Shirley Ann Sousa, saw this appeal. In February 2020, Violet sent her DNA to GeneMatch. In April 2021, the DNA Doe Project announced that Shirley Ann Sousa had finally been identified after tests revealed that Violet was, in fact, a close relative of the Kern County Jane Doe. When she was slain, she was 35 years old. On February 6, 1945, Shirley was born in Alberta, Canada, on the Samson Cree Nation Reserve. Each of her 7 siblings belonged to a close-knit family. When Shirley's father died, she was just 14 years old. Due to their inability to manage the duties involved in ranch maintenance, the family experienced financial troubles. In order to provide for her family, she ultimately made the decision to leave the reservation in pursuit of employment. Shirley ended up relocating to Vancouver, British Columbia, instead of her original plan to relocate to Edmonton, which is nearby. She would later marry Adam Miskew here in 1963, and the two of them had a girl and 2 boys. However, things did not get any simpler. Her marriage failed after a few tumultuous years, and her 3 children were removed and placed in foster care before being adopted. She ended up destitute after failing to reclaim custody of her kids. In order to deal with her depression, Shirley resorted to substance addiction and drinking. Her family had observed the shift in her behavior, but she occasionally went back to Alberta. When she returned for her brother's burial in 1977, it was the last time her family saw her. She mentioned that she would be seeing a friend in Seattle, Washington, but she stated that she did not want to go back to Alberta. Shirley's mother allegedly encouraged her daughter to get a tattoo that would help people recognize her and help them find her in the event of an emergency. Shirley continued to correspond with her family, but after June 1980 she stopped. After decades of searching the Vancouver region, family members finally turned to visiting cemeteries since they thought she had passed away. Violet Sousa claimed that after the finding, she had promised her grandma that she would track down Shirley and bring her back to the family. On May 26, 2022, her remains were transported by air to Edmonton Airport. Members of California's Tule River tribe performed songs and offered blessings during a ritual before her casket was given back to her family. They were joined in bidding their final goodbyes by representatives from the Kern County Sheriff's Office. Violet felt relieved that she could finally keep her word. Shirley Ann Sousa was buried on May 27, 2022, in Riverside Cemetery, where her family is buried. In order to enable Indigenous people to perform their own forensic investigations, Violet now advocates for them to receive training in DNA research. She is still collaborating with investigators to use a genetic genealogy database to assist other Indigenous families in locating their missing loved ones. "I want to give people in similar situations to that hope," she said. Even though the task looked unachievable in 1980, investigators' relentless pursuit of justice, along with developments in DNA testing and technology, has finally brought a killer to justice and offered peace to a family that had been looking for their loved one for far too long. Over half of the war has already been won. However, there is still hope for finding the Ventura County Jane Doe as technology advances. The instance of today has demonstrated that unwavering perseverance can produce incredible outcomes. How do you feel about the advancements in technology that have helped locate and provide closure to families who have been looking for answers regarding the location of their missing loved ones for years? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. A young woman's lifeless body was found in the state of Morelos on the side of an abandoned road. When they discovered her, the onlookers called the police right away. The body was still. She had obvious bruising and abrasions on her skin, and her clothes were wrinkled and discolored. Authorities were unable to locate any personal possessions or documentation that would have helped identify her in the area. This signaled the start of an inquiry to clarify the events and determine the causes of this catastrophe. Born in one of Mexico City's impoverished districts on July 5, 1995, Ariadna Fernanda Lopez Diaz, despite having few finances, her early years were filled with love and affection. Her mother and her older brother Omar made up her family. Mutual support kept the small family together in spite of the lack of a father figure who was uninterested in his kids. Omar gave Ariadna constant support and became into a protector and role model for her. Because of their strong relationship, Ariadna felt secure knowing that she could always count on someone. Ariadna was well liked by her peers because of her friendly and affable demeanor. She stood out for her genuineness and willingness to assist people, and she had a natural aptitude to make friends. She spent a lot of her school years with close companions, with whom she frequently discussed her future aspirations. But in 2018, when Ariadna was only 23, her mother was afflicted with cancer, leaving her youth tainted by a devastating loss. The family eventually had to confront the inevitable as the sickness advanced quickly. For both Ariadna and Omar, losing her mother was a heartbreaking blow. In addition to deepening their relationship, this catastrophe made Ariadna grow up fast and accept responsibility for her own life. She made sure her mother's presence was always with her by getting her name permanently inked as an homage to her mother. Ariadne had met a young man and quickly started seeing him before to the death of her mother. Ariadne soon found out she was expecting a kid, as their romance progressed swiftly. The young couple quickly recognized their paths were separating though, since the arrival of her kid did not provide the stability she had hoped for. Following their separation, they continued to have a cordial relationship while sharing custody of their son. Having a child presented new difficulties. In order to support herself and her son, Ariadna had to juggle the responsibilities of parenthood with her job search. Getting a job at a well-known bar in Mexico City was the first step on this adventure. This place, which was frequented by wealthy customers, had high standards for its employees. Ariadne developed her capacity to communicate with a diverse range of people here. She thrived in her position in spite of the problems, overcoming them with her charm and tenacious work ethic. Her life was drastically altered by the pandemic. Despite losing her job because the company where she worked closed, Ariadne resisted giving up. Instead, she opened her own beauty salon during this time to fulfill a lifelong dream. This endeavor came to represent her will and ambition to create a life free from other influences. Using her vast network and skills, she was able to start a business that gave her a reliable source of income. A new connection came into her life at this period. She clicked with a man she met right away. She found security and happiness in her relationship. Between her spouse, her job, and her son, Ariadna managed her time well. Despite having a busy schedule, she managed to find joy in every new chance. By the time Ariadne was 27, her life had taken on the appearance of a finished puzzle, with each obstacle and accomplishment adding to a picture of tenacity and accomplishment. She had experienced loss, started over, taken care of her son's future, and become independent. But what appeared to be the beginning of a happy chapter was actually the beginning of a tragedy. Vanessa was introduced to Ariadne by mutual connections. Ariadne and her pals went to an event where they first interacted. Ariadne was immediately drawn to Vanessa because she was youthful, lively, and captivating. Vanessa was able to establish a connection with people quite fast. Those who knew her well, however, felt conflicted about her. Her acts frequently shocked people with their unpredictable nature, and beneath her seeming openness were jagged edges. A common figure in Vanessa's social circle was the middle-aged businessman Rautel. Rumors surrounded his reputation. Prominent for his wealth, power, and extravagant way of living, he was frequently spotted with young women who wanted to be a part of his world. Rumors of his ties to influential people and even criminal organizations helped to elevate his stature, but no one in his inner circle could verify these claims. Although Rautel shied away from discussing his background and business operations directly, his manner evoked both admiration and discomfort. Despite her intelligence and independence, Ariadne was not immediately aware of the differences between her new acquaintances and her regular group of friends. Eager to make an impression, Vanessa frequently spoke about her relationships with Rautel and other powerful individuals. She portrayed him as having the ability to resolve any issue. Ariadne gradually started to spend more time with them. Vanessa made an effort to earn Ariadne's trust and appeared to be truly enthralled with her. After hearing about Ariadne from Vanessa, Rautel became interested in her right away. His attentiveness and conversational skills surprised her at their first meeting. His charm and confidence were irresistible, and Ariadne was no exception to his appeal. However, a more nuanced personality lay beneath this appeal. Rautel's manipulative tendencies were observed by anyone who interacted with him. However, Ariadne thought he was a decent and kind man. Vanessa remained essential in reinforcing the bond between Rautel and Ariadne. She created an environment of openness and trust by often inviting Ariadne to events where Rautel was present. But as time went on, strange information emerged. For example, Ariadne was cautioned by some of her friends to exercise caution when interacting with these individuals. Some were aware of Vanessa's erratic behavior and Rautel's dubious reputation. They suggested that these interactions might have unspoken dangers. Ariadne saw no threat in her new social group, even in spite of the warnings. She viewed her friendship with Vanessa as a chance to escape from her everyday obligations and discover a world that had previously been unattainable. Rautel, however, made an effort to gain her favor by being kind and generous. She found his invitations to parties and dinners intriguing and innocuous. As we know, Ariadne was seeing a young man. Nevertheless, based on the information at hand, she continued to cultivate acquaintances and occasionally accepted invitations to social gatherings. Her boyfriend didn't show displeasure with her social contacts and was a trustworthy individual. Ariadne gradually realized that her life was beginning to be impacted by her new relationships. Vanessa contacted her often, offering to arrange get-togethers and leisure activities. Rautel, on the other hand, made a greater effort to establish himself in Ariadne's life and frequently provided assistance and support in a variety of circumstances. Unaware of the possible repercussions, Ariadne was slowly but surely losing herself in their world. Ariadne accepted Vanessa's invitation to get out with friends on October 30, 2022. The event was scheduled to start at Fisher's, a well-known eatery in Mexico City's downtown. Vanessa reassured her that the evening would be pleasant, with a leisurely meal and pleasant companionship. Ariadne felt a little uneasy because Rautel was also supposed to join. She was beginning to have doubts about him, but she chose not to turn him down since she didn't want to jeopardize her friendship with Vanessa. Later that night, the group gathered at the restaurant, which was well known for its fashionable patrons and elegant interiors. It served as a vibrant background for the event. An assortment of canapés and wine cocktails contributed to the lively and joyous ambiance at the table. Rautel made himself the focus of attention as usual, toasting and telling stories. He went out of his way to demonstrate his power and engaged with the waitstaff with assurance. Vanessa encouraged him by interjecting remarks and jokes to keep the discussion going. Following their example, the other guests attempted to match the host's enthusiasm for the evening. Amidst the boisterous atmosphere, Ariadne's actions were particularly noticeable, frequently checking her phone, reading texts, and sending out comments. She didn't seem quite comfortable. She frequently kept her eyes on Rautel, as though she were trying to find some deeper significance in his words or deeds. In an attempt to divert her attention, Vanessa drew her into discussions and urged her to take another cocktail. Ariadne, however, stayed taciturn. Something was bothering her more than the surroundings based on her look. Ariadne shared a mysterious message on social media in the middle of the evening. "Would you miss me if I vanished?" Although many in her wider network thought it was a joke, this post caused anxiety among her close friends and family. But Ariadne had never written anything like this before, according to those who knew her well. Although no one could have foreseen that it would be her final post, it made an uncomfortable impact. The party made the decision to relocate to Rautel's residence as the evening wore on. Rautel himself made the suggestion, and Vanessa wholeheartedly agreed, stating that it would enable them to spend the rest of the evening in a more private situation. After some hesitation, Ariadne consented, and after Vanessa encouraged her to join the others, they all piled into Rautel's car and drove the short distance to his house. Rautel's home, which was situated in a posh area, demonstrated his prestige. The interior was decorated in a contemporary style with opulent elements. When they arrived, the party took up residence in a large living room. Ariadne became more uneasy as the evening went on, despite the music and cocktails. As she checked her phone and pretended to make calls, she moved away multiple times. Her focused and aloof manner was not unnoticed. When Vanessa noticed this, she started whispering to Rautel, which made the situation even more tense. Ariadne declared she was tired and wanted to go home closer to midnight, but Vanessa persuaded her to wait a bit longer, saying they could depart in around 30 minutes. As the evening wore on and the other guests began to go, Rautel, who was unusually silent at that time, would periodically look at Ariadne in a way that made her feel even more uneasy. Ariadne was among the last to go. Sadly, none of the gang would ever see her alive. An incident rocked Morelos the next morning, October 31, 2022, when two bikers discovered a woman's death on the side of a distant road while out on an early morning ride. Locals hardly ever visited the area, which was remote from any major roadways. The bleak landscape, scant vegetation, and eerie quiet of the surrounding area all served to highlight the tragedy. Although the woman was dressed, her clothes were filthy and seemed to be broken. Numerous bruises and what seemed to be contusions were seen on her body. Law enforcement was notified of the occurrence by witnesses right away, and they arrived a few hours later to record the incident and possibly help identify the body. The cyclists snapped pictures of the area in the interim. As soon as the police showed up, they roped off the area and started gathering evidence. Mark suggested that the body had been moved, and tire traces were discovered in the ground. Although there were obvious indications of a struggle, forensic experts were unable to determine the cause of death. Since there were no obvious injuries from a weapon, it was challenging to pinpoint the precise circumstances of the tragedy. Since no personal belongings or paperwork were discovered with the woman, her identity was unknown at the time. Pictures of the body started making the rounds on social media a few hours later, and people who saw them started talking about them. They were Ariadne's friends and relatives, who had been missing since going to a party at Rautel's house. They were able to identify the victim's distinguishing characteristics, such as tattoos. Omar, her brother, feared the worst and reported the woman missing to the police, speculating that she might be his sister. Meanwhile, the investigation was started by the Morelos state authorities. However, there was a lot of criticism directed at the police's early response. Critical traces at the site were not adequately documented, and there were reports of violations of evidence-gathering rules. This cast suspicion on the professionalism and moral character of the local police force. Their suspicions were validated when Ariadne's family members showed up to formally identify the body. His sister had a tattoo honoring their late mother on her shoulder, which Omar recognized. Her body's condition, bruises and injuries on her arms and face obviously indicated a violent incident, made the family's heartbreaking shock even worse. But at the time, the police's official comments sounded dubious and offered no clarification. The family's first reaction was to demand justice. They started calling for responsibility for those involved and an open probe. To raise awareness of the situation, they contacted acquaintances who were active on social media that same day. A little initiative soon gained momentum and attracted thousands of participants. The Morelos police insisted that the killing might have been an accident despite the growing public criticism. Further investigation would be contingent upon the completion of a forensic examination, they said. This position simply increased suspicions that powerful people might be engaged in hiding the truth and stoked further concerns. Since Rautel and Vanessa were the last to see Ariadne alive, they were the first people investigators got in touch with. The first speculations regarding what might have happened were based on their statements. According to Rautel's original story, Ariadne called a cab to leave his residence after the party. She didn't exhibit any signs of serious distress, but she did seem a little upset, he said. He claims that once he led her to the door, she departed. Vanessa backed up his account by saying that Ariadne had actually gone in a taxi and hadn't stated where she was going. But their versions' contradictions soon sparked doubts. The absence of any proof proving a cab ride was the first warning sign. Ralph and Vanessa were unable to produce the driver's contact details or any evidence to support their claims. Investigators eventually found that none of the drivers recalled picking up Ariadne, despite the fact that multiple taxi calls had been recorded in the vicinity of Rautel's home that evening. The behavior of Vanessa was the second problem. Depending on what was questioned, her story changed. At first, she maintained that Ariadne had gone out on her own. She went on to say that they had argued at the party, which might have angered Ariadne. Additionally, in reference to the mysterious social media post Ariadne had written earlier that evening, Ariadne's friends informed police that Vanessa had messaged them in an attempt to imply that Ariadne might have hurt herself. Even though Ariadne's family and close friends initially thought the post, which was published just hours before she vanished, was a joke, investigators started to worry it might be a reflection of her actual emotional condition that evening. Vanessa's increasingly unpredictable behavior was another concerning element. She was attempting to minimize the problem and omit specifics in her texts to Ariadne's pals. She acknowledged in one text that she was scared of being implicated, but she didn't say why. Investigators' suspicions that Vanessa might be hiding important information were further heightened by these indicators. The investigation's preliminary conclusions were equivocal about the precise circumstances surrounding Ariadne's demise, but later investigations by law enforcement and outside specialists turned up important evidence. These conclusions were supported by security footage, text messages found on the suspects' phones, and 2 autopsies. According to the first forensic report in the state of Morelos, Ariadne's death was due to asphyxiation from bronchial aspiration. According to the examiner, she may have died as a result of food and drink getting into her airways. However, Ariadne's family quickly questioned this judgment. Despite the official conclusions, they drew attention to the many bruises and injuries on her body that were not sufficiently addressed in the report. Under pressure from the family and the public, her family insisted on a second exam. For additional examination, Ariadne's body was moved to a separate forensic facility in Mexico City. The first conclusions were entirely at odds with the findings of the second autopsy. Numerous injuries, including head trauma, bruises, and signs of physical force on her arms and legs, were discovered by experts, indicating that she may have tried to defend herself. These results demonstrated that alcohol was not the only factor in her death, or that it was not an accident. Authorities reclassified the case as a criminal conduct when her death was deemed to be the consequence of violent acts. Surveillance footage taken from Rautel's home's parking garage was essential to the investigation. In one video, the morning after the party, Rautel was seen taking Ariadne's motionless body to his car. He was also seen on camera packing her body into the car and driving off. These recordings turned into unquestionable proof linking him to the body's movement and eventual concealment. Investigators found communications about Rautel and Vanessa's behavior after the party after seizing their phones. Attempts to coordinate their accounts for law enforcement and defend their actions to Ariadne's pals were exposed in the texts. Rautel assured Vanessa that everything was under control, but Vanessa voiced worry about the pressure from Ariadne's family. Even specific guidelines on how to respond to inquiries without arousing suspicion were included in one reply. Vanessa frequently implied that Ariadne might have been experiencing emotional turmoil and perhaps considered self-harm in her chats with Ariadne's acquaintances. Ariadne's acquaintances claimed that she was a happy, energetic girl who showed no indications of such tendencies, which ran counter to this story. Suspicion of Vanessa's involvement was heightened by these discrepancies. Investigators came to the conclusion that the earlier allegations of an accidental death or Ariadne leaving Rautel's home freely did not match the evidence from the second autopsy, surveillance footage, and retrieved texts, which provided a better picture of what had happened. The violent nature of Ariadne's death and the subsequent concealing of her body were amply demonstrated by the evidence. These conclusions served as the basis for the accusations made against Rautel and Vanessa, who would shortly stand trial for their crimes. The first person arrested was Vanessa. Investigators found that she had been communicating with Rautel continuously. They talked about avoiding accountability in the days after the incident. The public was closely watching her arrest. Vanessa stated during her first interrogations that she was not responsible for Ariadna's killing. However, her claims were contradicted. Vanessa maintained that she was not aware of what happened following the incident because she had gone to bed early the night before. A fact check of her statements, however, uncovered up contradictions. Text exchanges revealed that she had spoken with Rautel about the specifics and was fully aware of what had transpired. In an attempt to hide her role in the crime's cover-up, investigators also found that Vanessa purposefully erased communications, pictures, and other potentially damaging material. Rautel decided to turn himself in to the police after realizing the growing evidence against him. He declared his innocence while accompanied by his attorneys, claiming that he did not hurt Ariadna but rather panicked and tried to conceal her body out of concern for the repercussions. He claims that the morning after the party, he discovered Ariadna unconscious in his house and, thinking she was dead, chose to dispose of the body to allay suspicions. But there were significant questions about his account of what happened. First, the second autopsy's findings refuted his allegations by confirming a violent cause of death. Second, instead of calling for assistance, he was seen on security camera carrying the body while making obvious attempts to conceal his conduct. Furthermore, as the investigation went on, his text exchanges with Vanessa showed a concerted attempt to agree on fabricated accounts of what had transpired. Concerning information emerged regarding possible corruption between Rautel and the Morelos prosecutor's office. The state's first autopsy report had purposefully left out mentions of injuries that were obviously signs of violence. The prosecutor was accused by activists and Ariadne's family of absolving Rautel of responsibility by leveraging their position. Public indignation was sparked by these accusations. An internal affairs division commenced an investigation into potential misconduct, and Mexico City officials began reviewing the Morelos prosecutor's activities. According to some witnesses, Rautel had ties to criminal organizations, which may account for his seeming assurance in evading punishment. The case received a lot of attention and came to represent structural problems in the legal system as well as the need of public pressure in seeking justice. At least one of the suspects knew more about what happened that night than they were ready to acknowledge, according to additional interrogations and evidence gathered. However, neither Vanessa nor Rautel took direct blame. Instead, they centered their explanations on attempts to defend one another's acts. This only served to increase suspicions and was a major contributing cause to their brief detention. A protracted and thorough inquiry was conducted into the causes and motivations behind the tragedy that transpired that evening. It took meticulous event reconstruction, evidence analysis, and a detailed look at everyone's behavior during the party to uncover the truth. With the help of contradictory testimony, technical information, and the suspect's psychological profiles, a more comprehensive picture gradually started to take shape. Together with mutual friends, Ariadna, Vanessa, and Rautel started that fateful evening over dinner and drinks at a restaurant in downtown Mexico City. Everything appeared normal on the surface: music, laughter, and conversation, but minute nuances suggested underlying stress. Witness accounts and a review of text conversations revealed that Ariadne seemed particularly silent and distracted. Her habit of checking her phone a lot, sending messages, and taking calls was unusual for her at social events. Later on in the investigation, this fact became crucial. Her communications showed that she had been messaging a close friend to express her anxiety about the party and her worries about certain guests. The group left the restaurant and went to the hotel's residence. The property, which had security cameras and high walls around it, was often used for private parties. The hosts, Vanessa and Rautel, appeared to have strained chemistry. According to witnesses, Vanessa made a number of scathing comments about Ariadna, who handled them calmly in an effort to avoid conflict. Alcohol started to affect the group's conduct as the evening went on. Already emotionally agitated, Vanessa allegedly yelled at Ariadne many times, calling her rude and unwelcoming. These charges increased the already rising tension but didn't strike a chord with the other members of the group. Rautel, on the other hand, was obviously unhappy with Vanessa's actions, but seemed to maintain his neutrality. Witnesses' reports of Ariadna trying to leave the party early the following morning marked a turning point. She reappeared shortly after being spotted outside the residence. Investigators found that Vanessa persisted in confronting Ariadne throughout this period, resulting in an open dispute between the two. The specifics of the altercation are still unknown. Investigators believe Vanessa accused Ariadne of attracting Rautel's undue attention. After the majority of the attendees had departed the party, only Vanessa, Rautel, and Ariadne were remaining in the house. Messages recovered from the phones verified that Vanessa and Rautel had talked about difficult events from that evening. Investigators said that Vanessa, who was allegedly very drunk, started acting aggressively. An incident that is thought to have occurred during this time is what caused Ariadne's fatal injuries. What was the reason behind Ariadne's peculiar social media post that evening? After being written off as a joke at first, the message gained significance as the inquiry progressed. Friends subsequently acknowledged that Vanessa's actions and the general ambiance of the event might have made Ariadne uncomfortable. The tweet could have been an attempt to draw attention to herself, communicate her uneasiness, or perhaps act as a subliminal warning. According to the reconstruction of events, a major contributing factor to the catastrophe was Vanessa's envy, which was made worse by drink and mental instability. Rautel's actions, which were probably an attempt to hide what had transpired, simply made matters worse. If the atmosphere at the party had not been so tight and unstable, this confluence of circumstances could have prevented the disastrous result. Omar, Ariadne's older brother, was left to be the only father figure in the life of her 6-year-old son. Omar stepped in to offer both emotional and financial help. As he assumed responsibility for his nephew's upbringing, he worked to preserve Ariadne's memories and show him the love she had always shown him throughout her life. Since other family members and friends helped the youngster deal with his loss and provide him with a loving atmosphere, this choice strengthened the bonds within the family. The family of Ariadne continued to be involved in the effort to learn the whole facts regarding her passing. They attracted public attention, started social media campaigns, and planned protests. One noteworthy accomplishment was attracting the attention of foreign media, which contributed to a rise in pressure on the Mexican legal system. The initial judicial proceedings concerning Ariadne's demise turned out to be a crucial point in the fight for justice. The family and their legal team made sure that the case was handled openly and honestly, taking into account all pertinent facts, even in the face of opposition from some authorities. The public and media kept a watchful eye on every stage of the inquiry and trial, making it difficult for any facts to be concealed or misrepresented. Rautel and Vanessa's positions in court proceedings were the main topic of discussion at the start of the trial. Key evidence offered by the prosecution included text message data, phone call logs, and security footage. These documents showed the defendants' possible involvement in the violent acts that resulted in Ariadne's death, in addition to their involvement in hiding the body. By claiming that the tragedy was an unfortunate accident, the defense tried to refute the facts, although a number of testimony and forensic analyses seriously put doubt on that account. Determining the motivations behind the crime was one of the trial's main goals. According to witnesses who knew Vanessa well, she was impulsive and prone to aggressive conduct, which was frequently made worse by drink. However, Rautel's portrayal as having a dubious past and purported connections to criminal organizations raised further questions over his role in that night's events. However, the defendants denied any involvement in Ariadne's demise. Suspicions were heightened by the fact that their claims contradicted the evidence. The investigation and judicial proceedings in Ariadne's case are still ongoing, so a verdict has not yet been rendered. Prosecutors have charged her with femicide, a felony including gender-based violence that is thought to be an aggravating factor under Mexican law, based on the evidence they have acquired. Both suspects may spend up to 70 years behind bars if found guilty. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Not a good morning. Early on July 4, 2011, a woman's body was discovered 5 miles outside of Wayland, Massachusetts. A woman on a bicycle who happened to be passing by a swampy region made the discovery. She was enjoying the view as she rode. All of a sudden, something strange and fantastic caught her eye. The woman approached and was appalled when her curiosity overcame her. A deceased girl lay in the grass and muck along the road. According to appearances, the unfortunate girl had experienced unheard of abuse rather than drowning. She had a bungee cord twisted in her hair and an obvious wound on her neck. In an attempt to control her excitement, the bystander reported what she had witnessed and called emergency personnel. Her intentions for the day abruptly changed. She waited for the police, putting aside her business. After examining the body and pulling it onto dry land upon arrival, law enforcement officials promptly transported it for forensic analysis. The girl's appearance had not changed much because she had only been in the water for a short while. Officers identified 18-year-old Lauren Astley, who had been on everyone's wanted list since the night before. When Lauren didn't come home or show up for a meeting with friends the day before, she was reported missing. On July 3, she entered the shopping mall where she worked as a sales clerk at around 10 a.m., and CCTV footage showed her exiting the premises at 6:45 p.m. after her shift was over. At this point, it was proven that Astley was speaking on the phone. Unfortunately, she wasn't seen alive again after that. No one ever heard from her. Malcolm, the heroine's father, then started to worry. Ultimately, his daughter was known for being reliable and on time. She would not alter her route arbitrarily. At best, she would have mentioned that she was running late. Therefore, if she had stated that she would arrive home by the scheduled time, she would have done so. Mr. Astley promptly reported the disappearance to the police after realizing that something negative had occurred. The police officers began the search right away and didn't wait for the appropriate amount of time. The girl's friends and family also joined in at the same time. Word of mouth, incidentally, spread swiftly, and acquaintances quickly learned that she was missing. Soon after, a red Jeep belonging to the missing was discovered in the local beach's parking lot. Her personal items, including a laptop and a pocketbook, were inside the car, which had its windows down, but not in it was the girl herself. Furthermore, it was unclear where she may have gone after abandoning the car in such a risky manner. Malcolm headed straight to the location where he attempted to determine his daughter's whereabouts after learning of the car's finding. Seeking her as though she had drowned, he strolled along the shore and threw a flashlight into the water. After him, Lauren's pals showed up. In an attempt to be the first to see her, they made the decision to stay the night at the location. They searched the region all night long, wondering where Lauren had vanished to. The young men had no idea where to look for her or what to think. But none of them could have predicted that Lauren had suffered an irreversible injury. The scene appeared to be something out of a movie. The person you were conversing and joking with a short while ago couldn't simply vanish in that manner. Lauren's body was discovered less than 12 hours later. Her father was the first person the officers phoned. They were invited to attend the identification and told about the awful discovery. Despite his final refusal to accept that the girl on the pathologist's table was his daughter, Malcolm finally came to his senses and acknowledged his child. His young, intelligent girl, who had just had her entire life ahead of her, lay before him. The man's heart was wounded by unbearable pain. However, nothing could be reversed or reverted. He now had two crucial tasks to complete: inform his ex-wife of the tragic news and identify the person responsible for his daughter's death. No one in the city believed what had happened when the depressing news got out. Lauren had no enemies or ill-wishers, according to a united voice of family and close friends. The only person who unintentionally came under suspicion was Nathaniel Fujita, her ex-boyfriend. Everyone was very hesitant to say his name, since they knew how much he loved Lauren and would never do her any harm. But the deformations that occur to someone who has experienced a breakup are different, and you never know what can happen to someone who can't let go of the past in their first love. A person's first love is a powerful emotion that enters their life. It shifts. The normal way of life is totally destroyed. Such feelings infuse reality with new hues while nourishing and inspiring. It also brings with it the first kiss, the first personal encounter, the first employment, the first time away from the parental house, and so forth. When some feelings are superimposed on others, it's a very vivid part of life, but this kind of love is frequently short-lived. When circumstances separate two people, they break up. Someone recognized they didn't fit together, and someone couldn't handle the inconsistencies that resulted. After that, most of us experience the understatement and incompleteness that will continue to fascinate us till the end of time. But not everyone has the strength to go past it, say goodbye, and express gratitude for the time spent. The negative aspects of love, heavy addiction, and jealousy that broke young hearts are the subject of this tale. The entire high school is envious of Lauren Astley and Nathaniel Fujita. She is a small, attractive brown girl who makes a statement with her originality and activity. Many girls adore him since he is a tall, driven soccer player. Young individuals showed themselves to one another, even though they had known one another from childhood. Later, they dated for 3 years, starting in high school. With all the repercussions, it was a pretty colorful romance. They would argue and then reconcile, they would split up and then reunite. Despite their challenging personalities, the lovers made an effort to treasure the brittle bond that developed between them. For the first few years of their partnership at least, this persisted. In 1993, Lauren Dunn Astley was born in Boston. In Mary and Malcolm's family, she was the only kid. As a result, the young girl became the sole object of their attention. She was raised with strong morals because both of her parents were educators. Their daughter's development into a decent adult was their first priority. Astley and Lauren separated when Lauren was 6 years old. However, this had little impact on the girl's upbringing. They have a young beauty and they all still care about her and encourage Lauren in all of her pursuits. Cadile was a great deal. Her entire day was planned out minute by minute, and she was always enthralled with something. She has a wide range of fascinating interests. Lauren was a member of the Youth Symphony Orchestra, enjoyed playing soccer and tennis, and sang in a musical group. In addition, she was a counselor at a children's camp, a member of her church choir, and the lead in a theater production of Annie at the local arts center. She was always present at school and community concerts. A lot of people were in awe of her boundless enthusiasm. She was everywhere and very active. Social interaction was the second area of interest for the girls. Astley took part in numerous charity endeavors. She assisted Hurricane Katrina victims in New Orleans, Louisiana when she was 12 years old. She later made 2 additional trips to the region on a similar mission. She had a large, compassionate heart that was open to everyone and everything. As a result, she gave more thought to others than to herself. Everyone in her immediate vicinity was aware that they could always rely on her for guidance or assistance. Lauren and Nathaniel Fujita attended the same high school. He showed a lot of promise and was a superb player for the school soccer team. In addition, he had an ambition of tying athletics into his future. He was regarded as the company's soul and a hard-working pupil. The young man was Beta and Tom Fujita's eldest son. One could argue that his family was well off and well known in some circles. His father taught at Boston's Berklee College of Music and was a well-known guitarist. He was a unique individual who stood out from the crowd. Maybe Lauren and Nate's romance began when the girl conducted an interview with the boyfriend's father for a class assignment. She then started to visit their home more frequently, and as young people stopped keeping their emotions to themselves, their parents started talking to each other and visiting. As I mentioned before, the lovers' relationship was ideal for the first 2 years. The coupling was striking and they were both quite gorgeous young adults. Together, Nate and Lori did everything, went out, played sports, studied, and took part in events. And later on though, such a close relationship seemed stuffy. The guy controlled everything and wouldn't let the girl go anyplace by herself. He frequently saw things that weren't there because he was so envious of her. Nathaniel wanted her undivided attention and to keep it to himself. This was the cause of their disagreements. No one heard Lauren complain of any physical impact, but they increased in frequency as the young man started to respond more violently. Their relationship generally devolved into an emotional roller coaster. The tranquility was gone. Although it didn't work for them both, they were unable to return to their relaxed feelings. Lauren considered the future on multiple occasions and made a decision regarding her future life as her education came to a conclusion. She obviously understood that it was time to say goodbye after listing all the benefits and drawbacks of her relationship with Nate on paper. Additionally, she had never liked the way he behaved around her mother. Lauren didn't want that kind of conduct, and she had unintentionally projected their connection into her alleged existence with him. Furthermore, the upcoming enrollment was a significant factor in their lives. Already paths were splitting. Her partner received an invitation to play soccer at Trinity College in Connecticut, while Lauren was applying to Ohlone University in North Carolina. Breakup. On her birthday, April 1, 2011, Lauren made the tragic announcement. Since they still had time to adjust to their new circumstances and begin their lives over, she thought it was the ideal moment. Everyone was going to be busy and make new friends, which would help them forget about their depressing thoughts. But Nathaniel didn't have the same goals as Lauren. He experienced intense loneliness and grief. He had lost his enthusiasm for attending college. He quit going out and practicing. He spent the entire day watching TV and lying on the couch. The man descended into a profound sadness that he was unable to overcome. Everyone observed that he had changed from a once active and vivacious young man to a reclusive and melancholy individual. Furthermore, Fujita developed an addiction to marijuana and alcohol as a means of escaping the harsh realities of his life. Lauren found it difficult to witness his behavior, let alone to be the reason behind it. The girl sought her friends for advice on how to help him and what to do in this situation, but they all advised her to let him deal with this anguish on his own and not get involved. If she did, he might see her involvement as an opportunity to have everything fixed and given back. The suggestion from her friend was good. She should not have revealed her face to him because his condition deteriorated when he saw her. Regretfully, the girl had turned into his trigger, anticipating things. Her willingness to help and her goodwill later turned against her. About 150 individuals attended the large party that Astley and her friends planned after graduation. Young people danced and enjoyed themselves with the invitees during the event, which was hosted under a large dome. Additionally, it was revealed that Nathan, the heroine's ex-boyfriend, arrived at the party intoxicated and observed Lauren dancing in the center of the dance floor. She asked him not to disturb her or ruin the celebration when he tried to talk to her. It was useless to engage in idle chatter. It has all been said before, multiple times. Second, she didn't want to talk to him while she was in that state. The man, however, followed her and requested that she begin anew. His attitude deteriorated with every minute that went by, and his aggressiveness became more pronounced. He got so enraged at one point that he moved aside and struck the pole supporting the structure as hard as he could. The building stumbled and fell in reaction. The festivities were utterly destroyed. Everyone was upset and wanted Nathan to leave the gathering. Later, Lauren sobbed as she told her mother that her ex-boyfriend follows her around and never leaves her alone. The girl went on to say that he acted disgustingly and wouldn't let anyone dance with her at the graduation function. The fact that she was content without him infuriated him. Be suspicious. Questioning everyone Lauren was connected to in one way or another was the first thing the police did after learning she was missing. Every path went to Fujita. He was the only one who appeared to have an incentive to hurt her. But his whole entourage told her that was not the case. Officers have, however, frequently seen situations in which criminal activity was committed by those who were not expected to do so. At the door, Nathaniel and his mother greeted the detectives. The youngster was perplexed throughout the chat. He seems impressed by his beloved's abrupt exit. He said that he had lately seen her at around 7 o'clock. After a pleasant talk, the girl drove away after stopping by him in her car. The man said that their talk lasted no more than 5 minutes. Furthermore, the young man stated that he was at home and did not leave when Lauren vanished. His mother concurred with her son's statement, although it was challenging to verify his alibi, because he was alone himself at the time. Mrs. Fujita acknowledged that on the day she paid her a visit, she had also run across Nathan's ex-girlfriend at the shopping center, where the latter was employed part-time. Her son had changed, and the mom was upset by this. She wanted Lauren to speak with him for that reason. In actuality, the young man's parents had previously sought out a psychiatrist for assistance, but his efforts proved fruitless. Their boy simply existed and had lost all interest in life. In order to go on, Beta thought Lauren's remarks would give him courage, or at the very least a sense of masculine pride in himself. Lauren's preparations were derailed by the request, but nobody was aware of it because the meeting wasn't expected to last long. It found out that she and Nathan had spoken on the phone just after the meeting with his mother, as captured by the mall's security cameras. The girl called her ex-boyfriend and set up a visit for 7:05 p.m., since she was still worried about him. The information that Nathaniel and Beta gave the police officers was undoubtedly helpful. Astley drove up to Fujita's house and texted him, saying, "Here," but it was unclear what happened to Lauren after that, or why her car was abandoned on the beach. When the poor girl's body was inadvertently discovered in the swamp in the morning, the case became more obvious. The police decided to pay Nathan another visit because they were certain that the girl's body most likely belonged to Lauren Astley. He wasn't at home this time, though. His presence was unnecessary. The officers did, however, have a search warrant. Need proof to support the investigation's account on the ex-lover's role in the murder. The garage was the first area examined. Skilled experts quickly demonstrated that something negative had occurred in it. Bloodstains were discovered somewhere on the floor, and multiple elastic cords that matched those twisted in the girl's hair were hanging prominently on the wall. The residence also had blood traces. There were faint splatters on the bathroom sink, kitchen floor, doorknob, and kitchen sink. They were clearly the result of someone's sloppy and rather hurried attempt to sweep them up. In the basement was a black gym bag. It contained filthy, soggy tennis shoes. Detectives discovered a pair of bloody shoes and damp, bloody garments in Nathan's bedroom, which served as a sort of hiding spot. Although the samples had to be sent to a lab for a formal determination, the dirt on the shoes appeared to match the muck from the swamp where Lauren's body had been discovered. Experts later validated the detectives' suspicions. Unquestionable proof of Nathan's involvement in the ex-girlfriend's killing had been collected, and they also concluded that the blood discovered in Fujita's home belonged to the deceased, but his location remained a mystery. As a result, the case investigation moved forward at an unthinkable rate as soon as the man was listed as sought. The suspect was located a couple of hours later. He was lodging with a cousin in a nearby town during this entire period. Ultimately, Nathaniel was taken into custody on suspicion of murder early on July 5, 2011. He was silent, distant, and did not struggle when he was arrested. He also refused to assist with the investigation at that time. He made no mention of the alleged offense when being questioned. The investigators thought of it in two ways. He didn't say a word because he was either unable to justify his actions or he was scared to speak too much. The version of the investigator. According to the investigation, Lauren Astley met with the ex-boyfriend's mother before paying him a visit. The girl chose to speak with him and lift his spirits since she was concerned about him. The two of them then went to Fujita's garage shortly after that. Nathan may have attacked her and started strangling her with a bungee cord after a fight broke out there. He drove the girl's red Jeep to the beach after killing her, then tossed the keys into a storm drain. He went back home, loaded his sweetheart into his car, and took her to the swamp when they discovered the invader. He then made an effort to conceal the evidence of the crime. Everyone knew that her boyfriend was occasionally uncontrolled and capable of hostility, even if he had not before used physical violence against Lauren. Therefore, during a preliminary hearing on August 23, 2011, his motivations were underlying anger and an inability to accept the breakup. First-degree felony assault and battery with a dangerous weapon was Nathaniel's charge. The lover hardly made a sound when asked if he would enter a guilty plea to the charges against him, indicating that his attorneys had engaged in foul play by developing a particular line of action and defense. In order to prevent the defendant from being released on bond, the prosecutor filed a motion. The prosecutor's request was granted by the court. Fujita appealed the trial on February 13, 2013. Showed up in court. William Sullivan, Nathaniel's lawyer, said the defendant was insane. He acknowledged that there had been a murder. However, he said that the defendant had a psychopathic attack on the evening of July 3, 2011, as a result of having a severe case of clinical depression. The man attacked the girl since he couldn't explain what he had done at the moment. The defender's statements on Nathan's behavioral changes were corroborated by his friend. They disclosed that he had undergone a significant transformation and had ceased to be present at the organization. The fact that he had previously simply been tired of soccer and had never missed training, even when ill, astounded everyone. Additionally, he lost interest in something that had a significant role in his life after splitting from Lauren overnight. At the court hearing, Fujita's psychiatrist also gave a statement. He was the one who made the diagnosis and recommended treatment and medication. But Nathaniel declined. It was alleged throughout the trial that the athlete's several repetitive head injuries were the primary cause of the defendant's mental health issues, and that the breakup made matters worse and caused a violent seizure. However, the defense lawyer's arguments were not supported by the prosecution. The defendant, according to prosecutor Lisa McGovern, knew what was going on, behaved with purpose and planning, and committed the offense with ulterior motivations. As evidenced by CCTV footage and Lauren's circumstances, it was discovered that the man persistently trailed the girl and refused to let her rest. Even on that particular day, just hours before the end of her workday, he showed up in the shopping center and observed her. It was a chance for Nathan to act on his criminal purpose at his mother's request. The prosecution's case was supported by witness testimony. It was obvious that Fujita had no regrets. On the terrible evening, one witness saw Nathan driving home with music playing in his car. Additionally, a cousin testified against a relative in a denunciatory manner. She claimed that on the evening of July 3, her brother called and invited her to hang out, and the girl declined because she was busy. He became quite irate and claimed that he wanted to divert his attention, but it didn't seem to be working. When word of Lauren's passing spread the following day, his cousin got in touch with him once more. He said that no one would ever know the truth about her death or the whereabouts of the murder weapon when she asked him if he knew. He also acknowledged that he had traveled to the local beach in the ex's vehicle. As a result, the sister convinced Nathaniel to surrender himself up after realizing his involvement in the tragedy. As it turned out, there was one odd episode in 2009 when the young folks split up once more. Lauren attended the disco with her friends. One guy was open about his interest in her. Lauren chose to give a new admirer a chance after the breakup, and they even shared a kiss. Nathan noticed this and threw his fists at his opponent. If the young man ever approached Lauren again, he would slice his throat. Considering the severity of Lauren's injuries from the murder, it was evident that Nathan was a jealous guy who got irascible and capable of many things when he drank alcohol. This incident not only implicitly implicated Fujita as the offender, but also validated his violent outburst. Other horrible facts also surfaced, such as the discovery of wounds on the deceased's body that had been caused prior to her passing. The so-called defensive wounds were evident among them. The girl had attempted to fight back. The defendant's condition was also evaluated by a forensic psychiatrist who was invited by the prosecution. He claimed that, in contrast to the last one, he was sane and made wise choices at the time of the crime. Given that Fujita's sentence would be drastically lowered if he was deemed insane, the prosecution and defense engaged in a heated battle. He was still charged, of course, but his guilt was much lessened. In every way, this trial was emotional. Both sides' relatives were present. These men had known one another in the past. They were all hurting in different ways in this predicament. The entire time, Nathaniel's parents were in tears. They felt a great deal of remorse for their son and were shocked by what had transpired. His loved ones were left to bear the consequences of his conduct. Malcolm and Mary were devastated. Lauren was dying in pain at the hands of the man she loved. They had lost their only daughter too soon. After cutting and tightening the cord around her throat, experts determined that the girl had survived for a few minutes. Lauren's mother wanted to know how long the verdict and subsequent life had been planned, as well as why this had occurred to her daughter. On March 7, 2013, Nathaniel Fujita was convicted guilty of all charges following a 3-week trial. It took the jury a day to render a decision. The 20-year-old received a life sentence without the possibility of release. Following the ruling, Nathan's parents were approached by Lauren's father, who gave them a hug. The man's act demonstrated the depth of his heart and the strength of his character. The most valuable possession of both families has been gone. The Lauren Dunn Astley Memorial Fund was later created by Mary and Malcolm Astley to educate teenagers about positive relationships. They think Nathaniel could have avoided the crime he did. The girl's family has committed the rest of their lives to raising awareness about how to overcome a breakup and prevent partner violence. Mandatory life without parole sentences for individuals under the age of 20 at the time of the offense were eliminated by the state superior court in 2024. Nathaniel was able to enjoy his freedom as a result. Given that he permanently took the life of an innocent girl and denied her parents happiness and tranquility, is that fair? Some people believe that it only takes one step to go from love to hate. Crazy behavior can occasionally result from envy, selfishness, and obsessive love. A tragic illustration of this is the tale of the Astley and Fujita families. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Even if the opposite of goodness might occasionally have irreversible effects, people nonetheless carry out nice deeds without waiting for gratitude in return. In our tale, a selfless deed committed years before led to death as well as a radical transformation in the lives of all the heroes. On March 2, 2018, at 4:45 a.m. a woman called Travis County, Texas police officers to ask for assistance. She claimed that the likely shooter was still inside the house when she heard multiple gunshots while hiding in a closet. The dispatcher instructed the woman to wait for police officers who were en route to the house and not to come out of hiding during the phone call. Police had already roped off the residence a few minutes later, and the woman in the closet was identified as Corey Shaughnessy, a local. The woman was in a really depressing state. In the kitchen, Corey was terrified and unable to comprehend what had occurred. Her husband, Theodore Shaughnessy, was lying close to the table in a pool of his own blood. Take a seat back because we are working together to investigate another unfortunate case today. Born on February 7, 1963, Theodore Shaughnessy was the youngest member of a large family. Shaughnessy, who grew up in Arizona, close to Phoenix, has a deep passion for fast vehicles and all things related to them. He literally fantasized of sports cars as a teenager. Growing up, Theodore was a fearless man who believed that the greatest way to be happy and enjoy life was to get some adrenaline. Still, he was a good son, a good friend, and a nice upbeat man. Ted met Corey Garman in a nearby arcade when he was 20 years old. The young men clicked right away because they had many interests, such as a passion for books and jewelry. They were married in 1989 when their sympathies swiftly evolved into deep love. Following their marriage, the Shaughnesseys relocated to Austin, Texas, where they established Gallery Jewelers, the family business, and soon settled in. Together, the Shaughnessy family created a high-level business. Corey, who worked as an appraiser for Ted, the family business, was passionate about diamonds and fine art. However, he was the store's public face. People were drawn to him and energized by his energy because he had a gift for connecting with them. He was highly gregarious and active since he became the company's lifeblood wherever he went. This trait was very beneficial to his business since it allowed him to communicate with clients and partners in a common language and work out the best terms for everyone. The family fortune was eventually believed to exceed $8 million, 0 cents, due to the business's considerable success. Yet Theodore never wavered in his generosity or consideration for others. He frequently donated to charitable foundations and purchased food for the less fortunate. The couple bought a lovely new house close to their store as the family business grew. The pair seemed to be the ideal match and complemented one another. In fact, everything appeared to be nearly ideal, except for the fact that the couple was childless. Ted and Corey made the decision to grow their family in tandem with the jewelry business. They took a 16-month-old boy from a Ukrainian orphanage in 2000, making a decision that would change their lives. It was simply love, unconditional and immediate. Nicholas was the name of the young boy with the gray eyes. The Shaughnessy family's lives was finally completed by this long-awaited event, as they now had all they needed for complete happiness. Nicholas was an energetic and well-behaved child growing up. Like his father Ted, who frequently took the youngster to the racetrack, he had a deep affinity for both vehicles and animals. Around addition to riding sports cars and going karting together, the father and son frequently just walked around the park together. Nicholas developed an interest in car disassembly throughout his high school years and even started a small business. The young man recruited pals and used his parents' money to purchase the required equipment. Nicholas met Jackie Edison at the same time. They were attracted to each other right away when they first met the young people, but they disliked the young woman after meeting Nicholas's parents. She didn't seem like the right fit for Corey. However, nobody stopped youngsters from dating in order to stay in touch with Nicholas. Jackie eventually gained their approval and began spending so much time at the Shaughnessy home that they allowed her to move in. Jackie left his parents in August 2017 to begin a new life in College Station. His parents provided financial assistance for him as a day trader while she was in school. Every weekend, the young guy traveled the 2 hours to Austin to see his parents, whom he was quite connected to and tried not to distance himself from. Nothing in his life appeared to be a sign of trouble, and everything seemed to be going smoothly. Ted and Corey were awakened by their dogs, persistent barking at 4:30 a.m. on March 2, 2018. Since the animals frequently responded aggressively to tiny creatures that would inadvertently come onto the family home's yard, this was typically a common occurrence. Ted made the decision to investigate, but Corey believed there was nothing to be concerned about and that the dogs will stop barking in a short while. He proceeded to inspect the house after arming himself with his .40 caliber handgun. Corey quickly fell back asleep after resting her head on the pillow. However, she heard a gunshot in the kitchen a few seconds later, followed by several more rounds. Fearful, Corey reached for her revolver, which was normally by the bed, and left the bedroom to assist her husband. However, as she was leaving, she noticed that her favorite dog Bart had been shot at the doorway. A dark, ominous figure suddenly materialized in it. Fearing that he would be discovered and killed, Corey shot randomly, directing all 6 bullets toward the door, unloading the revolver and hiding in a closet. Fortunately, Corey managed to reach for her cell phone and notify emergency authorities that someone had broken into the residence. She claimed to have heard groans coming from the room and to have shot one of the assailants. The terrified woman repeated to the operator that she heard someone groaning, but she wanted to make sure because she didn't know who was making the noises. She was calmed down by the dispatcher, who advised her to wait for the police and not leave the shelter. She was notified that the cops had reached the residence 15 minutes later. Eventually, the groans subsided and the house fell into a funeral silence. After exiting the closet, Corey made his way to the front door. She noticed her spouse in a pool of blood as she passed the kitchen. Shells littered the area around him, and he appeared to be lifeless. She was so terrified that she went to the door and opened it, but nobody was there. It just so happened that the officers were in the incorrect house. The officers on her neighbor's doorway were attempting to determine which side of the street the gunfire were coming from because of the peculiar precinct arrangement of this neighborhood. After settling down, they hurried to the Shaughnessy residence. A trembling Corey, her life utterly destroyed, was waiting for them on the doorstep. She had no idea what had transpired. After entering, the police officers made every effort to soothe the woman. Corey reported the attack to her son over the phone. She went for Austin right away with Jackie, and they got to her parents' house at about 8 in the morning. Theodore Shaughnessy, 55, was shot many times in the head, back, and thigh, and died as a result. Friends, family, and acquaintances were appalled by what had occurred. Nobody had any idea that they could have homicidal adversaries who could be shot at close range in such a heartless manner in the middle of the night in their own house. In order to assist Corey and help with the inquiry, Nick and Jackie remained in the house with her after the tragedy. The crime scene was inspected by law enforcement. The discovery of 2 distinct kinds of shell casings in the .40 and .38 caliber indicates that 2 distinct firearms were used in the shooting. Although there were no indications of forced entry, the offenders must have entered through the far bedroom's open window, which caught attention when the safety netting was taken down. The first fingerprint was discovered here by the forensic team as well, and it was submitted right away to the lab for analysis. A number of neighbors were questioned by police on the Shaughnessy family and whether they saw anything unusual. Police were informed by a neighbor that the Shaughnessy's residence had previously been the target of a burglary, because they are the owners of a jewelry chain. In addition to swabbing Corey's hands for gunshot residue, the police also removed her pajamas for inspection. From the start, Corey was forthright about the fact that she had discharged her weapon. After starting their investigation, the police swiftly ruled out burglary because there had been no forced entry or stolen property. They turned their focus to the murder inquiry and discovered that, with the exception of the door leading to Nicholas Shaughnessy's room, every door in the home was still in place. The door had been opened, and a search of the room showed that a .40 caliber pistol drawer on a dresser was missing a firearm. Detectives concluded it was the gun used to kill since it was the only missing item from the residence, and its caliber matched one of the guns used in the massacre. Corey, Jackie, and head Nick all agreed to lend their support to the investigation in any way they could. Nick claimed he hadn't been in Austin for around a month, but he and Jackie also consented to the police searching Corey's cell phone. Additionally, all 3 consented to respond to inquiries at the station. Simply put, the police wanted to learn as much as they could about the family and the day's events in order to pursue the criminals. It was still unclear to investigators whether the murder was a targeted crime, a random attack, or a poorly executed heist. Since there was no unidentified prints at the site, they had to consider whether Corey Shaughnessy, the only victim still alive, could have been a suspect. She was the only one in the house, after all. The fact that Corey was left alive by the gunman was the only thing the authorities could focus on. They also thought it strange that nothing was taken from the house, and that the gunman had been there for 17 minutes prior to the shooting. Amy Meredith, an assistant prosecutor who investigated the scene of the incident, was positive Ted Shaughnessy was acquainted with the assailant. Additionally, she was positive that the house was too large and too dim for a few lone robbers or jewelry thieves to rapidly navigate. Because detectives thought she had a motive, Corey Shaughnessy was being questioned more and more. Officers discovered that Ted's $1 million 0-cents policy had Corey as its beneficiary. There was no proof against Corey, but their house and business were also quite valuable. However, Corey wasn't the only member of the family that raised questions. Suspicions were also raised against Shaughnessy's son, Nicholas, who was almost 100 miles away from the tragic scene at the time of the crime. He was agitated on the morning of the disaster, and investigators saw one significant point. He questioned him, and then proceeded straight to a first-floor side window that was wide open. It was his room's window. In order to examine that window in detail, which was not visible from the front of the home alone, he proceeded to that side of the house. The crooks entered through that identical window. However, Nick had not heard anything from the investigators regarding the thieves using that window at that time. Ultimately, if he was not involved in its creation, how would he know the point of entry? When investigators looked more closely into Nicholas's financial background, they found that he had been having financial difficulties for a while before the crime. One significant discovery was that Nicholas had borrowed $30,000, 0 cents for the firm, from his mother, who had just sent him a note asking him to pay back the debt. He also owed $20,600, 0 cents to a neighbor. One possible reason to conduct the crime was these financial pressures, but when it was revealed that Nicholas was the only recipient of a $2 million 0 cents insurance claim in the event that his parents did not die, the probe took a more significant turn. Nick became a prime suspect in the eyes of the police as a result of this detail, which increased their level of inspection. The investigator also noticed an app on Nicholas's phone that allowed him to access his parents' home alarm system. Corey informed them that, although the system was turned off that evening and the family frequently opted not to arm it, police discovered something in the account's history. According to Corey, they only activated the alarm when they weren't at home. Nevertheless, the system identified that around 4:27 a.m., there was an activity to open a window. The system discovered shattered glass about 17 minutes later. The marriage certificate between Nicholas and Jackie was another unexpected discovery during the house search. The more closely the police investigated, the more embarrassing evidence they discovered that Nick and Jackie were, in fact, preparing to kill Shaughnessy's parents. It turned out that they were secretly married in August 2017 and didn't reveal their marriage until after the murder. Phone records revealed that Nick was lying when he claimed to have been out of Austin for a month, even though he recalled that he was more than 100 miles away at the time of the crime. Ted's cell phone use was captured in Austin on February 28, 2 days prior to his murder. Investigators questioned whether he had been in town for last-minute planning. The phones of Jackie and Nicholas were inspected. A number of text messages that had been synced with Nicholas's computer were erased. When Nick texted Jackie on February 24 to let her know he was working on it, Jackie replied, "Do they want $50K or not? Paying half that early is beyond our means." Nicholas and Jackie's flat was searched by the police. The number of cameras placed throughout the apartment astounded everyone. The cameras demonstrated this. On the morning of the crime, they were at home. The safe included firearms, ammo, and valuables. The make and caliber of one of the murder weapons and one of the ammunition boxes were identical. It was a .38 caliber handgun with 6 bullets missing. Nick requested that Jackie take money out of the account. In other letters, Jackie had taken out $1,000 0 cents from the bank a few days prior to the crime, so, if this occurs, she will have cash on hand. Officials believed it was no accident. Investigators got in touch with Nick's high school friend Spencer Patterson, who officiated Nick and Jackie's wedding during the course of the inquiry. Even though it was quite challenging to get in touch with him, the information that was gathered was crucial in establishing Nicholas' guilt. It turned out that the fingerprint from Nicholas's bedroom window was a dead end. The window belonged to the individual who installed it, but when Nicholas lived there, Authorities discovered that he had used it to enter and exit the property covertly. Spencer, his best friend, was also aware of it. Police interviewed Spencer. Additionally, he was aware of Ted and Corey's home-safe location. Spencer's house, vehicle, and cell phone were searched by police. Police discovered a .38 caliber handgun in the vehicle. Although it wasn't one of the murder weapons, it was sent for forensic analysis. Additionally, Spencer was at home on the morning of the incident, according to his cell phone. Although Spencer was not considered a suspect, he did contribute to the suspicions against Nicholas that was disclosed by Spencer just prior to the crime. After Ted and Corey left, Nick mentioned obtaining $8 million, 0 cents. Spencer attempted to hire Nicholas Shaughnessy to murder the family and take all of their belongings. The disguise was unnecessary because they would all perish, according to their communication. Nicholas Shaughnessy and Jackie Edison were arrested by police on May 29, 2018, for criminal solicitation, Nick wrote. Corey was incredulous. By that time, her son was working in the jewelry store in his father's place, and the widow thought the authorities were attempting to frame him. Corey continued to think it was an error. She stated that she required concrete evidence of their involvement. Jackie was freed on bail 2 weeks after the arrest. After the catastrophe, Corey found her son the best lawyer she could find. "You could have told me that aliens landed in the front yard, and I would have believed that instead of believing that Nicholas and Jackie were planning to kill us," Corey Shaughnessy stated in an interview. Corey has been Nick's companion for months. She genuinely thought that either there was something odd with illegal substances, or perhaps the children were involved in something in College Station, where Nicholas owed someone money. Or perhaps he misrepresented his parents' jewelry-making profession. The mom was prepared to accept anything other than her son's murderous plot. However, the authorities were positive that the attack was carried out by Nick and Jackie. There was still the difficult chore of identifying Ted Shaughnessy's shooter. After all, the investigation has come to a standstill, and the traces and evidence have run their course. Detective James Moore made the decision to watch the security footage from Nick and Jackie's porch, which had been taken just 2 days prior to the attack, 4 months after the crime. This was the last straw for a mother who had been fighting for months to believe in her son. Too much had transpired to suggest that Jackie and Nicholas were involved, and Corey was horrified to learn that she had harbored the same individuals who had plotted Ted's and her murder that night for months. The case took a significant turn when surveillance footage from the house's front porch was discovered. Nick Shaughnessy can be seen greeting 2 men at the front entrance in the video, which was taken just 2 days before to the incident. Anderson is printed on a green t-shirt that one of them is sporting. To find the individual on the tape, detectives hurried to the Anderson Window Company. Although he wasn't home that day, his wife swiftly attracted their attention by answering the door. His name was Cameron Vosmek. She claimed that her husband had been approached to kill someone for money a few months prior by a man named Johnny Leon. But Cameron had refused. Vosmek was not considered a suspect by the police. During his subsequent interrogation, Johnny Leon acknowledged that Nick had attempted to hire him for $100,000, 0 cents, but that he had turned him down. After being taken into custody, he disclosed that he had driven to Austin with Nicholas just days prior to the incident. He claimed that they had stopped in front of Shaughnessy's residence. After walking to the residence, Nicholas returned and stated he was unable to enter. After that night, Johnny said he had nothing to do with the incident, but his cell phone indicated that he was in Austin the morning of the crime. Johnny provided the second shooter's cell phone number, but not his name. Arian Smith was a man he had communicated with. Smith asserted that his girlfriend could give him an alibi and that he was with her. According to his lover, Ariane abandoned her in a motel room early on the morning of the crime. She called him multiple times after he departed in her car, but the boyfriend did not pick up. After the crime, Ariane's girlfriend informed authorities that he had been carrying a .40 caliber handgun for a few days. The firearm was found in Smith's family. Arian Smith was taken into custody. Additionally, police found that both guys had prior arrests. Actually, they had previously been arrested together for illegal narcotic trafficking. Capital murder charges were brought against Nick Shaughnessy and the 2 suspected murderers. The new district attorney, Jose Garza, took over as assistant district attorney in the spring of 2021 after Amy Meredith resigned. His office offered the criminals a chance to avoid a potential death sentence by entering a guilty plea to a lesser charge of murder and serving 35 years with the possibility of parole. Smith and Leon concurred. Corey offered to accept the plea deal in a letter to Nicholas. A 35-year sentence with the possibility of parole in April 2021 would be imposed. In exchange, Nicholas agreed to be released on his 36th birthday. Nicholas Shaughnessy entered a guilty plea and received a sentence of 35 years in prison during a hearing in April 2021. After completing 20 years of his sentence, he will be eligible for parole. Johnny Leon and Ariane Smith received sentences of 35 years in prison, with the chance of release. Ariane Smith reported to the police that he heard gunshots coming from the bedroom and a woman sobbing after they had shot Ted. Smith claimed that he pleaded with Leon to leave the house and not kill Corey. They departed in order to avoid being shot from prison. Nicholas wrote his mother letters. After 2 years in prison, Corey was finally permitted to see her kid. The .40 caliber revolver belonged to Ted, so even though Corey knew a lot about the case of Nicholas and Jackie, she was still unsure of who had used it. Nicholas admitted to giving Ariane Smith his father's gun in a private conversation. Corey was finally able to accept that Nicholas was actually connected to the case when this was revealed. Nicholas and Jackie's desire to have us killed was unthinkable to my husband, me, our family, or any of our friends. Jackie made an effort to minimize her role in the crime's planning. She said she had no knowledge of it. According to the deleted text messages, she acknowledged that she had visited Austin multiple times with Nicholas, but she claimed that she had never taken Nicholas's claims of massacring her parents seriously, which is how the police knew she was lying. In March, while Nicholas was incarcerated, Jackie filed for his divorce. Jackie was charged with conspiracy to commit a criminal in June of 2022. Jackie entered a guilty plea to attempted conspiracy to commit a criminal in 2023. She was given a suspended sentence, which allowed her to enter a guilty plea and be placed on probation. She was incarcerated for 120 days. She will spend 10 years on probation. She will have to spend 2 days in jail on the anniversary of Ted Shaughnessy's murder every year for 10 years. Nicholas was interviewed while incarcerated. He claimed he aspired to become wealthy and win Jackie over. With their adoptive son Nicholas, Ted Shaughnessy, a licensed jeweler, and his wife Corey Shaughnessy, a trained gemologist appraiser, could have led a successful life. Ted, who established Gallery Jewelers in Austin in 1995 and saw success, establishing the family as a respected name in the town, was killed by his son Nick, who sought to ruin his parents' happy existence by placing a $1.00 sign on their lives. The victim's kid is currently still being held at the Clemens unit in Brazoria, Texas. At the aforementioned state's LeBlanc facility in Beaumont, Ariane Smith is completing his sentence. Johnny Leon is still detained in New Boston, Texas, at the Barry B. Telford unit. This is a tale of remarkable change that society discovered too late. Kindness can sometimes come at too great a cost, turning the seemingly close person into an executioner. Ironically, the eager Shaughnesses went to great lengths to welcome a felon home. It is terrible that they were unable to teach their kid the basic reality of life, that money is the resource that can be replenished the easiest, but time is not. They were too consumed by their love for the child. Nicholas expressed his heartfelt apologies to his mother in a prison interview. Is it feasible, though, to take an apology that never should have been given? Corey Shaughnessy has gone through an incredible emotional journey over the years of the investigation, coming to the realization that her own son hired hitmen to kill her and her husband for financial gain. She still loves her son, the same 8-year-old boy who hugs her affectionately in pictures and races cars with his father, but the life that Corey and Ted attempted to build around him is gone forever. Presently residing in a different location under a false identity, Corey Shaughnessy makes an effort to regain faith in those around her every day. Indeed, a terrifying concept haunts us throughout our story. Many people are far from what they seem at first glance. You lived in your own house with the 2 individuals who attempted to murder you? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video shows 47-year-old Fiona Beale, a primary school teacher at Eastfield Academy in Northampton, dancing sloppily in front of the pupils. Every one of her pupils enjoyed having her as their instructor. She was a committed educator who wished to make the most of her students' school time. Nobody in this video has yet to comprehend that Fiona's tale will be featured on newspaper front pages in a few months. We will thus talk about the events that took place in England in 2021 today. The details of Fiona Beale's early years are scarce. She was a lovely and amiable woman who liked her work and her students, according to many who knew her. She lived in Northampton, which is roughly 60 miles northwest of London, with her partner Nicholas Billingham, 42. According to the 2021 census, the total population of the urban area is close to 250,000, making it one of the biggest towns in England. Moore Street was the residence of Nick and Fiona, and it was on this peaceful street that the events of today took place. They spent 17 years together. Naturally, Fiona and Nick experienced highs and lows like any other couple. Here's what I know about Fiona and Nick's connection, though many facts will likely be revealed later as this case was concluded approximately 2 weeks ago. According to Leslie Oldham, who knew the couple well, I thought she was really nice. Leslie remembered that although they weren't holding hands or smitten, they appeared content enough. She was quite courteous and talkative when Nick invited her around for tea. You never knew how long a relationship would continue with Nick, because he was always a little of a ladies' man and liked being pampered by women. When Nick and Fiona became infected with a virus that was then circulating the globe in November 2021, their love ended. After testing positive for the virus, Fiona and Nick had to separate themselves, she told her loved ones, on November 1, 2021. All they needed to do was complete an online application and spend 10 days at home, but she texted her sister the very following day to let her know that Nick had broken up with her and gone out with someone else. It's crucial to remember that it happened in early November 2021. Nicholas Billingham remained in contact with his friends and family after splitting from Fiona Beale. He sent his mother a text message claiming that he had fled with Faye. He claimed to be content and to have a wonderful new life. After 10 days at home, Fiona went back to work after her recuperation. When she returned to work, co-workers who had learned about the breakup gave her a lot of encouraging comments. But many saw that she was affected by the separation with Nick. Nearly 4 months after splitting with Nick, at the end of February 2022, her mental health started to decline. She could no longer live in a home that made her think of Nick all the time. She thus relocated to Cumbria, which is roughly 200 miles away from Northampton. Her family members were alarmed by the text she sent them on March 15, 2022. Her relatives phoned the police because they were so concerned. Police discovered Beale gravely hurt in a bath at a Lake District property she was renting while doing a welfare check. Constable Josh Parkin spoke in court about how he first thought she was dead and how ominous music was coming from her cell phone. According to Parkin, "I saw a female laying in the bath, completely naked. It looked like bodily fluids in the bath, leading me to believe the individual was deceased. What I would describe as sinister acoustic music was playing from a mobile phone that was next to her. I immediately requested an ambulance to attend our location. I suggested that we tried to get her out of the bath to perform CPR. She then roused and became somewhat conscious. I pulled quite violently on her ear to try and get a pain response. She moaned and went to turn over in the bath. We sat her up, and that's when she started to become emotional. I discovered a blue notebook that was leather-bound and had a logo of some kind on the front. The fact that the paper and the parting note were identical at the time held significance for me. It was evident from a cursory glance at the notebook that it contained information about her mental health at the time. I remembered that the last page of the book mentioned both vomiting and defecating. At the time, I believed it to be essentially a continuation of the farewell note. Fiona left a second message for the home's owner along with her bank card. The message read, "This is my PIN, don't go into the bathroom." Fiona was taken to the hospital by ambulance, and as the doctors treated her, the cops took a closer look at her notebook. They discovered something evil there. Constable Lawson rejected the notes as ramblings, even though they seemed to describe Beale killing someone. He also stated that he did not think anyone had been killed at that point. The notes seemed to be ramblings, he claimed. In a statement, Constable Roy Williams, a colleague, stated that he too thought the notes were ramblings, but that there were some extremely unsettling elements. I believe these comments to be a delusional fantasy, as Beale appeared to be having a mental health episode. Because of the book's substance, we were unable to overlook the statement. She said her long-term partner was not a very nice man, and that she had killed him. Fiona wrote in her notebook, "Everything changed last year. You be sweet to them, especially your wife. My husband wasn't sweet to me. I suppose I ought to explain what happened to get me to this point. My mental health had been deteriorating. Whenever he was cheating, he would up the ante on belittling, moaning, and criticizing. I have to confess. Okay, here goes. October 2021, he spat on me and threatened me during intimate contact. I thought about leaving, but the things he said and did fueled my dark side. I call her Tulip 22. She's reckless, fearless, and efficient. Ruthless. I started plotting as Tulip 22 after he'd gone to bed. I could no longer sleep in the bed due to my breathing being too loud, or I moved too much, or I was snoring. Another notebook entry mentioned that Nick had been nasty and mean for 17 years, and that she decided she couldn't let him get away with it because of his disgusting behavior on Halloween. Another entry stated, "That night I planned pandemic rules, meant I had a guaranteed 10-day isolation period from positive symptoms. I called the school administration on Monday and said we'd tested positive and had symptoms. He went to work. Tulip 22 smoked and planned. I'd planned it mentally so many times before. I had a bath. I left the water in. I encouraged the bath with the incentive of intimate contact. Afterwards, while he was in the bath, I kept the knife in my dressing gown pocket and then hid it in the drawer next to the bed. I brought a chisel, bin bag, and cable ties up too." She made him put on an eye mask before stabbing him, according to the note. The notes that followed read, "Still, my actions haunt me. I sometimes have to catch myself and remember what I did and then remember my cover story. Neither seemed convincing. I got him to wear an eye mask. It was harder than I thought it would be. Hiding a body was bad. Moving a body is much more difficult than it looks on TV. I am sorry I didn't leave him. I am sorry I let him rip my self-esteem and self-worth apart. I am sorry. I am weak. I am sorry for what I did. Yes, I am alive currently, but it's more like a waiting room. People will blame my mental health. I should have, could have fixed myself. Do I regret what I did? Of course I do. I'm not a monster. It had been building up for so long. The funny thing is that he was such an unlikable person, I only had to send a few texts. No one seemed bothered. I don't think anyone would have looked for him." Beale had written in her journal that Billingham why she stabbed him. Recall that Nicholas Billingham vanished on November 1, 2021, and he only used text messages to communicate with his loved ones after that. The police visited Fiona Beale's residence on Moore Street, where she and Nick resided, the day after they finished reading her notebook. In their hasty inspection, they found nothing out of the ordinary. But when they came back the following day, they discovered a few things, such as a mattress in the cellar that was noticeably covered in blood when it was moved. More evidence was discovered when the police returned to Moore Street on March 19. A body was discovered buried in the backyard by forensic investigators and specialized search teams, which included a cadaver dog. Buried beneath bark, chippings, soil, wooden sheeting, concrete building blocks, bricks and planks, plastic bags, rubble, mortar, polystyrene, laminate flooring, and pieces of fabric and vinyl recovered from a constructed structure concealing the body. Billingham's remains were discovered wrapped in carpet. The eyes were covered with a sleep mask. On the inside, the words, "This is my morning after face," were printed. According to the police spokesperson, he was not given any dignity or opportunity to die because of the way he was wrapped in cables, hose pipes, plastic bags, and construction debris. It displays complete disdain. One day after the body was found, a post-mortem was performed. It has been determined that he was killed by a single stab wound to the right side of his neck, which cut the esophagus and trachea and crossed the right jugular vein. Moderate force would have been needed for this. It is impossible to rule out severe force. Fiona Beale was taken into custody by the authorities on March 22, 2022, and accused with killing Nicholas Billingham. When Nick's family learned of his passing, they were crushed. Fiona's use of Nick's phone to text them and his buddies startled them. One of these texts was shown to reporters by Nick's mother, Yvonne Valentine. "Nick has been taken from us far too early and will always be in our hearts. said Nick's family in a statement. "We've been overwhelmed with offers of kind support and words of comfort from so many beautiful people, and know that he will be sadly missed by all his friends, family, and loved ones. Our heart aches for Nick. He was a gorgeous little boy, and we have so many cherished memories of him growing up, and we're so proud of the man he became." Fiona Beale's co-workers and her students' parents were shocked to hear that the adored teacher had a darker side. "We are particularly mindful of the impact this news will have on the children, and we'll be doing everything we can to support both pupils and staff as we work through this difficult time together. This is an appalling tragedy that will shake our school community to its roots, and it's at times like this that we must rally around each other, support each other, and be kind to each other." The administration of the school where Fiona worked issued a statement saying, "We were shocked and saddened to hear that one of our teaching staff has been charged with a very serious offense and is now remanded in custody." Nick passed away on November 20, 2021, after the police began their investigation. In the days that followed, Fiona made every effort to conceal any evidence of the crime she had orchestrated. Fiona understood that by informing everyone that she had the virus, she would have 10 days to avoid being bothered. She allegedly falsified the test results in order to complete an online application form. Fiona never took the test, according to the evidence. She claimed to be suffering from the crippling effects of the virus following the murder, yet her conduct during those 10 days were incongruous with those symptoms. Using her deceased partner's and subsequently her own Amazon account, she purchased a number of cleaning supplies, including for Venetian blinds, a new mop and bucket, ultra-heavy-duty bin bags, a new mattress, bedding, clothes, wall art, and mirrors. The cleanup began as early as 1:07 a.m. on November 2. She added 3 rolls of duct tape to a Tesco order that included many cleaning supplies later that same day. She bought a stainless steel digging shovel, heavy-duty long gardening gloves, a galvanized incineration bin, garden leaves, and a wood burner at 2:19 p.m. She eventually purchased other items to dispose of the body, as well as numerous items for her personal comfort and delight, including apparel, scented candles, shampoos, chocolates, and soft furnishings. Fiona went shopping nearly 2 weeks after killing Nick. On November 13, she was seen purchasing a variety of goods from supermarket cameras, including building supplies that she would later use to construct a cemetery. The cops revealed the CCTV footage. As I mentioned before, Fiona spent several months texting Nick's friends and family in an attempt to pass for him. She also extended an invitation for Nick's mother to come see her. On December 23, 2021, as her son was buried in the backyard, Ms. Valentine recounted how Beale invited her to her house for a Christmas drink. "You moved the furniture to obscure views to the garden. Why? To stop anyone seeing where you had buried my son. You sat in your front room with me, having a casual chat with me, having a Christmas drink with me, and the whole time you knew that you had killed my son and buried him only feet from where I was sat." Ms. Valentine said in her victim impact statement that Beale continued to go about her personal life and work as usual, showing no signs of depression or trauma. There was evidence to the contrary. She was enjoying what she referred to as a new life in one of her erased files, after killing a partner she no longer liked and likely suspected of having an affair. Fiona Beale first protested her culpability during the trial, but she eventually acknowledged that she killed Nick, saying it was an involuntary crime. The prosecutor, however, thought otherwise. He said during the trial that during their 17-year romance, Nicholas Billingham had cheated on Beale with other women. Despite leaving the defendant a few times, Nicholas Billingham always came back to her, and she welcomed him. He stated, "One of the women he slept with became pregnant and gave birth to his child. Instead of leaving him, she worked out a plan on how and when to kill him, where to conceal his body, how to cover up and explain his disappearance to others, and to explain her own absence from work when she killed him." However, defense lawyer Andrew Wheeler informed the jury in a brief statement read following the prosecution's opening argument that Beale had suffered from mental health issues for years prior to the murder, as a result of Mr. Billingham's coercive actions. Beale's attorney, Wheeler, continued, "We submit that in fact this case is not as straightforward as the prosecution suggests. Miss Beale is 49 years of age. She is a lady of good character, a partner to Nicholas Billingham for some 17 years, a hard-working and thoroughly liked schoolteacher. In essence, a lady about whom you will hear many good things as you listen to the evidence. Wheeler next asked the jury, "How does that person go on to kill? There is no dispute in this case that she unlawfully killed Nicholas Billingham. What this case is really about is her state of mind. You will hear that she has, over the years, struggled with her mental health. As you will hear, the defense lawyer described Nicholas Billingham as psychologically controlling and wearing her down over time. She was worn down till she was practically broken over the years. We surrender to you." Many of the specifics of the actual act itself are difficult for Fiona Beale to remember. The teacher continued to work as usual, even traveling to London with the class, according to the court. However, Beale started messaging the head teacher frequently to claim she was sick a few weeks after her capital visit. When the worried head teacher called Beale's mother after receiving the texts in March, she disclosed that Beale had informed her that she was leaving on a school residential trip. After that, the head teacher reported her missing to the police. She was located by Cumbrian police at a rental address close to Kendal. But Beale informed the officer that she didn't want her family to know her precise whereabouts and that all she needed was some peaceful time. Fiona Beale eventually modified her initial statement and completely accepted her guilt, but not before Beale sent a message to her family saying, "I'm so sorry. I love you all very much." The officer then sent the message to Beale's mother, and 3 days later, they went to the lodge. She then described her personal and professional life to the jury at Northampton Crown Court, claiming that Billingham had made cleaning a major point of contention between them and had thrown a dinner plate against a wall twice. Beale said that she was administered antidepressants while attending college. She claimed that when they first started dating, Billingham, who was working as a builder with his stepfather, was incredibly kind and considerate. Little by little, Billingham had changed. "I remember when we were in a flat," Beale said in the opening statement to the court. "I had left a cloth with cleaner on it, and it stained a worktop. It didn't seem really serious, but then cleaning became a huge issue throughout the years, and rather than laughing things off, I would get told off." Beale also mentioned that everything had to be exactly how her partner wanted it during mealtimes. Beale said, "I couldn't tell you when it started. It just got worse, and it lasted till the end. Items placed in cupboards had to be placed facing outwards. While there were a couple of occasions when he threw a plate of dinner at the wall, I lost a lot of confidence. It started with joking that I wasn't doing something, and then it just crept into being nasty about it." She also revealed that prior to killing Nick, she had threatened to kill him so that he couldn't do to another woman what he did to her. Nick's mother, Yvonne, spoke after the guilty plea, saying it was painful to know that her son's killer offered her a drink as he was buried a few feet away. "How you could hate someone that much to do what she did. I can't believe it," and apparently, his last word was "why" when she stabbed him in the neck. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On October 26, 1998, on a dismal day, a terrifying find was discovered near the Columbia River. When a body was found floating close to Lower River Road in Vancouver, the neighborhood was rocked. In an attempt to identify the sad person who had met their premature end, authorities rushed to the scene. The strong stench of decomposition hit them as they got closer to the body, indicating that the man had been in the water for a long period. Since there were no clear hints as to the identity of the man, they took his body out of the water with caution and took him away from the scene to start the difficult process of autopsy and identification. They had no idea that this was the beginning of a mystery that would trouble them for years to come. A disturbing reality surfaced as the medical examiner's office started the autopsy on the unnamed man's body. According to the autopsy, he was shot in the head and died as a result. However, after examining the material, detectives found more questions than answers. Did the man commit suicide? Had the trigger been pulled by someone else? There was still doubt surrounding the reality. That wasn't all, though. Authorities were left to cobble together a timeline of events leading up to the man's unfortunate death, because it was thought that he had been in the water for anywhere between 6 months and a year. The man's age of death was likewise estimated by the medical examiner's office to be roughly 53 years old. Notwithstanding the passage of time, the case's enigma was only heightened by these discoveries. How had this man ended up in such a gory way, and who was he? In their attempt to learn the truth about the man's terrible demise, the detectives encountered a formidable obstacle. They were aware that figuring out who he was the first step, but it was not always easy. Because the individual had been discovered without any kind of identification, officials had nowhere to start. In an attempt to locate a lead, the investigators looked through the local missing persons records, but they were unable to identify the possible owner of the remains. They expanded their search for answers, alerting authorities across the Northwest in the hopes that someone might be able to identify the unidentified body. But their quest was unsuccessful despite their ceaseless attempts. Fingerprints were another element that might have assisted investigators in identifying the man. The advanced degree of the body's decomposition, however, put an end to this dream. The investigation felt like it was hitting a brick wall as the days stretched into weeks. The investigators were no closer to unraveling the enigma of the man's identity or his premature death, and frustration started to set in. He continued to be an unidentified John Doe, a somber reminder of the case's numerous unsolved mysteries. The case eventually faded into obscurity despite their best efforts, becoming just another mystery in a world full with them. The truth was still tantalizingly out of grasp, despite the detectives' best efforts. When it comes to investigating cold cases, time can occasionally be a double-edged sword. Even though it might seem like there is less chance for a case every year, new technology and developments in forensic science can give a case that was previously deemed to be unsolvable fresh life. Armed with the newest forensic instruments and methods, the case's investigators made the decision to examine the material again in 2008, in the hopes that the advances in DNA profiling would provide them with the answers they so urgently needed. They contacted the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification. Using samples from the autopsy, the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification was able to create a DNA profile of the unnamed male. Investigators were reassured by the DNA profile and quickly submitted it to the National DNA Database in the hopes of finding a match. But they looked everywhere, but they couldn't find a match. In addition to providing them with a fresh lead to pursue, the DNA profile served as a reminder of how challenging it may be to solve a case in the absence of clear-cut evidence. Nevertheless, the investigators remained optimistic. They were aware that the likelihood of finally solving the riddle of the man discovered in the river increased with every advancement in the field of forensic research. Investigators were desperate to find the truth, after the mysterious man case remained unsolved for years. In 2021, they made the decision to try something different and sent a sample of DNA from the bones to Bode Technology, a forensic DNA laboratory in Virginia that is well known for its ability to recover DNA from difficult material. The challenge was warmly accepted by the Bode Technology scientists. They were aware that they could discover the identity of this enigmatic John Doe by examining the DNA sample. DNA from the remains was utilized by a forensic genealogist to determine the individual's lineage. The forensic genealogist found an ancestry connection to a California family through careful investigation and comparison. The genealogist identified one individual in particular, the son of Ruth Marie Henson and Chelsea Johnson Jr., as the promising lead. It's interesting to note that since 1998, this person, Michael Johnson, has not engaged in any traceable activity. The detectives were aware that they had hit gold and were now one step closer to figuring out who the enigmatic John Doe was. Thus, Nikki Costa, the medical examiner's office operations manager, achieved a breakthrough in the case of the unnamed man in October 2022 as the fall foliage began to fall. Russell Johnson and Kathy Bergen, Chelsea and Ruth Johnson's two children, were located by Nikki and provided some shocking facts. It seems that their brother Michael had severed all ties with the family and vanished almost 20 years ago. Could this be the piece of information that investigators had been looking for years? Nikki was determined to solve the mystery surrounding the unnamed man. She worked frantically to prove that Michael was the owner of the DNA sample. Determined to uncover the missing piece of the puzzle, Nikki contacted many authorities to corroborate her concerns. The Washoe County Sheriff's Office obtained a DNA sample from Johnson's sister, Kathy. and the California Department of Justice Missing Persons DNA program analyzed family reference samples. In the meantime, California's Missing Persons program, created in 2008 by the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification, which it compared to all the evidence collected. Dr. Martha Burt, the chief medical examiner for Clark County, ultimately determined that the unnamed man was in fact Michael. The man now had a name and a chance at justice because, to Nikki's perseverance and the combined efforts of several authorities, investigators have yet to learn anything about Michael's actions before, to the body's discovery. Thus, the enigmatic circumstances surrounding his death continue to baffle them. Nevertheless, learning who he was a significant development in the investigation, providing detectives with a foundation from which to work. Authorities are now requesting assistance from the public in the hopes that someone may come forward with knowledge that could clarify Michael's fate. Authorities want to solve this puzzle case because even a small piece of information could make a big difference. Over June 19, 1970, two young guys chose to take a leisurely walk over Independence Pass in Twin Lakes, Colorado, on a lovely summer day. The day was ideal for hiking because of the clear, brilliant sun and cool air, but when they discovered something horrifying, their journey took an unexpected turn. They saw a man's decomposing body in a ditch on the north side of the road as they were strolling along it. Rocks that had fallen from the hill above partially hid it. It wasn't the worst part, though. The two men approached and saw that the body's left arm and rib cage were completely gone. Their hearts pounded in terror and bewilderment at the gory scene. The scent of rotting was overpowering, and the body was wearing gray pants and a ragged sweatshirt. This dude was who? Where had he gone? As they stood there, astonished by what they had just learned, questions gnawed at their thoughts. The two men did not waste any time in calling the police, who came to the scene with a sense of urgency. They thought the man was in his early 20s as they got closer to the decomposing remains. In order to unravel the mystery, the officers meticulously inspected the area, noting every detail. The officers saw that the man had 3 pairs of socks and hiking shoes on, in addition to the missing left arm and rib cage. Even a sock that had been pulled over his left shoe was discovered. However, they discovered other strange items as well. Although they discovered a razor and $7.00 in the man's pockets, those items didn't reveal anything about who the man was or how he died. The officers were left wondering who the man was and what had happened to him because they could not find his wallet or identification. In an attempt to locate any clues, officers also conducted a thorough search of the area surrounding the body, but to no effect. The remains of the man were promptly retrieved from the area and examined. However, investigators were unable to identify him despite their best attempts. They looked through dental records, spoke with locals, and combed through missing person reports, but nothing seemed to fit. The man was a total mystery, and the more they studied him, the more they discovered. Officers were baffled by the body's state. The man appeared to have spent a considerable amount of time outside, perhaps the entire winter, yet his attire didn't seem suitable for such severe weather. What might have happened to the missing body parts was another question that the officers couldn't avoid. Had wild animals devoured them, or had they been removed after death? Even if it was a horrifying possibility, they had to consider it. Before a startling finding was made on July 15, 1970, more than 3 weeks after the body was discovered, the officers could only make educated guesses. The missing leg was located beneath the road where the body was uncovered by a state traffic maintenance worker. The hand and wrist still had flesh on them, but the arm and shoulder were reduced to bone. The mystery was only made more complex by the discovery. Why had the limb been cut off from the body, and how had it gotten there? Because of the confusing state in which the body part was discovered, the officers surmised that it might have been taken out by a snowplow after the victim passed away, but they lacked hard proof. The enigmatic individual discovered at Independence Pass faded into obscurity over the years. Due to his lack of identification, he was only known as Independence Pass John Doe and had no name. Buried beneath a plain monument that stated, "Unidentified male," in Leadville's Evergreen Cemetery, he was reduced to the position of an unidentified soul. The case was unsolved, and it appeared that the identity of Independence Pass John Doe would always be a mystery as time passed. While clearing an overgrown area of Evergreen Cemetery in 2011, a man named John Pearson, who had spent years cleaning it up, discovered the burial of the Independence Pass John Doe. Being a Vietnam veteran himself, Pearson was naturally interested in the man's identity. He pondered whether Independence Pass John Doe was also a Vietnam War veteran. Because he was curious, Pearson contacted the Colorado Bureau of Investigation's Audrey Simpkins, a crime and intelligence analyst, who in turn contacted Sylvia Petham, a specialist in identifying John and Jane Does. Eager to learn the truth about the enigmatic cemetery, they traveled to the little hamlet together in August 2011. However, in spite of their efforts, the case once more stalled, and for a short time more, Independence Pass John Doe's name remained unknown. Following 2 years of inaction, the Independence Pass John Doe case began to gather steam in 2013. When Audrey and Sylvia got back to Leadville, they looked for the case files, but they weren't there. They worked with Shannon Kent, the coroner at the time, to ensure that the case information was added to the database of the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System. Determined, Sylvia then requested that the Lake County Sheriff exhume the John Doe's bones so that DNA could be taken. The Colorado Bureau of Investigation assisted in obtaining a fingerprint from the exhumed body. When DNA was taken from John Doe's skull and femur at the University of Northern Texas, there was hope that the unidentified man might eventually be identified. However, John Doe's body was kept in a casket at the office of former Lake County Coroner Shannon, rather than being buried in his grave at Evergreen Cemetery. The man was eventually laid to rest in the calm of 2022 after 8 difficult years. A team of police submitted DNA taken from the unnamed John Doe for forensic genetic genealogy testing, marking a breakthrough in the decades-long case. A promising lead came from the test, although the specifics of this lead are still unknown. It was sufficient to completely unravel the case. Gardner Paul Smith was John Doe's name at last after all these years. Gardner was more than simply a nameless body in a tomb for Smith, who would have only been 39 years old when his bones were found. He had a life, a family, and a tale. Gardner, the eldest son of Paul and Bernita Smith, was born on September 22, 1930 in Modesto, California, and was raised in a family that loved skiing. Gardner and his younger brother Armand naturally took up skiing as both of their parents were avid skiers. Skiing was more than just a pastime for Gardner, it was a lifestyle. In addition to studying at the University of Nevada in Reno, he was a member of the collegiate ski team. Gardner's commitment to the game was laudable, and he was constantly trying to get better. In order to improve his balance, he was known to try out a variety of methods, including huge slalom courses on cross-country skis. Gardner, however, was not merely a sportsman. He was a humanist and a thoughtful thinker who was constantly trying to figure out what life was really all about. He aspired to discover the mysteries of human consciousness because he was captivated by psychic phenomena and mental powers in his later years. He investigated this field of research for several hours. Gardner enlisted in the Army as a young man in June 1951. He served 2 years on active service before moving to the reserves, where he remained for an additional 4 years. He was released in June 1957 after doing his duties with honor. Gardner's journey ultimately brought him to Argentina, where he met Jennifer Dawn Andrews, the love of his life, in 1961. Following their marriage, Gardner returned to California with his new bride. Soon after, on June 18, 1962, they welcomed their first child into the world, a daughter called Jean. Gardner did, however, eventually leave his wife and little daughter. In 1968, Jennifer finally got a divorce from Gardner and married Ernest M. Dillard. Sadly, Jennifer was left a widow after Ernest's death in 1974. Gardner, on the other hand, seemed unable to settle down after his divorce and vacillated between Aspen and California. Longtime friend and ski racer Dick Dorworth remembers clearly the last time he saw Gardner, which was in 1968. Living life on the road, Gardner was attempting to market a novel ski pole grip that he had created. He had previously developed double-lens goggles, but he had not succeeded in commercializing them, therefore this was not his first innovation. Gardner disappeared into the unknown after spending a week sleeping on his friend's couch, and Dorworth never saw him again. Gardner actually sent his mother a postcard on November 12, 1969, which was the last time anyone heard from him. His mother was optimistic at the moment, but she had no idea that it would be the last time she would ever hear from her son. It said simply, "I am doing all right. Don't worry. Love, Gardner." Jean, Gardner's daughter, had many unresolved issues regarding her father, who vanished when she was a newborn. She wondered where he had disappeared to and why he never returned for her for years. She had to put together her father's life on her own, because her mother and other family members were silent about his disappearance. When her father's genuine identity was revealed decades later, she finally received some answers. As a 60-year-old lady with a family of her own, Jean is committed to honoring her father. She intends to have a monument constructed in his honor and organize a modest military funeral. Jean hasn't decided where he will be buried yet, but she knows that she will always have a particular place in her heart for the father she never had the opportunity to meet. The cause of Gardner Smith's death is still unknown. Although there is no documentation of an autopsy being conducted on him, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation states that there was no indication of foul play, and theories on his cause of death are still being discussed. His body may have been dumped in Independence Pass after he was the victim of a crime, according to certain theories. According to others, he might have walked up there with the intention of hiking back down, but he got caught in a severe storm, lost his bearings, and died of the cold. There were still a lot of unsolved questions, though, as the actual cause of Gardner Smith's death was still unknown. On a cold November 28, 1992 day, a group of visitors near the Walker Wildlife Area off River Road in Colorado noticed something strange. They were filled with terror as they got closer to the location. A man's decomposing body was lying there without its cranium, but the man was speaking even as he died. He was dressed in a tan tobacco pullover shirt with an enigmatic emblem on the left side of the chest, and green shorts with striking black patterns. At the biceps, the sleeves were severed. Authorities rushed to the area with sirens screaming as they arrived after the public reported it in. They immediately set to work searching the surroundings for any hints that may lead them to the man's identity. They looked everywhere and turned over every stone, but sadly nothing was found. The officials were left scratching their heads in confusion, as not even the man's clothing gave away who he was. They had no choice but to remove the body for identification and autopsy, in the hopes of at least learning something. When the autopsy was completed, the medical examiner was shocked by what they found. There was no question that it was a homicide because the man had been fatally stabbed. The town was rocked by the discovery, and panic broke out. Why and by whom would someone do this? The investigators were committed to solving the horrific murder, even though they realized they had a difficult task ahead of them. They had no idea that the journey ahead would be convoluted and lead them down a sinister path of intrigue and mystery. Detectives started the investigation with a clear goal in mind, looking for any clue that would help them solve the mystery. However, it became evident that this would not be a typical instance, as the days stretched into weeks and the weeks into months. Every lead they followed ended in a dead end on the chilly trail. They were troubled day and night by the mystery of the man's missing head. Where might it have gone? Was it buried out of sight, or was it taken as a trophy? Time was a powerful enemy that the investigators had to contend with if they were to solve the case. The case grew increasingly chilly as the months stretched into years. It appeared as though justice would never be done, and the memories of the man in the green shorts started to fade. But investigators never lost optimism that they would eventually find the truth. As the years went by, new technologies that claimed to simplify their work surfaced. The National Missing and Unidentified Persons System was used to help with the inquiry when the case was reopened in 2011. However, the investigators were once again at a standstill in spite of their best efforts. They had nothing but more questions when every lead they followed appeared to fade. Everyone concerned struggled with the idea that they would never find out who the man really was, and it was a frustrating period. However, the detectives persisted. Despite the passing of the years, they stayed attentive and never allowed the case entirely go from their thoughts, since they understood that there was always a potential that fresh information would surface. The Mesa County Sheriff's Office was committed to doing everything in their power to deliver justice to the guy in green shorts in 2022. They made the decision to seek assistance from cutting-edge technology, since they were aware that conventional investigative techniques had previously failed them. In the hopes that cutting-edge genetic testing might enable them to eventually determine the man's identity or locate a close relative who could offer crucial information, they contacted Othram, a forensic DNA analysis business. Detectives were prepared to do whatever it took to solve the case, even though it seemed unlikely. To solve intractable crimes, the detectives went to DNA Solves, a platform that combines volunteer data, crowdsourcing, and state-of-the-art genetics. However, advanced DNA testing is not inexpensive, and they realized they would need to find funds to proceed. The public's generosity and the detectives' unwavering efforts helped generate the money so that the testing could start. Detectives had been baffled by the skeletal remains of the guy in green shorts for almost 30 years, but the incredible advances in forensic technology allowed them to finally start piecing together some of the pieces. After being meticulously packed, the remains were delivered to Othram's cutting-edge laboratory in the Woodlands, Texas. Fourth, order to create a thorough genetic profile for the unidentified individual, a group of talented forensic specialists there put forth endless effort to harvest DNA from the bones. They were able to piece together a whole DNA sequence using a state-of-the-art method known as forensic-grade genome sequencing, providing a previously unattainable picture of the man's genetic composition. However, possessing a DNA profile was only the first step. In order to identify the man, the Othram team realized they needed to use this information to develop investigation leads, and they did just that. They used the power of forensic genetic genealogy to track down the man's distant ancestors and compile an extensive family tree with the assistance of their in-house genealogy team. After receiving this information, the Mesa County Sheriff's Office was able to determine that the unidentified man may have had a sibling. The Othram team was able to verify that the unidentified man was Etus Thomas E.T. Romero by using a DNA sample from this sibling. Although Etus's identify was a major accomplishment for the Mesa County Sheriff's Office, detectives understood they needed to look further to find the truth, because the mystery surrounding his murder remained unexplained. Although Etus had made significant progress since his early years, nothing was known about his childhood. Nevertheless, investigators were able to construct a portrait of the man he had developed into. When investigators dug into his past, they found a man who had dedicated his life to sacrifice and service. One instance of the boldness and courage that characterized him was his military service. They learned that Etus's premature death occurred while he was only 26 years old. Together with two other Louisianans, he had traveled to Grand Junction, Colorado. In 1991, he worked as a dishwasher in a nearby restaurant and lived in a now demolished home on 4th Street. Although the specifics of his death are still unclear, it is thought that he was murdered in the summer of 1992. Detectives are still working to piece together Etus's narrative, and they are requesting that anyone with information that could help them understand why he died so suddenly come forward. Do not hesitate to get in touch with the authorities. We could get closer to the truth with every bit of knowledge. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever pondered how a fatal occurrence could result from a single poor choice or harmless action? On one of the riskiest days of the year, picture a couple kayaking. It was meant to be simply another adventure, but the way it ended was so unexpected that I'm still having trouble understanding it. Where do you think the distinction between mistake and truth lies, people? How can a single word or deed alter everything? Will this story leave you wondering about every detail, or will you be able to form your own opinion? The most exciting portions are still to come, when everything comes crashing down in a flash. Stay tuned. Everything you do has the potential to backfire. In the hands of justice, a single remark uttered in a state of shock might turn into a weapon. An unforeseen series of events can permanently alter a person's life, as seen by Angelica's narrative. For outdoor pursuits, the Hudson Valley is a perfect location. Those seeking excitement are drawn to the breathtaking scenery and fast river. Although kayaking is a popular sport among adventurous people, the river may be cruel. Even seasoned athletes make blunders from time to time, but they are aware of this. For Vince Viafore and Angelica Graswald, the sea represented intimacy and freedom. Excited, they ventured out on the Hudson once more on that fatal evening of April 19, 2015. Both had years of experience and were accustomed to obstacles, but the Hudson was not on their side that day. Strong waves were created by the rising gusts, and they chose to continue forward even though their gut told them to turn around. Their destination was an island with a Scottish-style castle that always pulled them in, with its enigmatic and historic ambiance. They enjoyed the outdoors during the day, but things suddenly changed in the evening. Although the frigid seas and powerful waves were a warning, they were forced to return since it was simply too dangerous to spend the night on the island without any equipment. The situation took a terrible turn when water started to enter Vince's kayak. Vince was in the chilly water without a life jacket, and he was in danger. Angelica called the emergency services because she was so shocked. Desperately, she said that the current was drawing him farther away and that she was unable to get to him because of the strong waves. The scenario was made more difficult by the dispatcher's difficulty locating the pair. Every second mattered and time was running out. Rescuers arrived at the scene too late, but by the time they got there, Vince was already sinking beneath the wave. From the coast, Vince was nowhere to be seen, and the event's solemn atmosphere was only heightened by the sky's growing darkness. Let's take a closer look at Angelica at 35. Angelica was a woman who had big plans. She was interested in photography and thought it would be her career. Her true name, though, was Latvian-born Angelica Lips. After 2 marriages and 2 divorces, she continued to pursue a better life outside of her native country. Her goals were to establish a career, get a work visa, and reside in the United States. She was fortunate. She moved to the United States and got a work as a nanny. But when she met Vince at age 46, things really started to shift. Despite their different ages, Vince, who had gone through 2 divorces, was successful in the construction industry, and their relationship developed swiftly. Let's examine Vince in more detail now. Vince was a giving individual. He collected people, threw parties, and lived an active and vibrant life. He and Angelica first met at one of these events. She moved into his house in the little New York town of Poughkeepsie a few weeks later. Their relationship progressed quickly. Conversations about marriage and kids became commonplace. However, there were problems simmering beneath the surface, and they only got worse the day before the terrible incident on April 18, 2015. Vince and Angelica attended another party the day before the catastrophe. While Vince and his pals were enjoying themselves, Angelica left early, saying she wasn't feeling well. She appeared aloof and hardly engaged with people. The tension between them became apparent to Vince's friends, and it eventually turned into a small but noticeable argument. But there was nothing noteworthy that night. That evening, they parted ways and didn't get back together until the next morning. At that point, Vince revealed his kayaking ambitions. He was adamant that they reconcile and go out on the Hudson River to enjoy some time together. There, let's revisit that fateful day. Angelica accepted the plan in spite of the chilly weather and growing wind. For a photo shoot, the pair intended to go to Bannerman's Castle, which is situated on an island in the middle of the river. In the hopes of getting some amazing pictures, Angelica packed stylish attire for a variety of photographs. The wind was getting stronger, and it seemed to portend problems, but by noon they were at the water's edge, ready for another adventure. Around them, huge waves swelled, and every movement was stiffened by the cold. Even though Angelica could see that the weather was getting worse, they continued because of Vince's intransigence and love of adrenaline. Angelica would never forget what Vince said before they left. "This will be your life's journey." The meaning of those phrases would become hauntingly new. The trip to the castle proceeded without incident a few hours later. To set the tone, Angelica informed the cops that they had had a few beers together before leaving. Since they had to return, they both understood they had to maintain their sobriety. On the way back, however, everything changed. As the waves rose higher, Vince began to lag behind. He yelled that his kayak was absorbing water, and Angelica turned to see his boat sinking. The tidal tide pulled her toward the coast as she attempted to turn around. She contacted emergency services as soon as she landed, but Vince had already vanished into the chilly Hudson River. The night of April 19, 2015, marked the start of a search that continued into the following day and into the night. While a sonar-equipped boat fought fog and choppy waves, divers dove into the murky Hudson to find Vince's body. They searched the region with rescue helicopters, but to no avail. As they struggled to deal with the catastrophe, Vince's family was in a state of shock and panic. Even though they realized the chances were poor, his friends and family clung to the hope that he had somehow survived the icy water and powerful current. Ironically, Angelica seemed the most composed of all the worried individuals. As if nothing had happened, she kept updating her social media accounts with pictures and videos. Vince's family was really offended by this behavior because they thought it was improper and even suspicious. Her statements did not strike a chord with the distraught family members, despite her assertion that she was clinging to hope and waiting for her fiancé to arrive. Angelica had to return to the police station for additional interrogation 10 days after Vince vanished. It was all because of a remark she had made in her first exchange with detectives that seemed casual. On the way back, she may have unintentionally taken the drain plug out of Vince's kayak, she said. The investigation's trajectory was significantly altered by this minor detail. The idea that Vince's death was just an accident began to lose credibility, as there were suddenly more questions than answers. Angelica also informed the cops that Vince's paddle was broken. It was challenging to row correctly since it had missing a locking ring. The detectives' suspicions were only heightened by this, and they began to think about the possibilities of foul play, a broken paddle, and a missing plug. Investigators were worried by these details. When taken together, these minor details led the authorities to believe that Angelica might have purposefully created the conditions for Vince to drown. However, why would she have done this? The whole picture felt lacking without the motive, which was still a mystery. Investigators began contacting those who knew both Vince and Angelica in an attempt to learn more about her potential motivations. Angelica had lived with Michael Coven for a number of years before the police got in touch with him. Although Michael acknowledged that he couldn't totally rule out such a scenario, he was astonished to hear of the accusations surrounding Angelica. He disclosed that there was a darker side to her cool-headed and collected exterior. At times, especially after drinking, Angelica would become combative and initiate disputes, which Vince, Michael claimed, quietly put up with. But only a few weeks prior to the catastrophe, Vince told a buddy that he was seriously considering getting married to her. He characterized her as aggressive and manipulative, particularly when she became unruly when being questioned. Although Angelica acknowledged that there were disagreements in the partnership, she insisted that they were only about their personal lives. The detectives were put on hold by her evasive remarks and imprecise wording. Fauci, an increasing amount of evidence suggested that Vince's death might have been a premeditated tragedy rather than an accident. The motivation proved to be more important than first thought. In addition to interpersonal problems and resentment, Angelica had a particular financial incentive. She was the principal beneficiary of Vince's roughly $500,000 life insurance policy. It was a substantial amount that could provide her with a new beginning and resolve her financial issues. Since Angelica didn't have a job at the moment, this money may have a significant impact on her future. Due to these fresh disclosures, Angelica was no longer the heartbroken fiancé but rather the main suspect. She insisted on her innocence in spite of this. Nevertheless, she was arrested on charges of second-degree criminal wrongdoing and released on bail of $9 million, 0 cents, which, considering her foreign nationality, she could scarcely afford. Angelica was kept in detention pending trial because investigators were concerned that she could try to escape. According to Angelica's defense, her remarks during the 11-hour interrogation were not legally enforceable. Since Vince's body had not yet been found, her lawyer maintained that it was impossible to verify any foul play or deliberate crime in the absence of forensic proof. He maintained that Vince died in a terrible accident. He said that a wave caused the kayak to capsize and that the drain plug may have fallen off later when the boat began to sink. The defense set up an experiment on the Hudson River to bolster their version of events. There was a person sitting in a kayak of the same model who looked like Vince. Even on a calm day, the tests showed that the ship was resting very low in the water, only a few inches over the surface. This proved that even if the plug hadn't been loosened, big waves could readily fill the kayak with water. The lawyer also reminded everyone that Vince had been drinking, which might have affected his ability to coordinate and react in a flooded kayak, make dubious confessions, and conduct water experiments. This led to a great deal of discussion. Even though Vince's body had not been found, the inquiry was moving forward. The drain stopper, a tiny hole little larger than a fingertip, was the primary source of conflict. The idea that such a minor detail might have led to such a tragedy was difficult to accept. Since Vince's kayak had a drain opening on top, it seems doubtful that enough water could have entered the boat for it to sink. As doubts grew, Angelica's attorney demanded more studies to help solve this riddle. A precise simulation was carried out using the same kind of kayak, a mannequin that had the same size and weight as Vince, and circumstances that were very similar to those of that fateful day. According to the studies, the kayak didn't fill with water fast enough to capsize even after the drain plug was removed. Only a few droplets of water were able to enter through the drain hole, far too little to have resulted in a deadly situation. This implied that Vince's kayak could have easily made the final mile or two back to shore even without the plug, but the prosecution turned its attention to the paddle after the experiment appeared to totally refute the plug argument. Angelica stated that the paddle was broken and lacked the locking ring, which investigators thought might have made it more difficult for Vince to maneuver the kayak. The defense, however, refused to concede even in this case. They showed that the paddle's operation was unaffected by the ring's removal. It was still robust and totally functional and could be used efficiently. This did not alter the fact, though, that Angelica confessed to touching Vince's paddle and the plug while being questioned. This admission served as the impetus for the accusations against her. Even the smallest elements, like touching the paddle or unintentionally brushing across the plug, were used by the police to suspect Angelica of intentional acts because they appeared to be part of a well-planned crime. However, the defense persisted in its struggle in spite of the prosecution's seeming rational argument. According to Angelica's lawyer, during the interrogation, her comments were taken under emotional stress. After reviewing all 11 hours of the recorded interview, the defense called in a false confessions expert who came to the conclusion that the police had used significant psychological pressure. According to the expert, the investigators employed traditional methods intended to force a confession. Question. During the questioning, they forced her to repeat words that supported their story, played the parts of the good cop and the bad cop, asked leading questions, and didn't give her time to process the situation. Angelica was frequently perplexed. Her emotions became more erratic and her answers became less specific. The expert contended that her statements should have been interpreted cautiously because she was in a condition of shock. Her brief statement that she had previously considered ending the relationship was one that the investigators took note of because it was taken to be an admission of intent to hurt Vince. The defense actually argued that this statement had nothing to do with what happened that day. It simply alluded to their long-standing marital problems. Although Angelica discussed freedom in a more general context, the police decided to take a different tack. According to the interrogation specialist, Angelica never used terms like crime or death in such contexts, and the investigators' manipulation of her admissions was more likely to be the consequence than the truth. However, after they got what they wanted, the investigators ignored these information and rejected whatever else Angelica said. The defense contended that the drain plug in Vince's kayak had been broken for months prior to that fateful day. Angelica claims that they had gone kayaking multiple times without the plug, and that there had never been any significant issues. Although there were hazardous circumstances on the river that day, the disaster was caused by the weather rather than any deliberate activities. However, the prosecution did not waver in its position. It all made sense to them. A woman fed up with the partnership, looking for money, arranging an accident to earn insurance payouts, and becoming independent. The questioning of Angelica seemed to go on forever. She felt trapped and had lost all sense of time. She initially made an effort to resist, but her determination waned as the officers kept bringing up the drain plug problem. Her account of the plug, whether it was present or not, got confused, which the investigators decided to take advantage of. The pivotal moment occurred when a tired Angelica requested to go home to feed her cat. The moment the investigators had been waiting for came when tears filled her eyes. They increased the pressure since they could feel how vulnerable she was. Despite the fact that she never explicitly admitted to a crime, the police persisted in asking her a series of leading questions. According to an expert who later watched the interrogation video, Angelica looked worn out, overburdened, and obviously unable to think straight. Her erratic answers were the usual outcome of emotional exhaustion rather than a deliberate admission of guilt. The expert claims that she only wanted to get away from the constant interrogation, which caused her to provide a number of evasive responses that served as the foundation for the case against her. Vince's body, meanwhile, was still unaccounted for. His friends and family were left in limbo, their suffering getting worse every day. His body was not found in the Hudson River, close to the same Bannerman's Island the couple had visited on the day of the tragedy, until the morning of May 23, 2015, over a month after he vanished. Drowning was verified as the cause of death by the autopsy. There were no indications of struggle or foul play. There were traces of alcohol in Vince's blood, but not much, indicating that the severe weather and the cold water temperature had the biggest effect on him. A few days after the body was discovered, Vince's kayak was found. As expected, the paddle had no locking ring, and the drain plug was gone. However, its functionality remained unaffected by the ring's absence. None of these circumstances by themselves could have caused drowning, the defense argued. It was a confluence of factors, including the chilly water, high winds, absence of a life jacket, and drinking. The catastrophe was brought on by this combination rather than anything Angelica did. But the prosecution wasn't going to back down. They concentrated on the contradictions in Angelica's claims, interpreting them as proof that she was responsible for Vince's demise. They had a simple theory. She purposefully damaged the kayak in order to put Vince at danger of dying. But Angelica's attorney maintained that Vince's own carelessness was to blame for the regrettable mishap. Under the influence, he decided to go out on the sea without a life jacket and, in bad weather, he took that gamble even though he knew he had little chance of surviving in the icy water. Even though Angelica insisted she was innocent, the case changed course when the prosecution saw that charging her with willful injury would not stand up. It was insufficient to persuade a jury that breaking a paddle or pulling out a drain stopper were simple crimes. In addition, the defense made strong arguments and experts attested to the possibility that such a disaster might occur in given conditions. The prosecution reached a standstill and made a plea offer to Angelica. She consented when they suggested that she enter a guilty plea to involuntary manslaughter, which would only carry a few years in prison rather than a life sentence. Angelica was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter and given a 4-year prison sentence. She only had a few months left to serve, though, given the time she had previously spent awaiting trial and throughout the legal proceedings. As part of the plea agreement, Angelica spent less than 4 years in jail, 32 months, before being released on parole in December 2017. Although she was given a 4-year sentence, she actually served less than half of that amount because of time served and early release. Therefore, the parole system permitted her to become released earlier in late 2017, even though her term was legally 4 years. Tensions persisted, even after she was freed. The result was too difficult for Vince's family to accept. They were outspoken in their displeasure with the light sentence, believing that Angelica was the cause of their son's death. However, Angelica insisted that the truth was known only to her and to God. She insisted that Vince's death had been a terrible accident and that she was not to blame. She encountered fresh difficulties after being freed. She had trouble finding work and faced deportation. Angelica's guilty plea prevented her from claiming Vince's insurance benefits. She was compelled to return to her own country 16 months later, where she started to reconstruct her life and put the trauma of those incidents behind her. She claimed to be completely recovered from the experience, enrolled in a university, obtained employment, and carried on with her life. People, this is a story with many unanswered questions that may never be resolved. A complicated and intense picture is painted by Vince's passing, Angelica's actions, and the contradictory testimony. In these circumstances, it's simple to be influenced by the narrative of the prosecution or by public opinion, but it's crucial to keep in mind that the truth isn't always clear. In my opinion, the legal system is capable of errors. Particularly in situations such as these, false confessions can result from coercion, psychological weariness, and interrogation techniques. Angelica was in a predicament where she was disadvantaged by both the external factors and her own blunders in speech and behavior. However, was she really to blame for Vince's passing, or was it really a terrible mishap that turned into a nightmare for all those concerned? I want to now address you, the audience. Which do you believe is more significant in this tale, chance or guilt? Has a judge made a mistake in Angelica's case, or is she really involved in Vince's demise? If you were in her shoes, what would you have done? More significantly, can we always rely on judgments based on contradicting evidence? I want to know what you think. Stories like this one make you wonder about the thin line that separates accusation from truth. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, Don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On November 2, 1991, Victoria Ajo Clinton Climby was born in a small village in Côte d'Ivoire, a nation where family values were highly valued and sunshine warmed every part of the country. Despite the modest circumstances, she grew up in a loving and caring environment. A young woman with a good heart and lofty aspirations for her daughter, Victoria's mother did everything in her power to make sure her only child was safe and happy. Victoria was a lively, upbeat youngster with a keen mind and an infectious laugh. She was the life of the party among her friends and neighbors because of her kind smile and insatiable curiosity about the world. Victoria had an interest in learning from a young age. Notwithstanding her limited means, her mother made every effort to guarantee her daughter's access to an education. She frequently narrated to her daughter tales of large cities, with schools full of lovely books and vibrantly colored notebooks. Victoria's imagination was sparked by these tales, and she hoped to visit the world outside of her village someday. But village life was not without its challenges. Victoria's mother, the family's only provider, recognized that she would find it challenging to support her daughter alone after her father passed away. She continued to hold out hope that Victoria would eventually have a better future. That opportunity arose in 1999 when Marie-Therese Coau-Joyce, a London-based relative, offered to take Victoria in with her in order to give her a more comfortable life. Victoria's mother's older sister, Marie-Therese, appeared prepared to assume the responsibilities of guardian and mentor. She promised the family that the girl would have access to the greatest medical care, schools, and opportunities in the UK. The offer was a tough choice for Victoria's mother, in addition to being a chance for her daughter. She was concerned about letting her child go so far away, just like any other mother. But Marie-Therese managed to persuade her. Her voice was assured and comforting. She pledged to help Victoria reach her full potential and to treat her like her own daughter. Victoria's eyes glowed with delight when she heard about the move. The prospect of starting over in distant London filled her with pride. For an 8-year-old girl, seeing a world she had only ever imagined was a true adventure. During their farewell meetings, her friends and neighbors wished her luck and blessed her journey. Victoria left her hometown and started her journey in August 1999. With tears in her eyes, her mother watched the plane take off, hoping her little girl would be happy in her new life. She felt that this was the best course of action for her daughter. Bright lights, busy streets, and a strange cold met Victoria in London. For a girl accustomed to a hot tropical climate, it was an entirely different world. The speed of big city life, the shining storefronts, and the tall buildings delighted her. But that enthusiasm soon subsided as she started to get used to living with her aunt. From the moment Victoria arrived at Marie-Therese's house, she faced challenges she could not have predicted. She experienced alienation in place of the warmth and concern that had been promised. Strict rules that occasionally went beyond what was reasonable were imposed by Marie-Therese and her boyfriend Carl Manning. Victoria frequently experienced confusion and loneliness in her new home. According to neighbors, the girl initially appeared content and made an effort to interact with people. In an attempt to improve her communication skills, she studied English and even befriended some of the local kids. However, her joy gradually diminished. During this period, Marie-Therese's mother continued to communicate with her via telephone, but the discussions became increasingly brief, and Aunt Victoria's responses became increasingly vague. Her mother was starting to worry, but she was powerless because of the distance and lack of face-to-face interaction with her daughter. Victoria had dreamed of a bright new life, but now she was in a place where her dreams were slowly becoming hazy. She still maintained her optimism, though, that things might improve. The smile of a neighbor's child, a brilliant sunset outside her window, or the occasional kind smile from a bystander were all small pleasures to her. Warning signs started to emerge in the first few months of Victoria's life in London. Sadly, these signals were ignored. The energetic and curious girl who had traveled from Côte d'Ivoire started to change according to the teachers at the school where Victoria was assigned. She was initially engaged in class, eager to learn as much as she could and making an effort to interact with her peers. But after a few months, she started acting very differently. Victoria's once bright and shining eyes seemed to wane. She became reclusive, and she frequently appeared scared and cautious. Her body had marks that the teachers noticed. The girl started to sustain scratches, bruises, and other wounds. Victoria either remained silent or said she had fallen or bumped into something when asked where they came from. Although these justifications sounded unconvincing, the school regrettably took no decisive action. The odd injuries weren't reported to social services until much later. They limited their action to formal checks, though, and did not act quickly. The fact that Victoria frequently skipped classes was another concerning indicator. Marie-Thérèse, the girl's aunt, always claimed that the girl was ill or not feeling well when she was absent. Nobody, however, investigated the veracity of these claims. Teachers saw that Victoria's condition was worsening when she went back to school. Neighbors were also suspicious of Victoria's life at her aunt's house. They saw that the girl hardly ever left the house, and when she did, she appeared worn out and depressed. Some remembered Victoria crying on the landing from time to time. Once, a neighbor who was worried about the girl's health made an attempt to speak with Marie-Thérèse. The aunt reassured her, however, that the child was okay, stating that Victoria was simply very active and frequently fell. Questions were also raised by the noise coming from the apartment. Despite the noise and screams, no one in the neighborhood dared to openly step in. Only one man complained to the police, but they disregarded it because they believed it to be a family issue. Consequently, the alarms kept going off, but nobody did anything to stop it. Over the next few months, Victoria's health issues became more apparent. The girl had multiple hospital admissions. Injuries that appeared suspicious were noted by doctors. They included bruises and fractures, which Victoria's aunt said were caused by mishaps. Despite medical personnel's suspicions that the injuries might have been caused by violence, little was done about it. Marie-Thérèse was visited by social services, who consistently found her explanations to be persuasive. The aunt was skilled at projecting the image of a responsible and kind caregiver. She assured them that she loved Victoria and was trying her best to look after her, and she showed them a tidy apartment. Victoria stayed in the house each time, her life becoming more and more in danger, while the inspectors only made official findings. Victoria's condition had significantly worsened by the end of 1999. Her behavior became even more nervous, her clothes were no longer weather appropriate, and her weight drastically decreased. Teachers noticed that the girl's eyes appeared blank and that she frequently dozed off in class. The fact that Victoria started avoiding contact was another alarming sign. The girl recoiled and retreated when a teacher or a classmate attempted to assist her, such as by holding her hand or lifting her backpack. The school contacted social services once more because of this behavior, which raised serious concerns. But the tests were inconclusive this time as well. Victoria confided in one of the teachers one day that she was scared to leave for home. Once more, these words were ignored, despite being a desperate signal. Following a formal check at Marie-Thérèse's home, social services determined that the girl was in a safe environment. Victoria's condition had deteriorated to a critical level by early 2000. Teachers, neighbors, and even random bystanders noticed that the girl appeared malnourished and that her movements were sluggish and unsure, but nobody could have predicted that tragedy would be the end of it all. Victoria's condition began to deteriorate significantly on February 24, 2000. Her aunt and boyfriend, Carl Manning, reported that the girl was not moving and was no longer breathing normally, so they called an ambulance. The child's condition shocked the medical staff when they arrived. Victoria was extremely malnourished, and her body was covered in burns and bruises, among other traumatizing marks. Victoria was taken to the hospital right away by the medical staff. The girl's body was too weak for the doctors to save her. Victoria died on February 25, 2000, the following day. In addition to physical abuse, her death was caused by total body exhaustion. According to the medical professionals who examined Victoria's body, prompt action could have prevented such horrible outcomes. They were astounded to see a child in such critical condition while under the care of the school and social services. Victoria's death shocked everyone in the UK, not just her loved ones. People found it incomprehensible that a child with such obvious suffering had gone unprotected. This case came to represent structural issues with the way the police, social services, and medical fields operate. The police opened an investigation as soon as Victoria Climie passed away. Her multiple injuries, critical exhaustion, and hospitalization circumstances sparked serious suspicions among doctors, who promptly informed law enforcement. Detectives concentrated on obtaining all available evidence after realizing they were dealing with a tragedy that could have been avoided. Finding out what transpired behind the closed doors of Victoria's home and prosecuting those responsible were their two main objectives. The investigators immediately proceeded to the apartment where Victoria had resided with her aunt, Marie-Therese Kouao-Joyce, and her boyfriend, Carl Manning, after securing a search warrant. The apartment appeared to be fairly typical at first glance, with a tidy interior, spotlessly clean surfaces, and fresh flowers on a little table in the living room. However, the seasoned investigators saw right away that the house appeared to have been specially prepared for their arrival. Everything appeared overly sterile, as though the proprietors were attempting to project an illusion of well-being. Their first observation was of Victoria's bedroom. It was a stark contrast to the other rooms. The girls' room literally screamed coldness and neglect, while the living room could be described as comfortable and well-kept. A teenager's room didn't even have the slightest hint of a childlike atmosphere. There were no toys, books, or vibrantly colored furniture in place of empty walls that were unadorned and uncozy. There was only a thin, tattered blanket on the bed, obviously unfit for the winter. There were absolutely no pillows. The room's sparse furniture had a worn-out, scratched appearance. Victoria's clothing, shoes, and school supplies were all in bad shape. It appeared as though no one had updated her closet in a while, because the majority of the items were either too small or badly worn. People were especially interested in the girls' shoes. Since they were light summer shoes, they were totally inappropriate for the severe winter weather. For the investigators, this was a warning sign. There was obviously a problem. The atmosphere in the room was one of neglect, if not apathy, rather than concern and care for the child. The signs of violence that the experts discovered upon closer examination, however, were the most terrifying finding. At first glance, the stains on the walls and furniture looked like filthy streaks, but the experts soon concluded that these were blood traces, partially obscured but discernible to the trained eye. Although the room's floor appeared to be clean, there were still questionable stains on it, which later proved to be attempts to conceal something awful. A tiny plastic container was standing in one corner of the room. The investigators discovered an even more sinister image when they opened it. There were broken toys inside. The only things that truly belonged to Victoria, it seemed, were these. They appeared to have been purposefully broken to prevent the girl from playing with them, or thrown there to get rid of them. The overall impression that the child was being treated like an unnecessary burden was only strengthened by this. There were also indications of neglect in the kitchen. There was almost nothing in the refrigerator. There was a juice box, a stale piece of bread, and a few cans of canned food. Marie-Therese had previously stated that she had always provided for Victoria's nutritional needs, which contrasted sharply with this limited food supply. Investigators questioned how the girl ate, given the scarcity of food in the home, or was it more likely that she was just not eating enough? When the detectives discovered multiple locked cabinets, the situation became even more concerning. Marie-Therese responded to the request to open them with blatant hostility and made an effort to avoid doing so by claiming private reasons. She only grudgingly gave up the keys after protracted discussions, and when she was threatened with having the entire cabinet seized. Everyone in the room was shocked by what they saw when the doors opened. Belts, wires, and wooden sticks were among the objects in the cabinets that were obviously intended for physical abuse or punishment. The wires were coiled into tight loops, and one belt featured a metal buckle. These results, which presented a horrifying image of the potential abuse Victoria endured, spoke for themselves. Each of these objects was captured on camera, meticulously recorded, and confiscated for additional analysis. The investigators knew that every little detail from these findings could be important in revealing what was happening behind that tidy but dishonest facade. The state of Victoria's room revealed much more than the apartment's adult residents were willing to acknowledge. After compiling all the evidence, the investigators started to depict the girl's life as one of hardship, suffering, and possibly cruelty. Investigators were immediately struck by Marie-Therese Kouao-Joyce and Carl Manning's behavior when they were called in by the police for their initial interrogation. Despite their caution, they made an effort to project confidence. Although Marie-Therese appeared nervous, her responses sounded practiced, as though she had readied herself for potential queries beforehand. She started to maintain her innocence right away, saying she loved Victoria and tried her hardest to look after the girl. Victoria was a difficult child, the woman said. Despite her temper, Marie-Therese characterized Victoria as a mischievous child who was allegedly prone to accidents. She was constantly sick, she didn't do well in school, and she and I always had difficulties, but I did everything I could to help her. I tried to be a good aunt to her. She claimed that the girl's clumsiness was the cause of the bruises and injuries on her body. The reason for her emaciation, according to Marie-Therese, was solely her lack of appetite. She was always falling, hitting the corners of furniture. She just always had some kind of trouble. And of course, she never listened. We offered her food, but she hardly ate anything. Conversely, Carl Manning made an effort to portray himself as an unconcerned bystander. He tried to downplay his involvement in Victoria's life. In his own words, "I had virtually no contact with her." As the interrogation went on, the investigators noticed inconsistencies in their accounts. "She was just Marie-Therese's niece to me, and I never really got involved with the child. My business was work and my own affairs. I saw her rarely and didn't notice anything strange." For instance, Marie-Therese claimed that Victoria had unintentionally spilled a kettle of boiling water on herself when questioned about the cause of the burns on her body. Carl, however, asserted that he had never witnessed any burns and that nothing of the sort had occurred. When the conversation shifted to the girl's personal items discovered in her room, both of them made a hasty attempt to change the topic, which was even more suspicious. Marie-Therese asserted that because they had little, Victoria had saved money by amassing a collection of old and worn-out items. The careful investigators did not overlook these contradictions, however, as Carl stated that he had no idea what Victoria's possessions were and added, "I'm not interested." It was always Marie-Therese's responsibility. The police chose to intensify the interrogations. After meticulously documenting the testimony, it was clear that neither of them was telling the whole truth, and more research was necessary to determine the true events that had occurred in this family. In order to get more candid responses from Marie-Therese Joyce and Carl Manning during the second round of questioning, the police started using the evidence gathered in the apartment. In addition to providing an expert report that unequivocally stated that the girl's burns could not have been caused by unintentional contact with hot water, the investigators displayed photos of the bloodstains discovered on Victoria's room's walls and furniture. The suspects' responses only served to heighten suspicion of their guilt because this evidence was indisputable. The situation became even more muddled with each of their new responses. Investigators started posing direct queries, such as, what caused the bloodstains on the furniture and walls? Why hadn't anyone gotten help if Victoria had actually just fallen? If the wounds were that bad? Marie-Therese was unable to provide a definitive response to these questions, either stating that she didn't think it was serious or citing memory problems. The facts put pressure on Carl Manning, who had previously claimed to have little to do with Victoria during the initial interrogation. He became irate after seeing the pictures and reading the experts' conclusions. He initially denied any involvement in the events, but he changed his strategy when faced with indisputable proof. The investigators were baffled by his justifications. "I knew what was going on," he acknowledged after a protracted silence. "But I didn't get involved. It's none of my business. She's not my child. I thought it was Marie-Therese's problem and let her deal with it herself." They emphasized that he was obviously a witness to what was taking place, even though he claimed not to be involved. Although Carl acknowledged that he had noticed the girl's body was bruised and injured, he added that he had no justification for getting involved. Under the weight of indisputable evidence, Marie-Therese eventually acknowledged during one of the interrogations that she occasionally lost her temper and turned to physical punishment. She told investigators that these were common ways of raising children, that they were accepted in her culture, and that she didn't see anything wrong with them. "Children need discipline sometimes," she said. Investigators discovered, however, that beneath those words was a harsh reality. "I used the belt to show them what is right and wrong. It's not violence, it's education." Examining the belts in the locked closet revealed marks that might suggest they were used repeatedly for striking. Furthermore, Victoria's cuts, bruises, and burns showed that the penalties were far more severe than what could be referred to as discipline. Mari Tellez, Joao Joyce, and Carl Manning were arrested by the police on the basis of the evidence they had gathered, which included witness statements, forensic tests, and the suspect's own confessions. They were accused of abusing children and killing Victoria. Investigators worked diligently to piece together a horrifying account of the girl's life, filled with cruelty and suffering, which led to these charges. During her arrest, Marie-Thérèse made an effort to defend herself by stating repeatedly that she did everything in her power and never intended to hurt Victoria. Investigators interpreted her trembling voice as fear of punishment rather than sincere regret. She persisted in asserting that her parenting techniques were required because Victoria was a challenging child. But in light of the overwhelming amount of evidence discovered during the investigation, these justifications began to seem less and less credible. The way Carl Manning acted was different. He said nothing and made no direct effort to defend his behavior, but his actions showed that he wanted to completely shift the blame to Marie-Thérèse and absolve himself of it. The investigators were convinced that he was an accomplice, even though he did not start the violence because of his unwillingness to step in and his claims of fear of conflict. Investigators stressed that Victoria's death was the result of a protracted cycle of violence that was evident to those in her immediate vicinity and that, with greater resolve, could have been prevented. Both the girl's death and the inaction of those who could have stopped it were tragic aspects of this tale. When Victoria Climie's trial started in January 2001, it quickly rose to the top of the UK's discussion list. The horrific details surrounding the 8-year-old girl's death exposed the inadequacies of the social protection system, which had failed to stop the tragedy, as well as the brutality of her guardians. In addition to proving the accused's guilt, the prosecutor's office had to explain to the court the full scope of Victoria's suffering, which was a challenging task. Victoria's aunt and her partner, the primary defendants, were put on trial for alleged child abuse and murder. Victoria had been subjected to months of systematic physical and psychological abuse, according to the prosecution. A forensic medical report, witness statements, and photos of the girl's injuries were among the evidence they presented from the investigation. A medical report that verified Victoria's injuries could not have been accidental was crucial to the prosecution's case. In addition to using violence, the prosecution contended that Marie-Thérèse and Carl purposefully denied the girl access to food, shelter, and medical attention. She died as a result of hypothermia and exhaustion. Marie-Thérèse maintained that she didn't intend to hurt the child and that her actions were educational. She was under the strain of life circumstances, according to her defense, and was unaware of the seriousness of the consequences of her actions. Carl, for his part, said he was just watching from the sidelines and never held out his hand to Victoria, denying any active participation. Prosecutors, however, provided proof that he was aware of the abuse and took part in it. The attorneys for the defendants made an effort to frame the case differently. They maintained that Marie-Thérèse's ignorance of her responsibilities as a guardian was the reason behind Victoria's tragic accident death. Although the girl's aunt had acted improperly, the defense maintained that her actions were unintentional. Carl Manning maintained that he only shared a home with Marie-Thérèse and the girl and had no involvement in Victoria's upbringing. He persisted in maintaining that his partner was the only one with knowledge of what transpired behind closed doors, but the defense was unable to persuade the judge that the defendant's acts were impulsive or poorly thought out. The prosecution provided indisputable proof that Victoria had endured unjustified, systematic abuse and deprivation. Strong emotions were present during the hearings. As she heard the horrific details of what her daughter had gone through, Victoria's mother, who was present in the courtroom, was unable to contain her tears. The trial was extensively covered by the media, which infuriated the public and led to criticism of the social safety net. The jury returned a verdict on January 12, 2001, following weeks of hearings. Carl Manning and Marie-Thérèse Joyce were convicted of Victoria Climie's murder. The judge stressed that they had intentionally caused the child to suffer and said their actions were cruel and premeditated. Marie-Thérèse Joyce received a life sentence without the possibility of release. Carl Manning was given a life sentence with at least 20 years to serve after the court found him guilty of murder and complicity in child abuse. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Mississippi's charming seaside village of Ocean Springs was well known for its peace and easygoing way of life. It was the type of community where neighbors watched out for one another and life went more slowly. Lauren Johansson, a kind young woman who seemed to improve the world simply by existing, was one of its occupants. Because she loved animals so much, Lauren spent a lot of her time volunteering at nearby shelters. One day, she hoped she would build a sanctuary where all stray animals may find refuge. However, everything changed on the morning of July 3, 2024. Lauren's phone was inaccessible, and she failed to return home. Her father became concerned after receiving an odd message from her number. The events that transpired next exposed the flaws in the system that was supposed to serve and protect. On October 30, 2001, Lauren Johansson was born in Ocean Springs. Numerous tourists were drawn to the town by its wide beaches, oak-lined walkways, and scenic surroundings. But to Lauren, Ocean Springs was more than just a vacation spot. It was home. She was able to experience her family's love and support there, which helped to mold her into the kind and responsible person she is today. Lauren was lovingly raised by her parents, Robert and Tamala. She was born with two older sisters, both of whom had serious health issues. Lauren actively participated in their care from an early age, helping her parents with everyday duties. She developed a great feeling of duty and compassion as a result of this event. She constantly tried to lessen the hardships of people around her and showed a remarkable ability to care for others, even as a young child. Early in life, Lauren developed a deep affection for animals. From pets to wild animals, she was fascinated by all types of wildlife. This love was fostered by her parents and developed into a calling over time. Lauren began volunteering at nearby animal shelters when she was a teenager. She was more than simply a dog or cat food and cleanup lady. She provided medical attention to injured horses, birds, and even rescued wild animals. It was evident from her ambition, commitment, and kindness that Lauren was meant to serve others. She chose to become a nurse in high school, which was a great fit for her nurturing personality. She enrolled in the University of Southern Mississippi's nursing school after graduation. Lauren's intense interest in the subject and her unwavering work ethic drove her academic success. Her exceptional academic performance demonstrated her will to succeed and her sincere desire to improve people's lives. Lauren's aspirations went far beyond being a nurse. She had dreamed of establishing an animal rescue and rehabilitation center since she was a young child. She meticulously saved every dollar she made for this purpose. Building a location where animals in need may find refuge and a chance at a new life was her clear aim. She found motivation and purpose in this project. In her final year of high school, Lauren got to know Bryson Rivers. Bryson was popularly perceived as the ideal man, since he was charming and had exceptional athletic ability. They met at a school function where they had both volunteered. A casual talk quickly developed into a passionate partnership. Lauren was deeply impacted by Bryson, who was a year older than her. He was born on February 9, 2000, and was raised in a big, deeply religious family. His parents emphasized the importance of close connections, church attendance, and family values. Bryson was supposed to assist in taking care of his younger siblings because he was the oldest. His seemingly perfect image in high school was a result of the discipline and sense of duty that this upbringing established in him. Bryson was a standout student and athlete who constantly had high grades and was commended by teachers for his concentration and hard work. He was a standout on the school team and a favorite among his friends because of his athletic ability, especially in football and track and field. While friends appreciated his perseverance and capacity to succeed, teachers saw immense promise in him. His relationship with Lauren appeared to be ideal from the outside. They seemed to work well together and were both driven and ambitious. Lauren took pleasure in Bryson's apparent support and frequently expressed how considerate and kind he was. Bryson responded with praise of Lauren, making her feel appreciated and going with her to significant occasions. However, concerning trends started to show up over time. Bryson showed signs of a need for control early on in their relationship. At first, it sounded like cute requests to talk longer or to find out how Lauren's day went. But these requests quickly turned into demands, and Bryson became more and more envious of the males in Lauren's life, including her classmates and friends. Claiming it was for her own benefit, he started to insist that she limit her contacts with people he didn't particularly approve of. Lauren's acquaintances observed little yet noteworthy behavioral shifts. She began going to fewer social events and frequently avoided talking about her relationship. She explained away Bryson's growing domineering behavior by pointing to the strain he was under from school and training for the military. Lauren stood up for Bryson, highlighting his love for her, even when his actions became harsh. Bryson's attempts to control Lauren increased, along with his jealousy. He frequently played on her feelings and used guilt to persuade her that his behavior was acceptable. Lauren would argue whenever she tried to set limits, and Bryson would respond by assuring her that everything he did was for their mutual benefit. As this conduct became more commonplace, Lauren noticed that she was adjusting to his expectations more and more. Bryson's influence grew stronger throughout the years. He created a dynamic that made Lauren feel reliant on him by deftly alternating between demonstrating concern and applying emotional pressure. She missed the red flags of an unhealthy relationship because of this pattern. Despite warnings from worried friends and family, Lauren consistently justified his actions, claiming that he was a decent man going through a difficult time. When Bryson first became physically aggressive during an argument, things became more heated. He became louder as he accused Lauren of not giving him enough credit. Then, in order to prevent her from leaving the room, he grabbed her wrist. This was the first time his actions had clearly gone too far. Despite being terrified, Lauren later told her friends about the occurrence and justified it by claiming that Bryson had been agitated and didn't intend to harm her. As they observed Lauren's reserved manner, her pals grew more concerned. She had been candid about discussing good times, but now she avoided talking about her relationship. Her family members voiced their worries, particularly after she disclosed that Bryson frequently chastised her for her actions, saying that was the reason for their arguments. Lauren brushed off her closest friend's attempts to persuade her that his treatment of her was wrong, referring to it as a short-term issue. The way Brian behaved in public raised yet another red flag. If he felt Lauren was getting too much attention, he would frequently cut her off in talks or make scathing comments. One instance happened when Lauren thanked a server for their service on a night out with pals. Bryson was annoyed by this insignificant gesture, and he used the remainder of the evening to express his annoyance by making passive-aggressive remarks about her. Robert, Lauren's father, also started to notice changes, and although he had never seen Bryson act aggressively, he had a gut feeling that something wasn't right. He made multiple attempts to talk to Lauren, but she refused to admit that there were any issues, claiming that her father was unfairly criticizing Bryson and being unduly protective. The culmination of the matter was when Lauren stopped talking about her feelings with anyone. She would either quickly shift the topic or defend Bryson by claiming that his actions were due to stress, fatigue, or frustrations at work whenever her friends or relatives brought up her relationship. She started to think that it was her duty to keep him from losing his temper. For Lauren, these aggressive and manipulative behaviors formed a vicious cycle. She eventually gave in to Bryson's influence and grew more and more cut off from people who could have been of assistance. Her loved ones could see her internal conflict, but they were powerless to change her choices. Unaware that she had already resorted to emotional and psychological dependence on her boyfriend, Lauren thought she could manage the problem independently. Bryson and Lauren organized a trip to Nashville in December 2023. Lauren was on winter vacation from college, while Bryson was on leave from the military. While Bryson saw the vacation as an opportunity to show himself as a kind partner, Lauren saw it as a chance to escape her everyday routine. They intended to unwind together, tour well-known sites, and take in the city's vibe for a few days. The journey began without any problems. They visited well-regarded restaurants, strolled the streets, and investigated nearby landmarks for the first few days. Bryson felt at ease and delighted in their time together, but there was tension between them beneath the surface. Despite feeling the weight of his expectations, Lauren ignored the warning signs. In order to watch a football game that was significant to Bryson, the couple made the decision to go to a nearby tavern on December 11. Bryson, a former athlete, was a devoted supporter of his team and would not miss a game, not even on vacation. The evening was uneventful at first. They ordered drinks, watched the game, and sat at a table. Although there was a tinge of fatigue in her eyes, Lauren seemed at ease. When Lauren needed to use the restroom, the atmosphere suddenly became heated. She asked a server for directions and did what he instructed. Bryson's unjustified suspicion was aroused by an innocent coincidence a few minutes later, when the same waiter occurred to walk down the same corridor. Lauren saw that Bryson's attitude had altered when she went back to the table. He appeared tight and annoyed without any justification. He also alluded to alleged adultery and charged her with purposefully vying for the waiter's attention. The dispute swiftly became heated, and despite Lauren's efforts to soothe him, Bryson became irate and raised his voice. Later, witnesses observed that although Lauren seemed to be attempting to defuse the situation, Bryson persisted in his charges. The couple eventually made their way out of the bar and toward their nearby parked automobile. The tension between Lauren and Bryson reached a breaking point as soon as they got into the automobile. Bryson stole Lauren's phone, stopping her from calling for assistance, and locked the doors, making it impossible for her to flee. He started screaming at her, his rage quickly turning into physical violence. Despite her cries and frantic attempts to defend herself, Bryson began to strike her. Lauren tried to get attention by hammering on the windows and honking the horn, but sadly no one was present to listen or assist. Following a few minutes of mistreatment, Bryson ignored Lauren's cries for her release and turned on the ignition before heading into empty streets. He threatened to leave her body in the woods where no one would ever discover it, which was a terrifying idea. He finally stopped into a deserted parking lot where the attack went on. Lauren attempted to retrieve her self-defense weapon from her backpack in a last-ditch effort to defend herself. But before she could get the bag back, Bryson saw it and snatched it out of her hands. Lauren was subjected to constant brutality for about an hour during the incident. In addition to hitting her, Bryson made unsettling threats while becoming frighteningly detached. Recordings from Lauren's phone showed him icily remarking at one point that the swelling was beginning to make her head seem like a bowling ball. Bryson called his mother during the attack, which led to Lauren's surprise rescue. In the background, Lauren yelled, pleading with Mom to call the police. Even though Bryson's mother didn't know the precise location of law enforcement, she knew something was seriously off and called them. In the meantime, Robert, Lauren's father, located her using a family monitoring program on their phones. The officers heard Lauren screaming from inside the car when they got there. Bryson was still holding her as the officers opened the door. Lauren was bruised and covered in blood. There were obvious evidence of serious damage on her face and torso. Bryson was immediately detained. Lauren was taken to the hospital, and she was hardly able to speak. Medical personnel were astonished by her injuries. It was evident what she had been through from the numerous bruises, swelling, and other indications of severe suffering. Lauren declined to file charges in spite of everything, stating that she didn't want to jeopardize Bryson's life or military career. Bryson constantly attempted to get in touch with Lauren while she was being held, taking advantage of unknown loopholes in the jail's rules. He deceived her throughout his calls by vowing to change and making a vow to never harm her again. Lauren gave in to his pressure and changed her original remarks, which had a big impact on the case's course. After being arrested, Bryson Rivers was detained pending trial on assault charges. The court granted him the chance of bail in spite of the seriousness of the accusations and the overwhelming evidence against him, which included Lauren's testimony and audio recordings. At first, $250,000 0 cents was his bond, which kept him in custody while his case proceeded. Bryson appealed the bail amount 6 months later with the help of his legal team. The bail was reduced to $150 0 cents when the judge granted the motion. Many, including Laura's family, were taken aback by this ruling since they thought that a lower bail would encourage more aggression. Bryson's mother did, however, pay the sum, and he was let free pending trial. Bryson was subject to wearing a GPS email ankle monitor to track his movements as part of the terms of his release. He was not allowed to leave Nashville, to go near Lauren, or to try to get in touch with her in any manner. However, these conditions were not appropriately implemented because to bureaucratic mistakes. The stringent limitations were not completely disclosed to the officer who took Bryson to the monitoring center. As a result, there were no limitations placed on the GPS monitor to stop him from leaving the city, and it was incorrectly programmed. This mistake was brought on by a lack of departmental collaboration. The monitoring center did not get the documentation outlining the conditions of Bryson's release in a timely manner. Because of this, the employees who were in charge of installing the ankle monitor had to rely on Bryson's own story, where he gave misleading information and left out the limitations pertaining to Nashville and communication with Lauren. Bryson's ankle monitor's batteries started to drain a few days after he was released. He disregarded the message that the smartphone needed to be charged. Authorities couldn't follow him after the monitor completely died. Despite becoming aware of the problem, the monitoring center did not respond right away. Because they failed to notify law enforcement promptly, Bryson was free to break the terms of his parole. Lauren's family didn't find out until a few days later, when police told her father, Robert, that Bryson's monitor had stopped working and that they didn't know where he was. It was shocking to learn that authorities were not handling the case with the necessary urgency, so instead of acting right away, they left a voicemail on Robert's phone, briefly outlining the circumstances. Lauren's family decided to handle things themselves. Robert demanded prompt action from the local police department in order to find Bryson. In order to avert a catastrophe and find any hints on Bryson's whereabouts, he also insisted on checking Lauren's car's GPS system. Attempts to locate Brian were unsuccessful despite the family's constant efforts. His location remained unclear for days after the ankle monitor malfunctioned. Robert emphasized the immediate danger to his daughter's safety and urged law authorities to act more forcefully on several occasions. When law enforcement officially confirmed that Brian had broken the conditions of his parole on July 2, the situation became more heated. His phone had been switched off by then and it was unclear where he was. His arrest warrant was issued by the police, but it was too late to stop what transpired. Robert, Lauren's father, attempted to reach her on the day she vanished, but his calls were not returned. Later, he got an SMS from her phone that made him suspect right away. Lauren didn't sound like the author of the message. Startled to find out where Lauren was, Robert called his other daughter, who lived in the same apartment as her. When Lauren's sister awoke, the front door of the apartment was open, the security cameras were turned off, and Lauren's car was nowhere to be seen. She called Robert right away, and he called the police right away to report Lauren missing. Police took a long time to respond, even though the family's desperation and the evidence they presented were convincing. Law enforcement didn't agree to start following Lauren's automobile until over 24 hours after she was reported missing. A number of structural flaws in the way authorities handled Bryson's case culminated in these delays. Although Lauren's family had taken every precaution to avoid a tragedy, their efforts were thwarted by law enforcement's inaction. Lauren's automobile was eventually found by authorities using its GPS signal on July 3, 2024. The car was parked just outside of town in a secluded spot close to the Wolf River Cemetery. The area was renowned for being remote, encircled by thick forests and distant from any major thoroughfares. Law enforcement officials and Lauren's father, Robert, were quickly mobilized by the disturbing finding. A man abruptly bounded out of the car and fled into the bushes as police drew closer. He was being pursued by Bricken River's officers, but the dense undergrowth made the pursuit challenging, and he soon vanished from view. In an attempt to locate his daughter, Robert, who had arrived at the site just behind the police, hurried to the automobile. He saw a terrifying scene when he opened the door. Lauren's body was in the back seat, covered with black trash bags and a sheet. She was nearly unrecognizable due to the extensive injuries to her head and face. Nothing in his experience could have prepared Robert, a doctor who is used to seeing injuries, for what he witnessed that day, he later acknowledged. Some cops started recording the incident while others carried on looking for Bryson. Lauren had suffered a severe beating before to her death, as evidenced by bloodstains found on the upholstery and inside the vehicle. Even as his own condition worsened, Robert refused to leave the area until the investigation was over, despite the mental and physical toll it had taken. Bryson was found after many hours of searching. He was eventually found deep in the woods by helicopters using thermal imaging technology. 9 hours after the search started, Brian was captured by the officers that encircled the location. He didn't resist and seemed cool and collected when he was arrested. Brian Rivers later gave his version of events when being questioned. He asserted that he knew Lauren would be spending the day alone when he got to her house that morning. She had been ignoring his calls for a few days, which had increased his ire and misgivings. Bryson found it hard to believe Lauren was attempting to put her distance from him. He waited for her to leave the home and then went out to speak with her. He claimed that Lauren attempted to leave and refused to talk to him about anything. Bryson then took hold of her arm and pushed her into her vehicle. Despite Lauren's protests, he locked the doors and got behind the wheel. In order to avoid being overheard, Brian said that he had taken Lauren to a secluded area outside of the city, but the discussion soon descended into a dispute. Brian's ire was only heightened when Lauren insisted on being released and threatened to call the police. He started screaming at her, saying she had betrayed him. Brian pushed Lauren back into the seat when she tried to open the door to get out. This was a pivotal event in time. The situation became unmanageable after he hit her. According to his account, he was attempting to soothe her but ultimately resorted to physical force, striking her again after the attack until Lauren lost consciousness. Bryson claimed that after first attempting to resuscitate her, he chose to dispose of her body after learning she was dead. He put her in the back seat of the car after wrapping her in a blanket he had taken from the trunk. After driving farther into the countryside, Bryson pulled over at a deserted spot close to Wolf River Cemetery. With Lauren's body inside, he left the car there with the intention of coming back later to remove any remaining evidence. But before he could execute his scheme, the police, who were monitoring his activities, found the car. Widespread public indignation was triggered by the news of Lauren's untimely murder and Pritchen's detention. Media coverage not only addressed the crime but also emphasized the many shortcomings in the legal system that led Pritchen to avoid appropriate supervision following his release on bond. In the midst of their sorrow, Lauren's family made a public appeal for the community to solve the structural problems that led to this tragic event. Additionally, Bryson's mother, who covered his bail, came under heavy fire. Many questioned whether she was completely aware of the possible repercussions of her conduct. Although the world widely condemned her choice, Lauren's family never publicly placed the responsibility on her. Numerous Ocean Springs locals, along with friends and relatives, attended Lauren's burial to express their sorrow over her passing. Lauren continued to be a representation of generosity, altruism, and a commitment to assisting others, to everyone who knew her. One of Lauren's biggest loves in life was animal welfare. Therefore, her family chose to create a foundation in her honor to fund these initiatives. Under the meantime, Bryson's trial preparations were under progress. The court adopted an especially severe attitude because he was already being investigated for his prior assault on Lauren. But the public was outraged at the sheer fact that he had been given bail in the first place. Many demanded changes to bail regulations in order to stop future tragedies of this nature. In December 2024, Bryson Rivers was put on trial. He was charged with attempted evidence destruction, first-degree murder, and kidnapping. A verdict has not yet been rendered in the ongoing trial. Lauren's tragedy expanded beyond a single family's tale. It spurred important discussions on the system's response to victims of domestic violence and the significance of addressing early warning indicators. Her experience is a sobering reminder that disregarding the first warning indications of danger can have disastrous results. Despite witness accounts, tangible proof, and audio recordings of the attack, one of the most important concerns is why. Following his initial arrest, Briston was permitted to post bail. Due to a lack of departmental cooperation, this judgment not only damaged public confidence in the legal system, but also allowed the offender to carry on with his activities. Fauci. Lauren's death was the result of a series of mistakes, including a failure to enforce bail conditions and a delayed response to Bryson's GPS monitor breakdown. The accused people's monitoring mechanism has also drawn criticism. The shortcomings in current procedures were brought to light by Bryson's GPS device's incorrect configuration, the disregard for low battery warnings, and the delay in acting upon his disappearance. This tragedy could have been avoided if authorities had acted quickly after the equipment malfunctioned. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On December 3, 1981, Rhonda Casto was born in the tiny Washington town of Gig Harbor. She was raised in a loving, supportive family that encouraged her in everything she did. Rhonda had a bright personality that was evident from a young age. She was driven, ambitious, and tenacious. According to her loved ones, she was able to inspire others and quickly establish a common language with them. When Rhonda graduated from high school, she decided to pursue a career in fashion. She began a modeling career thanks to her charisma, slim build, and inherent beauty. She gradually gained recognition by taking part in photo shoots and small fashion shows. Even though she loved her job, she always hoped for more than cover shots. Rhonda felt that true happiness would come from having a family and kids. We took off right away after she met Stephen Nichols and Nichols in 2009. They were attracted to each other right away after meeting through mutual friends. Although Rhonda's loved ones initially had some reservations about Stephen's age, 15 years older than Rhonda, the couple appeared to be content. Stephen's confidence and attention to detail impressed Rhonda, she told friends. He appeared to be a man she could trust, someone who cared about her. For his part, Stephen found Rhonda's inherent beauty and joy appealing. He viewed her as a companion who could share life's pleasures and challenges with him. They started living together shortly after they started dating, planning their future together. Their relationship took a new turn a few years later. Rhonda learned she was expecting a baby. For her, this news marked the start of a new stage. When tragedy rocked their lives, she was 5 months pregnant. Along with happiness, Rhonda's pregnancy gave her new objectives. She aspired to become a successful mother and keep growing as a person. Stephen seemed happy to be getting ready to become a father, and helped her in every way. The baby would be the pinnacle of their happy life together, he assured his friends. Even though they were very different in age, their relationship appeared to be strong and nothing could stop them from being happy. Rhonda, who always aimed for independence, had faith in Stephen and genuinely thought he would make a fantastic husband and father. They led busy, active lives. In order to escape the everyday grind, Rhonda frequently encouraged Stephen to take walks because she loved the outdoors. The area's wooded trails, where they could take in the scenery and clean air, were their favorite spots. Eagle Creek, a picturesque location in Oregon renowned for its rocky cliffs and waterfalls, was one such trail. Rhonda frequently recommended the trail for hikes because she loved it. They made the decision to hike Eagle Creek once more on the day of the tragedy. It was supposed to be a pleasant and easy walk. In order to preserve the memories of the happy time leading up to the baby's birth, Rhonda wanted to take some photos against the backdrop of nature. But nobody could have foreseen that Rhonda's walk would be her final one. On March 16, 2009, at approximately 6:30 p.m., Stephen Nichols reported to emergency services that his fiancée, Rhonda Casto, had fallen off a cliff on the Eagle Creek Trail. According to the dispatcher who took the call, Stephen's voice sounded tense and nervous. He tried to explain what had happened in a bewildered tone. "My fiancée went down. She tumbled off a precipice. I'm not sure if she's still alive." In an effort to explain the scene, Stephen repeated himself. He went on to say that Rhonda reportedly lost her balance on one of the challenging parts of the Eagle Creek Trail and fell while they were hiking along it. He informed the dispatcher right away that the situation was serious in a panicked voice. Rescuers arrived at the scene right away, fully aware that the Eagle Creek Trail, despite its popularity among hikers, can be hazardous. Numerous accidents have occurred in the past due to narrow paths, steep slopes, and slippery rocks. But none of the team could have imagined how messy this tragedy would end up being. Stephen was standing at the edge of the cliff when rescuers arrived on the scene. He appeared perplexed. He was obviously in shock, but his clothes were fine. His face showed a mix of horror and despair, and his breathing was labored. Stephen stated that he had attempted to figure out how to get downstairs to assist Rhonda, but had come to the conclusion that it was too risky. She was ahead. "I shouted at her to be careful when rescuers started asking questions, but she didn't listen," he said. "She slipped all of a sudden, and it happened too quickly." However, his words sounded sentimental. Rescuers found certain aspects of his story strange. Since Stephen was unable to pinpoint the precise location of Rhonda's fall and was unsure of her actions at the time, a group of rescuers descended to locate her. The circumstances were challenging. The ground was loose and the slope was steep. The rescuers themselves might have been in danger if they had made the smallest error. They discovered Rhonda's body on a rocky platform at the foot of the cliff, After roughly 40 minutes, it was clear from her stillness that her wounds were incompatible with life. Rescuers had concerns because the location where Rhonda was discovered was a narrow ledge in the middle of a heavily forested slope. The rocks and vegetation there appeared to be unaltered. There were no signs of struggle, ripped branches, or slip marks, which are typically present when someone falls from this height. The rescuers also saw that, despite being steep, the slope itself did not appear to be dangerous enough to cause such a serious tragedy. At the cliff's edge where Stephen said the incident happened, there were no visible signs, such as ripped shoes or indentations in the ground, that would have suggested Rhonda had attempted to cling on. Although it seemed strange, the rescuers concentrated on evacuating the body, which was the primary objective. Stephen was upset when the rescuers came back to tell him about the discovery. There was a mix of confusion and guilt on his face. He restated his version of what had happened. Together they were strolling, conversing, and taking in the scenery. He claimed that Rhonda eventually made the decision to accelerate and run ahead. She loved the outdoors and occasionally got too reckless, according to Stephen. He recalled that she didn't seem to listen when I told her to be more cautious. She slipped and fell a few seconds later. According to Stephen, everything happened too quickly for him to take any action. I had nothing to do. With a trembling voice, he added, while recording Stephen's statement, rescuers observed that, in spite of his emotional statements, he appeared somewhat detached. He was acting strangely. He didn't try to approach the cliff's edge, and he didn't seem interested in learning the specifics of what had happened. When the police arrived on the scene, officers started questioning Stephen, which caused the rescuers to have their first reservations. He was still perplexed by certain details, but his story stayed consistent. For instance, he was unable to precisely explain why Rhonda chose to run ahead of her and what transpired just before she fell. Although officers recorded his statement, they pointed out that his explanation sounded too general and lacked specific facts. That was a trail we frequently walked. She knew what she was doing, according to Stephen. It's simply a horrible mishap. Police officers started to question his statements, though, because the accident's specifics did not make sense. Although the tragedy initially seemed to be an accident, rescuers and police were left wondering what actually transpired on the Eagle Creek Trail that day due to Stephen's actions and the details of the scene. Why was it so easy for a physically active woman to lose her balance? And why did the fall site show no typical indications of struggle or slip marks? Although these issues are still unresolved, rescuers and law enforcement chose to conduct additional research in order to learn the whole truth about Rhonda Casto's fate. Numerous questions were raised right away by the Eagle Creek Trail tragedy, and Oregon police, understanding the complexity of the situation. Rhonda Casto's death seemed to be an accident at first, but as the incident's specifics and Stephen Nichols' actions became more apparent, suspicions started to grow. The investigators were aware that the clue was concealed not only at the accident scene, but also in the lives of Rhonda and Stephen. Therefore, every facet of their relationship, as well as any indication of potential conflict or motivation, needed to be carefully examined. The identification of potential witnesses was the first stage of the investigation. Eagle Creek is a well-liked hiking destination, particularly on a day with clear, warm weather. People who were on the trail at the time of the tragedy were contacted by police. Before the incident, Rhonda and Stephen were spotted by a number of hikers. They were strolling together, and nothing about their behavior raised suspicions. According to one hiker, he saw Rhonda because she appeared to be very content. He was following her as she walked ahead. They were giggling. However, he recalled that no witnesses saw the fall occur. Only Stephen was able to determine the truth at that point. Although his explanation for Rhonda's decision to accelerate made sense, police started looking into other possibilities. Stephen Nichols claimed that his fiancée had called rescuers as soon as the incident occurred, tumbled down a precipice. He appeared startled at first, but his actions later started to seem odd. Though Stephen did not show the extreme panic or acute shock that might be anticipated in such a situation, rescuers who arrived on the scene noted that he was emotionally distressed. His actions in the days that followed were even more dubious. Rather than wallowing in grief, Stephen carried on with his routine. He avoided talking to loved ones about the incident and said very little about Rhonda. I found it odd that he almost instantly began acting as if nothing had happened, one of Rhonda's friends recalled. Additionally, police observed that Stephen showed no particular interest in the investigation's specifics. He made no effort to inquire about Rhonda's chances of survival or initiate contact with law enforcement. Rhonda's mother stated that in the days preceding the tragedy, Rhonda expressed her fears of something happening to her, which is why her family did not initially accept the accident version. "It's not an accident, I assure you," she informed her mom. These remarks suggested a potentially tense relationship between Rhonda and Stephen, which made them a crucial component of the inquiry. Additionally, according to Rhonda's mother, their relationship has never been ideal. Rhonda reportedly considered ending her relationship with Stephen, even though they were expecting a child. She complained to friends about her partner's excessive control and jealousy. Because it might have revealed underlying conflicts that contributed to the tragedy, this testimony raised suspicions among investigators. Rhonda appeared tense and anxious in the weeks prior to the incident, according to one of her friends. She expressed her fear for her future. According to him, the version of events that Stephen provided started to diverge from the testimonies that were collected from loved ones. The search of Stephen Nichols' house was a crucial part of the investigation. If the tragedy wasn't an accident, investigators were searching for documents that might provide insight into the couple's relationship and potential motivations. Police discovered a $1 million insurance policy in Rhonda's name during the search. Stephen was listed as the only beneficiary. Since it turned out that the policy had only been issued a few months prior to the tragedy, this document caused a lot of questions for investigators. Furthermore, the insurance company claims that Stephen pushed for clauses in the policy that guaranteed the full amount would be paid, even in the case of an accident. It's likely that Rhonda was unaware of the policy. She never brought up the insurance policy or financial issues with Stephen, according to her friends and family. Given that Stephen was in a precarious financial situation, the fact that such a sizable insurance policy had been taken out just before the tragedy raised police suspicions and might have suggested a financial motivation. To ascertain whether he intended to use the funds to address his issues, investigators started looking through his bank accounts and financial documents. Following Rhonda's passing, Stephen Nichols also displayed odd financial behavior. He immediately began the process of obtaining an insurance policy rather than delaying his affairs. Only a few days after the tragedy, investigators saw that he completed the payout paperwork. His actions appeared hurried, which added to the suspicion. Police also observed that Stephen avoided interacting with Rhonda's relatives. He didn't offer to assist her parents with funeral planning or show up for her memorial service. As a result, there was more friction between him and the grieving family, who were beginning to suspect Stephen of being responsible for her passing. The turning point was when Stephen Nichols, who had appeared distant and reclusive since the tragedy, became the target of law enforcement after they had accumulated enough strong evidence to file charges. Be aware that every piece of evidence, including witness accounts and financial records, pointed to a potential motive, and his odd post-event behavior increased suspicion. Police eventually accused him of murder, and they started questioning him. Given that Stephen might have been tense or dangerous if caught, investigators made sure they were ready for the arrest. They were alarmed by his actions in the last few days. It was a cold and calculating attitude toward the situation, not just emotional distress from the loss. Based on the evidence they discovered, insurance, financial records, and his peculiar behavior, the police took Stephen into custody at his residence. There were no problems during the arrest procedure. When Stephen was told of the charges, he reacted calmly. He wasn't hostile, made no harsh remarks, or attempted to flee. There was nothing that could surprise him when police told him he was accused of murder. His face was unbreakable. The first interrogation started after Stephen was taken to the police station. He initially flatly denied any guilt. He asserted that his version of events would remain unchanged when questioned about what had transpired. "I was unable to save Rhonda when she fell. An accident occurred." He persisted in claiming that he was unable to foresee the tragedy and that the incident was an accident. But even though he was certain of his innocence, investigators started to show him evidence that contradicted his account. The police attempted to approach the case more subtly in an attempt to persuade Stephen to confess, rather than immediately accusing him of murder. His own words were being used against him as they meticulously crafted his story. Stephen became anxious during one of the interviews after the investigators presented him with financial records and other supporting documentation. Following the tragedy, police insisted that his actions were out of the ordinary. They highlighted his rash insurance buying decisions, his odd conduct following Rhonda's passing, and other questionable incidents. When an investigator asked Stephen why he had started taking out insurance so quickly, it was a pivotal moment. The man smiled nervously and said something that was practically a confession. "I didn't think it would happen so fast," he said, not seeing right away that what he said might have been taken as an admission of his actual motivations. It was a crucial statement that provided the police with a crucial lead. Although Stephen persisted in claiming that the tragedy was an accident, his arguments started to falter. "You're saying you didn't expect it to end so quickly," the investigator persisted. "You mean you didn't believe Rhonda would pass away?" Since more investigation showed that psychological pressure was a factor, this incident gave the impression that Stephen may have eventually acknowledged his guilt, even if not outright. Perhaps unknowingly, Stephen started to give in to the weight of the evidence. He grew more reclusive, avoiding direct responses and questions about his behavior on the day of the tragedy, even though he had no intention of acknowledging what had happened. In the meantime, the investigators engaged experts and kept elaborating on specifics. Rhonda died from injuries that were obviously not possible to have resulted from an unintentional fall, according to the forensic report. Because of the severe impact that caused these injuries, investigators started to believe that Stephen was most likely to blame for her passing. But in spite of everything, Stephen refused to acknowledge his actions. He repeated his version of events, claiming that he had no idea what was going to happen and that everything had happened by accident. The police understood that gathering reliable evidence would require time and effort, making this a challenging case. In the end, investigators collected all the evidence required for charging. In addition to Stephen's own actions in the days that followed, they also incorporated forensic evidence, Rhonda's insurance policy, documents proving Stephen was the only beneficiary, testimony from her family and friends, and proof of financial motivations. The tragedy served as a crucial component of the inquiry as well. The fact that he processed the insurance payment without hesitation and without displaying the typical human response to losing a loved one astounded the investigators. As a result, the charges had a solid foundation thanks to all of these facts, and the investigation took the case to trial. The trial of Stephen Nichols marked the end of a protracted investigation into Rhonda Casto's unexplained death on the Eagle Creek Trail. Investigators and prosecutors developed a case that they felt demonstrated the tragedy was not an accident. After years of meticulous work, the trial's unexpected conclusion, however, caused a public uproar and raised numerous concerns about the true circumstances surrounding Stephen Nichols' 2015 arrest. According to the investigation, the woman's death was the result of deliberate actions. Prosecutors asserted with confidence that Nichols had a purpose, a plan, and the intention to carry it out. A $1 million insurance policy that was put in Rhonda's name just months before she passed away was a crucial component of the prosecution's case. Stephen was listed as the policy's only beneficiary. The prosecution claimed that the document suggested a possible financial motivation for the crime. Prosecutors also emphasized Rhonda's mother's testimony, claiming that her daughter had voiced concerns about Stephen's unpredictable behavior and had been vocal about the possibility that she might be abused if something were to happen to her. "You are aware it's no coincidence." According to the mother, Rhonda stated in court that her injuries were not totally consistent with an unintentional fall. Prosecutors also provided a medical report supporting this claim. The medical examiners came to the conclusion that rather than a simple loss of balance, Rhonda's injuries might indicate a push. The prosecution's case revolved around these conclusions. From the start, Stephen Nichols vehemently denied his guilt. According to his attorneys, Rhonda's death was a tragic but unintended accident. According to Stephen's own account, he and Rhonda were taking a leisurely stroll along the wharf on the day of the tragedy. According to him, Rhonda was feeling good and even decided to pick up the pace in order to feel more liberated and energetic. But she reportedly stumbled and fell off a cliff on one challenging part of the trail. "It happened too quickly, but I saw her lose her balance. I was powerless to help." According to Nichols, he also maintained that the accusations against him were the result of speculation and misinterpretation. His attorneys argued that the investigation had rushed to conclusions based on emotional testimony from the deceased's family members and circumstantial evidence. Additionally, the defense argued that married couples, particularly those who were getting ready to move in together and were expecting a child, frequently had insurance policies. They maintained that the execution of such a document did not demonstrate criminal intent, and that its mere existence did not establish that Stephen had harmed Rhonda on purpose. The attorneys stressed that Nichols had no established reason for the murder because, despite their occasional arguments, their relationship was not so tumultuous as to result in tragedy. There were several obstacles that prosecutors had to overcome in order to construct a perfect prosecution. The absence of first-hand witnesses was one of the main issues. Stephen was the only one who witnessed Rhonda's fall on the trail. Nichols's attorneys had a significant advantage because no one could definitively dispute their client's version of events, allowing him to continue insisting on it. The unclear expert conclusions were another flaw in the prosecution's case. There were no other obvious indications of violence. Even though some of Rhonda's wounds weren't consistent with the fall, this ambiguity was actively exploited by defense lawyers. They maintained that the prosecution's conclusions were based on speculation and conjecture, and that Rhonda's death was an accident. Stephen Nichols chose to reach an agreement with prosecutors in 2017, 2 years after his arrest. This ruling was an unanticipated development in the case. Nichols' degree of responsibility and potential sentence were greatly diminished by the agreement, which assumed that he would enter a guilty plea to manslaughter. In turn, the prosecutor's office accepted the agreement, likely understanding that the likelihood of a conviction on the manslaughter count was lower. A strong defense, unclear medical reports, and a lack of concrete evidence might have led to Nichols's acquittal. As part of the agreement, a plea deal in this case permitted at least partial justice. Although it was not his intention, Nichols acknowledged that his actions on the day of the tragedy might have played a role in Rhonda's demise. The public and the victim's family had differing opinions about this admission, which allowed the prosecution to wrap up the case without a drawn-out trial. The court imposed the sentence after the plea agreement. Zephan Nichols received a 3-year probationary sentence after being found guilty of manslaughter. Nevertheless, the court permitted Nichols to depart following his 19-month incarceration pending trial. Many people who had been following the case, including Rhonda's family, were taken aback by this light sentence. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The community was rocked in 2010 when several women's bodies were found along Gilgo Beach. While some victims were found that year, others were found in 2011, all of whom had evidence of ruthless murder. Despite conducting a thorough investigation, police were unable to find any leads or suspects, and the bodies were left in appalling conditions. The identity of the murderer and the full scope of the crimes were left a mystery for years. When a sample from a pizza crust that the suspect had thrown away was discovered to match hair on one of the victims, it was a breakthrough. Who was responsible for these horrifying killings, and how many victims remain unaccounted for? Let's investigate this matter. The hunt for Shannon Gilbert was the first step in the investigation into the terrible deaths of multiple women close to Gilgo Beach, Long Island. She was a 24-year-old woman who escaped from a client's house and disappeared in May 2010. Following the discovery of human remains along Oak Beach's Ocean Parkway on December 11, 2010, her disappearance became a crucial component of a more extensive and ongoing mystery. In a heartbreaking 23-minute 911 call, Gilbert said, "They are trying to kill me." After she vanished, Suffolk County Police Officer John Malia searched the gated community where Gilbert was last seen with his cadaver dog Blue. But even after a rigorous search during the summer of 2010, they were unable to locate any leads. Malia carried out a fresh search on December 11 with an emphasis on the area around Ocean Parkway. They forced their way through a thin layer of snow and dense vegetation. The team discovered Melissa Barthelomew's remains, wrapped in rotting burlap, after the dog detected a scent. 3 more bodies were discovered by the police as they searched further. These victims were later identified as Amber Costello, Megan Waterman, and Maureen Brainerd Barnes. All of them were discovered within 500 feet of one another. Suffolk County Police stayed committed to cracking the case, and increased their search and resources as the bodies were found along Ocean Parkway. Patrols along Ocean Parkway were stepped up after the discovery of the first set of remains in December 2010. To comb through the dense brush and marshy areas, police deployed cadaver dogs, forensic teams, and cutting-edge equipment. Police stepped up their search along the same highway in March 2011 after finding additional remains, including those of Valerie Mack and Jessica Taylor. They broadened their scope to include Nassau County and even inspected neighboring beaches. In pursuit of hints that might help them find the murderer, officers endured long hours, inclement weather, and challenging terrain. State police, the FBI, and local authorities were among the law enforcement agencies that collaborated on the investigation. They investigated all of the information that could be used to identify the murderer, investigated forensic evidence, and followed up on tips. Police provided the public with updates as the case became more complicated and even offered a $25,000 reward for information that might result in an arrest. Despite these tenacious efforts, the case continued to garner attention for reasons other than the discovery of new bodies. Unexpected developments in the investigation included the December 2011 discovery of Shannon Gilbert's remains, which sparked further inquiries about whether her passing was connected to the others. Some thought Gilbert's death was an accident, while others suspected foul play. Every lead was taken seriously by the police, who kept looking for answers. Gilbert's disappearance went unsolved for more than a year. However, a breakthrough happened on December 13, 2011. About half a mile from her last known location, her remains were discovered in a marsh. Her clothes and other possessions were also found close by. Gilbert's death was initially feared to be connected to the Long Island serial killer. Authorities concluded after a thorough investigation, however, that her death had nothing to do with the other killings. Mary Gilbert, Shannon's mother, publicly insisted that her daughter was a victim of the same murderer who left the bodies along Ocean Parkway in spite of this conclusion. The pressure increased as more bodies were discovered, but these were only dead ends. The police remained committed to providing the victims and their families with justice, in spite of the difficulties. Internal conflicts within the Suffolk County Police Department were one of the many difficulties the investigation into the Gilgo Beach murders faced. The department struggled for years with leadership, especially under James Burke, the former chief of police. As investigators ran into one dead end after another, these issues slowed down progress and caused frustration. With so few leads, how were they going to proceed? Only on December 10, 2015, did the FBI formally intervene to assist. Although they had helped with searches in the past, they hadn't taken over the case completely until now. How come the FBI didn't get more involved sooner? The investigation was difficult, even with the FBI's recent involvement. Police continued to encounter dead ends after years of frustration and little progress when it seemed like there was no way to solve the case. How could they? Clearly something needed to change. Geraldine Hart, the Suffolk County Police Commissioner, took the risky decision to reopen the investigation in 2020. She released important evidence to the public on January 16 in an attempt to spark fresh leads. An image of a belt discovered close to the crime scene along Ocean Parkway was one of the items made public. Initials, either HM or WHF, were stamped on the belt, but none of the victims were identified by them. To whom did it belong? Is this the hint that ultimately reveals the truth about the case? In addition to releasing the evidence, the police department declared that they were analyzing current leads using new scientific techniques. They started the website gilgonews.com to keep the public informed, allowing anyone with information to come forward. Would the same mysteries that had plagued the investigation for years continue to stall it? Or could this fresh push finally result in an arrest? The need to find answers appeared to be greater than before. Researchers used genetic genealogy, a novel tool, in June 2019. Everyone was curious as to whether this novel approach would ultimately solve the case. The investigation had been at a standstill for years, with few leads and innumerable unsolved questions. However, genetic genealogy provided a novel strategy that proved effective. Authorities recognized Jane Doe number 6 as Valerie Mack in May 2020. Her remains had been found in fragments for years, but using this new technique, they were able to match her DNA to her family and finally give her a name. The identification of Jane Doe No. 7 as Karen Vergata in August 2023 marked yet another breakthrough. Her identity had been a mystery for almost 30 years, but the case advanced further because of genetic genealogy. These developments provided fresh impetus for the inquiry. The puzzle was gradually beginning to fit together, but there was still a long way to go. The bodies of the Gilgo Beach murder victims, found in 2010, were quickly linked to a horrific series of killings that had plagued Long Island for many years. However, how did investigators make the breakthrough when they were confronted with so many dead ends and unclear leads? Melissa Bartholomew was the first casualty. In July 2009, Melissa, a 24-year-old Bronx resident, disappeared. Before going missing for weeks, she had tried to call an ex-boyfriend and made a deposit into her bank account. Someone using Melissa's phone made threatening calls to Amanda, her 15-year-old sister. The caller made fun of Amanda and even disclosed Melissa's death. Police were unable to identify the caller even after tracking the calls to multiple locations, such as Madison Square Garden and Massapequa. In December 2010, Melissa's body, the first of the Gilgo Four to be found, was discovered close to Marines. It was Maureen Brainerd Barnes who was the second victim. After telling a friend she was heading to New York City, 25-year-old Maureen from Connecticut was last seen on July 9, 2007. She became a mother of two and used sex work to help support her family, but she later went back to it after experiencing financial difficulties. Maureen never came back after setting up a meeting with a client. In December 2010, more than 3 years later, her remains were discovered. One of the leather belts used to bind her body was found to contain DNA that would later be connected to the murderer's wife. Megan Waterman was the third casualty. Megan, a 22-year-old Maine woman, posted escort ads on Craigslist and vanished in 2010. She was under her boyfriend's control and had fallen victim to sex trafficking. When Megan neglected to check in with her daughter, who was 3 years old, her family filed a missing persons report. In December 2010, her body was discovered close to the other victims. Investigators were unable to establish a direct connection between her death and her boyfriend, even though he was arrested on trafficking charges. Amber Lynn Costello was the fourth casualty. After meeting a client who offered her $1,500 in exchange for her services, Amber, 27, of West Babylon, New York, vanished on September 2, 2010. Through the Chevrolet Avalanche he drove, the client, a man who had called her multiple times, would subsequently be connected to the murderer. At first, Amber's family didn't know she was involved in sex work and thought she had entered treatment. Her heartbreaking tale brought to light the precariousness of those caught in the sex trade and addiction. 2011 saw the discovery of additional remains as the search for victims went on. The bodies of Jessica Taylor, Valerie Mack, and an unnamed toddler named Baby Doe were among 4 additional sets of remains found close to Oak Beach and Gilgo Beach. The mystery was only made more complex by the discovery of these extra victims. What other numbers were there? More unsettling remains were discovered when investigators extended their search into Nassau County to the east. Remains of Peaches and her child, Baby Doe, were among the most eerie finds. In 1997, the dismembered torso of an African-American woman named Peaches was discovered. She was later identified by investigators as the mother of Baby Doe, after DNA testing linked her to the remains discovered in 2011. Both victims' identities are still unknown, and there are still unanswered questions regarding how they died. Then, in 2010, the remains of a young Asian person named Asian Doe were discovered close to the first 4 bodies. Although the victim's identity is still unknown, it was thought to be a transgender woman. Even with all of the technological advances, it was not easy to identify these victims. The case appeared unsolvable due to the lack of leads and persistent dead ends. How could detectives, who were already having a hard time identifying so many victims, ever hope to catch the murderer? The Gilgo Beach murder investigation took a dark and complicated turn with the discovery of new remains, leaving the public and police with more questions than answers. With no leads and numerous dead ends, the Gilgo Beach murder investigation seemed to be going in circles for years. Would the murderer ever be apprehended? John Bittroff, a suspect, was briefly regarded as a person of interest in 2017, but Bittroff had a history of killing sex workers and was a convicted murderer. His profile was suspicious because of the parallels between his crimes and the Gilgo Beach case. He hunted and was proficient with tools like hacksaws, which matched the way some victims' bodies were dismembered. Bitroff was never charged, in spite of these unsettling ties, because there was no concrete proof connecting him to the Gilgo Beach killings. However, everything changed in July 2023. Massapequa Park architect Rex Heumann, 59, was taken into custody and accused of killing Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello. Investigators searched for Heumann for almost 15 years. However, that wasn't all. In January 2024, Heumann was officially charged with Maureen Brainerd Barnes's murder after being identified as the main suspect in her death. The murders of Sandra Costilla and Jessica Taylor, two additional victims who had not previously been linked to the case, were then charged in June 2020 for. After all these years of uncertainty, how did police manage to identify Heumann? The breakthrough occurred when investigators used multiple crucial pieces of evidence to connect Heumann to the case. In 2022, they located a Chevrolet Avalanche registered to Heumann close to one of the crime scenes. Then, it was discovered through cell phone records that Heumann had communicated with 3 of the victims prior to their passing. However, mitochondrial DNA testing produced what may have been the most damning evidence. The hair on one of the victims was discovered to match a sample taken from a pizza crust that Heumann had thrown away. The fact that Heuermann's wife's hair also matched samples taken from multiple victims only served to heighten the unease. Crucially, though, she and their kids were out of state at the time of the killings. Is it possible that Heumann was concealing his darkest secret from his closest friends and family members by leading a double life? Although Heuermann's arrest was a positive development, the investigation had been complicated. Although the case was a labyrinth of false starts and dead ends, Heuermann's arrest ultimately represented a breakthrough. Is he the secret to unlocking the whole mystery? Finally, the eagerly anticipated answers were at hand. Rex Heuermann was charged with 2 additional murders, which was a significant development in the ongoing investigation. After months of diligent work, investigators spent a significant amount of time searching a wooded area in Manorville, Long Island, and going through the evidence gathered from Heuermann's family home. The new charges are related to the 1993 murder of Sandra Costilla, whose remains were found in North Sea, Long Island in 1993, and the 2003 murder of Jessica Taylor, whose remains were found in March 2011 close to Gilgo Beach. According to court records, Heuermann is currently facing charges for both offenses. Prosecutors claim that DNA evidence, including a hair discovered beneath Jessica Taylor's body, connected Heuermann to the killings. Heuermann's link to the victim was established by this DNA match, which turned out to be a significant discovery. At first, it was thought that John Bitroff, a different suspect who had been connected to other killings in the neighborhood, was responsible for Sandra Costilla's death. Recent developments in DNA technology, however, have shed new light on the case and identified Heuermann as the real murderer. DNA evidence discovered at the crime scene has now been verified by prosecutors as linking Heuermann to Costilla's murder. The case has advanced significantly with these new charges, which broaden the scope of Heuermann's alleged crimes and raise the possibility that his murders may have taken place over several decades. The number of additional victims Heuermann may have been linked to is still unknown in light of this new information. Even more unsettling information is being revealed by the ongoing investigation. Since Rex Heuermann's criminal charges were revealed, his family is going through a very difficult time. In addition to fighting cancer, his wife is also dealing with the fallout from her husband's scandal. Due to their father's criminal history, employers are reluctant to hire Heuermann's children, who are consequently having difficulty finding employment. However, the relatives of Heuermann's victims are still in pain. The pain of losing a loved one never goes away, even though they might feel some relief when justice is done. As they look for closure for the lives lost, they find little solace in the ongoing legal process. The ramifications of this case are extensive and continue to cause great emotional suffering for the families of Heuermann and the victims. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We examine the events that occurred in the U.S. state of Georgia in this video. At the age of 22, Laken Riley was a medical student at Athens Augusta University College of Nursing. She went for a run on February 22, 2024, and never came back. Her death, which attracted a lot of media attention, happened on a trail close to the university campus. Using surveillance footage, detectives investigated the case and apprehended the offender. Both the president and the media were alerted to Laken's passing. However, Joe Biden had to later issue an apology for remarks he made while discussing her passing. On January 10, 2002, Laken Hope Riley was born in Marietta, Georgia. She had 3 siblings and was the daughter of Allison Phillips and Jason Riley. Laken participated actively in the cross-country team at River Ridge High School in Woodstock, Georgia, where she graduated in 2020. Her high school athletic involvement demonstrated her dedication to health and fitness. Following high school, Laken pursued an undergraduate degree at the University of Georgia before transferring to Augusta University to obtain a nursing degree. She pursued her education at Augusta University with an emphasis on healthcare, which reflected her desire to work as a nurse. Laken was well known for her lively disposition and commitment to learning. In August 2023, she was awarded her honorary white coat, signifying the start of her nursing career and her dedication to compassion and humanism in the medical field. She was a cherished sister and daughter with a promising future, according to friends and family. Unfortunately, on the morning of her death, all of her dreams and plans were dashed. "Good morning, about to go for a run, if you're free to talk," Laken texted her mother, Allison, at 8:55 a.m. A doorbell camera recorded her leaving the house. She shared a rental home close to the university with other female students. Morning jogging was an essential part of Laken's daily routine because she loved running. Allison called her daughter at 9:24 a.m. after reading the message, but she didn't get a response. Allison didn't believe that anything negative could have occurred at that time. Since she was running, she figured Laken hadn't responded. Allison sent her daughter a text message 14 minutes later, saying, "Call me when you can." Allison kept attempting to call Laken, but no one answered. Allison texted Laken again at 9:58 a.m., saying, "You're making me nervous not answering when you're out running. Are you okay?" Laken's mother and sister kept trying to get in touch with Allison, but they were all unsuccessful. Other calls, including from Laken's stepfather, also went unanswered, and at 11:47 a.m., Allison texted, "Please call me, I'm worried sick about you." Another 2 hours or so went by. It was clear that something odd was happening. Laken's run could not have lasted longer than 3 hours, and she was always in contact with her family. The police were notified of Laken's disappearance at 12:05 p.m. Her dead body was discovered in a wooded area close to the lake where she had been jogging 30 minutes earlier. Her mother and sister had already arrived when the police discovered Laken's body. The moment Allison received the worst news of her life was caught on camera. Laken Riley died from a combination of asphyxia and blunt force head trauma, according to an autopsy. She suffered severe injuries, including several head traumas from blunt force. Her disappearance investigation was changed to a homicide investigation. Police used surveillance footage to identify the culprit behind Laken's ordeal. Laken texted her mother at 8:55 a.m. on the morning of her death, and a doorbell camera recorded her leaving the house. A security camera caught her running with her phone in her left hand toward the location, where she was eventually located 10 minutes later at 9:05 a.m. At 9:06 a.m., she was out of the camera's line of sight. Her heart stopped at 9:28 a.m., 22 minutes after the camera took her picture, according to data from the smartwatch she was wearing. Laken was dead. But it turned out that prior to her passing, Laken had called 929. 5 minutes after she stepped out of the camera's line of sight, the call was placed. Before the call was disconnected, the dispatcher who took the call had no time to speak. The 911 dispatcher followed instructions and made 2 follow-up calls to Laken's number, but neither time anyone picked up. Police searched the area surrounding the trail where Laken was discovered in the early phases of the investigation. Potential witnesses who might have heard or seen something strange were interviewed. A suspicious male who was also captured on camera was spotted by several people. The suspect is seen discarding his jacket in this video. 15 minutes after Laken's passing, the video was captured. Forensic analysis was essential in identifying the offender, in addition to witness accounts and surveillance footage. Laken had resisted frantically, as evidenced by the DNA samples that investigators took from the crime scene, including beneath her fingernails. In order to find traces of evidence that might connect the suspect to the murder, the forensic team also looked through objects discovered close to her body. The man on the tape was promptly identified by the police. On September 8, 2022, a 26-year-old Venezuelan named Jose Ibarra entered the country illegally. Ibarra crossed the southern border between the United States and Mexico close to El Paso, Texas, where he was met by Customs and Border Protection officers. He was released for additional processing after being granted parole. Ibarra initially stayed at a migrant shelter before starting to travel the nation, according to officials. On September 14, 2023, Ibarra was taken into custody by the New York Police Department and charged with violating a motor vehicle license and acting in a way that would cause harm to a child under the age of 17. He was accused of riding his moped with a child who was not wearing a helmet. Then, before a detainer could be issued, he was released by New York officials. Jose Ibarra and his brother, Diego Ibarra, relocated to Georgia from New York City. His brother deserves a few words as well. Diego Ibarra, 29, is linked to a dangerous Venezuelan gang, according to court documents. Diego Ibarra was taken into custody for using a fictitious green card to obtain employment at the University of Georgia. Diego's tattoos, attire, and use of gang symbols in social media photos, according to the prosecution, gave the impression that he was connected to a gang. In court filings, the gang was accused of being behind recent violent altercations with law enforcement and civilian victims in New York and other U.S. cities. Members who ride mopeds are accused of dragging victims to the ground in order to steal their devices during a series of violent phone robberies that are said to have occurred in New York City. Ibarra has tattoos associated with the gang, such as a 5-pointed star on the right side of his neck and a 5-pointed crown on the left. He poses with handguns in other photos. Since he is an undocumented immigrant and is therefore not permitted to legally possess firearms in the United States, prosecutors said this was a blatant violation of the law. About a mile from the wooded area where Laken Riley's body was discovered in Georgia, Jose Ibarra resided in an apartment complex. Laken had already been arrested for shoplifting at a nearby Walmart prior to the attack, but he was freed pending trial in December 2023-3. When he did not show up for the theft case in court, a warrant was issued for his arrest. If Ibarra had been taken into custody on the outstanding warrant, police could have stopped the attack on Laken, but they chose not to. Those who witnessed him on campus reported seeing him in places where students congregate. His location close to the scene of Laken Riley's death was also determined by investigators using digital footprints and cell phone data. Ibarra and Riley were not known to be related. At a press conference after the murder, Jeff Clark, the chief of police at the University of Georgia, stated, "This was a crime of opportunity, where he saw an individual and bad things happened." Ibarra was arrested after authorities gathered sufficient evidence to connect him to the crime scene. His hands were scratched from the fight with Laken. 3 counts of felony murder, 1 count of malice murder, 1 count each of kidnapping, aggravated assault, aggravated battery, obstructing an emergency phone call, tampering with evidence, and peeping Tom were among the charges brought against Ibarra. The peeping Tom charge stems from Ibarra's observation of an apartment window in a university housing building on the day Riley was killed. The funeral for Laken Riley took place on March 1, 2024. Her departure brought with it unexpected and unwelcome fame. Too much was known about her death and its raging aftermath, and too little was known about her life by many who had heard of her. It makes sense that those closest to her were reluctant to participate in interviews. The absence of someone like Laken, whose light never stops shining, makes the world seem even more hopeless. Simon Mossad, the lead pastor of the church, wrote to the media, "Don't even begin to scratch the surface. She was a loving daughter, sister, and friend. She had a gift for making anyone she was around feel comfortable and seen. Laken was special. She was a gift to anyone who knew her, smart, kind, compassionate, and thoughtful." A wooden sign was located on the shore of Lake Herrick in Athens, close to the spot where Laken made her final run. The murder of Laken Riley and the immigration status of the man accused of it swiftly became a rallying cry for some prominent Republicans to blame immigrants for crime in America and criticize the Biden administration for its handling of the southern border situation. Someone had used black tape to change the word lake to Laken. The untimely death of Laken Riley has caused national indignation and touched the hearts of Georgians everywhere. At the time, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp wrote on X, "Joe Biden's failed policies have turned every state into a border state, and I'm demanding information from him so we can protect our people when the federal government won't." The brutal murderer who took the life of Laken was one of the millions of illegal aliens that the Biden administration simply released and unleashed upon our country, House Speaker Mike Johnson stated on X. During his Georgia campaign stop, Donald Trump had a meeting with Laken Riley's family. "What Joe Biden has done on our border is a crime against humanity and the people of this nation for which he will never be forgiven," Trump said, claiming that Riley would still be alive today hadn't Joe Biden willfully and maliciously eviscerated the borders of the United States and set loose thousands and thousands of dangerous criminals into our country. He continued, "He was an illegal immigrant, and he should not have been in our country, and he never would have gotten into our country if Trump was president." Joe Biden, on the other hand, made a mistake in his speech, but did not downplay Laken Riley's death. To the thunderous cheers of his supporters, Biden mispronounced the victim's name during the speech, saying instead Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. He also added, note the word illegal in that quote. Laken's mother, Allison Phillips, posted on Facebook, "Biden does not even know my child's name. It's pathetic. If you were going to say her name, even when forced to do so, at least say the right name." Allison also wrote, "Amen," beneath a comment labeling the 81-year-old Biden a disgrace of a president. Following criticism from some members of his party for using the term to refer to those who entered or are currently residing in the United States illegally, Biden later apologized, but not for referring to the young woman as Lincoln. Instead, he apologized for referring to Ibarra as a illegal. "I shouldn't have used illegal. It's undocumented," said Biden. At the same time, Trump attacked Biden for the remarks while on the campaign trail in Rome, Georgia. He said, "Joe Biden went on television and apologized for calling Laken's murderer illegal," to furious booing and jeering. "Biden should be apologizing for apologizing to this killer." He compared his words to Biden's. "I say he was an illegal alien, he was an illegal immigrant, he was an illegal migrant," and charged that Biden, who has long been regarded as a compassionate leader, lacked regret. He's got no regret. He's got no empathy, no compassion, and worst of all, he has no intention of stopping the deadly invasion that stole precious Laken's beautiful American life, Trump stated. Ibarra was indicted on 10 counts on May 8, 2024. He was refused bail after entering a not guilty plea to all counts. He requested a bench trial during a pre-trial hearing, waiving his right to a jury trial, which was scheduled to start on November 13 with jury selection. In the courtroom, family members of Laken Riley gave statements. Allison Phillips, the mother of Laken Riley, pleaded with Judge Patrick Haggard to punish Jose Ibarra harshly. "There is no end to the pain, suffering, and loss that we have experienced or will continue to endure," Allison stated when making a statement in court as part of the family impact. "This sick, twisted, and evil coward showed no regard for Laken or human life," said Allison. "We are asking the same be done to him." Allison characterized her daughter as intelligent, industrious, considerate, kind, and, above all, a child of God. She claimed that her daughter worked with the elderly in nursing homes and went on mission trips. "This monster took away our chances to see Laken graduate from nursing school. He took away our ability to meet our future son-in-law. He destroyed our chances of meeting our grandchildren, and he took my best friend," the mother of Riley said. Laken Riley's younger sister, Lauren Phillips, stated that she was unable to join her sister in celebrating her acceptance to the University of Georgia. "I had to get accepted into my dream school, the University of Georgia, without my sister telling me how proud of me she is, and finally getting to live in the same town together again," she stated. She said she would miss Riley's contagious laugh, her smile, and her daily good morning messages, and referred to her as her sister, best friend, and role model. She lost her sense of security as well because of the murder. I cannot walk around my own college campus because I am terrified of people like Jose Ibarra, she stated. She referred to Ibarra as a monster and stated that she was certain he was the cause of her demise. As he read one of Laken Riley's final journal entries to her future husband, John Phillips, her stepfather broke down in tears. "To my future husband, I'm working every day to become the best wife I can be," Laken wrote in part. According to John Phillips, Laken's journal entry only scratches the surface of what was cruelly and tragically taken from her and her family. Prosecutors told the court how the nursing student battled for her life and dignity against a man who had gone hunting for women that day. As the trial finally began on Friday, November 15, Ibarra retaliated when she saw Laken Riley, according to prosecutor Sheila Ross. When she refused to be a victim, he bashed her skull in with a rock repeatedly, Ross stated. Riley's death was tragic, according to defense attorney Dustin Kirby, who also described the case's evidence as graphic and unsettling in his opening statement. He questioned how Ibarra's fingerprints could be on the phone if he was allegedly wearing gloves, though, and stated that there was insufficient evidence to prove that it was Ibarra. "The evidence in this case is very good that Laken Riley was murdered," Kirby stated. Ibarra, a Venezuelan national and non-citizen of the United States, has no known relationship to the student and no violent criminal history, so the evidence that Jose Ibarra killed Laken Riley is circumstantial. Rather, investigators characterized Laken's death as an opportunity crime. Ibarra's fingerprint on Laken Riley's phone screen and her DNA beneath her fingernails were among the evidence the prosecutor produced. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation's medical examiner informed the court that Laken Riley suffered cuts, bruises, and scratches on her head, neck, torso, abdomen, left arm, and left leg. Ibarra struck Laken Riley in the head with a rock, according to prosecutor Sheila Ross, and 2 rocks at the crime scene contain Laken Riley's DNA. Additionally, according to the DNA expert's testimony, tests revealed that a jacket that police found in a trash can at Ibarra's apartment complex contained both Ibarra's DNA and a blood stain that tested positive for Laken Riley's DNA. Judge Patrick Haggard granted the wishes of Laken Riley's family and friends on November 20, 2024, when he found Ibarra guilty on all counts and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In addition, he imposed a second life sentence and 27 years of consecutive imprisonment on him. "Today, the integrity of our judicial process and the pursuit of justice transcended political considerations," said Deborah Gonzalez, the district attorney for Athens Clarke County within her circuit. "No sentence can undo the harm caused by Jose Ibarra's actions, but we hope it brings justice to Laken's family and the community," she said. "Our hearts remain with Laken's family and friends as they continue to grieve this tragic loss." The Laken Riley Act was approved by the House of Representatives on March 7, 2024. The Laken Riley Act would allow states to sue the federal government for not enforcing immigration laws and would require federal detention of illegal immigrants who commit theft or burglary if it were to become law. In August, Riley received her honorary white coat, which represented compassion, humanism, and the beginning of her nursing career, and she had just made the fall dean's list. The nursing school issued a statement on Facebook. She was set to graduate in 2025. "The College of Nursing will miss Laken's spirit on campus, and our hearts go out to her family and friends. We know that she would have been a wonderful nurse, and her passing is a loss for the profession and the communities she would have graciously served." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Lam Kor Wan, Hong Kong's first serial killer, was introduced in 1982. He worked as a taxi driver, but at night he was known as the Rainy Night Butcher and the Jars Killer. Over the course of 7 months, he killed 4 young women, concealing their bodies beneath his family's couch and preserving their body parts in jars. Every murder was more graphic than the one before it. They all appeared in unsettling movies, from suffocation to the amputation of body parts. What perverse ideas motivated this man, and who was he? How did these women end up as his gullible victims? Let's discover the terrifying reality that was born on May 22, 1955, in the center of Hong Kong. Lam Kor Wan had a challenging childhood. With 10 children, a legal wife, and 2 mistresses, his father, Lam Weil Lok, led a difficult life. This set the stage for Lam's turbulent early years. Lam was subjected to cruel treatment during his early years while residing in Malaysia with his biological mother. His father violently abused both of them at home. Lam's situation was made worse by the fact that his parents divorced when he was a child. Due to a horrific event in which his father slammed his head against a wall, leaving 2-year-old Lam unconscious with periorbital bruises and a fractured skull, his father had a fierce temper. Following a period in Brunei from 1957 to 1962, during which Lam shared a dormitory with his father's half-siblings and mistresses. Despite his academic success in primary school, Lam returned to Hong Kong in 1968 to attend Ricci Middle School in Sham Shui Po for junior high school. Having to balance 2 different school schedules because of his father's work had affected Lam's performance, particularly in mathematics. By 1970, Lam's academic standing had declined due to the demands of managing his father's motorcycle shop after school. His relationship with his father deteriorated even more, and this was marked by harsh treatment. Lam also started running away from home a lot as a result of this. Up until middle school, it had become a recurring pattern in his life. Lam had begun working in his father's motorcycle shop years after he had graduated from high school. He later went on to learn how to service air conditioners from a relative. The entire ordeal, which was replete with family issues during difficult times, had prepared Lam Kor Wan to become the enigmatic individual he would become. After a fight with his father outside a public restroom on Hakuin Street in early 1973, he was expelled from his house and sent home. After forcing a woman into the bathroom with a knife, he touched her lower body in an inappropriate manner. He was arrested as a result of this incident. A doctor examined Lam and determined that he had mental health problems, making him unfit for trial or incarceration. He was therefore ordered to receive treatment at King Shan Mental Hospital. He chose to change his name to Lam Jiao Koang by the time he was 19, after being treated for 102 days and being released from the hospital. Along with his collection of locked-away pornography kept in a metal ammunition box, his family noticed his odd fascination with the female body. Even though his family made an attempt to assist him, nothing seemed to change. His behavior changed to something more unsettling when these measures did not satisfy him. The women chased him down the street after he bought a Polaroid camera and started taking illegal photos of them from beneath the doors of restroom cubicles. At their home in Kwantong, he had later been caught snooping on his sister as she undressed outside the restroom. After that, the family decided to move further away, into Kwa Wan at their new residence. There was an agreement in place for him and his younger brother to share a room and sleep in different parts of a bunk bed. They were to keep their possessions separate and free from outside interference. He officially began working as a taxi driver in 1978, after obtaining a license and assuming the name Lam Kor Wan. His family only saw him every 14 to 15 days after he was moved to the night schedule around 1980. He then developed an intense interest in photography in 1981, which led him to study the art form. But since he didn't have a darkroom at home to print color pictures, he looked for a photo studio. He enrolled in a photography course offered by the Chinese YMCA of Hong Kong at the Waterloo Road Association in order to avoid suspicion. His classmate was employed at a sim shots. Lam made up a story about needing help with autopsy photos because he was a part-time photographer and worked in a mortuary. Surprisingly, his account was approved, and the classmate edited Lam's images to prevent alarming other students. His mother observed a significant shift in his behavior after he had been a night taxi driver for a year. He began to disregard personal hygiene, declining to take a shower or change his clothes. On the gloomy night of February 3, 1982, at the age of 27, his mother even saw him wander home like a sleepwalker in the dead of night, but his demeanor became forlorn. During his time as a taxi driver in the Sim Sha Tsui district, Lam changed from being a simple peeping Tom to something more sinister. He was looking for clients one day who were coming home from a night out. This is where things started to go south. When Chan Feng Lan, a clearly drunk woman, emerged from a restaurant at around 4 in the morning, she was in such need of a ride that many taxi drivers refused to give it to her. Lam, apparently unfazed by this, accepted her into his taxi and consented to drive her home. The inebriated woman asked to stop halfway through the trip, and when Lam braked close to a gas station, she opened the door to throw up. Uncertain of where she was, she asked Lam to return in the opposite direction after this disturbing incident. Later, Lamy admitted that he had considered killing her, but something inside of him snapped and he decided he had had enough after being initially disgusted by her vomiting. He went into a garage in the Simshasui neighborhood, circled to the passenger door, and strangled the young lady with an electric cable. He drove to his house at 5 in the morning when he usually finished work and parked in front of the building as usual. The night watchman slept on a cot in the entry hall and did not wake up, so he concealed the body in a big bag and carried it across the pavement into his apartment building while the street was empty. After Lam died, he went into the apartment as quietly as he could and spent several hours hiding the body beneath the sofa. Lam waited for his family to depart after breakfast while feigning to be asleep in his bed. He woke up and began preparing his room after his brother and parents had left the apartment. Lam purchased a power saw from the street using 500 yuan that he had stolen from the victim's wallet. To ensure that even the baseboards were adequately protected, he covered the floor with plastic. He began to dismember the innocent woman's body after placing it on the plastic. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to avoid leaving any blood traces, and some of it splashed onto the walls. He continued to dismember the victim's body for hours, taking pictures and videos of the entire procedure before naming the videotape a serious secret. After chopping her body into 7 parts, he wrapped paper around her head, limbs, and torso before sealing it in a plastic bag. The fact that he preserved the private parts in a Tupperware container with rice wine was the most unsettling aspect. In order to remove any traces of the horror that had transpired, he meticulously cleaned the crime scene, scrubbing the walls and floor and rolling up the plastic sheet. He drove to the new areas, making multiple trips to carry the body parts to his taxi while avoiding attention from onlookers who were confident he had removed any traces of the unsettling act. He stopped when he discovered an empty area on the banks of the Xingmun River, close to Shatin. He was determined to find a remote location to dispose of the body. He removed the packages from his trunk one by one and tossed them into the river, making sure no one was looking. The bundles were carried to the sea by the murky waters. The limbs floated from Lucky Plaza to the Bel Air Gardens area after being washed down by the intense rain. Lam had heard the terrifying news on the radio more than a week after the horrible deed. A limb had been found on the shores of the Xingmun River. More body parts were unearthed in the following days, leaving the police to piece together the tragic puzzle. To determine the approximate time the body was dumped into the river, investigators looked at tidal patterns. Interestingly, one arm had a unique tattoo of a heart with a knife through it, which was uncommon for women at the time. They arrived at this conclusion. Recognizing the victim, it was Chan Feng Lan, age 21. The police encountered regrettable difficulties even after issuing a public call for witnesses. Neither the taxi driver nor Chan Feng Lan's companions had seen the license plate. Lam didn't learn of the body part's discovery for over a week. The police had determined that the body belonged to Chan Feng Lan, a Simsha nightclub hostess and mother of 2. Chan's night out with her sister and friends, her taxi ride home, and the terrible fate she met at the hands of Lam Kor 1 were all revealed in the grim details. Sui. The next murder was carefully planned, but the murder had been opportunistic. He was determined to be more prepared because he was a perfectionist. His goal was surgical accuracy. He therefore chose to use professional tools rather than a power saw. In the end, he bought specialized surgical instruments and multiple bottles of formaldehyde after studying knives, blades, and scissors in great detail. Formaldehyde was a colorless, pungent chemical that was used for disinfection and preservation. Lam had claimed another victim on May 29, 1982, 3 days after acquiring his equipment. He was able to capture his second target, a bar employee. This time, he picked Chan Wan Kit calmly and used an electric cable to strangle her, before bringing her home. He waited in bed as usual for his family to get off work before beginning the grisly task of dismembering the body. Lamb had carefully prepared the room in accordance with his plan after thinking about what to do for days. After setting a sizable tray underneath the body to keep blood off the floor, he took out his video camera. Investigators later reviewed the video and found that he had carefully dissected the body while placing the tray beneath the family's parakeet cage. When Lamb had finished chopping it into pieces, he displayed remarkable skill. As Lamb considered a secure location for the body's disposal, he once more took photos of the various body parts. After numerous nighttime excursions, he eventually discovered the ideal location. He placed the body parts in a large plastic bag and put it in the trunk of his taxi this time. He drove through the tunnel to the selected location, Hong Kong Island, early in the morning. A 20-minute drive east of the city center was Tai Hang Road, a residential neighborhood with a lot of trees. Following his parking in a secret area of the road, the heavy bag became difficult for him to carry out of the trunk. As he watched it roll down the slope into a muddy ravine, he carried it a short distance up to the railing and threw the body over it. Lamb had been thinking about what had happened that night all the time in the days that followed, not because he was sorry or regretful, but because he wanted to become a better person. On June 17, 1982, 2 weeks later, he had struck once more. Leong Saw Wan, a 29-year-old nightclub cleaner, had left work at 4 a.m. and was in Lamb's taxi shortly after she met her terrible end. Lamb took her lifeless body back to his house and engaged in a terrifying string of acts. He recorded his horrifying deeds, titling the recording, Operation Rainy Night. Lamb used the selfie feature on his camcorder, which was resting on the bunk bed, to record the dismemberment procedure, displaying an unnerving amount of detail in contrast to his earlier action. On this occasion, he even cut open the abdomen, removed the intestine, and even tried to taste human flesh before giving up because it made him sick. Then, in yet another horrific episode of this gruesome rampage, he abandoned the severed limbs in a burlap bag on Tai Hang Road. Lamb had grown bolder with every crime. Knowing the bars in the Tsim Sha Tsui neighborhood, he had spent his time meticulously planning his next crime. He was also aware of the locations where women frequently waited by themselves for his cab. He had wanted the next victim to be a woman from a higher social class, but his first 3 victims had been what he had dubbed bad girls. He purposefully chose a young woman who seemed innocent, and this time it was Leung Wai Sum, 17. On July 2, 1982, Lamb had discovered her outside the Tsim Sha Tsui Hotel. Before the final exams, she had gone to a party at her high school, but she had made the decision to leave after dinner. Her high school friends had gotten her a cab to make sure she would get home safely. Lamb parked his car and guided her to a remote road. When he took hold of her wrist and handcuffed her to the front seat, the teen was frightened. Surprisingly, he wanted company, which was another reason he wanted to keep her in his taxi, even though it was only 9:30 p.m. and too early for him to go home. Desperate for a friend, he kept Ling confined for hours, asking her about her family, religion, and life in general. He wanted to talk to her without any friends. Lamb was generally enjoying her company, but that didn't stop him from carrying out his gruesome scheme. Lamb began strangling the teenager with the electric cable after she fell asleep at around 4 in the morning. He then brought the dead girl's body home and, as usual, waited for his family to vacate the apartment. He hung his video camera from a high shelf and started recording when no one else was home. This was the video that the police would eventually play in court. The video wasn't just unsettling. Lamb was acting necrophilically, that is, performing inappropriate acts with the dead body in the video. It should be mentioned that Lamb had burned the young victim's skin after falling on her thighs while he was earlier assembling the lighting apparatus to record his activities. In order to later refer to it as the 4/3 operation, he also recorded it on video and took pictures of her. Then, just like he had done with the earlier victims, he dismembered the body, which would later come back to haunt him. On August 10, 1982, he later left the body on Tai Hang Road. Lamb tried to make his 4th victim's mutilated photo larger. As it happened, Lamb's friend had to move Lamb's negatives to the Mong Kok branch for magnification because the enlarger at his friend's photo shop was broken. Suspicious as he was, The branch's photo editors discovered disturbing details in the developed photos during the manual enlargement process, suggesting a possible connection to the dismemberment of a human body. A picture of a severed breast and a burn mark on the victim's thigh were among the features that prompted the shop supervisor to call the police. The Kowloon Regional Homicide Squad was given the case by the police after they received the report. Detectives under the direction of Sergeant Lee Kwon obtained statements from the clerks at the Sima, Sui, and Mongkok branches while safeguarding the negatives and photograph. After a thorough examination and analysis of the flesh and blood color, the forensic officer from the Scientific Forensics Department concluded that the photographed corpse had been dead for less than 3 hours. The dismemberment technique ruled out the possibility that the perpetrator was teaching pictures because it implied that they lacked medical anatomical knowledge. The typical green sheet used in autopsies was conspicuously missing. Additionally, forensic specialists verified that the images were taken directly from a real body rather than from printed materials. In one picture, a tiny drop of water also reflected half the face of a girl who looked like Leong Wai-sum, who had disappeared on July 2. The police decided to make an arrest after concluding that Ling had been murdered, based on the results of the Scientific Forensics Division and medical examiner. Sergeant Lee had led the team in an ambush at the photo shop early on August 17. He asked the clerk to mix a Lam set of 13 photos with a few other pictures and encouraged him to talk to Lam about the pictures, where they were taken, and why they were being enlarged. The goal was to document the discussion and collect supporting documentation. Lam arrived by taxi to pick up the pictures at about 6 o'clock in the evening. Following his friend's request, he carefully examined each picture and clarified that the enlarged images would be used for courtroom presentations, especially so jurors could see the contents more clearly. Lam said that he worked in mortuaries on a regular basis. Sergeant Lee revealed his identity after verifying the images and making the payment, and he immediately took Lam into custody. Lam first made up a story, claiming that the pictures were taken by a four-eyed man he had met in Kwan who worked for the Oriental Daily. Investigations, however, showed that there was no such individual. In order to gather tangible evidence, the authorities promptly requested a warrant so they could search Lam's home within the allotted 48 hours. Otherwise, they would have needed to let him go. During the search, they found personal belongings, preservatives, anatomy books, surgical instruments, Lam's cupboards, and severed body parts, including the deceased women's breasts and vaginas. His taxi was also seized and searched by the police, who left a note on the windshield stating that it was not to be towed and that it had been involved in a crime. Subsequent investigation of the car turned up evidence like wire and handcuffs in the glove box, as well as 2 holes in the back of the front seat that were probably made by one of the women who died wearing high heels during a struggle. Investigators allegedly recovered a large collection that included 1,900 carefully coded photos, 1,500 color slides, and 696 negatives that documented coronavirus victims at different points in his crimes. His thorough documentation greatly facilitated the police inquiry. All of his victims' body parts were eventually found by authorities, allowing for their identification and eventual return to their families. To assist with the investigation, Lam Korwan was taken to the police station with his father and younger brother. Authorities suspected that the taxi driver wasn't acting alone because of the small living area and the amount of evidence found in Lam and his brother's bedroom. After 3 days of intense interrogation and detention, Linwas was freed. The younger Lam insisted that he had little contact with his brother because of their divergent schedules and was neither involved in nor aware of the incidents to expedite their release. Korwan was pressed by their father and younger brother to make it clear that they had nothing to do with trying to get her son to confess. Lam's mother went to the police station as well. Korwan assisted law enforcement in identifying the victim's body parts. The police, however, continued to suspect the younger Lam of involvement despite their cooperation. As a result, both brothers were brought before the Sanpo Kong magistrates' courts on 4 counts of murder. In order to support the younger brother's persistent denial of involvement, they were later moved to the Su Lam Psychiatric Center for evaluation. After the 6th hearing, he was ultimately freed because there was not enough evidence. The case was sent to the Supreme Court for trial after a medical evaluation determined that Korwan was of sound mind, had a remarkably high IQ, reportedly over 130, and was deemed fit to stand trial with established prima facie evidence. On March 3, 1983, the trial began, and a large crowd gathered outside the court to watch Lamb's behavior. Because it was thought that the more than 1,000 pieces of evidence that would be presented in the case were too graphic for women, a number of men were chosen to serve on the jury. Authorities claimed that the specifics of the case were too upsetting for women, so 7 men were chosen specifically to guarantee a fair trial and avoid shock. The only people who could watch Lamb's videotapes were the jurors, judges, and attorneys. Furthermore, during the trial, the victim's organs were not allowed in the courtroom. Police officers, Photoshop employees, forensic and scientific specialists, and even Lamb's relatives were called as witnesses by the prosecution. Acknowledging the strength of the evidence against him, Lamb negotiated a reduced sentence in exchange for admitting to manslaughter. But this appeal was turned down. The jury was instructed by the judge to choose between charges of murder and manslaughter, rather than to discuss Lamb's guilt. With testimony from 5 psychiatrists, the trial descended into arguments about Lamb's mental health. 3 of them suggested an obsession with women, while 2 questioned his self-control. On April 8 the same year, after 18 days, the judge gave the jury instructions to render a verdict based on whether or not they thought Lamb had control over his actions during the crimes. The jury unanimously concluded that Lamb was sane, motivated by aberrant desires, and guilty of murder. After more than 3 hours of deliberation, Lamb was originally given a hanging death sentence, but thanks to the governor's pardon, his sentence was reduced to life in prison when Hong Kong abolished the death penalty in 1984. Following his conviction, Lamb was taken to Stanley Prison and then Shek Pik Prison, where he was called a lamb by the other inmates. He kept a low profile, avoiding conversations about his past and valuing his privacy. Rob. He reportedly had a modest salary, was reticent and rarely interacted with people. He read religious, medical, and newspaper articles, and took part in Catholic and Christian classes while incarcerated. While he did not receive family visits, he did occasionally receive visits from church volunteers. He amassed a reputation among the prisoners for his understanding of purple star astrology, a type of Chinese fortune-telling, and his cell was stocked with books and newspapers. When Lamb applied for parole in 2018 at the age of 62, after serving more than 34 years, even prison officials sought his counsel, raising public outrage. The parole board decided against changes or parole at that time due to concerns about the possibility of repeat offenses, even though they review parole every 5 years. According to reports, during the 1983 trial, Lamb was also observed by some inmates dissecting cockroaches in the prison and making elaborate displays out of them while they were kept in a matchbox. In her testimony, Lamb's mother described the physical abuse her oldest son had suffered as a child. The father of coronavirus had even caused severe head trauma when the boy was only 2 years old, leaving him with 2 black eyes. She had also been the victim of domestic violence. Experts have connected severe head injuries sustained as a child to psychological problems like necrophilia later in life. Lamb reportedly told a psychiatrist that he thought God had given him the order to carry out the murders. Lamb's actions remained mysterious throughout the investigation. Investigators were baffled by his decision to develop films at a Kodak store, even though he had the required equipment. Some conjectured that he may have secretly wished for arrest because he had almost been arrested before the gruesome autopsy results, and the manner in which the bodies were dismembered suggested that a professional killer was at work. However, despite these disturbing facts, Lamb's family had difficulties because of the case's publicity. They tried to sell their apartment but were unsuccessful because of its fame, so they were forced to stay after the case ended. The police, concerned about possible media exploitation, destroyed all of Lamb's tapes and photographs. Some of the victims' organs, however, had a different destiny there, and were kept for educational purposes at the Wan Chai Forensic Medicine headquarters. As our journey through Lamcor, Wan's haunting saga, comes to an end, it is important to remember these 4 innocent women whose lives were tragically taken. Lamb's father sought atonement for his son's sins on November 16, 1986, by dedicating a memorial tablet at Yuan Shin College for the lives lost to his son's evil. The story of Lam Kor Wan serves as a chilling reminder of the intricacies of the human psyche and the terrible outcomes they can produce. Such tales act as a forceful plea for greater comprehension, awareness, and attention to mental health. As the first serial killer in Hong Kong's history, Lam Kor Wan, now 68, is serving a life sentence in the maximum security Shek Pik prison on Lantau Island for the gruesome killings that rocked Hong Kong in the early 1980 CE. His reign of terror came to an end on August 17, 1982, the fateful day of his arrest, when he was just 27 years old. His horrifying post-crime rituals, which included hiding victims under the family couch and preserving body parts in jars, earned him the terrifying nicknames the Rainy Night Butcher and the Jars Murderer. Such unsettling behaviors reveal a terrifying picture of a disturbed mind. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Sometimes it is hard to embrace the truth, so people make up a lie that they genuinely start to believe and persuade others of. Truth is something that exists in reality and corresponds to the actual state of circumstances. To celebrate the new year, 11 young men and 1 girl gathered in a hotel room. You'll think, strange collaboration, and you'll be correct. But hold on, one information will totally alter your perspective. Since all of the men at this party belong to a sexual minority, the 12 friends who got together to celebrate the year 2021 did so with great joy. In fact, they celebrated so well that on January 1st, the company had to take the only girl to the hospital, where doctors declared her dead. However, who was she? How did she pass away, and did anyone face charges related to her demise? However, everything is in order. You'll realize why we began this story with the idea of truth, as we dive into the previous party, practically minute by minute, and learn what transpired on that fatal night. Thus, John Paul de la Serna arrived at the 4-star City Garden Grand Hotel in Manila, the Philippine capital, around 11 a.m. on December 31, 2020. 9 additional men booked into rooms 2207 and 2209, which were on the same level, during the day, and Christine de Serra checked in later. Shortly after midnight, John Paul Kalili, the hotel manager, joined the merry company. The focus of New Year's Eve night was dancing, having a good time, and drinking a lot of alcohol. When Rommel Galida awoke at approximately 10 in the morning, she saw Christine dozing off in the bathtub. He wrapped a blanket around her and returned to his slumber. She was unconscious and starting to turn blue when he woke up a few hours later. 3 friends and hotel employees drove Christine to the hospital, but when they arrived at the emergency department, the physicians just declared her dead. The only girl was dead in the morning after spending the whole night in the hotel room with the 11 guys. News. The public was outraged by the crime's headlines. Since it was clear what a bunch of young men and 1 female could do all night, everyone had the same idea of what the story would be about. The investigation's task was to determine what actually transpired on that New Year's Eve night and the cause of Christine de Serra's death. Born on April 13, 1997, Christine Angelica de Serra was raised in Barangay San Isidro, General Santos City, into the prosperous household of John Nestor de la Serna and Sharon Rose Faba de la Serna. She developed into a bright, independent, and gregarious young woman. For her 3 siblings, Monica, Chloe, and JJ, Kristen was a devoted sister. She relocated to the bigger and more promising city of Davao, which is located on the shores of the bay of the same name. After completing high school, she enrolled in a university there. Christine was active on social media, danced, modeled, and studied hard. In addition, Christine was the pinnacle of knowledge and beauty. She received a Bachelor of Arts in Communication, Arts with a major in Media Arts from the University of the Philippines, Mindanao, in Davao City in 2017 with honors. The girl has taken an active part in both acting and modeling. She faced off against 8 other contestants for the title of Ms. Silve Davao 2017 in the Davao City Mall run by the New City Commercial Corporation. In June 2018, she placed 2nd. From September 2017 until January, she took part in the yearly fashion show. She served as a marketing consultant for Gaisano shopping centers in Davao City, General Santos City, Tagum, Toro, and Digos in 2019. Christine has had a rich and satisfying life. Her life's ambition was realized in February 2019. She relocated to Manila in order to begin working for Philippine airline subsidiary PAL Express as a flight attendant. Desserts from Christine. December 28, 2020, was my last flight as a flight attendant. Since Christine's passing was widely reported, a lot of debates and theories were developed among the community. At first, authorities believed that Kristen was probably murdered and abused by a group of men she was hanging out with on New Year's Eve. Makati City Police charged 11 men with assault and murder in the early stages, despite the lack of autopsy results and a toxicology report. The case was deemed closed by the Philippine National Police. Suspects were identified and charges were brought against those arrested. Although 3 of the partygoers were arrested, after turning themselves into the police, the forensic medical report provided the primary explanation for Christine's death. On January 3, 2021, Forensic Medical Officer Police Major Michael Nick S. Sarmiento oversaw the autopsy of Christine's remains at the Rizal Funeral Home in Pasay City. After the body of Christine de Serra was examined, a forensic report was released, concluding that the ruptured aortic aneurysm was the cause of death. But it also noted a linear abrasion on the girl's right thigh, along with bruises on her right arm, right thigh, knees, ankles, and right foot. During the genital examination, deep-healed cuts and abrasions were also noted. A special investigation team was established to investigate the crime, according to the National Capital Region Police Department. However, Christine's family refused to believe that a lively young girl could pass away too soon from natural causes. The family of Christine de Serra revealed at a news conference on January 5, 2021, that they had read the autopsy report indicating that she died from an aneurysm. They did, however, claim that the autopsy was not complete and asked for another one. The deceased's parents have been attempting to figure out how Christine's aorta was torn. After all, the aneurysm was caused by violence or abuse, according to the police and the de Serra Family Council, so it was not a natural death, and the offenders ought to face consequences. All 11 of the guys who spent the night with Christine were recognized by the prosecutor's office. She worked with some of them. Christine was meeting other young men for the first time. They were friends of her friends. As it happened, this party was started by Christine. She organized this party with her friends and had reserved the hotel room herself a few days beforehand. Although she was aware of her daughter's friendship with men, her mother Sharon never voiced any opposition. In their family, it was accepted as normal, since Kristen had always found it easier to interact and form friendships with men. It also became customary for her and her pals to meet up because they rarely took holidays at home. Kristen was able to call her family shortly after midnight each year to wish them a happy new year and to let them know about the event that was going on at the Makati Hotel. The family was able to observe Kristen's pals in the festive setting during the video conference. New rumors regarding the abuse claim have surfaced, though. The authorities were able to piece together the events of the case virtually minute by analyzing the hotel lobby footage, which served as the primary evidence of the occurrence. Note that Christine de Serra reserved room 2209, which was the designated location for the party. In the late afternoon, the major action starts to take place. Christine moves from room 2209 to room 2207 at 11:21 p.m. The company goes back to their accommodation around 11:38 p.m. At 2:50 a.m. Christine goes last and is seen holding her shoes in a glass. Christine enters room 2207 while holding Valentine's hand, a new acquaintance. A hotel worker brings an extra mattress to room 2209 at 2:52 a.m. and while they are at a neighbor's house, and Valentine goes with Christine to her room. Valentine is clearly intoxicated based on her demeanor. She is carrying a bottle in her hand and has an overly easy walk. The couple enters around 3:15 a.m. after the companions pause at the door and Christine gives Valentine a short kiss before the man swiftly pulls away. 6 minutes after Christine had rushed out of her room and into her neighbor's room, one of the guys departs. He goes to 2209, presumably to give his pals a call at 3:22 a.m. In the next room on the right side of the corridor, Christine DeSera is seen talking to another man, while two more males pass by. She appeared distressed. After giving one of her friends a sudden embrace, Christine and her friend vanish completely from the camera's field of view. John Della Serna is seen escorting Christine back to the first room at 4:13 a.m. The camera catches Christine at the room's entrance once more, at 4:22 a.m. At 27:07, what brought her back there is unknown. After she nearly collapses, a man who resembles John Della Serna grabs her by the waist and brings her to room 2209. At 5:05 a.m., Christine appears to be somewhat inebriated. As Christine flees from a man who resembles Louis de Lima, the camera records her giggling. Later, they are outside of room 2207. At 6:23 a.m., Christine walks inside room 2209 with him and appears normal. For the final time, Christine appears on video alive. She is cognizant as Valentin carries her from room 2207 in his arms. Although the night was undoubtedly filled with events, the most significant reality is still hidden behind the scenes. The party went on until dawn, at around noon when Christine was discovered comatose in the bathtub. Her buddies continually tried cardiopulmonary resuscitation while carrying her to the ground. They tried unsuccessfully before calling the front desk for assistance. The head of security and the hotel management entered the room a few minutes later. Christine was lowered to the hotel's first floor using a wheelchair. Christine was escorted to the hospital by Romel Galita. Regretfully, the doctors simply mentioned the girl's passing. Romel delivered the dreadful news to Christine's mother over the phone. Despite the fact that it appears to be a fun party and that it is difficult to fit so many people in one room, the investigators suspected that the young people were using illegal substances to increase the effects of the alcohol as they frantically moved from room to room throughout the night. Some of the inmates stated, when questioned, that just whiskey and tequila were used during the party and that no other illegal substances were present. It is important to note that the investigation's initial focus was illegal drugs because, according to one of the detainees' testimony, Christine had concerns about the drink's composition and hypothesized that someone might have added an unidentified chemical to spike them. Guests were instructed to bring their own food and beverages, it turned out, though the post-mortem report indicated that neither alcohol nor illicit narcotics ingested the night before her death would produce this type of aortic dilatation or defect. There was conjecture that Christine's drink was poisoned and might have caused the aneurysm that ultimately resulted in her death. Since there were no illegal substances or evidence of them in the room or the suspect's personal items, the substance information was ultimately deemed unsubstantiated. The 2009 search for possible evidence in the two rooms and the adjacent room did not produce the expected results, which at least partially demonstrated Christine DeSerna's brutal death. When questioned, Mark Rosales and John Della Serna declared that they would never harm Christine and openly acknowledged their unusual orientation. John further disclosed that early in the morning, Christine was already throwing up, so they had to take her back from room 2207. According to Romel Galita, he discovered Christine in their room's bathtub at around 10 in the morning. Assuming she was asleep, he just covered her with a blanket. However, he discovered the girl was blue and not breathing around midday after he woke up and went back to wake her. He hurried to his pals for support. She was taken to Makati Medical Center per the hotel's recommendation, where she was declared dead upon arrival, allegedly as a result of an aortic aneurysm rupture. The Makati City Police were notified of the death by the hospital. By that time, other men from a nearby hotel room had departed. In a separate statement to the public on January 4, the Philippine National Police stated that, despite some missing information and contradictory claims, the case involving Christine DeSera is nearly resolved. According to Police Chief Debold Sinas, 3 individuals have already been identified and taken into custody. The Makati City Prosecutor's Office ordered the release of the 3 males who are in detention on January 6 owing to a lack of evidence, even though other suspects were still being sought. The prosecution maintained that there was not enough evidence to prove Christine had been molested. They added that the police have not yet established that Christine DeSera's death was due to abuse, even if it occurred. In addition, Christine was an extra lady at the party, which was a get-together of males with unconventional sexual orientations who were all flirting with one another. Most of the people at the party, including Romel Galita, were Christine's co-workers and stewards. Sarah, at PL Airlines, demonstrating her familiarity with these individuals and their sexual orientation. The Makati City Prosecutor's Office opened a preliminary investigation on January 13, 2021, after an official autopsy verified that the 23-year-old's cause of death was a ruptured aortic aneurysm. Additionally, the prosecutor's office demanded that the police make public the findings of the victim's toxicological report, histopathic research, and DNA analysis. The claim that her daughter was not abused, however, was disputed by Christine's mother, Sharon DeSera. She stated during an appearance on a news program that a gang of men were abusing her daughter. If you're a mother and you see Christine's body, you'll likely understand the suffering she endured as a result of them. But my daughter is no longer able to speak because she is no longer alive. During the TV show, the woman voiced her opinion. As proof that the autopsy report was erroneous, Sharon pointed to the cuts and bruises on her daughter's body that were not included. Later, Christine's relatives stated that they wanted a second autopsy to refute the authorities' initial conclusion that she passed away naturally. The foundation was bruising and injuries that weren't noted in the initial report. Brick Reyes, a family representative, stated that there would be enough proof of Christine's torture from the wounds on her arms and legs, as well as from her remains. Additionally, according to Rick Reyes, they think the young lady was assaulted and drugged before to her passing. During the New Year's Eve celebration, Christine, who was already drunk, claimed that her drink appeared to have been tampered with. According to Christine's parents, they have lodged a complaint, calling for Michael Nix Armiento to be fired immediately for egregious carelessness and incapacity in creating Christine's death certificate and forensic report. Reporters were informed by Dr. Maurici Ramos, a friend of the Dosser family, that a second autopsy was performed on the deceased. He also underlined that the Death Investigation Unit has received the biological fluids retrieved from the second autopsy and will furnish further information following a final review and compilation of all the forensic team's results. The cause of death was consistent with a ruptured aortic aneurysm, according to the pathology post-mortem results from the Southern Police District Crime Lab Division's forensic report, which was then circulated on social media. According to the official autopsy, Christina was not mistreated the night before she passed away. The aorta was the real cause of DeSera's demise. The deficiency weakened as a result of the aorta's continuous rise in blood pressure, and ultimately, the aorta burst. There was blood loss at the moment of the aortic rupture, according to the Philippine National Police Crime Lab report. Christine thus had a number of symptoms, including nausea, weakness, and perspiration. Within a few hours, she died from the blood loss brought on by the aortic rupture. According to the report, this indicates that the girl had an aortic aneurysm that ruptured, causing the lower portion of the aorta, the primary vessel that delivers blood to the entire body, to grow. This conduit passes through the chest and belly after leaving the heart. The aorta is the largest conduit in the body, so if it bursts as it did in this instance, a person could lose a significant amount of blood and possibly pass away. The fact that Christine's aneurysm did not happen recently was also mentioned. It began many years ago. According to the article, dilatation existed long before she passed away and is a chronic illness. Even if she hadn't passed away that tragic night, she would have perished in any situation when her blood pressure would have increased to the point where the aneurysm ruptured. Christina DeSera's undetected hypertension was further confirmed by the autopsy, which also showed that her heart was larger than a healthy heart. Although it is generally accepted that the girl died of natural causes, the 11 young men who attended the party and genuinely attempted to provide Christine with first aid were shamed and persecuted as criminals as a result of the pervasive false information. Since then, all 11 of the men who were initially charged have been freed. In an attempt to correct the problem, the Makati City Prosecutor's Office stated that suitable proof could not be obtained at the time of the publicity and that the evidence offered was insufficient to prove that Christine DeSera had been abused. As a result, they had to construct a version based on indications of the victim's physical decline. Two further suspects also claimed that they were coerced by the police into making up a story about the presence of illegal narcotics at the scene party on New Year's Eve. Another tale participant described how his kiss with Christine, which was caught on camera the night before she passed away, was captured. The man claimed that Christine was the one who started it, but he made an effort to push her away. When the flight attendant's body was discovered, law enforcement officials came under fire for failing to do a comprehensive toxicological analysis. The men's charges were ultimately withdrawn for lack of evidence, due to suspicious circumstances that appeared to contradict the Philippine National Police's findings. Christine de Serra's death garnered a lot of public attention. As further information emerged from Christine's family, who were unable to accept the reality and believe in their daughter's natural death, her story began to garner a lot of attention online. In an attempt to secure justice for her daughter Sharon, the girl's mother made a plea to President Rodrigo Duterte. "I'm just a regular person. You have a daughter as well. Since I don't want anyone to suffer from the same brutality and cruelty as my Christine, I want to speak out publicly." More than a week after Christine de Serra's passing, her friends and co-workers sent condolence messages, reposts, and farewells over social media. She was interred at Forest Lake Memorial Park, in her birthplace of General Santos. In the end, Christine de Serra's unusual situation is a perfect illustration of how the media may disseminate false information and how it can influence both the public and the individuals involved. The story's goal as it nears its conclusion is to return to the truth, which will eventually, in one form or another, assume its rightful place. Even though there is just one truth, Christine's family continues to believe that these individuals killed the girl and that there is a mystery behind this tale. For my part, I don't understand, and couldn't find any information regarding Christine's body wounds and bruises. Why was it kept quiet? Despite having cuts and bruises, it appears that Christine's death was caused by an aortic rupture, brought on by heart disease rather than by those injuries. As a result, they ignored her body's wounds. You guys are the judge. However, I think there are a lot of strange and inconsistent things in this case. I hope Christine's family comes to terms with the irreversible loss, because young men, guilty or not, will spend the rest of their life remembering the same depressing tale and coming up with justifications. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Popular television series and films have used Malibu Creek State Park, a picturesque recreation location 25 miles from downtown Los Angeles, as a background. However, the murder of a young guy in Malibu Creek on a summer afternoon in 2018, when he was camping with his two daughters, drove the people of Southern California into a frenzy. It became evident during the course of the inquiry that this crime was linked to a number of unresolved events that had previously taken place in the same vicinity. Public paranoia and a variety of universal conspiracy ideas were sparked by this information. What happens when lightning strikes in the most horrifying way is the subject of our tale today. Let's get started. A young woman's home was knocked on by cops in the morning. "Are you Tristan Baudet's wife?" she said as she opened the door. She knew the news would be depressing, and she was right. Two police officers told her that her husband had been shot dead in his tent during the night, so she hurried to the scene of the tragedy because their daughters were still there. Erica Wu, the fourth of 5 children in a Chinese immigrant family, lost her father at a young age and witnessed how hard it was for her mother to raise her children alone. She grew up as a quiet, responsible child who kept everything under control, but when she met Tristan, he was the total opposite of her. He didn't think too much, didn't worry about anything, just did what he wanted to do. Tristan was born and raised in Fresno, California, and his parents were locals. His mother was a teacher and his father sold insurance. When he was just 3 years old, his parents divorced, but he was old enough to remember it. Tristan and Erica met in high school, and although they were complete opposites in personality, they became closer over time, spending a lot of time together, studying together, and sharing their happiness and sadness. Eventually, something more developed out of their friendship, and they began dating. Erica went to Stanford University and Tristan went to the University of California, San Diego, but they stayed in touch, emailing each other every day and speaking on the phone every night. After becoming engaged in their second year of medical school, Tristan and Erica moved to San Francisco, where they were married in 2008. In front of all their friends and family in a large rented room with glass walls and a stone clearing outside in Tilden Park. After a year, they moved to Long Beach, Southern California, and then to Irvine, where Tristan found a job with a large pharmaceutical company, and Erica started working at UC. Both of them took some time to get used to Orange County, but that's where they were truly happy. Fatherhood brought Tristan joy, and he became a lark, waking up with the girls, preparing breakfast, and letting Erica sleep. He took every opportunity to go to the woods or mountains as a family. He regularly took his daughters on hikes and bike rides. After completing her internship, Erica found a job in the San Francisco Bay Area, and the family began making plans to move back north. They found a house in a suburb south of San Francisco, with all the necessary infrastructure nearby and a good school for their daughters. Tristan found a new job with a pharmaceutical company in the same neighborhood. They set a date to move at the end of June, a week after Erica was due to take her qualifying exam. Tristan and Erica's son-in-law, Scott, offered to pick up their daughters from home the night before so she could study for the exam. In peace on June 21, 2018, Tristan had breakfast with Erica and their daughters, and then packed up to go to his car at the garage door. He hugged and kissed Erica, wished her good luck on the exam, and promised to celebrate with her when she returned the next day. Tristan, Scott, and the girls drove north to Malibu Creek State Park. They arrived in the evening and were given a campsite at the gate. However, Tristan looked around and concluded that they could find a much better location. They surveyed the campground and found another spot that seemed ideal to Tristan, and they set up camp there, taking turns watching the girls and setting up the tents. The day was filled with excitement, the excitement of the park trip and the initial impressions of setting up the tents, and cooking over the fire had worn the girls out. So, as soon as it got dark, Tristan put them to bed. The men sat around the fire for a little while longer before separating to their tents, bidding them goodbye until morning. The night was dark and quiet, the sky was cloudy, and the moon did not illuminate the land. When Scott heard a loud popping sound in the early hours of June 22, he got up to see where it was coming from, and then heard several more pops. Thinking it was fireworks, he went to investigate after hearing a baby crying from Tristan's tent. Cattle went to the tent and called out to Tristan multiple times, but he didn't respond, and the crying only got worse. So he went inside and shined his flashlight into the tent. While Scott was comforting the younger girl, he kept calling Tristan's name, and when he got close, he discovered that he was unconscious, pale, unresponsive to light, and that there was a pool of blood next to his head. Scott attempted to administer first aid to his friend, but it was too late, and Tristan Beaudet died at the scene. Scott called park rangers who were working at Malibu Creek State Park. Law enforcement officers swiftly arrived at the scene of the tragedy and began interviewing park visitors who might have seen the intruder, but to the horror of the patrolmen, no one saw a man with a gun. Tristan and Erica's daughters were not touched by the shooter. One fatal bullet struck Tristan in the head, instantly killing him. The second bullet struck the torso of a man who was already dead. Bullet holes were visible in the tent. It appeared as though an unidentified individual had fired a gun aimlessly into the tent at dawn, and the girls were miraculously unharmed. Police have made very few statements to witnesses since the investigation started, but one witness did come forward. A woman who was in a tent next to Tristan and Scott when the attack occurred admitted that she heard 5 consecutive shots at 4:45 a.m. and wanted to call police right away, but she was terrified that the shooter might be nearby and shoot her as well. She left the tent after 20 minutes and called emergency services, which was the second call because rescuers were already en route to Malibu Creek after the rangers' call. When investigating the scene, investigators discovered that the caliber of the weapon was consistent with a hunting rifle, and since such ammunition tends to retain its killing power, the bullet could have traveled a considerable distance. Detectives, aided by service dogs, searched the area in and around the family tent with the assistance of police and forensics, but found nothing suspicious to aid in the case's investigation. No arrests were made, and detectives were unable to provide any information about the suspect or his motivations. Investigators were asking the same questions. Who could have shot the scientist? Where could the young father have made deadly enemies? And could it have been connected to the industry in which he worked and conducted his research? He questioned the safety of vaccines before his death, and his work on safer vaccines caused controversy in the pharmaceutical industry. But this version of premeditated murder because of Tristan's research has not been proven. After interviewing a number of witnesses, it became clear that Tristan Beaudet's murder was not an accident. This was the sixth attack, and 2 of them had been carried out on the same tent camp that Tristan and Scott had used, raising serious concerns that a sniper was on the loose. Malibu Creek Park was closed to the public, and the public was incensed at the authorities' carelessness, as they had not given serious consideration to the earlier attacks in the park because they were not fatal. The news infuriated the tourists, who discovered that such a popular location is actually an area that is occasionally shelled by some intruder. No one closed the park or conducted an investigation after the initial cases of injuries, and tourists were not informed of the incidents. In fact, the police dismissed all of the incidents in the park as hunter mishaps. The park remained closed after Tristan's murder, and the public arrived in disbelief at the security service's negligence. We prioritize the safety of park visitors above all else. Authorities confirmed that none of the campers saw anyone entering the campground, and it became clear that the shooter was occupying the park at that time. The family of Tristan Beaudet, who passed away on June 22, has offered their condolences to the relatives of the victims, and has chosen to stay out of the spotlight from all the hype that the public has created, using the last opportunity to obtain information about the shooter. Despite this, the neighborhood did not become any less dangerous for locals after Malibu Creek Park was closed, according to city officials, who said that the park was closed. The death of a young father, Tristan Beaudet, was part of a string of violent crimes that occurred in those areas in recent years, and investigators had no choice but to start figuring out the mystery of the gunshots because the motive and the perpetrator remained unknown for months. The first incident happened to biologist James Rogers, who went to Malibu Creek Park for a camping trip, set up camp, and fell asleep in a hammock when he was awakened by a searing pain in his right arm. He went to the hospital, where the doctors gave him a rabies vaccination and sent him home, but as his arm healed, he noticed pieces of metal in the wound that appeared to be a gunshot. In January 2017, Melissa Tatangelo and her lover parked their car in the same Malibu Creek Park parking lot and went to sleep. In the middle of the night, they heard a loud gunshot and smelled burnt metal, and in the morning, they found a hole in the back of the car from a shotgun blast. At the time, police did not pay much attention to these incidents, but in the summer of 2018, people started to remember other spooky incidents from previous years, including the 2009 disappearance of 24-year-old Matrice Richardson, whose remains were discovered a few miles from a railroad station, and the 2017 disappearance of 20-year-old Elaine Park, who was last seen in the California town of Calabasas. A few days later, her car with her personal belongings was found on the side of the road along the Pacific coast in Malibu. The American woman's body was never found. A month before the latest crime, which took place in a tent in Malibu Creek Park, another mutilated corpse with signs of violence appeared. The deceased was lying in a tent across the street from the park. Investigators, confronted with the string of attacks, labeled Malibu Creek Park as a dumping ground for the bodies. At first, the crime seemed to have no other connection, but as the investigation progressed, new details began to emerge. The driver of a Tesla electric car, who has remained anonymous, said that 4 days before Tristan Beaudet was killed, around 4:30 a.m. someone fired shots at his car. However, Los Angeles detectives have never been able to prove that the crimes are all connected. The townspeople discussed the possible motives of the perpetrator in fear and advised each other not to leave doors and windows open. Locals refused to believe that a serial criminal had taken up residence in such a beautiful area, where a celebrity could be found on every corner. Some speculated that the man's death could have been a ridiculous accident. When someone was once again practicing shooting, perhaps Tristan Beaudet was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Did the man's death have a connection to the missing women and the mutilated bodies of vacationers? But unfortunately, police had no leads. They could tell the town's terrified residents that in August, investigators held a meeting and officially admitted that the investigation had reached a dead end. In desperation, people speculated perhaps he was killed because of a particularly valuable and secret project Tristan was working on, or perhaps his death was connected to the drug cartels and illegal drugs he was allegedly growing in remote corners of the park. The only thing to do was to wait, because if there is a criminal, he is sure to leave a trace. And so it was, in addition to violent crimes near Malibu Creek Park. Someone stole food and broke into an abandoned building. The criminal was repeatedly caught on hidden cameras. He was followed, but the sinister bandit could not be apprehended. A sketch of the burglar has been compiled amidst the minor offenses. Gunshots continue to ring out in the hills about the same time. A park employee was driving through Malibu Creek and saw a man on the side of the road who asked for a ride. The stranger's face resembled a sketch of a suspected thief, so the driver turned him down instead. He reported the incident to police officers. Patrolmen and 3 helicopters combed the park area until dusk. Then another attack on the community center occurred. The perpetrator broke a glass window and vandalized a vending machine in search of food. Police officers immediately responded to the call and tracked down the bandit from fresh shoe prints. A 42-year-old man named Anthony Rauda, dressed in all black, was apprehended. A rifle was found in his backpack. According to unofficial reports, the intruder was homeless and had been stealing food to survive. One of his relatives stated that Anthony had been arrested twice in the past 4 months. He was first arrested for illegally crossing the border but was later released. The relative also stated that Anthony Rauda had lived in that neighborhood for 10 years and was terrified of the people around him. On October 10, 2018, almost 4 months after Tristan Beaudet was murdered, alleged perpetrator Anthony Rauda was arrested in a canyon near the park with a rifle in his backpack. Sheriff's authorities described him as a survivalist outdoorsman who had previously served time in state prison for possession of explosives and then for possession of a loaded handgun, which is illegal for those convicted of felonies. Authorities said during the investigation of Tristan Beaudet and before Anthony Rauda's arrest, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department said there had been at least 7 other unsolved shootings in the area since November 2016. In early January 2023, state authorities did indict Anthony Rauda for all the shootings recorded in the Malibu Creek area in recent years. In total, he had to answer for 10 attempted murders, 5 burglaries, and the crime against Tristan Beaudet. Police seemed to have found a scapegoat and were ready to close all the cases by pinning them on one man. Authorities believe the suspect was also involved in other unsolved crimes committed nearly 10 years ago. This 10-year blood feud would make for a Hollywood movie, said one of the detectives who worked on the case. Indeed, the whole story is like the script of a new blockbuster movie but in 2 parts, where in the second part, the real culprit of the crime will still be found. Anthony Rauda was charged with murder, 10 counts of attempted murder, and 5 counts of second-degree burglary, detectives said. The charges were based on a comparison of bullets found at the scene of Tristan's death and other locations where gunfire was heard. His case has been postponed until he can find representation. There were also concerns regarding Anthony's capacity to stand trial, according to the report. In November 2018, Anthony Rauda made an appearance in court, but at the initial hearing, he had to be taken out of the hall because he started yelling, using foul language, and banging on the walls of his cell. When the bailiffs took him out, he demanded that his court-appointed attorney be fired. Although the gunshots in Malibu Creek continued in the middle of the night, the locals held out hope that Tristan Beaudet's killer had been apprehended, but the jury found him guilty of 1 count of attempted murder and 1 count of shooting at a vehicle 4 days prior to Tristan Beaudet's death. A statement from the district attorney's office said a Los Angeles County Superior Court judge sentenced 46-year-old Anthony Rauda to 119 years in prison. But was the man punished by state law? Could Anthony Rauda have been so disturbed as to have fired indiscriminate shots at people in the mountains over the past few years? There seemed to be evidence to suggest so. What about the gunshots that people continued to hear at night, even after the suspect was arrested? A local Malibu journalist who was skeptical from the start continues to doubt the state's version of events. Personally, I think the shooter is still out there somewhere. She says there's something convenient about pursuing a burglary suspect. She says perhaps as a result of the political events following Tristan's death, everything that's happened is 1,000,000% coincidence. Erica Wu believes Tristan was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Of course, I'm also wondering why this happened to us. Who's to blame? In late December 2018, Erica Wu, the wife of the deceased Tristan Beaudet, filed a complaint against authorities in Los Angeles and California. The woman demanded $90 million, 0 cents in compensation from law enforcement for failing to warn residents about the dangers of recreation in Malibu Creek Park despite a string of deaths. Police acknowledged the lawsuit but declined to comment. However, the question still stands. Could Tristan Beaudet's fate have been avoided? Obviously, the motive for the crime was never established, Serial criminals typically memorize everything, keep trophies, or leave distinctive footprints, but Anthony was so disorganized and unpredictable that it's a miracle he was identified at all. So some social outcast was blindly taking revenge on everyone, shooting whoever God sent, and venting his anger for no specific reason. He had no idea whether his victims were killed or even existed. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. You. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Vicki Lynn Belk, a young mother, vanished in Charles County, Maryland in August 1979. Later, evidence of a vicious kidnapping, sexual assault, and deadly shooting was found on her body in a remote wooded area. The community was rocked by the horrible crime, and Vicki's family was left with unsolved questions and indescribable sorrow. A lack of leads, witnesses, and forensic evidence caused the case to go cold despite investigators' best efforts. After decades without a conclusion, an unexpected arrest was made in 2023 thanks to advances in DNA. What made the offender carry out this heinous deed? Will Vicki and her loved ones receive justice at last? Let's dive right in. A paradox exists in Suitland, Maryland, which is a census-designated community in Prince George's County. It appears to be a quiet town that offers a blend of suburban and urban living, making it an ideal place to raise a family. The community's residents love to spend their weekends in the well-known parks in the area, where they can take in the serene atmosphere and stunning scenery. Beneath this serene exterior, Suitland has a higher crime rate than the national average. It is comparable to both small rural towns and large metropolitan areas that face high crime rates. The community's safety and the steps required to address its higher crime rate are called into question by this striking disparity. It started like any other day in Suitland on August 27, 1979. The community was bathed in a warm glow as the sun rose above the peaceful streets. Vicki Lynn Belk, 28, and her boyfriend James Hill were having a typical Monday morning. They got up, ate breakfast, and prepared to work at the offices of the Department of Agriculture. They drove James's 1972 Buick out of their apartment and began their journey, making a partial stop at Stadium Armory Station before continuing on into Washington, D.C. For the last portion of their trip, they chose to get out of the car and ride the metro. Vicki reminded James that she would be running errands during her lunch break that morning before they parted ways. James bid them farewell quickly and went on with his work, oblivious to the tragedy that lay ahead. When James finished his work for the day, Vicki intended to meet him in the parking lot and take the subway back to the car. James accepted the plan, believing it to be simple, and promised to see her soon. Without suspecting anything unusual, he said this. But when James got off work that afternoon, he was unable to locate Vicki or his vehicle in the parking lot. He glanced around, but neither she nor the car was there. As the minutes passed, he began to worry that perhaps she was running late. He thought she might be back at their apartment, so he found another way home, but she wasn't there either. There was silence when he called her name. James frantically called every friend and relative of Vicki's he could recall throughout the night. In the hopes that someone would know where she might have gone, he asked each person if they had any idea. However, nobody appeared to be aware of her location, so James was left with only more concerns and questions. James was not reassured by this. He was unsure of what to think or do. He had been clueless about Vicki's whereabouts the entire day and night. By the following morning, James's concern had escalated into a desperate situation. He called the Prince George's County Police because he was so concerned. He informed them that he had not seen his girlfriend in almost 24 hours and that he was now deeply worried about her safety. He wanted to locate her and safely bring her home with the assistance of the police. James attempted to report his girlfriend Vicki missing to the Prince George's County Police Department early on August 28, 1979, but the authorities informed him that an official report could only be made 72 hours after Vicki's disappearance because she was an adult. For James, it was infuriating and unbelievable. How come the police didn't act right away? All he could do was wait and hope that Vicki would come back, which was an agonizing thought. As he considered all the horrible things that might be happening to her, each minute seemed to drag on forever. When he informed Vicki's family, they became very concerned, particularly Maydell Belk, Vicki's mother. Maydell was a strong woman who became anxious and scared because she was unable to comprehend what was happening. She couldn't stop thinking about how dependable and responsible Vicky had always been, and how it wasn't unusual for her to call or let her loved ones know where she was going. Vicky's failure to check on her son was definitely out of the ordinary, and Maydell's mind was churning with the worst-case scenarios. As Vicky's family awaited news, the uncertainty was intolerable. Their fear increased as each hour seemed to drag on forever. Their anxiety grew during the 72-hour waiting period. As they waited for the police to intervene, their minds were racing with horrible ideas and anxieties, and they felt helpless and dreadful. Vicky Lynn Belk, the oldest of 6 children in the close-knit Belk family, was born on March 20, 1951, to proud parents Lonnie and Maydell Belk. Vicky assumed a nurturing role as the responsible and caring oldest sibling, showing kindness and devotion to her younger brother Lonnie Jr., also known as Ricky, and her 4 younger sisters, April, Grenda, Judy, and Kay. The Belk family's children were raised in the lovely Virginian city of Alexandria. Vicky and her sister Judy broke the color barrier at George Mason Elementary School in Alexandria, making history as the first African-American students to do so. For upcoming generations of African-American students in the community, this groundbreaking accomplishment cleared the path. They later received their degrees from T.C. Williams High School in 1969, which is evidence of their diligence and willpower. Vicky grew up in a family that steadfastly upheld their values and relentlessly battled for their rights during the unrestricted civil rights era. The Belk family persisted in seeking equality and justice in the face of hardship and discrimination. The community was inspired by the bravery of the Belk family. Vicky stood up for her community's rights and spoke out for what was right, just like her family did. She was a leader who sought to improve the justice and fairness of society. As a leader, Vicky was respected and idolized by her siblings. Her generosity and compassion, which were apparent in all she accomplished, drew them in. Vicky persisted and became the first person in her family to earn a college degree in spite of many challenges and few opportunities. She graduated from St. Augustine's College in Raleigh, North Carolina, with a Bachelor of Arts in Education in 1974. Vicky's skills and knowledge were recognized. Vicky began a successful career by breaking down barriers and accomplishing great things, and in 1979, at the age of 28, she landed a prestigious job as a management analyst in the Department of Agriculture's Office of Operations and Finance in Washington, D.C. Vicky, a single mother, put a lot of effort into raising her young son, Lamont Belk. She also had a time-consuming and hard-working job in Washington, D.C. Vicky volunteered at Oakland Baptist Church, where her great-grandfather was a co-founder, in spite of the difficulties. She had a strong religious and community commitment. Vicky's family always found time for one another, despite everything, because they were so close. Judy, Vicky's sister, married at Oakland Baptist Church in August 1979. To commemorate this momentous day, the entire family gathered. Vicky was a key player in the wedding preparations and served as Judy's maid of honor. James Hill, her boyfriend and co-worker at the Department of Agriculture, accompanied her to the wedding. Following the wedding, Vicky resumed her usual activities. She still put in a lot of work, looked after her son, and spent time with James. Nobody was aware of Vicky on August 29. Every lead seemed to end in disappointment for her family and friends who had been looking for her. They had no idea that their hopes would soon be dashed by a terrible discovery. At 7 p.m. on that fateful evening, a teenage boy from the area rode his bike down Metropolitan Church Road. In Maryland, he was riding close to the intersection of Route 227 when he noticed something. It was hard to see as he rode because of the long shadows cast by the waning daylight. However, he noticed something. He noticed a strange, still figure in the brush. His interest sparked him to get off his bike and approach the object carefully. His heart sank as he got closer. The body was dead. In a panic, the boy ran home to tell his mother about the horrifying discovery. She called the authorities right away. Authorities confirmed the heartbreaking fact that the remains were those of Vicky Lynn Belk at 910, who acted quickly after reaching the scene. Vicky's body was found about 20 feet from the road in a wooded area. She appeared to be in a desperate attempt to repel an assailant because she was lying on her back with her legs outstretched and her fists clenched close to her collarbone. She was shot in the head and died as a result. Unexpectedly, the medical examiner's further investigation revealed that Vicky had experienced sexual assault. Vicky's parents, Lonnie and Maydell Belk, were contacted by the Charles County Sheriff's Office and asked to visit the police station. They made a suggestion that they knew something about Vicky. Lonnie and Maydell came with mixed feelings, hoping that maybe Vicky was just hurt and had been located at last. But when they got to the sheriff's office, their hopes were dashed. They couldn't handle the heartbreaking news they got. They had brutally attacked, killed, and mercilessly abandoned their firstborn daughter on the side of the road. Following Vicky's horrific murder, her family was overcome with trauma and grief. The man who did this to her daughter was cursed by her mother. They were completely traumatized by the violent and disorderly nature of the crime. They gathered themselves in spite of their suffering and trusted the detectives with the case, hoping that Vicky's killer would be apprehended and given a fair punishment. Detectives secured the crime scene, carefully looked for clues, and gathered evidence as part of the immediate investigation into the homicide. Vicky's pantyhose, brown shoes, hair samples, nail clippings, jewelry, bra, dress, and slip were among the items the detectives found at the crime scene. Despite being extensively tested several times, these items sadly failed to provide any noteworthy leads for the investigation. In addition, the detectives interviewed Vicky's family, co-workers, and witnesses to the crime scene innumerable times. However, despite following up on a number of leads, the investigation didn't appear to be moving forward. In the hopes that it would contain a vital clue that would help them find Vicky's killer, the detectives were still looking for James's car, which she had borrowed to run errands the day she vanished. Within a few days, James's Buick was discovered abandoned in Washington, D.C. Unfortunately, though, no evidence of the murderer was found. Even though there were no new developments in the case, the detectives were committed to finding Vicky's killer. In the hopes that it would eventually result in a breakthrough, they meticulously preserved every piece of evidence. Additionally, they were hoping that technological advancements would eventually aid in solving the case in the upcoming years. The case was further hampered by the lack of forensic resources and investigative methods at the time. Given the time period, other lines of inquiry were either non-existent or very limited. Detectives from Charles County and Maryland State Police worked together to re-examine the evidence in Vicky's case. To make use of cutting-edge technologies, they also collaborated with Sorensen Forensics in Salt Lake City, Utah, and Bode Technology in Lorton, Virginia. Together, they sought to solve the case and provide fresh insight into Vicky's killer. But they once again found themselves disappointed. The identity of Vicky's killer remains a mystery, as the investigation into her assault and murder gradually came to a standstill. DNA testing technology was not developed until the 1980s, and it was not in use when Vicky was tragically killed in 1979. After it surfaced, authorities started building a nationwide database of fingerprints and DNA samples from people accused of crimes. But until the 2000s, despite continuous research, no notable advancements were made. Advances in DNA technology by the early 2000s enabled detectives to re-examine the evidence in Vicky's case. Investigators were able to develop a possible suspect profile after re-examining Vicky's dress and finding a foreign bodily fluid. Even though testing technology had advanced, it still needed a lot of work. The created profile was judged inappropriate for comparison with suspects or database entry. Over the years, detectives continued to retest Vicky's possessions using new technologies, unfazed by previous failures. But in spite of their best efforts, no noteworthy progress was made, and the case was once again unsolved, leaving Vicky's family with unresolved questions. However, new evidence was found in 2022 when Vicky's clothing was re-examined with the aid of new technology. Important hints that had been overlooked for decades were made clear by this discovery. A male's DNA profile connected to the crime scene was discovered. This important finding gave investigators new hope that Vicky's killer would be apprehended at last. An important turning point in the case was reached when the new DNA profile was compared to profiles in the Combined DNA Index System, CODIS. When Noel Gehrman learned of a DNA match connecting Andre Taylor to the evidence gathered in Vicky's case on November 1, 2022, it was a momentous occasion. This crucial discovery led detectives to look into Taylor's past and his ties to Bryan's Road, Maryland, the scene of the crime, as he was a 62-year-old convicted criminal from Washington, D.C. Detectives found that Taylor's address on his arrest records from the 1980s was Bryan's Road, 4 miles from the location where Vicky's body was found. The investigation also showed that Taylor's DNA was added to the national database after he was arrested and found guilty of violent crimes in Washington, D.C. This important discovery strengthened Taylor's connection to the case even more. Once Taylor was identified as the suspect, the next task for the investigators was to find him. Detectives worked in conjunction with law enforcement partners from the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department Homicide, the U.S. Homeland Security Investigations, and the U.S. Baltimore Field Office of the Secret Service to find him. After months of unrelenting search, investigators eventually found Taylor in Washington, D.C., where he was living in a nursing and rehabilitation center. In order to get proof, detectives kept a close eye on him and gathered more details about his past. In March 2023, detectives visited Andre at the nursing home with a warrant in order to obtain a saliva sample for a new DNA comparison with the evidence from the crime scene. Detectives weren't worried about Andre running away because of his poor health and amputated leg. Even though the unexpected visit made him aware of his suspect status, the results of lab tests would not be available for weeks, and authorities were certain he posed no flight risk. Andre Taylor's life took a turn for the worse as he grew older. Even though Taylor had never met Vicky Belk, his actions would eventually bring him back to her case decades later. After killing a man during a street robbery in April 1989, Taylor was charged with murder. The prosecution contended that Taylor should be detained without bail, citing his lengthy criminal history. He had at least 10 prior convictions for drug and gun possession in his criminal history. Taylor received a substantial sentence of 5 to 15 years in prison because he was a repeat offender, even though he was only found guilty of carrying a pistol without a license in the homicide case. Following his release, Taylor made several arrests in the 2000 system and kept circling back and forth through the criminal justice system. Taylor's DNA was added to the federal database at some point during this time. This crucial entry would ultimately connect Taylor to Vicky Belk's murder, providing her family with some closure and justice for her heinous murder. A grand jury heard the case from the Charles County State's Attorney's Office on June 16, 2023, and after considering the evidence, found Andre Taylor guilty of 3 serious charges: first-degree rape, first-degree murder, and second-degree rape. 6 days later, on June 22, Taylor was arrested in Washington, D.C. by a team of detectives from the Charles County Sheriff's Office, the United States Marshals Service, and the Metropolitan Police Department. Taylor was first detained in a Washington, D.C. detention facility before he consented to return to Charles County on June 27. Vicky Belk was 28 years old, and Andre Taylor was 18 when she was murdered in 1979. There is no proof that Andre Taylor and Vicky Belk were acquainted, according to a careful analysis of the original report and follow-up investigations since 1979. Furthermore, the Belk murder and the circumstances surrounding Taylor's arrests in Washington, D.C. are completely different. On June 22, 2023, Vicky Belk's family celebrated a momentous occasion. Vicky's family and detectives spoke to the media during a press conference after Andre Taylor was detained without bail. Although the tearful reunion brought back painful memories, it also brought closure. The family was content and joyful. "I thank God that we are alive and well to witness this historic occasion," Vicky's son said. "I was 7 years old in 1979. Vicky's family expressed their appreciation and treasured memories, saying, "Thank you to the court for holding this person in custody." Through their accomplishments and the establishment of the Vicky Belk Scholarship Foundation in 1980, they paid tribute to her legacy, in spite of the pain. About 100 students have benefited from the foundation, perpetuating Vicky's passion for youth and education. It wasn't over yet. Andre Taylor's sentencing was still pending for the family. Will this be the next one? After 45 years of waiting, will the family finally find peace? Will the memory of Vicky Lynn Belk be buried at last? In the decades-old murder case of Vicky Lynn Belk, a Charles County jury found Andre Taylor criminally liable for her untimely death and returned a guilty verdict on July 18, 2024. According to Assistant State's Attorney John Stackhouse, the 45-year-long incident resulted in generational trauma. Belk's son was raised without a mother figure. Her daughter had to be buried by her parents. Not knowing who killed their daughter, Her parents were forced to lie on their deathbeds. There was never an opportunity for her grandchildren to meet their grandmother. However, throughout this case, I have never witnessed a family with such grace, grit, and determination. After decades of evading justice, Andre Taylor was finally held accountable for his horrible crimes. Taylor acknowledged raping Vicki Belk during a detective interview, but he denied having anything to do with her death. Nevertheless, indisputable proof revealed his guilt and connected him to the crime. A 4-decade wait for justice ended on August 25, 2024, at 12:30 p.m., when Andre Taylor was sentenced to life in prison for the horrific first-degree murder of Vicki Lynn Belk. He would be imprisoned for the remainder of his life because the consequences of his crimes had finally caught up with him. I can't thank the assistant state's attorneys enough for their tireless efforts to bring justice to this case, said state's attorney Tony Covington, who praised the team. The Belk family had been waiting for justice for 45 years, and this was the culmination of a long and agonizing journey. Even though Vicki wouldn't return, it provided closure and explanation. Vicki's legacy would endure, proving the strength of tenacity. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. At midnight on August 15, 2020 in Perth, Western Australia, the suburb was completely dark, with the only light coming from the streetlights flickering here and there along the deserted road. In the faint light of a solitary lamp, a home on the outskirts stood motionless and silent. Yet within, there was a muffled bustle. Loud shouts and weak shadows danced over the walls. It was more than just an argument. It was something ferocious, passionate, and disturbing, even primordial. The air was broken abruptly by a loud bang that sounded like something big hitting the wall. Then there was the clear sound of a gunshot. Time seems to stop. After that, there was a terrible quiet that enveloped the area outside the home like a dense fog. Not a soul could be seen. Although no one was around to see it, the gun's piercing crack shattered the silence of the night like a piece of glass. Perth police got a desperate contact to the emergency services just minutes after the gunfire. The shaky, terrified voice of a woman indicated that there had been a shooting and that someone had been hurt. "He is not moving. God, please assist." The woman's voice broke as she screamed. Officers showed up at the scene as soon as the dispatcher deployed a patrol unit. Minutes later, a woman standing on the front lawn, clearly shaken, was visible through the flashing lights. Her entire body was shaking uncontrollably. Her eyes were wide with fear and she was pale. The cops found the house in a state of turmoil. The body of 38-year-old James Watson was in the living room. His physique was contorted in an abnormal way. A black pool of blood had started to spread across the floor, and his eyes were wide open. The walls and furnishings were stained by the blood that seeped into the carpet. Signs of a scuffle were immediately observed by the cops. There were toppled chairs and obvious signs of impact on the walls and furniture. Before the gun was fired, the whole room was in a state of chaos, suggesting a violent altercation. A shotgun with its barrel aimed at the door was resting next to the body. Although there were no indications of forceful entry, it initially appeared as though someone had broken into the house. In order to gather evidence, officers roped off the scene and dispatched forensic and investigative teams. They could see that this was no ordinary crime. It was the result of something far more intricate. They identified the woman they discovered on the lawn as the wife of Catherine Watson James. The paramedics on the scene attempted to calm her down because she was in shock. When she was taken to the police station, she was too upset to talk clearly, and her hands were covered in blood. She was limited to saying, "I didn't mean to. I had no idea how it would turn out." Investigators started looking for solutions. Asking the neighbors questions was the first step. But before to the gunfire, nobody had heard anything out of the ordinary. Mark Ridley, an elderly neighbor, reported that he'd seen Catherine and James coming home together that night. He didn't give it much thought, although they appeared nervous. His statement was removed by the police, although it yielded no important clues. In the meantime, forensic specialists inside the home discovered an unsealed envelope containing multiple documents and photos, adding to the mounting evidence that the conflict had begun long before the gunshot on the kitchen table. Upon closer examination, the investigators discovered that several of the photographs depicted intimate moments from the family's lives, even if they didn't initially appear to be very significant. These pictures might be the key to figuring out why the tragedy happened. Investigators tried to piece together what had happened that night. After a stressful dinner at a restaurant, Catherine and James went home at around 8 p.m. Nothing had foreshadowed the impending disaster, but the supper had been unpleasant, according to people who knew them. James said he had to go and take care of something at one point, but Catherine urged he stayed. She informed him that they needed to talk about something. Catherine recommended that they unwind with a drink and spend the evening in silence after they arrived home. Leaving James in the living area, she took the envelope and headed upstairs. James remained downstairs as if oblivious to what was about to happen. After a while, Catherine returned downstairs with the papers firmly grasped in her hands. She put the envelope on the table in front of him, her face expressionless, and waited for his response. James's face transformed when he saw the envelope. Despite his best efforts to maintain composure, the anxiety in the room was evident. Despite her silence, Catherine's expression spoke a lot. There was a thick quiet. Right at this point, everything changed. They got into a furious debate that swiftly turned into a yelling contest. At one point, Catherine refused to let go of the documents and clutched onto the envelope when James tried to retrieve it. A damaged chair appeared as detectives inspected the room where the shot was fired. Been employed as a weapon. Photographs and documents, some of them blood-stained, were scattered on the floor. Every piece of evidence suggested that James and Catherine were fighting over the documents. Investigators came to the conclusion that James was attempting to seize something from Catherine when the gun was discharged. Catherine had fired the shotgun, as evidenced by the marks on the carpet and the shotgun's location. Police discovered a number of fascinating things when they gained access to James and Catherine's phones. In contrast to his regular conduct, James had shut off his phone around 10:30 p.m. James had gone at that time, according to surveillance footage from a camera outside their home, but he returned 10 minutes later. It was still unclear what he accomplished in those brief minutes. Still in a state of shock when she was taken to the police, Catherine was unable to provide a detailed account of what had happened. She said that they had begun to argue and that things eventually got out of hand. She said she couldn't recall how she got the shotgun in her hands. Although it was evident that she was under a lot of stress, detectives felt that there was more to her story. Investigators started looking into the Watsons' relationship in further detail. The couple had been married for 10 years, didn't have any kids, and seemed to lead a peaceful existence. However, Catherine became suspicious when neighbors saw that James had been spending less time at home lately. Even close friends and neighbors had seen the strain in their conversations, while no one knew exactly what was going on between them. The inquiry also found that Catherine had gotten in touch with a private investigator only a week prior to the incident. It was unclear why this was the case. It was unclear exactly what she was looking into, but it was possible that she was obtaining evidence against her spouse. The results of the forensic examination of the weapon discovered at the scene were given to the police later that night. When James's fingerprints were found on the shotgun, they appeared strange, as if he had handled it just once. This made investigators question whether the firearm may have been utilized by someone else at the crucial moment. Perth police visited Catherine and James Watson's house again the morning following the incident. As investigators attempted to piece together a more coherent picture of what had happened, forensic teams continued to collect evidence at the crime scene, which remained sealed off. The specifics cast doubt on the simplicity of this narrative, which at first glance seemed to be a spontaneous flash of hostility during an argument. The investigation's main detective, Richard Hale, made the decision to go over the surveillance film once more to make sure nothing had been missed. There was a little discrepancy between the frames of the video, which showed James leaving the house at 10:30 p.m. and coming back 10 minutes later. He was seen talking to someone in a car parked by the curb in the video. The face of the person James was speaking to was indistinguishable from the shadowy figure that the camera captured. Hale started looking into who might have been outside the house at that time, after realizing that this might be a significant lead. Detectives kept questioning Catherine in the meantime, but her mental condition remained unpredictable. She asserted that everything happened too fast, and that she couldn't remember how things got out of hand. She spoke incoherently, and her eyes were empty. When he questioned her about the car that was captured on the surveillance camera, Detective Hale saw a momentary shift in her demeanor, as though she was trying to conceal something. The contents of the envelope discovered at the site were being carefully examined by detectives at the same time. Indeed, a professional investigator had taken a number of the photos inside. James was pictured with a young woman, but her face was never fully visible. The investigators' report listed a number of locations where they had met, including a motel on the outskirts of the city, a shopping mall parking lot, and a cafe in downtown Perth. The report, however, omitted the woman's identity, although it was still unclear how these photos related to the crime. Hale came to the conclusion that Catherine had hired the private investigator to track her husband. Investigators chose to go to the private investigator's office, who was listed in the report. They discovered Thomas Morgan, a man who appeared a little uncomfortable when he saw the detectives. According to Morgan, Catherine had called him approximately 2 weeks earlier, claiming that her husband had been acting strangely. She had a suspicion that he was cheating, but she didn't elaborate. Copies of the images captured over the course of a week of monitoring were presented to the police by Morgan. Although the woman's face was always obscured, it was evident from the photos that James and the woman were meeting. She was either turning away or wearing a hood. Morgan stated that just 1 day before to the terrible incident, he had given Catherine all of the collected material. After returning to Catherine, Detective Hale showed her the pictures that the private investigator had taken. She acknowledged that she had suspected James of being unfaithful, but her response was cold. She stated that in order to learn the truth and determine the course of their marriage, she planned to present him with the proof during a family meeting. She insisted, nevertheless, that she never intended to hurt him. After James saw the pictures and accused her of spying on him, things became out of hand for her. Although she couldn't recall the specifics, she said the debate escalated into a physical altercation and ultimately the fatal shooting. The forensic results of the fingerprints found on the shotgun were given to detectives as they attempted to ascertain whether Catherine's story was accurate. Forensic specialists concluded that although James's prints were on the gun, they had been there long before the shot was fired. Catherine had maintained that she had never touched the rifle and that it was kept in the house for safety. Since this claim ran counter to the forensic results, detectives started to believe that the weapon had been tampered with in an effort to deceive the authorities. One of the most important pieces of evidence was the security film showing James conversing with someone in a car. In an attempt to identify the license plate of the car and determine who might have been outside the Watsons' house that night, Detective Hale forwarded a copy of the video for additional examination. Detectives looked through Catherine and James's phone logs in anticipation of the results, hoping to find further hints. They learned that Catherine had texted her sister Lisa multiple times the night of the event. Suspicions were raised by the message's content. They appeared to be attempts at justification or explanation. "I didn't intend for things to go this way," one message read. Another included a meeting request. Hale was concerned since Lisa had not responded to these texts. In order to learn whether she was aware of what had happened that evening, he made the decision to summon her in for interrogation. Lisa looked uncomfortable when she got to the station. She acknowledged that although she hadn't spoken to Catherine the night of the event, she had done so the day before. They had talked about an impending family get-together, Lisa said. She claimed to have been at home all evening and to have no knowledge of what had transpired. Her apprehensive manner and tentative responses, however, gave the detectives cause for concern. Hale made the decision to confirm her alibi by looking through her location information and phone records. The results of the surveillance video analysis were given to investigators while the interrogation went on. Lisa was the owner of the license plate on the vehicle, parked outside the Watsons' residence. Their suspicions were aroused by this information, so Hale altered his questioning strategy throughout the interrogation and asked Lisa pointed questions regarding her whereabouts that evening. She initially attempted to justify her actions, but under duress she eventually acknowledged that she had been outside the house when James left. However, her reasoning was unclear. She never got out of the car, saying she had come to speak to her sister but left when she saw James. Hale was aware that something wasn't right. He went back to looking through Lisa's phone logs and found that the night of the event, she had gotten a message from James to come over right away. However, what could James have been talking about in private, And why would he phone Lisa when he was meant to be with Catherine? Another important piece of evidence was discovered by forensic specialists in the bedroom where Catherine claimed the argument started. Blood traces that did not belong to Catherine or James were found on the door handle. Detectives began to think that a third party had been involved in the fight as a result of this. Lisa's blood was identified through a DNA study. Despite Lisa's prior protestations, investigators now obtained evidence that she had been inside the residence. Lisa was presented with the fresh proof by the police. She attempted to excuse herself by saying she had simply come to keep Catherine safe, but she became alarmed and attempted to flee as James and Catherine began to argue. She maintained that she didn't know who fired the gun and had nothing to do with the crime. But as the interrogation went on, her tale became more complicated. Investigators were starting to feel that Catherine and Lisa could be concealing something. There were still too many unresolved problems, but they had a notion that James's potential affair might have led to a dispute between the sisters. Hale made the decision to temporarily release Lisa, requesting that she stay in town. He had the feeling that the mystery was almost solved, but that one crucial piece of information was still lacking to reveal the whole truth of that evening. Detective Richard Hale and his colleagues went back to the Watson residence the next day to conduct a more comprehensive examination. It became evident with every fresh clue that this was no ordinary crime. Hale believed that there was much more going on here than a tragic family dispute. Once more, the cops searched every room for information that could help them solve the case. They looked carefully at the pictures in the envelope. Although the woman's face was obscured and blurry in the private investigators' images that Catherine had commissioned, the detectives thought they were essential to the motivation. Because they were unable to identify her with certainty, this made the inquiry more difficult. Hale made the decision to re-interrogate Lisa, this time as a possible suspect rather than a witness, while the forensic team carried on with their investigation. Lisa agreed to cooperate despite her anxious appearance. Hale decided to present in a more straightforward manner. Given the blood analysis results on the door handle, he questioned her about why, if she had stated she never left her car, her blood was discovered inside the residence. Lisa attempted to clarify once more, but her responses lacked conviction. Although her explanation looked tenuous, she implied that she might have unintentionally scratched herself as she entered the residence. Though he was positive there was more to her story than she was revealing, Hale opted to give her some time after realizing that pressing any farther would not be fruitful. Investigators examined Lisa and James's phone logs in the interim. James had sent Lisa a number of texts shortly before he passed away, which they discovered. One text said, "Come over immediately," while another gave the meeting place. Hale thought James had a feeling something catastrophic was going to happen because of the frantic, almost desperate tone of the communications. He gave his staff instructions to look more closely at their previous exchanges to determine whether any encounters or messages were comparable. Investigators also started looking through James's social media and email accounts, discovering a series of exchanges between James and Lisa that went back several weeks. During these conversations, James and Lisa talked about some important actions that needed to be done immediately. The messages alluded to a strategy, but they were ambiguous. Hale began to piece together that James and Lisa's relationship went beyond a simple familial tie. Catherine continued to feel stressed as the investigation progressed. In an effort to shed further light on what had happened that evening, detectives made the decision to question her again. Catherine was hesitant to talk about her sister when Hale started inquiring about her connection with Lisa. Although they had been close, she said that in recent months their relationship had soured. Although Catherine didn't elaborate, she did imply that there had been disagreements in their family, not all of which had to do with James seeing an opening. Hal put more pressure on Catherine, asking if she was aware that James had been seeing Lisa. She didn't respond when he showed her the messages on James's phone. She stated that she was unaware of these meetings, and that the only reason she had a suspicion was that James might be disloyal to Lisa, but not to another woman. Hale recognized then that either Catherine was purposefully concealing the truth, or she really didn't know anything. The detectives changed their emphasis and chose to look into Lisa's house. After obtaining a search warrant, they went to her home to collect additional evidence. They discovered a notebook including notes from phone conversations and meetings with James throughout the search. Names, dates, and places were listed, including the residence of Catherine and James. This demonstrated that Lisa might have been organizing her visits in addition to being aware of James's every move. Hale started to believe Lisa was a major contributor to what had occurred. After more investigation, a picture of Lisa and James together at the beach was found in Lisa's home. They looked really close, and the photo seemed to be fresh. This turned into a crucial lead. Hale now understood that James and Lisa were in a romantic connection, one that Catherine had purposefully disregarded or had not detected. In the meantime, forensic specialists finished examining the shotgun. Lisa's fingerprints were found on the weapon, according to the results, but they were left behind after James's. Because of this, investigators concluded that Lisa handled the shotgun after James had already suffered injuries. Hale started to worry that Lisa might have altered the scene of the crime in order to deceive the investigators. Investigators also discovered video from a hotel where James and Lisa had first met. Before Lisa departed and James remained, the footage shows them conversing and debating things. Their close-knit conduct was another evidence of a relationship that Catherine was not aware of. The idea that Lisa and James were part of something more complex and that their covert relationship had been a significant factor in the events leading up to that terrible night was reinforced by this. Hale made a snap decision. Calling Lisa back to the station, he showed her the additional evidence: photos, videos, and fingerprints. This time, Lisa made an effort to maintain her composure, but she broke under strain. Indeed, she had been seeing James behind Catherine's back, she acknowledged. She clarified that she never meant to ruin her sister's marriage, but that their affair had begun more than a year prior. Everything was kept under wraps until Catherine hired a private investigator after she started to suspect James of adultery. Hale persisted, inquiring as to what Lisa and James had talked about that evening. According to Lisa, James had requested a meeting to discuss the best way to tell Catherine the truth. However, things rapidly spiraled out of control. She acknowledged that she hadn't meant to meddle when she had entered the residence, but when she went inside after hearing the yelling, she discovered Catherine and James struggling. She claims that she attempted to stop them but was unable to do so in time. Investigators started confirming her account, but every piece of evidence suggested Lisa was inside the house when the crime was committed. Her presence was verified by fingerprints, blood analysis, and surveillance footage. Comments: It was still unclear if she was a direct participant in the altercation or just a bystander. Hale, however, was positive that she was concealing more than she was admitting. Investigators looked into James and Lisa's financial records in the interim. They learned that James had made a sizable transfer to Lisa's account just prior to the incident. The cause for it was still unknown, although it appeared to be payment for something. Hale started to believe Lisa was part of a bigger scheme, possibly even planning the crime. The forensic squad gave cops a breakthrough later that night. In the bedroom of Catherine and James, they had discovered Lisa's phone concealed beneath the mattress. The detectives' suspicions were validated when they discovered text messages on the phone. James and Lisa had been preparing to attack Catherine and set her up for it. Various aspects of the plan were covered in the communications, but for some reason, things didn't work out as planned. Hale ordered Lisa to be detained after realizing they had enough evidence to arrest her. Later, when she was being questioned, she backed into a corner and acknowledged that there had been a plot. She said that if she didn't assist James in getting rid of Catherine, he would expose her. She maintained, though, that the gunshot was an accident and that she never meant for things to escalate to this point. Hale was aware that he was getting close to cracking the case, but there was still a crucial question. If Lisa and James had conspired to plot everything, why did it go wrong, and who actually fired the shot? Detective Richard Hale believed that the puzzle was finally coming together. But there was still a critical point that needed to be answered. Why had James and Lisa's plan failed? And who had actually pulled the trigger? Although Lisa's confession and the evidence gathered suggested a plot, the specifics were still unknown. Lisa insisted throughout the interrogation that she was not involved in the crime and never meant to hurt James. She attempted to persuade the cops that their initial strategy was only to fabricate an event to give the impression that Catherine had assaulted James. However, she claims that as things got out of hand, she was left on the sidelines, not knowing what to do when the conflict started. Even though Hale paid close attention, He could sense that Lisa was still hiding something. He made the decision to do a last examination of the case in order to piece together the whole series of events that transpired that evening. To make sure they hadn't missed anything, the detectives went back to the Watson residence and meticulously went over the surveillance tape and the crime scene. Forensic specialists discovered a little but important hint on the shotgun during the re-examination that had previously gone overlooked. Tests on a piece of hair discovered beneath the stock showed it belonged to Catherine. Hale hesitated at this revelation. Before or immediately after the shot was discharged, Catherine might have held the gun. It also clarified the confusion in her account. Perhaps she simply was unable to recall the events of those pivotal moments when emotions were running high. The cops also looked through Catherine's pre-shooting phone logs. They learned that she had booked a private investigator and set up a meeting for the following day. This demonstrated her sincere desire to address the matter and perhaps make James responsible for his adultery. But why had things turned tragic if she had such intentions? Hale made the decision to go over Catherine's remarks again. He wanted to know if she had been part of the conflict or if she had been deceived. He started asking her more pointed questions right away, but Catherine insisted she couldn't remember the specifics. She explained that she and James got into a fight and that he attempted to steal the envelope containing the pictures from her. Everything happened too quickly, and then everything simply vanished. Detectives discovered a surveillance camera in the living room that they had previously overlooked as the inquiry went forward. The case took an unexpected turn when it was discovered that James had installed the camera himself. James and Catherine were seen fighting on the video. Lisa's voice could be heard even though she wasn't on camera. She was telling James to stop and that they needed to find a peaceful solution. There was a violent altercation when Catherine pushed James aside when he attempted to take the envelope from her. Catherine lost control of the situation, as seen on the video. Lisa rushed into the room to try to break up the fight as James seized her wrists. Despite placing herself between them, she managed to hold the shotgun. She seemed to want to defuse the situation, but it didn't work out that way. The pivotal moment was caught on camera when Lisa accidentally pointed the shotgun toward James in an effort to frighten him while she was in a panic. The gun went off as James made a quick movement. Lisa stood motionless, but Catherine fell to the ground. She gazed at James, who was lying on the ground, still holding the shotgun, for a few seconds. Her expression twisted in sheer horror. She dropped the weapon slowly and sprinted out of sight. Shocked and shaking, Catherine slowly stood up and urgently called emergency services. She spoke in a scared, tremulous voice. Detective Hale instantly realized what had happened. Lisa had fired the gun in a moment of utter terror, perhaps without even recognizing what she was doing, as she was stuck in the heart of the growing fight. When the situation reached a breaking point, James and Lisa's plan to conduct an attack and hold Catherine accountable had failed. The disaster was unavoidable since Lisa lost control due to her overwhelming anxiety. Hale made the decision to charge Lisa with involuntary manslaughter in order to wrap up the case. She sobbed and insisted that she never meant to hurt anyone, but there was no denying the proof. Although her actions were motivated by panic, the investigators acknowledged that she had known she was carrying a gun and had the option to not use it. Catherine was still in disbelief after discovering the whole truth. She understood that her sister was the one who had eventually caused James's death, not just a co-conspirator. Catherine agreed to cooperate with the inquiry, despite her grief, giving the authorities all the evidence they needed to close the case. Lisa ultimately entered a guilty plea in court and received a 6-year prison sentence for conspiracy to stage a crime and involuntary manslaughter. Determined to move on from the awful events that had permanently changed her family's lives, Catherine left Perth to begin a new life. None of the players had anticipated how the narrative would conclude. Deception, manipulation, and covert activities culminated in a disaster brought on by bad choices and a loss of control. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Consider your knowledge of violent relationships. particularly if you were raised in a loving household where your parents never yelled at you. It's likely that what you comprehend is based on what you've read online or heard from friends or colleagues. Abuse, however, is far more than you may imagine. It all comes down to limiting and controlling someone else. The limitation of human freedom is one of the most heinous forms of aggression, and we will return to it repeatedly throughout this debate. Abusive individuals frequently believe they have the right to dictate every element of their partner's life, including who they speak to, who their friends are, where they go, what they wear, and when they return home. It sounds terrible, doesn't it? Even terrible, though, is that these individuals believe they are being giving. By letting their partner do things that wouldn't even be debatable in a healthy relationship, they are granting their partner independence. Our heroine lost her life as a result of her refusal to follow the restrictions that were imposed upon her. Let's begin the investigation to determine whether the public merely sought to portray the husband as an abuser in order to hold him responsible for the murder of his wife, or whether there was actual abuse in this household. For a peaceful family life, Cary, North Carolina is the ideal town. People quit securing their cars, or even their front doors, after years of living there since it's so safe. Great schools, open highways, amiable, smiling neighbors, and little racial friction or crime are all present. The Coopers decided to establish a happy life and create a family in this town. Outside of their house, Brad and Nancy Cooper appeared to lead the ideal life. Brad was a successful and intelligent IT engineer. Nancy was the best mother to their two young kids and was athletic, attractive, and entertaining. They lived in peace and quiet. Nancy looked after the girls in the house while Brad worked. As a former competitive runner, Nancy took good care of herself and made sure she kept in condition. July 12, 2008 began as any other day would. Nancy never returned after going for her morning run. The events that followed are complex and unsettling, leaving you to question what actually transpired. The narrative is so heartbreaking that the only things left for Nancy and Brad's family were doubts and a glimmer of hope for justice. Jessica Adam reported her close friend Nancy Cooper missing to emergency services that afternoon. Jessica told the dispatcher, her voice trembling, that Nancy had left for a run at 7 a.m. but had not come home. Nancy never showed up for the planned meeting between the two pals. Even worse, Nancy's house phone and mobile phone did not answer when Jessica tried to call her for hours. Brad didn't give his wife's disappearance much thought because he was at work. Even in the evening, Nancy had not returned, so he figured she had simply gone for a longer walk than usual and would be back shortly. To determine Nancy's possible whereabouts, perhaps some answers will come to light on their own if we examine the Cooper family's past more closely. Harry Renz and Donna Audrey, both graduates of the University of British Columbia, made the decision to formally enter into marriage in the 1960s. They had 3 girls, Krista, Jill, and Nancy, who all lived in Edmonton, and a son, Jeff, during the course of the following few years. They provided a warm and nurturing environment for their kids. Harry and Donna founded an employment firm in 1988 that provided employment assistance, job training, and life management to persons in Alberta, Canada. On October 25, 1973, Nancy Renz was born as her sister's identical twin. In 1998, Nancy was only 24 years old when she met Brad Cooper in Calgary. Nancy was instantly drawn to Brad's height and black hair. She was drawn to his steady, composed demeanor more than his attractive appearance. He was as dependable as a rock. Nancy fell in love. It was a reciprocal emotion. In addition to being tall, blonde, and in good shape, Nancy exuded a subtle charm that won Brad over. Their romance progressed swiftly, and when Brad received a high-profile job offer from Cisco Systems in Raleigh, North Carolina, he wanted Nancy to follow him there in order to stay together and facilitate his immigration to the U.S. The fall of 2000 saw the marriage of Brad and Nancy. The pair had previously been arranging a wedding for the fall of 2002 once they moved to North Carolina, despite the first impression that they were married for immigration purposes, so Nancy could move with Brad. Nancy was compelled to become a stay-at-home mother, while Brad began establishing his career at one of the biggest corporations. Brad's career at Cisco Systems took off. As a VoIP engineer and architect, he specialized in fusing phones with internet technology. Brad was one of only 152 networking technology professionals. The family had a comfortable home. Nancy became a prisoner in her own house, even though each of them had a BMW in the driveway. to be in the United States. You can travel as a Canadian citizen, but you need a permission to work. The couple produced 2 lovely kids over the following several years, Bella in 2004 and Katie in 2006. Nancy, according to her neighbors, was a devoted and active mother who enjoyed spending time at the playground with her children. However, she was unable to work since she lacked a work visa in the United States. Nancy aspired to have a profession and be more than just a wife and mother, even though she was still a Canadian citizen and might have found some illegal work to supplement her income. Let's now discuss Brad Bradley. Graham Cooper was born in Medicine Hat, Alberta, around the beginning of the 1970s. Following high school, he graduated from the University of Calgary with a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science. He was hired as a network engineer at TransCanada Pipelines after graduating. He met Nancy Renz in 1998, and they clicked right away. He became close to Nancy's family over time, especially her parents, and impressed them with his technological prowess by participating in all of their family gatherings and lending a hand with their computers. He soon received a job offer from Cisco Systems in Raleigh, North Carolina, thanks to his skill and knowledge. Brad started pursuing an MBA at the College of Management at North Carolina State University in 2005. After that, he finished the degree with a focus on product innovation. Nancy became Brad's shadow as his career took off and he continued to expand his skill set. She was forced to sacrifice both her work and her goals. Nancy used to be a runner who dreamed of going to the Olympics. She continued to run marathons and other races, despite having a damaged knee, which irritated the more reserved Brad, because she brought new people into the running group and made new acquaintances. Their relationship quickly began to disintegrate. Friends claimed that although there were rifts in Brad and Nancy's marriage from the start, Nancy never publicly discussed them, and instead tended to romanticize her husband. Although they still appeared to be the ideal family, Brad's manipulation and control over Nancy increased as he rose through the ranks of the company. She appeared to him to be a dull housewife who had lost her spark, spending her days taking care of the children and cleaning. When Nancy discovered in the spring of 2007 that her husband had been having an affair with her close friend Heather, things became even worse. After months of denial, Brad finally came clean on New Year's Eve, acknowledging the affair but claiming it had only occurred once, as if that somehow made it okay. So it's not a one-time thing? In order to improve their marriage, the pair began attending couples therapy, where Brad acknowledged lying to Nancy about his long-term affair with Heather. Following the revelation of that fact, they made the decision to divorce and sell the house. In retaliation, Brad canceled Nancy's credit cards and ensured she was unable to follow forward with her plans to return to Canada with the children. Brad refused to relinquish custody of the girls or allow them to move there. Nancy, her 2 small children, and no one else were left alone in a foreign country. Let's return to the disappearance of Nancy. Nancy's friends and officials accused Brad Cooper of being involved in her disappearance as soon as they heard about the couple's troubled marriage. When Nancy's parents, Harry and Donna Renz, learned that their daughter was missing, they became even more concerned and promptly organized a trip to Cary to assist in the hunt for her. When Nancy failed to appear, when police arrived at the Coopers' house in the late evening, Brad was asked about his wife. He informed them that she got up earlier than normal on Saturday morning and went for a run with a friend. Brad added that Nancy never brought her keys or cell phone with her. He added that she didn't drive to her running partner's coffee shop as she usually did. It seems that this seasoned runner, who had been preparing for a half marathon, altered her course that day and skipped one of her typical runs. When the police heard Brad's account, they were obviously taken aback, because Brad was the only one who had seen Nancy that day. Brad said that she left the house at 7 a.m., but the police needed concrete evidence to support this claim. Other than her husband, who witnessed her leaving, getting into a car, or even just strolling down the street that Saturday morning, where were the other witnesses? None existed. Nancy had been at a friend's house across the street on Friday night, and no one had seen her since. Later that day, Brad said she was going to meet up with a friend, who was actually her regular running companion. In order to locate the missing runner, a search party was created. Was it possible for her to flee her unhappy marriage? Her friends would have said not without her children. Nancy Cooper's body was discovered approximately 3 miles from her home, outside her usual running path, following many days of frantic searching. She was found face down in a drainage ditch by a man who was out walking his dog. In a storm water drain, he discovered her body. She had a single diamond earring in one ear and was simply sporting a sports bra. Her hyoid bone was shattered, and the medical examiner concluded that strangling was the cause of death. Her body showed no further wounds or evidence of sexual abuse. However, the police had to identify the motive behind every murder. Brad was the most obvious suspect and was quickly blamed by many once Nancy's body was discovered. Investigators determined that Carrie's death was a homicide shortly after she passed away. As part of their investigation, police searched the couple's house and took many items. Although Nancy Cooper's friends told the authorities that she always brought her phone and keys with her, they reported that they were discovered inside the residence. Brad Cooper had some minor red marks and scratches on the back of his neck when he was interviewed by police the day his wife vanished. Although this was mentioned in the police report, no formal justification was provided. After Nancy departed the Friday night party at a neighbor's house, which she went alone, it also became evident that no one had seen her save Brad Cooper. Around 10:30 p.m. that same evening, a friend did talk to her on the phone, but no one else had seen her. Following that, investigators continued to look for proof of Nancy Cooper's killing and moved swiftly to identify their top suspect, which they soon discovered. The investigators were interested in the couple's relationship, but more significantly, Brad was the last person to see Nancy alive. The husband is typically the first person ruled out in homicide investigations before additional candidates are considered. Police used the evidence to get overnight warrants to search Brad Cooper, the Coopers' home, and both of their vehicles. The police were obviously eager to treat the automobiles in the family home as possible crime sites. They looked for additional evidence in the house or one of the cars and used luminol to examine for bloodstains. Brad's hair, fingerprints, and DNA were also gathered so they could compare them to whatever evidence they might uncover at the crime scene or the body's whereabouts. Additionally, they intended to examine Brad's hands and torso for any cuts, scratches, or other markings and take pictures of them. Any physical evidence linked to the crime would first need to be explained in terms of typical family life because the Coopers were married, shared a home, and frequently drove a car together. And strange information did surface. Investigators discovered that Brad had spent the morning vacuuming, mopping the floors, and doing laundry on the day Nancy vanished. The police thought it odd that he was thoroughly cleaning the house the morning his wife vanished, even though he acknowledged that he had purchased bleach and other cleaning goods the day before. Naturally, we don't know if Brad Cooper had any evil intentions when he purchased the bleach. The Cooper residence did yield a number of boxes and bags of possible evidence, all of which had to be examined to see whether they were related to Nancy's passing. According to the police's written evidence, what we learned from interviews with people who knew Brad and Nancy during their marriage doesn't match up with the information Brad Cooper provided about the extensive cleaning of the residence. Additionally, according to the authorities, Brad had cleaned his wife's car's trunk but not the inside. Although Brad claimed to have spilled gasoline in the trunk, neither the gas nor the cleaning fluid smell was detected by the police. The couple, who were both Canadian citizens, were divorcing at the time of Nancy Cooper's murder, according to the prosecution, and Nancy had intended to return to Canada with their children. In order to stop Nancy from leaving, Brad changed his mind in April 2008, confiscated the children's passports, and deleted Nancy's name from their credit cards and bank accounts. Brad's computer was examined for documents that would include instructions on how to murder someone or dispose of a body as part of the investigation. During cross-examination, Detective Adam Dismuck stated that when Nancy came home from the neighbor's party, several parts of the couple's house, such as the front hallway, suggested a potential battle. In an attempt to convince Detective Dismuck that Brad was innocent, Brad's attorney, Howard Kurtz, questioned him as they went over dozens of pictures taken at the Cooper residence when the matter was still being handled as a missing persons inquiry. The detective thought a struggle might have occurred in the foyer because of the missing bamboo sticks in a vase and decorative ducks that had been on the credenza in one of the pictures, which revealed that some items had been moved or altered between the afternoon of July 11, 2008, when Nancy was home, and the following day. However, Howard Kurtz maintained that a light and other objects in the hallway were unaffected. He emphasized that the cops never looked for the lost items and that the floor had no scuff marks. Kurt added that other items in the house, such as a computer in the home office and a glass coffee table and lamp in the living area, had also not been harmed. According to Dismuck, Brad Cooper stated in a subsequent interview that he believed the detectives had already identified him as a suspect when they searched their house. On the drive home, Brad Cooper strangled his wife in their car and left her body a few miles away, according to police testimony. Detective Adam Dismuke stated, "I think Mr. Cooper killed Nancy Cooper when she came home early on the morning of July 12. More than 3 months after his wife, Nancy Cooper, was discovered dead 3 miles from their Cary home, Brad Cooper, 37, was taken into custody in October 2008 after sufficient evidence was gathered. But it wasn't until March 2011, more than 2 years later, that his trial began. The jury heard arguments from the prosecution and defense during the 36-day trial. Brad was given a life term in jail after the jury judged him guilty of first-degree murder, despite his insistence that he was innocent. According to the evidence used in court, Brad had been having an affair and was acting more and more violently and controllingly toward his wife. According to the prosecution, he killed Nancy in order to get rid of her and carry on with his affair. After a while, Brad disconnected Nancy from their joint bank accounts, and she had expressed her desire to move back to Canada with their 2 children. Andy Gilbert, the jury foreman, claims that the jurors entered the trial with an open mind. Until he was proven guilty, Brad Cooper was innocent. 2 FBI agents specifically testified that Brad's laptop had internet searches on it, including maps of the area where Nancy's body was discovered. According to Andy Gilbert, the case's conclusion was impacted by the evidence that Special Agents Chris Chappell and Gregory Johnson provided. It gave much of the other circumstantial evidence greater weight and legitimacy. Brad first consented to the divorce and the division of their assets, but he later had second thoughts after learning how costly it would be. The defense attorneys contended that the prosecutors had bribed the couple to keep the couple from going bankrupt because they were having financial difficulties. They also said he had reconsidered his decision to go to Canada after realizing he wouldn't be able to spend as much time with his children as he would have liked. Brad entered a not guilty plea in 2011, but when the jury considered the evidence, he was found guilty. On May 5, the jury, which consisted of 2 males and 10 women, took almost 10 hours over 3 days to render a decision. After Wake County's longest non-death penalty murder trial, he was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Over the course of 36 days, nearly 100 witnesses gave testimony as prosecutors attempted to establish that Brad Cooper, who was fed up with his wife, planned and executed her murder in the early hours of July 12, 2008. Nancy's parents petitioned the court after the verdict. They claimed that Brad had verbally attacked Nancy, yelled at her, and had been engaging in an affair. Additionally, they asserted that Brad was dangerous to the children and emotionally disturbed. Brad had made several attempts at suicide as a youngster and more recently the previous winter, according to court filings. He filed an appeal in 2013 to have his conviction reversed, and a retrial was considered. He entered a guilty plea to second-degree murder while awaiting trial and was sentenced to 12 to 15 years in prison, including time already served. Brad, meanwhile, persisted in battling Nancy's family for custody of their 2 daughters. Nevertheless, his guilty plea resulted in the forfeiture of his rights, so granting custody to Nancy's twin sister. Since the jury was never given access to the evidence indicating Brad's laptop had been tampered with, defense attorneys think they have a good chance of appealing the conviction. Additionally, they said that the police only looked into their assumption that Brad was the murderer of Nancy, ignoring evidence that would have pointed to the real murderer or murderers. Theory: who is Brad Cooper then? A ruthless despot or a victim of the circumstances? Although Brad Cooper's youthful suicide attempt and winter 2008 threat are well known, suicidal thoughts and behaviors frequently indicate manipulative motivations, a means of proving something to someone when disagreements and the will to fight are gone. Throughout the trial, Bradley insisted he was innocent, but in 2015 he admitted to killing Nancy, saying he strangled her during a fight and disposed of her body in a drainage ditch. In Wake County Superior Court, Brad Cooper, then 40, entered a guilty plea to the murder of his wife, Nancy. He was first found guilty of first-degree murder in 2008, but the North Carolina Court of Appeals reversed that decision in 2011. Cooper was subsequently given credit for the 5 years he had already spent when Judge Paul Gessner sentenced him to 12 years in jail. After successfully appealing the first-degree murder conviction in 2011, Brad Cooper pled guilty to second-degree murder and stayed in the Wake County Justice Center under an agreement that reduced his life term without parole. He was given a minimum 12-year sentence instead. Only a few years after disposing of his wife's body in a drainage ditch while only wearing a bra and reported her missing following a run, did the unfaithful husband admit to killing her. When the judge questioned Brad about whether he had murdered Nancy, the mother of their 2 children, and concealed her body at a building site in Cary, North Carolina in 2008, Brad replied in the affirmative. He has never before confessed to the crime in court. As part of the agreement, Brad, who is now in his 50s, had affairs with other women including a neighbor, while his wife attempted to dissolve the marriage and return to Canada, according to the prosecution. Cooper also relinquished his parental rights to their children, Bella, now 10, and Katie, now 8, so that Nancy's twin sister, Crystal Lister, may adopt them. When we started this process many years ago, I said I wanted the person responsible for this crime to come forward, admit guilt, and acknowledge their actions. Harry Renz, Nancy's father, said following the hearing. That has finally occurred. Nancy was a 34-year-old mother of 2 little kids and an athlete. She had begged her husband to move out and allow her to leave their home because she was in a bad marriage, but he refused and handled the situation his own way. On November 23, 2020, Bradley Graham Cooper was released from the Mountain View Correctional Institution in Spruce Pine, North Carolina, following the completion of his 12-year term. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement detained him as soon as he was released in order to start the deportation process back to Canada. According to reports, he currently resides in Canada but is not authorized to speak with either of his daughters. It appears that he would rather remain anonymous and out of the spotlight these days. Individuals in Brad Cooper's shoes must discover how to satisfy their wants in interpersonal connections. To be honest, kids need to learn how to listen, communicate, and compromise, as well as how to create relationships where they feel heard and understood. Although it's more difficult than using manipulation to acquire what you want, it's much more fruitful and presents a genuine opportunity for intimacy, self-awareness, and release from the crippling burden of loneliness. I strongly advise anyone in a challenging relationship at the moment to take the appropriate precautions to protect themselves, as Nancy's murder is an example of domestic abuse at its worst. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Without love, trust, and basic respect, what sustains a marriage? For the sake of the children, some attempt to keep the family together. Some are deterred by religious convictions or a combination of these, while others are concerned about other people's opinions and dread public criticism. However, the will to do whatever it takes to keep a marriage intact can occasionally degenerate into a terrible tragedy. Although Jacqueline and Paul Krimble's story is not unusual, its cruelty, selfishness, and cynicism garnered a lot of attention. The perpetrator was labeled the Black Widow and imprisoned, but in an open interview, her daughter admitted that her mother persisted in destroying lives while incarcerated. The connection between Paul Krimble and Jacqueline. Born on December 18, 1974, in County Armagh, Northern Ireland, Jacqueline, also known as Jackie Mary Bennett, was the younger of 2 children in a typical middle-class household. She was unpredictable, spoilt, rebellious, and occasionally even violent from an early age. Jackie's behavior worsened over her adolescence and eventually became uncontrollable, but her family blamed it on adolescence in the hopes that she would outgrow it. As they say, opposites attract, and this idea seemed to work wonderfully when she met Paul Krimble in high school. He was 3 years older than her and very different from her. Here, Paul was a quiet, reserved young man from a devout household who excelled academically and was seen as having great talent and promise. He was drawn to Jacqueline's confidence, vigor, and audacity. She was the first female he had a serious crush on, and perhaps the only one. Paul was welcomed by Jackie's parents, who supported her decision since they thought he would help their daughter become more composed, logical, and sensible. Her family accepted Paul like a member of the family from the moment they met, and at times it seemed that they treated him better than Jackie herself. Paul's parents, however, were wary of his decision, but did not dissuade the young pair from dating. The couple appeared to be incompatible, according to school friends as well. Paul attempted to settle everything amicably, avoiding violence, and was seen as amiable, forthright, and extremely responsible. But Jackie frequently incited arguments and preferred to settle them with physical force. A courteous, sensible, and mature young guy above his years, he was always dependable and always willing to provide a helping hand to others. When Jacqueline became pregnant at the age of 17, she informed her boyfriend that she was in her last year of school and that Paul, then 20 years old, was already enrolled in college. Paul said he was ready to marry her and assume full responsibility for her and the child as soon as he found out. Although Jacqueline wasn't prepared for parenthood or child-rearing, ending the pregnancy was unavoidable. Such a serious offense would not be tolerated by Paul or his pious family. Jackie accepted Paul's formal proposal when he purchased a ring. In 1992, the couple celebrated with their closest friends and family at a small wedding. Remarkably, just a few days prior to the occurrence, Hall told his best friend that he and Jacqueline were too dissimilar, questioned whether her sentiments were genuine, and was even scared of her because of her erratic behavior. Additionally, the groom questioned whether he genuinely loved her or if he was merely feeling obligated and sympathetic. However, he had nothing to compare because he had never dated other girls. After paying close attention, his friend attempted to talk Paul out of getting married by telling him that it would be the worst decision he ever made and that he would be miserable for the rest of his life. Paul was adamant, though, stating that he couldn't abandon a girl who was expecting his child. In addition, he thought that becoming a mother would improve Jacqueline's personality by making her softer and more composed. Paul had generally hoped for the best, but he was unaware of how mistaken he was. Life in the family without affection. The young couple's first child, a daughter named Danielle, was born at the beginning of 1993. Jacqueline gave birth to their son 6 years later. After the birth of their second kid, Adam Paul made sure his family had all they needed, because he was their only provider. In 2000, the offenders moved into a comfortable 3-bedroom townhouse in Armagh after deciding they needed a larger residence. Paul was making a good living as a senior mechanical engineer by that time. However, his wife claimed to prefer work and did not bother herself with it, running the home and bringing up the kids, but she was also not very good at either. Jackie was a short-tempered, greedy, and lazy person who frequently acted aggressively, even with her kids. Jacqueline attempted to find employment when the kids were a little older, but she was never able to hold down a position for very long due to her combative and argumentative personality. In addition, she went out to bars almost every evening to consume alcohol while her husband stayed at home with their son and daughter. Mrs. Crimble was not a particularly amiable lady, even when she was sober, and she became a true rage when she was drunk. In addition to starting arguments, she also got into fights, cursed, and acted inappropriately around different males. Nobody could foresee what she would do next, and she reacted aggressively to any comments or suggestions to act more humbly. Family, friends, and neighbors knew what was going on and truly felt sorry for Paul and the kids, who were the ones who were most negatively impacted by Jacqueline's actions. Many people were aware of the young woman's misadventures and made an effort to stay away from her because the family resided in a tiny, peaceful town. Her husband and kids were impacted by her negative reputation, and they had to deal with the fallout from their classmates. Jackie didn't try to disguise her crazy lifestyle. Her frequent visits to entertainment venues, however, made the staff and other patrons nervous because they knew that her presence would undoubtedly result in a brawl or altercation. Because she may strike out at any time, Jacqueline held her family in constant fear, although Paul made an effort to keep his mouth shut. His friends, family, and co-workers saw that he was uncomfortable with his wife or even just talking about her. Paul was frequently told to leave this woman, but he was afraid of losing the opportunity to see his kids. Jackie would instantly threaten to cut him off from their son and daughter in the event of any disagreement. She also threatened to use her friends against him. These were males she frequently saw at bars who were willing to break the law to protect her. In these circumstances, Paul typically gave in to his wife and said nothing. The unexplained assault on Sunday morning, June 20, 2004. A terrified woman begged for assistance by calling the emergency services. She said that she and her husband were ambushed in their home by 3 strangers who beat them, tied them up, tried to rob them, and then took their car and her husband with them. When Jacqueline Crimble called, police and emergency personnel hurried to the address she gave. They discovered a woman at the house with a plastic wire tie securing her hands behind her back. But since her legs were unbound, the authorities assumed she had partially freed herself. Notably, despite the victim's initial claims that the attackers had beaten and bound them, she had no wounds or bruises on her body. Luckily, the couple's kids weren't home because they were sent to be with their paternal grandparents for the weekend. Jacqueline claims that she and her spouse had gone to a pub on Saturday night to unwind. After midnight, they went home after drinking. But just as Paul was opening the front door, 3 people sprung into the shadows and shoved them inside. Armed with a revolver, the invaders battered and restrained the couple while requesting money and illegal drugs. Paul reportedly made an effort to placate the crooks by pleading with them to let him and his wife go and vowing not to notify the police. However, this only infuriated them. In front of the frightened Jacqueline, they struck him multiple times before starting to strangle him with a plastic bag. The attackers chose to at least take the car when it became evident that there was no money or illegal drugs in the house. But for some reason they took the owner with them, leaving the chained woman behind. Jacqueline was able to use her tongue to get to the phone and call the police when the thieves drove off with Paul. She pleaded with the investigators to locate and rescue her husband right away because she was certain he might still be alive. The authorities had no reason to suspect the woman, although she looked and behaved suspiciously calm despite her anxiety. The disfigured body in the trunk at that very moment. Investigators started gathering evidence at the crime scene as soon as the couple's car was reported stolen throughout the county. Although they made an effort to learn as much as they could about the assault, Jacqueline asserted that the culprits were disguised. She was unable to remember any identifying characteristics, such as limping, speech impairments, or specifics of the clothing. All she could say was that they were men, and there were 3 of them. Less than a day later, on Monday morning, the Crimble family automobile was discovered abandoned only 3 miles from the residence where the attack had occurred after the search got underway. It was parked next to a long, empty home in a secluded alley. The owner's mangled body, which was obviously beaten and tortured, lay inside the trunk. The 35-year-old man had several bruises all over his body and face, his hands tied behind his back and his legs shackled with a wire tie. Jackie responded very composedly when she was told about the gory discovery. She didn't appear to mind her husband's cruel deprivation, who was also the father of her children. She made an effort to look shocked and hurt, but she was unable to shed a tear, so she asked when she would be able to have her car back in less than a minute. All of this seemed quite suspicious, so the police investigated the young widow, the primary suspect. At first, Jacqueline's version was accepted as the sole reliable one and was not questioned. Law enforcement, however, suspected the widowed mother of 2 might be lying because of her peculiar conduct. She was never a model wife or mother, and it soon became clear that she and Paul had been having a long-term, failing marriage. She was disparaged by her parents and kids as well as by neighbors and acquaintances. Additionally, it was discovered that Jackie had been dating Roger Ferguson for a number of months. He resided with his mother on the farm he owned in Armagh. She and Crimble were frequently spotted drinking alcohol together in the town's entertainment establishments. Additionally, Roger paid the married woman a visit at home while her husband was at work and the kids were at daycare and school. Roger was thought to be a potential accomplice, and Jacqueline switched from victim to the primary suspect just 1 day after the automobile with the mutilated body was discovered. The woman seemed far more focused on getting her automobile back than she did on being a heartbroken widow. In addition, her story of being attacked by a group of armed addicts sounded unbelievable. Where had they gone after leaving the car with a body in the trunk? And this was the first time something like this had ever happened in the sleepy town. It was also odd that the enigmatic crooks were able to leave no evidence behind. No other eyewitness reported seeing dubious visitors around the community. But nearly everyone who ever had contact with the victim had bad things to say about her. Furthermore, it was quickly discovered that the dead had an insurance policy, and in the event of his death, his wife could anticipate receiving a hefty settlement of £300,000. In this instance, a legitimate motivation that could account for the crime had emerged. Jacqueline said she was able to use her tongue to dial a button phone and make a help call during the crime investigation. In fact, there were traces of her saliva on the gadget when it was taken for inspection. Investigators did see, however, that the phone was on the coffee table, face down, with her hands bound behind her back during the first examination of the crime scene. If it had been in that position from the beginning, she could not have switched it over after the call or called for assistance. The couple's home computer search history showed odd searches. When Jacqueline was queried explicitly about the months-long search for information on life insurance payout amounts and procedures in the case of the policyholder's death, she claimed to know nothing and implied that maybe Paul would be interested. Roger Ferguson had a strong alibi and was thought to be a possible collaborator in the crime. According to his mother, he stayed at home the night since he wasn't feeling well, and at 1:30 in the morning, she was looking through the home medicine cabinet for a remedy for his stomach problems. The old woman's evidence was compelling, but her son was not yet taken off the suspect list. When police used the signals from the suspect's cell phones to monitor their whereabouts on the night of the crime, they found that Roger had not been home as his mother had reported. As an alternative, he spent many hours at the Crimbles' home. He also kept up his friendship with the widow, and the day after Paul's funeral, he was spotted with her at a bar. The fact that Roger and Jacqueline went to a car dealership together to check at SUVs and ask about payment arrangements for such a costly purchase was another oddity. Even more strange was the presence of Roger's mother. Roger's mother was probably aware that the authorities assumed the lovers had already decided how they would spend the insurance payout following Paul's death. Jackie said during questioning that she never cheated on her husband and that she didn't intend to hurt him, but soon after no one believed her. Jacqueline had begun working as a caregiver in a nursing home prior to the disaster, but she was fired after just a few weeks because of her persistent lying and arguments. She continued to act as though she was going to work or having night shifts while staying at Ferguson's residence, though, and kept this a secret from her husband. Paul encountered one of his wife's former co-workers who unintentionally told him everything about the lie. His attempt to speak with his wife just led to further arguments. She threatened to kidnap the kids, ban their biological father from seeing them, and leave him for her boyfriend. Paul decided to compromise and ignored her adultery because this was his greatest concern. His closest friend, who subsequently testified in court as a witness, was the only person he could confide in regarding the formulation and implementation of a cunning scheme. Roger wasn't very intelligent. Despite his strength, he was easily led and had a simple intellect. Jacqueline rapidly gained total control over him by coercing her lover into doing what she wanted. She was greatly charmed by the fact that he would gladly engage in combat for her. He probably believed whatever she said since he was truly in love with her. Ferguson heard the woman's complaints about her husband, who, she claimed, was physically violent, unpleasant, and harsh. All of this was undoubtedly false, but the lover detested Paul more and more with each grievance, thinking that he was the primary source of Jacqueline's suffering and oppression, and the primary barrier to their happiness together. She instilled in his mind the notion that by getting rid of her spouse, all of their issues would be resolved and they could live together while earning a sizable income for a pleasant lifestyle. Mrs. Kremble searched for somebody who would commit the crime for cash for about 2 weeks before to the catastrophe, but she and Roger gave up after weighing their alternatives. In order to keep the full insurance payout, it appeared the lovers decided they could do it themselves without leaving any witnesses or evidence. Jacqueline took the kids to spend the weekend with their grandparents on Friday, June 18. She proposed to take her husband out for drinks on Saturday so they could unwind and chat. Paul was happy to accept the offer because he believed it could improve their relationship. It was an invitation to his death, but he was unaware of it. People in the bar that night saw Jackie making a concerted effort to make her husband, who doesn't drink, drunk. After midnight, she led her dazed husband out of the pub after purchasing drinks and almost forcing him to knock back one shot after another. The last time Paul was seen alive, they were captured on security footage. This exposed a notable disparity in timing. According to Jacqueline, the attack happened as soon as the couple returned from their 10-minute stroll to the pub and lasted no more than 15 minutes. She then reportedly phoned the police right away after her husband was abducted and taken away in their vehicle. But it took over an hour and a half from the moment they were caught on camera until the police were called. Investigators thought the offenders used this time to hide their tracks and set up a third-party attack scene. Furthermore, it seems that Jacqueline purposefully made her husband intoxicated, so he would be powerless to refuse. She said that after kicking Paul while he was on the ground, the crook started to strangle him by covering his head with a plastic bag and taping it in place. The type of injuries on the deceased's body supported her story, but by that point, the authorities had irrefutable proof that the attackers were her and her lover. Ferguson. Following a protracted and exhaustive investigation of the crime scene, investigators discovered a partially obliterated imprint of a man's shoe, the tread pattern of which matched Roger's shoes, that had clearly been attempted but unsuccessfully cleaned. However, this evidence can be regarded as circumstantial. Other, more important evidence against the criminal couple was discovered in the kitchen trash, though. A partial fingerprint of Roger's was found on the cable tie that bound Jacqueline's hands, and a cigarette butt with Roger's saliva was discovered. Ferguson's fingerprints were also discovered on the ropes that bound the deceased's hands and feet, and traces of both lovers' perspiration and oil were discovered on the bag that was used to suffocate the victim. A minor acquaintance of Roger's named Colin Robinson was also discovered to have participated in this heinous act by the investigation. On the night of the attack, Roger called him and asked for his assistance with an unidentified task. In order to avoid drawing attention to himself, the teenager drove his car, abandoned it at the end of the street per Roger's request, and walked to the house. Colin wanted to flee when he saw what was occurring, but Roger coerced him into helping transfer the body to the car and load it into the trunk by threatening him with a knife. They then took the vehicle to an empty location and left it there. The terrified young man first denied any involvement in the incident, but during the second interrogation he broke down and started confessing. Trial and punishment. The course of the investigation was several months. They collected indisputable proof throughout this period, spoke with every witness, and got the third criminal to confess. But the offender's trial didn't start until the spring of 2007, nearly 3 years after Paul Cramble was deprived of his life on May 7. The widow received a 20-year sentence after Jacqueline and Roger were found guilty of a premeditated crime with the goal to earn insurance money, in prison, while her accomplice and lover were sentenced to 18 years. Colin Robinson, the juvenile accomplice, received a 3-year term for helping the offenders and trying to hide the truth. Roger's aging mother was likewise unable to avoid accountability for perjury and giving her son a fake alibi. In retaliation against her own children, the woman was only granted a year of probation due to her senior age and severe health issues. Jacqueline persisted in ruining her family's lives while she was incarcerated. Everyone who knew her personally was relieved when she was put in jail, and she was upset that no one stood for her in court. According to her own mother, individuals such as Jackie ought to be permanently removed from society in order to prevent them from hurting others. It's interesting to note that Jacqueline destroyed all of her late husband's possessions and pictures a few days after the funeral, making the house completely devoid of any reminders of him. Somehow, Danielle was able to preserve a few pictures of her father. Her mother was unaware of them, and she kept them on her bedside table. Paul's children received the £300,000 in insurance settlement for which he was slain. Overnight, Danielle and Adam lost both of their parents, but their problems didn't stop there. Their mother was insistent that the children should not be raised by either her parents or the parents of the dead husband. The children were placed in foster care as a result of her efforts to deny them guardianship rights. Danielle was only 11 years old, and her brother Adam was only 5 years old when the tragedy occurred, even though they had living grandparents. From prison, Jacqueline tried to control her children while maintaining her parental rights. She specifically wanted them to use various forms of pressure to publicly declare her innocent. For instance, she said that if they came to see her in prison, she would sign off on their school trips. However, she misled them during the visit by refusing to sign the document and insisting they testify in her favor. Consequently, only the brother and sister were unable to accompany their class on weekend outings. Danielle is currently 31 years old, resides in Basingstoke, works at a daycare, and is seeing an engineer named Simon Bryce. Her 25-year-old brother relocated to London and has a decent degree. With Jacqueline's upcoming release next year, her adult children are extremely concerned that their mother would keep doing everything in her power to ruin their lives. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On January 24, 1991, at 4:45 p.m., 13-year-old Paula Ilera came home from school in East Harlem, New York. As she stepped into the elevator of her apartment building and made her way to her family's 30th floor apartment, her mother buzzed her in. But on that little trip, she unexpectedly disappeared. Paula's lifeless body was found half a mile from her home 3 hours later, at 7:30 p.m. by a man walking his dog. The community was left with unanswered questions as the sun set on that terrible day. What happened to Paula, and who might be responsible for her death and disappearance? East Harlem, sometimes referred to as El Barrio, is a neighborhood in the center of Manhattan, New York City, where Paula and her family lived. This enclave of diverse cultures is well known for its vibrant blend of customs, artwork, and camaraderie, as shown by its vibrant festivals, restaurants, and vibrant murals that line its streets. East Harlem is home to a varied population with a strong Hispanic and Latino background. The renowned Museum of the City of New York, which displays the history of the city, is located in the area. Our narrative started in East Harlem, where the odds of becoming a victim of crime are roughly 1 in 22. In the late 1970s, Paula Hilera was born in Colombia to Cesar and Olga Hilera. Alexandra and Julio were her older siblings. In search of a better life, Paula, her mother, and 2 siblings relocated to East Harlem, New York City, in June 1990. They stayed with Paula's uncle Guillermo Ospina at 420 East 111th Street on the 30th floor of an apartment complex. In order to finally join them in New York, her father, Cesar, continued to work as a taxi driver in Colombia. Paula enrolled in junior high school once they arrived in New York. Paula was a bright student who spent her free time studying math and English, according to her sister Alexandra. She wanted to be a lawyer to help people in need, but she only had a few friends, most of whom were classmates. She was quite smart and advanced for her age, thinking above her years, according to her uncle Gilmo. He added that Paula's passion for the English language was the reason she was so content in New York. As a young girl, she had a lot of plans for the future. According to her uncle Guillermo, Paula and her family seemed to be living a happy life until a tragic incident abruptly altered it. Paula was only 13 years old when she left school on the chilly afternoon of January 24, 1991, and returned to the comforting confines of her apartment complex. She reached the building's entrance at around 4:45 p.m. and called her apartment via the intercom. Olga, her mother, responded and pressed the button to open the lobby entrance, allowing her in. This mundane exchange would be the last Olga would have with her cherished daughter. Sadly, Paula never reached their flat on the 30th floor, even though the door was now open and she went into the lobby and into an elevator. When Paula hadn't returned home after 10 minutes, her brother and uncle became concerned. They decided to go look for her because they sensed something was wrong. They rushed down to the lobby and saw it was deserted. They started frantically looking throughout the area for Paula, but she seemed to have disappeared. Around 7:30 p.m., 3 hours later, a man walking his dog discovered a terrifying find. On a sidewalk beside the East River, he noticed a dead body. Drug objects such as used lighters, syringes, and vials were scattered across the area. Sadly, what he discovered was Paula's thin body, and she was dead. She lived in an apartment building roughly half a mile south of the location where she was discovered. Detectives were confronted with a rather depressing situation when they got there. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that she had a ligature around her neck and that the stab wound in the middle of her chest was barely bleeding. No hints were found to suggest the identity of the perpetrator. The only items they found on Paula's body were a piece of chalk in her pocket and a New Kids on the Block watch on her wrist. The murder of Paula had a significant impact on the area as a whole, in addition to her family. Olga, her mother, was distraught and had a hard time accepting that her daughter was gone. Following this incident, both teachers and students at Paula's school were in shock. In order to help those close to Paula deal with their loss, teachers met with pupils to offer support. For safety considerations, they also cautioned every student against going out alone. The principal and district authorities refused to meet with media after the incident, and reporters were denied access to the school. Many questions remained unresolved for detectives. In an attempt to locate witnesses who could have seen Paula in the vicinity where her body was eventually found, they visited door to door throughout the 32-story building. Unfortunately, no one who had seen her there could be found. Furthermore, the detectives were clueless regarding the identity of the culprit behind this catastrophe. Whether Paula was murdered at the remote location, surrounded by crack bottles where her body was discovered, or elsewhere, was still unknown. The detectives were able to piece together some crucial information during their investigation. They learned that Paula frequently stayed after school on Wednesdays and Thursdays to attend her journalism program. She had been writing an article on her father on the day of her terrible murder, with the intention of sending it to him as a Valentine's Day present. The detectives also learned that Paula and a buddy traveled north along First Avenue on that fatal day, after Paula left the school after the workshop at about 4 p.m. At 106th Street, they split off, with Paula going on to her family's apartment complex. The cops discovered during their investigations that Paula had entered the same elevator as another kid, Aaron Walford. When they spoke with him, though, he stated that Paula went higher while he got off at the 19th level. Consequently, the detectives stopped considering him as a suspect. The totality of Paula's horrific ordeal was made clear during the autopsy. She had been stabbed 3 times close to her heart, strangled, and molested. Her thighs also had odd, lengthy markings that the medical examiner saw. Paula had obviously fought off an attack with courage, and her assailant had yanked her legs away with such force that the bruises on their thighs resembled the curve of their fingers. Male hair was also taken from her body by the examiner. This was kept as proof. Paula's remains were interred at St. Michael's Cemetery in East Elmhurst, Queens on February 2, 1991. Victim Services, a private group that supports victims of violent crimes and their families in Flushing, New York, provided assistance to Paula's family when they moved to Flushing 4 months after her sad murder. Through counseling at Victim Services Families of Homicide Victims program, Olga found comfort. The family clung to the faith that justice would be served for Paula while they dealt with and recovered. But, as time went on, Paula's situation progressively got less interesting, and finding the solutions became more difficult. In any place at any time, the murder of a 13-year-old girl ought to have made headlines, but this horrible incident in East Harlem went mostly unreported in the violent New York of 1991. Over 2,000 murders were reported in the city annually between 1990 and 1992, with an average of 6 bodies found every day throughout New York City's 5 boroughs. Regretfully, the majority of these took place in underprivileged, primarily minority communities, including East Harlem, the South Bronx, and East New York, Brooklyn. Unfortunately, the media paid little attention to any of these situations. Instead, free from political or media pressure, the media frequently covered more affluent, white victims of more expensive crimes in gorgeous settings. A low-priority homicide was assigned to Paula's case. As a result, her murder was mostly forgotten and unsolved for the most of the 1,990s. New York City's crime rate was declining by the middle of the 990s. Nonetheless, a troubling pattern continued in East Harlem's housing buildings. Regardless of whether they were Hispanic or Black, a string of seemingly unconnected cases started to happen, all of which involved the assault and killing of young, attractive youths with thick skin. In 1994, a 15-year-old girl was attacked by a person with a knife and was the victim. This case exposed a pattern that the attacker would use again throughout the course of the following 4 years. He would come up behind the teenager and lead her to a remote spot. There, he would force her to undress, blindfold her with a piece of her own clothing, and then attack her. The 15-year-old survivor was remarkably able to describe her assailant. He was a muscular, well-groomed young man who exuded an overabundance of self-importance. Incredibly, he even informed the woman that she was lucky to have been attacked by someone as attractive as him. Firefighters responded to a rooftop fire at the George Washington houses on East 104th Street on September 10, 1997, a few years later. Following this, they found the dead corpse of a woman who had been severely abused, hit by a blunt weapon, and severely burned, rendering her unrecognizable. Johalis Castro, a 19-year-old who had relocated to New York from the Dominican Republic with her family, was subsequently identified as the victim. Johalis, a young woman with a daughter, had been attending a Bronx community college to study computer science. The second victim in the same neighborhood was a 13-year-old girl in April 1998, 7 months later. Fortunately, the little victim was able to flee unharmed. Rashida Washington, 17, died tragically 2 months later on June 2, 1998. She had been robbed, beaten, and strangled when she was discovered in a stairway on the 15th floor of a housing project on East 112th Street. Like the previous victims, her dead body, with its bare chest hidden by a shirt, had been placed in a sat position against the wall. Rashida, a 100-pound fashion student who worked at a clothes boutique, was small in stature. Unfortunately, 3 days after celebrating her 18th birthday, she was slain. 2 further young teenagers were assaulted in the same region in the fall of that year. On September 21, 1998, a 15-year-old was attacked, and on November 16, a 14-year-old. Fortunately, these 2 teenagers made it out alive, probably because they were blinded before they had a chance to see the assailant. The likelihood that a serial killer was targeting teenage females in East Harlem was not openly acknowledged by the authorities, despite the growing number of similar incidents. However, the police ultimately made the decision to move quickly in response to the victims' parents' concerns. Since widespread testing of convicted felons had not yet started, the database of DNA samples on file in the 1990s was very tiny. But in the fall of 1998, there had been a major development about the East Harlem cases. Experts in forensics from the New York Police Department reviewed bodily fluid evidence from the murder of Rashida Washington, with evidence from 2 other nearby instances that were comparable. The same offender was unmistakably connected to all 3 crimes by these tests. One rape victim was first thought to be a part of a distinct pattern. However, it turned out that the homicide victim, Rashida Washington, and this rape case had produced a new pattern instead of being part of the previous rape pattern. At last, investigators had concrete proof that a serial killer was preying on kids in Harlem. Police authorities responded by forming a specialist task force of investigators whose only goal was to capture the suspect. In response, the authorities distributed a wanted poster with a sketch of the serial killer. The victim's description served as the basis for this sketch. A tipster who called in shortly after the flyer was posted in East Harlem recommended that the investigators look into a 25-year-old man named Ace, who lived on the 19th floor of the same building Paula had occupied. Ace was promptly recognized by the cops. His true name, Aaron Key, evoked a recollection. In the course of investigating Paula's murder, the name Aaron had first come to light. Aaron Walford, a youngster who had been spotted getting into the elevator with Paula and claiming to have gotten out on the 19th level, was remembered by detectives. In the 1997 murder inquiry of Johalis Castro, the unusual first name Aaron had also resurfaced. According to phone records, Johalis had called a man named Aaron Key multiple times in the days before her death. Police interrogation revealed that Aaron's girlfriend, Jacqueline, had been friends with Joe. He explained his repeated phone calls by saying that on the day of Johalis's death, the 2 women had been organizing a shopping excursion. Jacqueline, who was also questioned by the police, corroborated Aaron's account. The authorities didn't discover that Aaron Key and Aaron Wofford were the same individual until much later. His mother's surname was Key, while his father's was Wofford. 2 of the 3 victims in the alleged serial killer case were linked to Aaron Key as a result of this finding. He had a lengthy history of phone conversations with Johalis in the days preceding Paula's passing, and he was the last person known to have seen her alive. These links couldn't have happened by accident. Investigators made the decision to learn more about Aaron's past. They discovered that he was a reasonably well-spoken and intellectual person. He was raised primarily in East Harlem and was born on September 18, 1973. He was sharing the same building as Paula, with family members when she vanished in 1991. Aaron was seen as a gregarious individual with a talent for computers. Despite the lack of evidence, he claimed to be involved in the production of rap music. He was only 5 feet 8 inches tall and rather attractive. He had only been arrested once for robbery in 1990, according to his criminal record, and he had served little to no time in prison. But neighbors saw Aaron in a different light. He has a troubling side, they said. He frequently roamed around with a portable video camera, trying to get improper footage, and he had a habit of looking through the peepholes of women in his building. Despite the lack of strong evidence against Aaron at this point, the police recognized the value of a comprehensive investigation. They concentrated on the attacker, who had left behind a gray hoodie and a black boo-boo cap in the September 1998 incident. In search of leads, the investigators made the decision to examine these articles of clothing more closely. When they discovered a laundry tag on one of the clothes, Their efforts were fruitful. The cops soon found a dry cleaner close to Aaron's building thanks to this tag. The fact that Aaron's mother, Cynthia, was on the dry cleaner's client list added even more significance to this revelation. Law authorities grew more certain that testing Aaron's DNA would prove his involvement in the crimes, since all the evidence seemed to point to him as a major suspect. There was a major obstacle, though. Since DNA testing for convicted felons in New York would not be required until 2000, Aaron's DNA was not on file. It wasn't as simple as bringing a suspect in and requesting a swab to get a DNA sample in the 1990s. The acquisition of a sample required judicial authority based on reasonable suspicion, and DNA tests were still seen as intrusive procedures. Detectives knew that even while there was a lot of circumstantial evidence suggesting Roan was involved, the laundry tag, phone calls, and elevator ride wouldn't be enough to convince a judge to require Roan to give a DNA sample. As a result, the cops had to come up with another strategy. Their first strategy was to follow Roan Key in the hopes that he might inadvertently leave a sample of his saliva behind, such as when he spit or disposed of chewing gum, but this strategy soon looked like a failure. Detectives finally got a break on February 8, 1999, when Roan was taken into custody for his role in stealing a computer hard disk. In order to get a DNA sample, the police had to use some deceit, because there were no regulations in New York at the time requiring DNA testing for anyone who were arrested. They came up with a scheme in which a female detective dressed in white hospital attire and pretended to be a doctor. She went up to Roan and requested a sample of his saliva for what she said was a standard test for tuberculosis. She hoped he would sign a release form as she handed him the documents. Roan, on the other hand, studied the text carefully. He refused to participate when he saw a line that mentioned DNA analysis. He asserted that he was a devout Jehovah's Witness and that he was not allowed to receive any medical care because of his beliefs. Aaron knew what the cops were looking for, and he was not going to give it to them. He tore his paper cup into pieces and flushed them down the toilet when he finished his supper that night. He switched his cup with his cellmates to further perplex investigators. But the cops were ahead by one step. Aaron had been in a holding cell with a number of other inmates shortly after his detention. They had been given cups of water by attendants while they were there. These cups were found in a waste paper basket by detectives, who then sent them for DNA analysis. A sample taken from the lip of one of the cups discovered in the police holding cell matched the East Harlem criminal's DNA, according to the results, which were returned in a matter of days. Since Aaron was merely charged with a misdemeanor computer theft offense, he was already free without bail by the time the DNA test results were available on February 12, 1999. The New York Police Department, meantime, promised to pay $11,000, 0 cents, for any tip that would result in his apprehension. Aaron's parents thought they were going on a Valentine's Day date, but authorities quickly found out that he had gone to Brownsville, Brooklyn, and met up with his 16-year-old lover, Angelique. But rather than following their plans, Aaron and Angelique got on a bus from Newark, New Jersey, that was bound for Florida. Investigators began to worry that Angelique might be in danger and would end up like the other victims. Aaron called a second woman in New York twice after he got to South Florida. His notoriety as a suspected serial killer on the loose had made headlines by this point. When the second girlfriend saw what was happening, she immediately called the police and gave them a tip that Aaron was staying at the Miami Sun Hotel on Northeast 1st Avenue in downtown Miami, which is only 2 blocks from the beach. 2 detectives from New York hurried to the hotel in response to this report and started monitoring it. They summoned a Miami-Dade SWAT unit for help when they saw Aaron and Angelique moving about inside. Aaron and Angelique were found hiding beneath the bed on the 6th story of the hotel as the SWAT team attacked the building. Additionally, Aaron was captured and taken into custody on February 19, 1999. Detectives tried to question Aaron about the crimes in East Harlem, but he refused to talk and gave no information. But the police had a strategy. Later, they let Angelique into the interview room while they watched and heard from behind a 2-way mirror. Aaron and Angelique thought they were saying their goodbyes in solitude. Angelique pushed Aaron to give an explanation for his misdeeds during this exchange. Aaron's answer was unclear. He claimed to have been ill and said that he had bugged out. Aaron was finally extradited to New York to stand trial on 22 felony charges pertaining to 4 assaults and the killings of Paula Ilera, Johannes Castro, and Rashida Washington, following a protracted 4-month legal fight. Aron was linked to 6 of the 7 cases by DNA evidence. Prosecutors John Irwin and Richard Plansky made a strong case against Aron at the trial in the fall of 2000, using a flurry of witness statements and DNA evidence. 2 of Aron's victims were among the 130 prosecution witnesses they called. Aron himself demanded to testify as the first defense witness. Aron showed a variety of emotions during the 2 days of her testimony, from wailing like a baby to grinning like a schoolgirl. He also talked about how angry he was to be charged, pop culture, narcotics, rap music, jail cuisine, and his thoughts on the criminal justice system were just a few of the subjects he spoke in his monologue, which was mostly unhindered by the judge, prosecutors, or his own lawyers. Aron constructed a peculiar narrative to explain why he was charged with horrific serial assault against young women, while many of the relatives of his victims were in the courtroom. He said that a dishonest medical examiner who was involved in the harvesting and sale of human organs had arranged for the police to frame him as a participant in a cover-up. He even asserted that what he called genetic shuffling had been done to his DNA. But his long story did not convince the jury. The courtroom erupted in applause on December 16, 2000, the day the guilty verdict was given. During the sentencing, Aron swore at the family members in the crowd as he was escorted past them. In January 2001, a month later, Aron's victims' relatives had the chance to speak with him face-to-face. Paula's mother, Olga, spoke to him, wishing that he would comprehend the agony of restless nights, appetite loss, being unable to walk or breathe, and the lack of tranquility, while simultaneously reflecting on her daughter's suffering at the moment of her passing. Having brought her kid to the country to pursue the American dream, Olga talked of her ongoing pain. During the sentencing hearing, Aron broke down in tears and apologized when it was his turn to speak. Johannes Castro's male cousin became enraged at this and tried to get over the barrier to attack Aron. The sentence was then pronounced by Justice Jones Sadonic. For the 3 murders, she sentenced Aron to 3 life terms without the chance of release. He was also sentenced to 400 years in prison for 4 counts of abuse. Aron was a prisoner at Dannemora, New York's Clinton Correctional Facility. Legislators in New York and numerous other states had passed legislation mandating DNA testing for anybody detained in relation to serious crimes by the time Aron was convicted. Since then, the majority of felony arrests for both violent and nonviolent offenses are now included in this testing. Additionally, some jurisdictions have started testing people's DNA when they are detained for The pain of losing Paula is still very much there for Olga. She is all too aware that the pain caused by the unexpected and needless death of a loved one never goes away, especially when there are still so many unanswered questions. We are left with the memories of Paula and the other victims. As we get to the end of this heartbreaking trip through her awful narrative, we are left with difficult issues after considering Aron's activities and the repercussions he encountered. What motivates someone like Aron to carry out such atrocities? And how can society recognize and deal with the causes of such behavior? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Faith Hedgepeth, then 19 years old, was discovered dead in her Chapel Hill apartment in 2012. When authorities started their investigation, they soon encountered a wall of uncertainty and dead ends. They were diverted by conflicting accounts from her closest friends and family, odd 911 calls, and false leads. Investigators were frequently left with more questions than answers. When a seemingly promising lead turned out to be a dead end, the case became colder as time went on and important pieces of evidence stopped making sense. The identity of Faith's killer remained a mystery despite constant efforts. Why did the inquiry stall so significantly, and who was responsible for her brutal death? Let's investigate this case. Unaware of the tragic turn their day would take, Rosario and her companion Marisol Rangel arrived back at their flat just before 11 a.m. on September 6, 2012. They called for Faith as they walked in, but the place was oddly silent. Uncertain of what to anticipate, They approached Faith's bedroom with trepidation. They were stunned by what they discovered. Faith's corpse was on the ground, partially wrapped in a blanket and covered in blood. 3 years after Faith was brutally killed in an apartment she shared with a friend by a killer who is still at large, there are still many unanswered questions and speculations surrounding this case. Shocked, Rosario called 911, her voice shaking as she described what she had found. Once vibrant, Faith was gone, leaving the friends to wonder forever, who could have done this, and why? We must examine the final hours of Faith's life in order to comprehend what transpired to get to this point. Around 5:45 p.m. on the evening of September 5, 2012, Faith went to a rush event for Alpha Pi Omega, a Native American sorority at the University of North Carolina. She met Rosario after departing at 7:15 p.m., and the two of them studied at the library until almost 9 p.m. Around this same period, Faith texted her father about her plans for the future. He still has the final voicemail he ever got from her saved. After returning to the flat at around 11:30 p.m., they went out once more, landing at The Thrill, a nightclub, at 12:40 a.m. They danced and socialized for around an hour and a half. Their departure was captured by security cameras. Since Rosario wasn't feeling well, they made the decision to return to the flat, arriving just as Faith's Facebook account was accessed. Faith's phone sent a text message to Rosario's ex-boyfriend Brandon Edwards at approximately 3:40 a.m. "Hey B, can you come over here please? Rosario needs you more." You know. Please let her know you care." 3 minutes later, the same phone sent another message that contained the word "than," which was thought to be a correction for a typo in the first message. The last known activity on Hedgepeth's phone was this text exchange. After that, Rosario attempted to get in touch with Edwards and then collegiate soccer player Jordan McCrary, but neither of them answered. Rosario thought Faith was asleep when she left the flat at 4:25 a.m. She stayed at a friend's place until the next morning. Rosario attempted to contact Faith once more at 10:30 a.m., but received no response. She contacted Marisol out of concern, and the two of them proceeded to the apartment where Faith's death was found. Who was in charge? Is Rosario Rangel or another person involved? Faith's cause of death is still unknown, but as the inquiry progresses, more information will become available. Faith Hedgepeth, a proud member of the Holly-Washapani Native American tribe, was born in 1992 in Warren County, North Carolina. After her parents divorced, Faith was raised by her mother, Connie, and she grew up in a difficult home. Connie, who had 3 children already, named her Faith because she thought it would give her the courage and optimism she needed to raise a 4th kid in a challenging situation. Faith was a good student in spite of these obstacles. As a cheerleader, honor student, and involved member of multiple clubs, she succeeded in high school. She attended the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, thanks to her diligence, which earned her a Gates Millennium Scholarship. Faith dreamed of becoming a teacher or a pediatrician and wanted to be the first member of her family to earn a college degree. Despite taking the spring 2012 semester off, she had a successful first 2 years at UNC Chach. She shared a Chapel Hill off-campus apartment with her friend Karina Rosario and Rosario's boyfriend Eric Taco Jones throughout that summer. But Karina and Eric had a violent relationship, and Faith assisted Karina in obtaining a protective order against Eric after he twice attempted to enter into their apartment. Eric lost his temper and even threatened to kill Faith if he couldn't reconcile with Karina. Faith's life had taken a dark turn, and even though she continued to have hope for the future, she found herself in a precarious situation. Faith's family was devastated by her passing. Faith's loss was unfathomable to her mother, who had already dealt with a lot of difficulties as a single mom raising her children. Having lost a sister who served as a support system and role model, Faith's siblings were also devastated. Her family was left to deal with her passing. She had been a bright, kind young woman with a bright future. In addition to being extremely personal, Faith's passing was a setback for the entire community, which had supported her aspirations and watched her develop. Her family was left feeling incredibly empty and unable to comprehend why someone so full of promise had been brutally ripped from them. The choice to start the investigation into Faith's death in secret sparked immediate criticism. In contrast to standard police practice, the Chapel Hill authorities took considerable care to conceal information. All records were sealed by a court order, and even the media's repeated requests for information were turned down. The police worked discreetly behind closed doors, gathering evidence from the incident without disclosing what they had discovered, while the community awaited answers. Semen and extracted DNA were the first important clues from the actual crime site. When the autopsy report stated that Faith had died from blunt force trauma to the head, most likely from a rum bottle, the question became even more complicated, even though it matched male DNA discovered elsewhere in the apartment. From the beginning, the police focused on one man, Karina Rosario's ex-boyfriend, Eric Taco Jones. He was a prime suspect because of his history of domestic abuse and his previous threats against Faith. "Forgive me for what I am about to do," Jones had even warned in a text message to a friend the night before the murder, and he later shared the same statement on Twitter. He altered his Facebook banner to a haunting precursor to what appeared to be an admission of guilt 3 days after Faith's death. "Dear Lord, forgive me for all my sins and the sins I may commit today." Police were unable to directly link Jones to the crime in spite of these warning signs. He provided a DNA sample, but it did not match the evidence gathered at the scene. No matches were found in additional DNA testing from other individuals, including those who had visited the local nightclub where Faith and Karina had spent time. After Jones was formally ruled out as a suspect, the inquiry appeared to come to a standstill. It appeared as though the puzzle pieces would be put together fast when the inquiry into Faith's death originally started, but as time passed, detectives discovered evidence that only made the mystery more complex. The disclosure of some anticipated and some surprising details suggested an incomprehensible level of intricacy. The 911 call, which would subsequently come under close examination, was a crucial piece of evidence in the case. After discovering her friends dead at their apartment, Karina Rosario called. Many found it strange that she only referred to Faith as her buddy during the call, never mentioning her by name. Reporter Tom Gasparovia questioned the legitimacy of the conversation, speculating that it might not have been Rosario but perhaps Marisol Rangel, whose voice sounded similar. Additionally, Rosario appeared abnormally hesitant during the conversation, despite the dispatcher's repeated requests for her to check Faith's respiration, Gasparovia noted. Was the individual who found the body truly as innocent as they appeared to be? Was the 911 call itself a hint? The people who were following the case started to have these types of questions. The odd information wasn't limited to the 911 call, either. Confusion was further exacerbated by another important piece of evidence discovered close to the crime scene, a mysterious letter written on a piece of ripped paper. Written in a sloppy hand with a ballpoint pen, the message said, "I'm not stupid, bitch, jealous." Its rambling, angry writing appeared to be the result of a fit of wrath, but it was unclear what it meant. Why would someone leave a letter at a murder site? The ripped piece of paper seems to have come from a takeaway bag from Time Out, where Faith and Karina had eaten at that evening. However, was the note a spontaneous outburst or a private communication to Faith? When forensic specialists examined the note, they discovered that the handwriting was erratic. The word stupid, which was written much more clearly, was underlined by one, perhaps by someone attempting to hide their identity or deceive investigators. Even more concerning was the fact that the message seemed to be written before the murder because there was blood all around the room, and the note itself seemed free of blood. Why abandon it? Was it a deliberate deception or a hint? Reporter Tom Gasparelli speculated that Faith might not have been the intended recipient of the note. The murderer might have planted it to trick detectives. Was it a last desperate communication, or was it a lie? The note's emotional tone suggested intense annoyance or jealousy. Was it Faith or someone else that the murderer was angry at? Faith's own phone provided yet another horrifying piece of evidence in her case. Faith's phone unintentionally called a friend the night before she was murdered, recording a brief but unsettling chat. With background noise and muddled conversations, it initially appeared to be a simple pocket dial accident. However, when audio specialist Arlo West examined the call, he found some concerning snippets. West also claimed to hear a woman's voice saying, "I think she's dying," followed by a man's voice saying, "Do it anyhow." References to Eric and Rosie that seemed to connect the conversation to Faith's roommate Karina Rosario and her violent past with Eric Taco Jones were also heard. The call's timestamp of 1:23 a.m. coincided with the claimed time when Faith arrived at the club. Police initially brushed it off, thinking the call was simply background noise from a night out. However, West pointed out that there were several oddities, such as the unusual absence of typical nightclub sounds, which gave the scene a strange vibe. Did the call record the last seconds before Faith was killed? Or might it have been recorded earlier? These unresolved issues gave an already terrible case a troubling undertone. Investigators were left with more questions than answers as they combed through this perplexing evidence. Although these pieces of evidence were far from conclusive, they were sufficient to raise the possibility that the murderer may have left behind more than just tangible evidence at the site. They might have left a trail of psychological hints that, if the investigators could decipher their actual meaning, could tell us a lot about the killer's mental state. The public's annoyance increased while the case went unresolved. A $29,000 0 reward was given by the university, the Halawashaponi tribe, the local Crime Stoppers chapter, and the apartment complex where Faith had resided for any information that resulted in an arrest. It was believed that the reward would lead to a tip that would completely unravel the case. However, months and weeks went by with no improvement. There was still no breakthrough when Governor Bev Perdue increased the award by an additional $10.00. The probe was conducted in secret in the interim. The UNC student newspaper, the Daily Tar Heel, petitioned for the release of the secret documents in November 2012. The case remained sealed beneath a veil of silence when the court rejected their plea, despite publicly claiming that their daughter's death certificate verified she had been battered. Faith's family was also kept in the dark about several specifics. The town of Chapel Hill remained uneasy as the months passed. The FBI has created a profile of the male DNA recovered from the scene by January 2013. According to the authorities, this person had lived close to Faith, had expressed interest in her, and his actions had probably changed after the crime. The court nevertheless mandated that the records be kept secret in spite of this development. The public was left in the dark about the case, which appeared to be proceeding behind closed doors. The police didn't formally ask the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation for assistance until September 2013, a full year after Faith's passing. Chris Blue, the police chief for Chapel Hill, acknowledged that they had run out of options and that the case had gone cold. The murder of Faith was still a mystery, and the case files were still sealed. After 2 months, the inquiry took yet another unsettling turn. Publications such as the Tar Heel started to doubt the investigation's objectivity. Why hadn't the police pursued important leads? Although the police had never thoroughly searched the neighborhood, neighbors in the apartment building where Faith had resided said they had concerns about Eric Jones long before the murder. Only Faith's apartment had actually been completely examined. The other apartments in the complex, including the woods beyond the building, had not been looked at. When it was discovered that police had never examined security footage from the Thrills parking lot, a significant lost opportunity became apparent. The owner of the towing firm that was in charge of the parking lot, the nightclub where Faith and Karina had spent the night before the murder, had installed security cameras that may have recorded important footage. But it wasn't until almost 19 months after the incident that the police requested to view it. The court eventually ordered the records to be opened in 2014. Following a great deal of public pressure. Following the release of important papers by investigators, such as the search warrants and investigative notes, there was a flurry of media coverage. These documents demonstrated the extent, or lack thereof, of the police involvement in the case. They also offered the first glimpse of the chronology of events that preceded Faith's demise. The autopsy report was eventually released to the public in September 2014, over 2 years after the murder. It validated the suspicions of many. Faith had suffered severe physical abuse. Blood was discovered beneath her fingernails, indicating that she had retaliated against the severe blow to her head. Initially believed to be the key to identifying the murderer, the DNA recovered from the site remained a mystery. The question of who killed Faith Hedgepeth and why remained unanswered despite ongoing investigation. Unanswered questions became more pressing as the investigation progressed. Had the police conducted the inquiry improperly in the beginning? The most disturbing of all was the identity of the man whose DNA was discovered at the scene, and the reason behind Faith's murder. For years to come, these questions would still exist. Faith Hedgepeth's death remained a mystery for years, with many speculations but no conclusive solutions. One thing was certain: despite the speculation about suspects and motivations, Faith's killer was probably someone who knew her. According to Chapel Hill police, the murder was committed by a member of her UNC Chapel Hill social circle rather than at random. Investigators interviewed more than 2,000 people over the years, obtained 750 people's DNA, and reduced the number of potential suspects to 10. Chief Chris Blue stressed in 2016 that the case was still very much alive despite the lapse of time. In their quest for the truth, the police continued to concentrate on this core group. However, the issue still stood. What motivated the murderer to carry out such a heinous act, and who was the murderer? But on September 23, 2016, almost 4 years after Faith's passing, the case took even another unexpected turn as the inquiry proceeded to uncover. Unexpectedly, the Chapel Hill police announced that they had teamed up with Parabon Nanolabs, a genetic testing business that had created a device that could create physical representations of suspects using their DNA. This public image provided a unique look at the unidentified culprit and was solely based on the DNA profile found at the crime site. It wasn't a perfect portrait, of course. It was predicated on phenotyping, which is the process of predicting physical characteristics from an individual's genetic makeup. Snapshot: Parabon's technology uses DNA to forecast skin tone, freckles, eye and hair color, and even the shape of a person's face. The president of the organization indicated that, while their system could provide a remarkably high level of detail regarding a person's possible appearance, it was unable to forecast a person's height or weight. A man of mixed ancestry, mainly Native American and European with some Latino heritage, was the image produced by DNA analysis. In addition to having origins in Mexican, Colombian, and Iberian civilizations, he was probably dark-skinned, black-hailed, and freckle-free, with faint indications of South American and African heritage. The forecast provided a very accurate likeness and was made with over 80% confidence. Investigators were able to see a potential suspect for the first time thanks to this picture, but it also made them wonder: who was this person? Why had the police failed to identify them? And how did their DNA get to the crime scene? Notwithstanding this recent development, journalist Tom Gasparoli hypothesized in 2017 that the murderer might be a distant acquaintance of Faith's who harbored animosity or resentment toward her. When authorities began concentrating on Faith's roommate, Karina Rosario, this theory gathered traction. Since Rosario never mentioned Faith by name and only ever referred to her as a friend, her 911 call raised questions. Faith's texts to her ex-boyfriend that evening conveyed a sense of urgency over Rosario's need for him. Although Rosario claimed to have left the flat while Faith was asleep, there were questions raised regarding her account. Rosario remained silent and had moved away, but she kept in touch with investigators. Gasparoli made hints that she might be more knowledgeable than she was admitting, and that she might have the secret to cracking the case. The question was whether the truth will ever be revealed for so long. A significant development in the case did not occur until 2021. A breakthrough in September 2021 would finally provide resolution after almost 10 years of mystery, but it also sparked new inquiries. Miguel Salguero Olivares, 28, of Durham, North Carolina, was taken into custody by Chapel Hill police after he had not been previously considered a suspect. Why was he arrested and what changed? DNA was the solution. In August 2021, Salguero Olivares was detained on a different charge of driving under the influence. However, the DNA found during his arrest would eventually link him to Faith Hedgepeth's murder. According to court records filed in January 2022, Salguero Olivares' DNA and the palm print on the murder weapon both match those taken from the crime site. Even though the discovery marked a sea change in the case, the police were still hesitant to speak in public. Chief Blue informed the media that although Salguero Olivares had been taken into custody, the full narrative will take time to develop. Now, it was unclear how Salguero Olivares, an unidentified player in the case, had gotten involved. How did he relate to Faith? Although the arrest introduced a new level of intricacy to the case, it did not provide all the answers. Did Salguero Olivares have a close relationship with Faith, or was his involvement only incidental? What had motivated him to carry out such a horrific crime was maybe even more disturbing. Salgado Olivares is currently in 2024, awaiting his trial, and minimal information is available about him. New possibilities and previous ideas of Faith's death blended together as investigators examined Salgado Olivares' involvement. Did he have a deeper connection to her? Or was he just a stranger? What did that mean for Rosario and other suspects if he was involved? Roland Hedgepeth, Faith's father, conveyed his appreciation and thanked God for allowing him to see this event. Connie Hedgepeth, Faith's mother, assured the public that the truth regarding her daughter's passing will eventually come to light. While Salgado Olivares' arrest provided some clarification, it also sparked other inquiries. After years of research, the case remained mysterious, and the full tale was still unknown as it entered its second decade. Although the arrest didn't end the investigation, it did offer a new dimension and raise questions about whether this was the last piece, or merely a new development in an ongoing mystery. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.